Thank you for the invitation. Upon awakening, I discovered the emergence of a newly birthed universe within me, and I have become its sovereign. What shall I do? I await your guidance with urgency. Lin Fan sighed. Given the circumstances, he could only reluctantly embrace the role of a deity. With boundless creative abilities at his disposal, he could conjure any scarce item or develop high-tech innovations at will. Thus began his ascent from the depths of homelessness to the pinnacle of life. Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Crystal. The night had grown deep. Lin Fan, cradling a box, sat vacantly by the riverside, enveloped in solitude and confusion. The cold wind caressed his face, seemingly mocking him. After a moment, he gazed at the contents of the box. Just 10 minutes prior, these items had adorned his office desk. Unexpectedly, 10 minutes later, they too had been unceremoniously discarded alongside him. Indeed, Lin Fan had been dismissed from his position. After years of dedicated service to the company, he was cast aside like refuse. The manager responsible for this act appeared to regard it as a trivial matter. His colleagues offered no sympathy, their eyes casting veiled glances of derision in his direction. Lin Fan could not comprehend what he had done wrong, yet he could only accept this harsh reality. He was on the verge of losing his footing in this city, where he both studied and worked. Unwilling to surrender, he yearned to scream aloud, to vent the tempest of indignation within him. However, all that escaped him was a heavy sigh. As he regained his composure, he began to contemplate his future path. In the current climate, securing a good job was an arduous task. Should he return to his hometown? Lost in despair, he suddenly noticed something peculiar in the night sky. A meteor streaked across the heavens. No, it was not merely passing by. It was hurtling toward him. This meteor grew increasingly radiant as it descended through the atmosphere. Such a sight was indeed a rare occurrence. Lin Fan collected his thoughts and curiously watched, reaching for his phone to capture the moment. However, he soon realized something was amiss. This meteor did not merely fade within the atmosphere. It was drawing ever closer, growing larger. Gradually, a sense of terror enveloped him, prompting an instinctive urge to flee. Before he could react, the meteor was nearly upon him. In the next instant, his world was engulfed in blinding white light, rendering all else invisible. Fortunately, this ordeal was brief, lasting but a moment. Lin Fan stood frozen, regaining his senses, still clutching the box. The river's wind continued to blow, and the water flowed ceaselessly. Everything appeared unchanged, as if the previous events had been mere figments of his imagination. He scanned his surroundings in confusion and checked himself for any discrepancies, finding none whatsoever. He shook his head in resignation. It seemed his mental strain had manifested as a hallucination. Following this incident, Lin Fan inexplicably distanced himself from his earlier emotions, summoning renewed courage. His gaze grew resolute as he set forth in the direction of home. Upon returning to his rented room, Lin Fan indulged in a hot shower and stood before the mirror, scrutinizing himself once more. There was indeed no alteration. After this day, Lin Fan felt utterly exhausted and collapsed into slumber. In a drowsy haze, he dreamt. Initially, he sensed his body as incredibly light, akin to a leaf drifting freely on the wind. This feeling was simply exquisite. Yet, gradually, Lin Fan became aware of a disquieting sensation within the dream. He recalled his life and identity, abruptly awakening within the dream. Now he was thoroughly astonished. He was still floating, yet his consciousness was remarkably clear. This was his first experience of such a phenomenon. Even more astonishing was the surrounding environment, an indistinct gray expanse with no discernible exit. He seemed enveloped within a vast, dark cloud. Lin Fan began to intentionally maneuver his body, wandering through the surroundings with unexpected ease. His thoughts propelled his body flawlessly along with his intent. However, after what felt like an eternity, he still could not find any exit. Frustration began to creep in, and he had attempted countless times to awaken, yet to no avail. Time had slipped away from him in this chaos, and he grew increasingly concerned for his physical form in the real world. He even began to question whether he had already perished, wondering if this was the realm beyond death. A sense of oppression and unease settled in his heart. Suddenly, his frustration erupted, and he shouted, "What in the world is this place? Open up!" Lin Fan envisioned himself as Pangu, wielding a great axe to cleave through the chaotic void. In the next moment, to his astonishment, the surrounding gray mist began to churn violently, revealing a massive rift that split the haze in two. From the fissure, boundless light surged forth. After an indeterminate time, the parted mist receded further away, and Lin Fan found himself standing upon a gray expanse, surrounded by an infinite stretch, with light shining above him. In summary, this space contained nothing. Just as Lin Fan intended to delve deeper, he felt the world around him fading. A blinding white light surged before his eyes. Moments later, in reality, Lin Fan opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, suddenly recalling. This is my rented room. I am awake. Memories of reality surged through his mind like a tidal wave. A wave of fear washed over Lin Fan's face, his eyes wide with terror. What a horrifying dream. It felt as though he had traversed eons within it, long enough for his memories to begin to fade. In reality, only 8 or 9 hours had elapsed. Fortunately, as he awoke, he gradually returned to his former self. Lin Fan rubbed his aching head, his complexion somewhat pallid. What on earth was happening? Was there something amiss with his mind? Recalling his earlier experience by the riverside, it seemed imperative to visit a hospital to examine his head. He sighed, rose from his seat, and approached the wash basin, splashing his face with icy water before lifting his gaze to the mirror. The sight that met him startled him greatly, causing him to stumble back a step. The reflection staring back was equally filled with terror. However, what instilled fear in Lin Fan at that moment was the peculiar object adorning his forehead in the mirror. It was a diamond-shaped crystal, glimmering with a white light and astonishingly translucent. What on earth is this? Lin Fan hurriedly touched his forehead and, indeed, felt it there. He had failed to notice it while washing his face, initially believing it was merely an object pressing against his forehead, devoid of sensation. This was no mere illusion. For reasons unknown, a crystal was embedded in the very center of his forehead. A sudden wave of apprehension coursed through him as he was taken aback by this inexplicable phenomenon. He hastily attempted to pry the crystal from his forehead, but his efforts proved futile. Lin Fan recalled the dream he had just experienced, his mind racing with contemplation. Could it be that this was the reason for his dream? He then thought of the peculiar events by the riverside that afternoon. Was it connected to that shooting star? Gradually, Lin Fan regained his composure. Given the circumstances, it was best to first ascertain the nature of this object. Perhaps it was a blessing rather than a curse. Lin Fan gazed at the crystal on his forehead, a thought stirring within him. In the next moment, the crystal vanished, and his forehead returned to its original state. Chapter 2. The Role of the Little Universe. Lin Fan gently touched his forehead, which felt remarkably smooth, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. He felt a stirring in his heart once more, and the crystal reappeared on his brow. Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully. The ability to retract, it was a fortunate development. After all, having a crystal on one's forehead appeared rather cool, reminiscent of a superpowered individual from science fiction film possessing a third eye. He paused momentarily. Could this be what they referred to as the heavenly eye? Shaking his head, Lin Fan concentrated again, and another thought manifested in his mind. In the next instant, the environment around him transformed, morphing into the world he had previously dreamt of. Standing on the gray ground, he gazed at his hands. Unlike before, this time he entered the world in a state of complete lucidity. Was this the realm within the crystal? Yet, it seemed devoid of anything substantial, save for the ability to manipulate his body at will through his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, his body levitated, soaring through the air like Superman. After indulging in his newfound freedom, he directed his thoughts to make the gray earth ripple beneath him. It appeared that in this realm, he was indeed a godlike entity, capable of exerting control over everything. But what purpose did this space serve? To cultivate crops? The gray soil seemed devoid of nutrients, and there was no sign of water nearby. It appeared that it could only be utilized for storage. Contemplating this, Lin Fan withdrew his consciousness. He let out a cry of surprise. Upon exiting the world, although his physical body remained in place, a sudden and intense itchiness erupted from a certain part of him. Instinctively, he swatted at the area, killing the insect that had been tormenting him. Lin Fan stared at the carcass of the bug, suddenly taken aback, his brow furrowing in concern. He retrieved his phone, activated the camera mode, and directed it toward his body. Subsequently, he re-entered the world, remaining there for about a minute. Upon returning to the external realm, he eagerly grabbed his phone to review the footage from earlier. Moments later, his face turned a shade of ashen gray. Indeed, the recording revealed that his body had remained completely still, as if frozen, during his time in the other world. It appeared that he had not physically entered the realm at all. Thankfully, he had discovered this in time. Lin Fan's brow furrowed once more. What was going on? Was this world a mere fabrication, entirely imagined? The experiences he had felt within it were astonishingly vivid. What was the purpose then? He could neither cultivate crops, nor establish a unique world of his own, nor even store items. His enthusiasm waned suddenly, as if he had stepped into a virtual reality game. After a brief silence, Lin Fan refused to surrender to despair. This world must be more intricate than he initially perceived. There had to be other functionalities yet to be explored. He began to close his eyes, focusing intently on his sensations. After a while, he opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance illuminating them. Indeed, it was not as simple as he had thought. A flicker of excitement crossed his face. In that fleeting moment, he had grasped the methodology for utilizing the world contained within the crystal. This realm was indeed valuable, and more potent than he had imagined. To put it succinctly, it was a genuine world, an independent universe. Previously, Lin Fan had activated this universe by carving it out of chaos. Yet at this moment, this universe remained utterly desolate, devoid of any entities. However, Lin Fan possessed the ability to manipulate everything within this universe, from the macroscopic to the microscopic. With his will, he could gradually cultivate this universe to a higher stage, thereby unlocking a series of powers. Eventually, this independent universe would grow to the level of the external universe, and, concurrently, Lin Fan would gain access to a suite of formidable abilities, allowing him to exert control over the external cosmos. Thus far, the two universes were completely isolated, with no interaction or interference between them. When Lin Fan appeared in the little universe, to be precise, he was replicating himself. The version of himself within this little universe shared a singular consciousness with his counterpart in the larger universe, achieving quantum entanglement. Each time he entered the alternate universe, his physical body in the original universe would become entirely stagnant in thought. In summary, the two universes were entirely independent, exerting no influence on one another. However, that did not imply Lin Fan was incapable of utilizing this universe. In reality, the little universe possessed extraordinary capabilities, which Lin Fan could leverage for profit. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon an object on the table, a Gundam model. He discreetly activated his abilities, unseen by the naked eye. A wave emitted from the crystal eye on his forehead, swiftly scanning the Gundam model. Subsequently, Lin Fan closed his eyes and entered the crystal universe. Sure enough, before him floated an identical Gundam model. Indeed, this was one of the crystal's abilities. Although the two universes could not exchange material, they could share information. As long as Lin Fan scanned an object with the crystal, he could generate its information within the crystal universe, manifesting an exact replica of the item. Not only that, but in the next moment, Gundam after Gundam appeared, culminating in a veritable sea of Gundam models surrounding Lin Fan. Moreover, upon meticulous examination, he discovered that they were identical at the microscopic level, truly a perfect replication. Lin Fan could continually create entities within this universe through sheer will, unrestricted by resources. In other words, the resources of the entire universe could be summoned at his discretion. This ability was nothing short of terrifying. If it were in the real universe, Lin Fan would possess an inexhaustible supply of materials. Whatever he desired could be directly replicated. Alas, the two universes were currently incapable of exchanging resources. Nevertheless, this functionality remained immensely powerful. Lin Fan immediately pondered how he could utilize it. Should scientists become aware of such a universe, they would surely go mad with excitement. By constructing a laboratory within this universe, one could infinitely replicate experimental materials for research. It is worth noting that many experimental items in reality are exceptionally valuable, significantly increasing research costs. Not only is their price a constraint, but many experimental materials are expensive due to their scarcity or the difficulty of production. However, within the crystal universe, such concerns would be entirely alleviated. With unlimited experimental materials at one's disposal, it would be possible to simultaneously manage numerous experiments. The pace of scientific research would be nothing short of astonishing. If that were all, it would merely constitute a substantial aid in scientific endeavors. However, the crystal's other function proved to be utterly extraordinary. At that moment, Lin Fan once again fixated on the table. In the next instant, something incredible occurred. A blinding golden light shot forth from the crystal on his forehead. The Gundam, struck by the golden beam, immediately disintegrated, transforming into a cloud of dust. Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 3. Destruction and Creation. This was the annihilative power of the crystal. By absorbing energy from the real universe and storing it within the crystal, it could obliterate any target in reality. Upon being struck by the light of destruction, the target is immediately disassembled into its most fundamental atomic form. Remarkable. With this, Lin Fan possesses a formidable weapon. Yet that is not sufficient. Once more, a beam of verdant light emanates from Lin Fan's eyes, striking the pile of ashes. In the blink of an eye, the ashes begin to reconstitute at a visibly accelerated pace. Moments later, a Gundam once again manifests upon the tabletop, the original ashes having completely vanished. Lin Fan approaches and playfully holds the Gundam in his hands. There is no discernible difference from its previous form. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, No one would believe that this Gundam had just been annihilated to its atomic essence and was recreated anew. This exemplifies another capability of the crystal, one that surpasses destruction, creation. Indeed, the crystal, in addition to its destructive powers, can also create. However, it does not conjure from thin air. It necessitates certain external cosmic resources, harnessing energy from the external universe to facilitate creation. This process resembles 3D printing, albeit on a quantum level. Any object that has been analyzed and absorbed into the crystal universe can be recreated in the external universe, provided there are sufficient resources and energy. The potential for creation is virtually limitless. This equates to an ability for infinite replication. Most importantly, this occurs within the tangible universe. Lin Fan's mind immediately races to the high-value items present in reality, such as advanced chips and precision instruments that surpass the standards of the Great Sigh. He envisions rare compounds that are difficult to manufacture, like SOD, and various luxurious goods that could be flawlessly replicated. Such possibilities could yield him immense wealth. Lin Fan's breath becomes heavy as a beautiful vision unfolds before him. Of course, while the scanning, destruction, and creation abilities of the crystal are indeed powerful, they are still subject to considerable limitations in the external universe. All capabilities that influence the realities of the external universe require the expenditure of its energy and resources. Unlike within the crystal universe, where everything can be accomplished with merely a thought from Lin Fan. After all, he does not hold dominion over the external universe. Currently, there are limits to the amount of external energy he can absorb and the items he can scan into the crystal universe. For instance, he can only scan items from a close distance, and the size of replicated items is constrained. The complexity of items that can be replicated varies, ranging from non-living entities, biological substances with DNA, primitive life forms, complex organisms, to advanced life. Indeed, humans can also be scanned into the crystal universe, though the energy consumption is substantial. Moreover, the constraints of creation dictate that living entities require a significant amount of energy to be fabricated, far exceeding the current energy absorption limits of the crystal. While non-living entities are comparatively simpler, substances like gold, which necessitate supernova explosions or particle colliders for their creation, also demand considerable energy, unlike the effortless generation possible within the crystal universe. However, as Lin Fan continues to develop the crystal universe, he will gradually unlock greater authority over the external universe. In due time, he will unveil more astonishing abilities and ultimately establish a mutual exchange of matter between the two universes, achieving a level of manipulation over both the external universe and the crystal universe that is of equal caliber. For now, there is no need to fret over such matters. His current capabilities are already sufficient. Additionally, the scanning ability of the crystal harbors another remarkable utility. Lin Fan discovers a thick textbook on advanced mathematics on his desk. In the next moment, he activates the scanning and addition capability. Within the crystal universe, an identical book materializes. Concurrently, as the scanning of the book succeeds, a vast reservoir of knowledge floods Lin Fan's mind, all derived from the contents of this tome. As the sovereign of the crystal universe, he possesses a near-omniscient authority over it. Naturally, since the crystal universe has just emerged from chaos, there are fundamental cosmic theories and principles, such as particle models, that Lin Fan remains unaware of. He must continually absorb knowledge and laws from the external world to render this universe complete, necessitating his ongoing engagement with the cosmos. In a sense, the crystal universe is an extension of his own being. Any information that enters the crystal universe is effectively assimilated by him, subsequently synchronizing with his reality. This can be regarded as yet another extraordinary function. Lin Fan effectively transforms into a super-intelligent entity by consistently enriching the knowledge base of the crystal universe. He can learn effortlessly. With such an ability, Lin Fan can eventually master all knowledge. Of course, this is essential for one who presides over a universe. However, mere possession of knowledge is insufficient. It would render him little more than a polymath, not a scientist. True scientific inquiry demands innate intelligence to excel. Yet, this will not daunt Lin Fan. As everything within the crystal universe is a part of him, he can eventually scan and incorporate high IQ geniuses into the crystal universe, allowing their intellect to augment his own in some manner. Provided he integrates a sufficient number of geniuses, Lin Fan's intelligence and various talents could reach an astonishing level. Moreover, this applies not only to intellect, but also to strength. Should Lin Fan manage to incorporate a cheetah and a bear into the crystal universe, he would gain the bear's power and the cheetah's speed. If he were to add a chameleon, He might even acquire a form of environmental mimicry in reality. However, such aspirations are impractical at this stage. Furthermore, as the crystal universe evolves, he will unlock more formidable powers in the external universe, rendering such fanciful abilities less necessary. For the time being, Lin Fan has a singular objective. His gaze hardens with determination. Having discovered the crystal's remarkable applications, he has opened the door to a new realm, illuminating the path ahead. This entails continuously developing his crystal universe to acquire more authority, advancing technology in the external universe, and ultimately standing at the pinnacle of the world as a beacon for human civilization. The prerequisite for all this is that he must first secure a substantial sum of startup capital. He must address the immediate predicament and establish his footing in this city, especially since he can hardly afford this month's rent. However, with the crystal now in his possession, Lin Fan's oppressive emotions dissipate, and he prepares himself for a grand undertaking. He promptly opens his computer, navigates to an AI search page, and inputs keywords pertaining to high-value items that are compact and relatively accessible. Chapter 4. Selection of the Replication of Storage Cards. Lin Fan intends to utilize the crystal to replicate some simple yet expensive items and subsequently sell them. Although he has already formed a vague idea, he decides to conduct an online search for confirmation. The AI swiftly organizes the search results. The first result is the sigh storage card. Lin Fan's eyes light up. This is splendid. It is a high-performance storage card primarily employed in devices for high-resolution photography and recording. Compact in size, boasting substantial capacity, and exhibiting exceedingly rapid read and write speeds. This is undeniably high technology. A mere fragment can fetch several thousand, even up to 10,000. And there is no shortage of demand for high-end products. The materials utilized within are not particularly sophisticated, consisting merely of some chips and flash memory particles. Of course, there exists a certain technological barrier to production, which constitutes the core secrets of those renowned brands. However, for Lin Fan, it poses no challenge whatsoever. He merely needs to gather a few basic materials along with energy to facilitate the manufacturing process, producing as many as he desires. Due to their diminutive size, a single unit consumes minimal energy and resources, yet can be sold for several thousand. Lin Fan promptly included this in his list of prospects and continued to peruse. The second item on the list was luxury watches, such as Rolex. Watches are a symbol of status, and many affluent individuals opt for them to showcase their identity and taste. Some of the most luxurious timepieces have undergone years of research and development, featuring complex internal structures and exclusive patents. Additionally, certain limited edition antique watches can fetch millions at auction. This appeared to be a promising candidate as well. However, upon reflection, Lin Fan decided to exclude it. Though he could replicate a watch, the exorbitantly priced limited editions would find no buyers. Those inclined to wear replicas typically do not spend high sums, while those seeking high-end watches are unlikely to settle for fakes, being unconcerned about money. For regular models, such as the Submariner, even those who wear counterfeit watches tend to prefer cheaper imitations, no matter how well-crafted his replicas were. Even at half the price of the authentic ones, such individuals would remain disinterested. Essentially, it is a trivial circle of vanity. Should he incur losses, Lin Fan would feel it tarnished the capability of his crystal. The subsequent search results presented exorbitantly priced pharmaceuticals. It is not uncommon to see news about newly developed form medications costing over $1 million per injection. This indeed seems like a viable option, and Lin Fan believed that such high-priced drugs, and even more expensive ones, are plentiful. However, at this stage, he finds himself lacking opportunities to engage with them. Moreover, selling them would be fraught with difficulties, as the target demographic would undoubtedly consist of patients, introducing numerous risks. Compared to counterfeit pharmaceuticals, Lin Fan found himself more intrigued by other items. For example, certain expensive ingredients like superoxide dismutase, SOD, reportedly can sell for thousands per gram. Yet, that could be set aside for later consideration. Additionally, there are antiques, which may not possess high technical content but command high prices. Successfully replicating and selling just one could yield substantial profit. Yet, Lin Fan pondered that it is improbable for him to closely encounter any high-value genuine antiques at an auction house. If he were to visit a museum, obtaining such high-caliber antiques would prove difficult, and replicas of similar caliber could easily raise suspicions. Furthermore, he would leave behind his likeness in the museum, increasing the likelihood of being traced later. Additionally, as far as Lin Fan knew, the pieces displayed in museums are often not genuine, with most being replicas. Through his reflections, Lin Fan realized that the most challenging aspect was not the replication of various items, but rather the successful monetization of them. If he could charge into the Dutch ASML company, he would undoubtedly choose to utilize his crystal to scan the most advanced lithography machines and create them, even if he could sell each for $10 billion. Alternatively, storming a military base in the United States to scan the developing sixth-generation fighter jets would also be appealing. The dilemma lies in the exposure of his abilities, and at this stage, he is still unable to access such advanced realms. Lin Fan concluded that it would be wiser to bide his time, developing gradually. After all, his abilities are not invincible when he enters the universe. His main body remains outside, idling. To develop the crystal universe, he must utilize the crystal S powers extensively in the external universe, adding items and laws to the crystal universe. After considerable contemplation, Lin Fan resolved that his inaugural venture, nay, his first business, would be to sell memory cards. For him, the costs are low, manufacturing is convenient, resource consumption is minimal, and it maximizes potential profits. Indeed, it is a fortuitous coincidence. Lin Fan's former company was a local distributor prominently dealing in various major digital products, including memory cards, even when acquiring goods from brand suppliers at exorbitant prices. The exceptional quality of the merchandise ensured there was no shortage of sales, leading to substantial profits. Lin Fan smirked slightly. Now he knew precisely what to do. The termination from his previous company had been rather inexplicable. If that were the case, he would ensure they faced difficulties as well. As Lin Fan contemplated his future plans, a sudden knock at the door startled him. He paused, then rose to open it. Standing outside was a casually dressed middle-aged man, a certain Uncle Tian, his landlord. The man glanced into the room and spoke. "Xiao Fan, I have something to inform you." Lin Fan felt a premonition of unease. This man, despite his casual attire, owned over 20 properties in this first-tier city. Undeniably, a wealthy individual who merely needed to collect rent to live comfortably. As expected, Uncle Tian continued, "Xiao Fan, starting next month, the rent will increase by 1,000. Lin Fan was taken aback, his brow furrowing deeply. "Uncle Tian, this seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? Didn't the rent increase once already? Isn't the current rate already high?" The place Lin Fan inhabited was indeed quite decent, but the monthly rent was steep, consuming nearly 1/3 of his salary. Now that he was unemployed, an increase in rent would render it impossible for him to continue living there. He also found it peculiar that this was not a commercial property. Why did the rent keep escalating so dramatically? Recalling his inexplicable dismissal from the company, he sensed a pattern of events targeting him. His expression darkened. In the next moment, Uncle Tian said languidly, "Xiao Fan, you should consider Uncle Tian's difficulties. There are no other places around that offer such affordable housing. I'm not running a charity. I've already given you a low rate for so long, and it's time for a rent increase. Other rents are not at this price." Lin Fan felt a cold sneer rise within. "Consider your difficulties? What difficulties do you have? You're merely a parasite, leeching off others." To his knowledge, the rental prices in the vicinity were indeed at this level. This sudden rent hike felt suspicious. Lin Fan replied coolly, "All right then, Uncle Tian, I won't be renting anymore. I'll be moving out shortly." Uncle Tian nodded, but was abruptly taken aback. "What? You're not renting anymore?" He had assumed Lin Fan would acquiesce to the rent increase, thinking this young man was easy to manipulate, but Lin Fan's response caught him off guard. After all, Lin Fan had been residing there for several years, making this unexpected choice rather shocking. Lin Fan affirmed, "Uncle Tian, the rent is too high. I truly cannot afford it. What else can I do?" Uncle Tian glanced at Lin Fan and realized he was serious. "Xiao Fan, why don't you reconsider? After all, you've lived here for several years, and there really isn't a more suitable place nearby." For a moment, he found himself in disarray. His original intention was merely to squeeze a little more from Lin Fan, not anticipating that he would opt to vacate instead. For many years, Lin Fan has epitomized the ideal tenant, prompt with payments, unobtrusive, and it remains uncertain whether he will ever find another tenant as commendable. In truth, he would rather not be in this predicament at all. His current course of action serves merely to extend a favor to another party. Lin Fan remarked with a hint of detachment, "No need for that. I wouldn't want to hinder Uncle Tian in his business. I will vacate immediately." Once he closed the door behind him, a chill settled in his gaze. There was undoubtedly something amiss. His previous dismissal had been perplexing enough, and now his landlord had suddenly raised the rent. Furthermore, their reactions had hinted at something unusual. Lin Fan pondered who he might have offended to warrant such treatment as a nameless individual. Who could possibly be orchestrating this against him? Shaking his head in contemplation, he dismissed the thought. After living in this city for so many years, he considered himself to have never wronged anyone. Since clarity eluded him, he resolved to leave. The more pressing matter at hand was to leverage his extraordinary abilities for gain. Surveying the contents of his residence, while he could remain for a while longer, he decided it best to depart without delay. He had no desire to linger. He gathered his most cherished belongings, those imbued with emotional significance and irreplaceable, while deeming the less significant large items unworthy of his attention. The crux of the matter was that Lin Fan had activated a crystal, scanning everything within the premises and integrating it into the crystalline universe he had created. Should he desire any of it again, he could conjure it into existence at will. With a small backpack in hand, he stepped out the door. This backpack contained only the essentials, items of profound emotional connection, such as photographs and mementos related to family. For the first time, he felt an exhilarating lightness, understanding what truly mattered to him. As he descended the stairs, he unexpectedly collided with a woman. She was strikingly beautiful, with an elegant figure, yet her demeanor was cold, exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. She glanced at Lin Fan before quickly diverting her gaze. Clearly uninterested in any form of interaction, Lin Fan merely returned her gaze momentarily before continuing on his way. Their relationship had always been distant, despite their mutual awareness of each other over the years. The girl was named Tian Xiaoxue, the daughter of Lin Fan's landlord, Uncle Tian. When Lin Fan first discovered this connection, he was taken aback, yet it did not lead to any deeper engagement between them. Beyond this familial tie, they also shared the bond of being alumni. During their school days, Tian Xiaoxue was a prominent figure, not only academically gifted but also renowned for her beauty, widely regarded as the campus belle by fellow students. Countless boys were enamored with her, yet she remained impervious to their affections. It was no surprise. Her affluent background afforded her that privilege. In contrast, Lin Fan had always been an unremarkable student, rendering any interaction between them improbable. These fleeting thoughts flitted through his mind before he set them aside. He first took a taxi to a modest inn, where he settled in. Shortly thereafter, he ventured to a nearby shopping mall, an emporium brimming with an astonishing variety of goods. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings, eager to scan every item. Yet he recognized this would be a time-consuming endeavor, and scanning consumed energy. Instead, he made his way to the electronics section and approached a store specializing in camera memory cards. Observing the diverse array of specifications and brands, he selected a few models and swiftly replicated them. Just then, a staff member approached, and Lin Fan inquired with curiosity, "By the way, do you have a latest Rexer Professional Diamond CF Express Type B memory card that was released last year?" He referred to the pinnacle of memory cards, capable of supporting read speeds of 3,700 megabytes per second and write speeds of 3,400 megabytes per second. Not only did it prevent frame drops during high-speed photography, but it also ensured data security, low power consumption, and an extended lifespan, boasting a capacity of 1 terabyte. Its unparalleled performance commanded a price of 11,000. Lin Fan had come specifically for this item. If he was to replicate, it made sense to select the highest specifications available. The staff member regarded him with surprise before nodding. "Yes, sir." He then produced a packaging box and placed it before Lin Fan. After scrutinizing it for a moment, Lin Fan returned it, saying, "Thank you, but that will be all." The staff member remained silent, recognizing that Lin Fan was not genuinely interested in purchasing. Most customers merely came to gawk at the top-tier memory card. Those intent on buying would typically opt for a lower configuration. Lin Fan wandered around a bit longer, replicating additional high-end items before exiting the mall. He then found himself in a secluded grove within the city, ensuring he was alone, and closed his eyes. In an instant, the white crystal at his brow materialized. To an observer, it would appear as though the air around Lin Fan grew intensely warm, the light itself seeming to warp. An inexorable wave of heat and luminance converged upon him as if drawn by an unseen force. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Fan opened his eyes, the crystal upon his forehead vanishing. He exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. The charging was complete. The power of this crystal was indeed extraordinary, yet its energy consumption was equally daunting. Since acquiring the crystal, following this morning's experiment and his recent scanning in the mall, he had depleted a significant portion of the energy contained within. Thus, he was compelled to recharge. Currently, the crystal's energy storage capacity was insufficient, making the charging process somewhat cumbersome. Fortunately, recharging incurred no cost. Lin Fan was eager to advance to a higher level. Thankfully, as long as he continuously utilized the crystal's abilities and expanded the crystalline universe, it would gradually upgrade. Returning to the inn, Lin Fan lay on the bed, closing his eyes once more. In the next moment, his consciousness transcended into the crystalline universe. The environment within this universe had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, while he was out, he had been busy scanning the soil, air, moisture, and more. Now, the landscape was no longer a barren gray expanse. The ground was now adorned with earth and rocks, complemented by an asphalt road. Beside it flowed a wide river, surging with vigor as a gentle breeze caressed its surface. At the river's end rose a majestic mountain, crowned with a snow-capped summit. In addition to the river, there was a crystalline lake, its waters shimmering blue. Lin Fan had established the atmospheric circulation through simple rules. Although no life yet inhabited this crystalline universe, not even bacteria in the soil. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the grandeur of the external highlands. The scenery was breathtaking. At a certain flat expanse by the riverside, a yard had emerged, featuring a magnificent stone edifice. It appeared to be sculpted from a single, smooth block of marble, intricately adorned with various carvings. It resembled the grand palaces of medieval Europe, yet possessed an even more striking aesthetic. After all, it was crafted from a single piece of stone. This was Lin Fan's abode within the crystal universe. All the objects previously scanned were housed within this home, which had been meticulously arranged and decorated. The residents enjoyed a continuous supply of 220V electricity and water, achievable with merely a thought. Were it not for the inability to abandon his corporeal form in the outside world, it would indeed be a perfect paradise. After creating this flawless dwelling, Lin Fan sensed that the crystal had undergone a significant upgrade. He then departed from the crystal universe, ready to attend to more pressing matters. On the desk, he laid a collection of scrap metal, sand, carbon blocks, and all the necessary materials required for manufacturing storage cards. Suddenly, the white crystal on his forehead blazed forth, emitting a beam of green light. What transpired next was nothing short of miraculous. The pile of materials on the table each lost a portion, coalescing in atomic form towards the green light, and in an instant, they converged into a square, card-like object. It was indeed the storage card, valued at 10,000 yuan. The energy stored within the crystal had only been minimally expended. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Despite already knowing the outcome, the ability to conjure such a high-value item from thin air exhilarated him. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Subsequently, Lin Fan crafted a dedicated card reader for this brand, which he had scanned earlier in the store. Only with the reader could the card performance be fully optimized. Eagerly, he inserted the storage card into the reader and connected it to his computer, then proceeded to install the official drivers. Sure enough, within moments, the computer successfully recognized the device and displayed its model. It was a triumph. Lin Fan then employed specialized software to test the storage card, yielding remarkably favorable results. It was indeed a flagship storage card. In that moment, all doubts dissipated. Next, Lin Fan procured a substantial quantity of raw materials. Within a brief span, 1,000 storage cards adorned his desk. At a price of 10,000 yuan each, the total value of the items before him amounted to 10 million. Lin Fan was immensely excited. Naturally, he had no intention of selling these items at their original price. Why would anyone choose to purchase bulk from him at retail? High-end storage cards were typically acquired by those with ample resources, who would opt for reliable channels for their purchase. Lin Fan envisioned selling these cards in one fell swoop. Even if at a discounted price, it would still fetch 5 million. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself to think through the next steps, how to sell them and realize their value. Zhang Tao was a merchant specializing in the acquisition of second-hand electronic devices, which he then resold on the Flip Fish platform. He primarily dealt in older models of popular smartphones, tablets, and other devices. After purchasing these items at a low price, he would refurbish them and sell them at a decent profit. His life was quite comfortable, as products from this brand tended to retain their value, and older models had a substantial audience. However, recently, for various reasons, his supply of viable devices had dwindled, leaving him in a quandary about where to source a new batch. One day, while opening the software backend, he unexpectedly spotted a message from an unfamiliar sender in his inbox. Hey there, would you be interested in bulk storage cards from a renowned brand? The quality is absolutely top-notch, brand new high-end goods, just lacking packaging, and the price will surely satisfy you. Attached were several photos displaying a casual spread of what appeared to be exquisitely crafted high-end storage cards. Zhang Tao skimmed over the message, and upon reading the words bulk brand, his lips twitched as he prepared to move on to the next message. However, something compelled him to click on the chat window for a closer look. He shook his head, pondering how anyone could trust such a claim. Brand new high-end goods. Top quality, but without packaging? Who would believe that? He hastily typed a response. I'll take it, but I must inspect the goods first. If the quality is lacking, I will make a payment. Upon sending this message, he glanced at the images again, and his eyes widened in astonishment. With his level of expertise, he instantly recognized the model of the storage card. It was indeed the most advanced flagship storage card available in the civilian market. Regret washed over him for engaging with the sender, as he had already categorized them as a scammer, one of the most inept types. Who would believe that such a premium storage card could be so readily available in second-hand markets? It was obvious that these had to be counterfeit. Yet, Zhang Tao found himself puzzled. Why would anyone bother to counterfeit such a high-end model? Typically, counterfeiters focused on lower-end products that were easier to sell. There was no way anyone would believe in the authenticity of such high-end storage cards. Surely, the scammer must have lost their mind, thinking they could profit significantly this way. Regardless, he resolved not to fall for it. Shaking his head, he realized he could no longer retract his message and swiftly chose to block the sender. Returning to Lin Fan's side, upon receiving Zhang Tao's message, his eyes glimmered with excitement as he began to respond. Certainly, I have no issues with inspection. The quality is absolutely solid. I will send it over right away, and I hope we can enjoy a fruitful collaboration. After typing out his message, he hit send. However, a red warning appeared on the chat interface. You have been blocked and cannot send messages. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, finding the situation both amusing and frustrating. He could surmise the other party's mindset. They must have assumed him to be a scammer. Yet, it was understandable, given the counterintuitive nature of his endeavor. No rational person would believe it to be genuine. Undeterred, Lin Fan did not intend to give up. The other party was a merchant he had thoroughly researched. Having perused numerous shops, gathered substantial reviews, and ultimately found one with the best reputation and credibility, his top choice. As for being blocked, it mattered little. After all, he had already made contact. Without hesitation, he grabbed a sealed bag, placed 20 storage cards inside, and affixed a sample label to the bag. He then ventured out to the express delivery station, sending the package to the provided address with expedited shipping. The next day, Zhang Tao, having blocked Lin Fan, had put the incident out of his mind. To his surprise, he received an unexpected package. Confused, he hurriedly tore open the box. Inside lay an ordinary sealed bag containing what appeared to be a dozen or so storage cards, all looking quite pristine and remarkably high-end. Zhang Tao paused, momentarily dazed. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and recognized the model of the storage cards. From an aesthetic standpoint, these storage cards represent the pinnacle of current market offerings, each priced at an astonishing 10,000 yuan. The sheer absurdity of such a collection of expensive cards haphazardly piled together struck Zhang Tao as profoundly ludicrous. His mind immediately recalled the conversation from the previous day regarding the blowfish incident. At this moment, he was engulfed in a whirlwind of questions. Wait, my friend, are you still not planning to give up? You actually went ahead and shipped the goods? This caught Zhang Tao completely off guard. He had assumed that the other party would be wise enough to refrain from further harassment. Considering his expertise, how could a scammer dare to think he would fall for such a ruse? Moreover, after having already faced rejection, how could they still audaciously send counterfeit products? What level of confidence in their own technical prowess did they possess? Did they genuinely believe they could achieve the standards of a flagship brand? This was utterly implausible. It is well known that the realm of high-speed storage is replete with significant technological barriers. Countless domestic manufacturers have poured immense effort into developing products that still fall short of international benchmarks, let alone these counterfeit merchants, who merely set up a temporary shop on an online marketplace, selling expanded USB drives, deceiving customers with fraudulent promotional advertisements to secure a few orders. What audacity they had to venture in such a high-end domain. The most critical aspect was that even if they managed to produce these items, who would be inclined to purchase them? Shaking his head, Zhang Tao decided to empty the storage cards onto the table, curious to discern the thoughts of the sender. As he held one of the cards and scrutinized its details, he was momentarily taken aback. Initially, upon mere observation, they appeared somewhat plausible, but now, in hand, the sensation was entirely different. Being a professional collector of electronic products, he possessed a fair understanding of storage cards. As he examined one closely, his furrowed brow deepened with each passing moment. He even retrieved a magnifying glass to inspect the intricate details. Remarkably well-crafted, the exterior bore no signs of being counterfeit. One could not help but acknowledge the skill of the sender, as achieving such a level of imitation was indeed uncommon. The tactile quality of these storage cards was exceptional. Even the anti-counterfeiting labels appeared convincingly authentic. With a grave expression, Zhang Tao picked up another card for comparison and made a startling discovery. The two cards were identical, not only in appearance, but also in every detail. including the unique anti-counterfeiting markings. At this point, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. However, he continued to compare card after card, ultimately concluding that all the storage cards had emerged from the same mold, evidently replicating a single card's exterior design. Yet so what? No matter how closely they resembled the original, in terms of performance, they likely differed vastly. Or perhaps these cards barely functioned for storage at all. Selling them to consumers would be nothing short of a scam. Zhang Tao was a man of integrity in business and had never engaged in selling counterfeit goods. He promptly resolved to report the matter to the authorities. However, an inexplicable impulse compelled him to test the performance of one of the cards. Curious to discover just how inadequate it might be, he casually powered up his computer, connected the storage card to a card reader, and skillfully launched several professional software applications to run a test. Upon viewing the results, he was utterly astounded. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he exclaimed, "What on earth? How is this possible?" The professional interface revealed that the card boasted a read speed of up to 3,700 megabytes per second for writing. Without even examining other data, the sight of such read and write speeds left Zhang Tao utterly dumbfounded. He understood precisely what these figures entailed. This was unequivocally flagship-level performance. Transmitting several gigabytes of data each second, it may not rival high-end solid-state drives, but one must remember this was merely a diminutive storage card. The performance was astonishingly superior. Suddenly, a thought crossed Zhang Tao's mind, prompting an unusual expression on his face. He navigated to the official website of the Rexer brand to retrieve the product's official specifications. Indeed, the official read and write speeds matched precisely with this counterfeit card's performance. He was left thoroughly bewildered. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He continued to compare additional data, such as write endurance, and found every aspect to be strikingly consistent. Each performance metric of this counterfeit card was on par with the genuine article. Zhang Tao sat in stunned silence for a moment. Have counterfeit card merchants become this savvy? Instead of merely replicating storage cards, they directly matched the performance of the originals? Contemplating this, he felt something was amiss. If they possessed such technical expertise, why resort to counterfeiting? Why not aspire to become a titan in the domestic storage industry instead? As he mulled this over, Zhang Tao furrowed his brow, sensing that something was off. Could it be that these cards had been engineered to manipulate software, automatically altering data when subjected to detection? But upon further reflection, that seemed implausible. Could it be that among the cards sent, some were genuine while others were counterfeit, designed to ensnare him? With this thought, Zhang Tao decided to test all the cards sent by Lin Fan. After a lengthy examination, he found himself utterly bewildered. There were no issues. Each card performance was impeccable. How could this be? Were they all authentic? Yet their anti-counterfeiting labels indicated they were indeed not genuine. If all were legitimate, who would dare ship such valuable items? At this moment, Zhang Tao's interest in Lin Fan began to peak. He sensed the presence of something extraordinary, perhaps even an opportunity for business. Instead of contacting Lin Fan immediately, he sought out a friend who owned a photography equipment store, someone more knowledgeable in this domain. Upon receiving the cards, his friend examined them briefly and decisively declared, "No doubt about it, these are genuine." The appearance alone was enough to confirm that no one had yet forged such items. Moreover, how could there possibly be counterfeit versions of such flagship products? Rest assured, accept them. Zhang Tao's lips twitched slightly. He refrained from mentioning that he already had a dozen similar genuine products at home. Yet the fact that even his friend couldn't discern the difference left him astonished. He added, "Brother, I still have my doubts. Why not use professional equipment to test one more time? Compare it with a genuine one." His friend shot him a skeptical glance. "You don't trust me? Fine, I'll test it for you." In Chapter 8, the verdict was clear. This batch of goods was wholly legitimate. Under rigorous testing, not only were they identified as authentic, but their performance was flawless, even in practical use. The storage card handled high-speed 8K video recording without a hitch. Sensing Zhang Tao's lingering skepticism, his friend retrieved a genuine product from the store for comparison, and the two were virtually indistinguishable. "See? I told you there was absolutely no problem. You stumbled upon a fantastic find. I just checked your card. It has never been used, essentially brand new. You could turn around and sell it for a pretty penny." Zhang Tao paid little heed to his friend's enthusiastic chatter, as his mind was consumed with thoughts of the remaining 19 storage cards and his previous conversation with Lin Fan, his head buzzing with possibilities. Upon returning to his abode, he promptly launched the Flip Fish application and removed Lin Fan's account from the blacklist. Eagerly, he sent a message. "Hey, are you there? What is the situation with those storage cards? Can high-quality replicas reach such a level now? Their performance is on par with the originals?" Meanwhile, Lin Fan was idly scrolling through his phone, searching for information online, when he suddenly noticed a response from the second-hand merchant. A slight smile crept upon his lips. It seemed the other party had already tested the batch of storage cards. He quickly replied, "Haha, brother, what do you think? I told you this batch of goods is flawless. I guarantee they are brand new, albeit without packaging, and there are some issues with the anti-counterfeiting features. However, unless one is holding two cards simultaneously, it would be impossible to detect any faults." He continued, "These cards are not replicas. They are directly from the original factory, just with minor production issues. Don't worry, it does not affect performance at all. As you can see, the anti-counterfeiting features are flawed. According to regulations, they should have been destroyed, but I acquired this batch through certain channels. Thus, aside from the lack of packaging, they are indistinguishable from the original versions. Even if you were to have them appraised, they would not be identified as fakes." Zhang Tao pondered Lin Fan's lengthy explanation, his thoughts swirling. He may not fully grasp the intricacies of the production line, yet the explanation seemed quite reasonable. So, it was indeed original stock. No wonder it appeared authentic. This revelation ignited his excitement. His heart raced. He inquired, "How many cards do you have on hand? How are you selling them?" Given that Lin Fan had sent 20 samples at once, he assumed Lin Fan's stock must be substantial. Lin Fan responded with a thumbs-up emoji. "Including the samples I sent you earlier, I currently have a total of 1,000 cards. Brother, if you're interested, I can offer you a favorable price." 1,000. Zhang Tao gasped, his body trembling slightly. Each card was valued at 10,000. That amounted to a monumental transaction of 10 million. He had not anticipated such a significant sum. Initially, he thought Lin Fan might have around 100. Simultaneously, he found himself in a quandary. Truth be told, he yearned to acquire this batch of goods, considering their immense value and the certainty of selling them. However, he was acutely aware of the risks involved. The brand owners would undoubtedly disapprove of such a large volume of defective goods entering the market. Such scrutiny could lead to consequences, given the substantial sum at stake. Yet, he also recognized that if the 1,000 cards were distributed, the impact would likely be minimal. Furthermore, if the quality was impeccable, there would be no public outcry. Buyers would feel they had struck a bargain. After deliberation, he resolved to seize the opportunity. "I'll take the entire batch. What price do you deem appropriate? Keep in mind, I can only sell them as second-hand goods, and I can only sell each for about 70% of the price. If the purchase price is too high, then I must decline, as I am assuming a certain level of risk, you understand." Soon after, he received Lin Fan's message, 5,000 per card. If sold at 7,000, that would guarantee a minimum profit of 200,000. Zhang Tao's eyes gleamed as he declared, "Deal, but you must ship first. I need to ensure all the cards are of the same high quality as the samples." Lin Fan responded decisively, "No problem." This made Zhang Tao slightly perplexed. The other party's willingness seemed almost too nonchalant for a transaction worth millions. Recalling how Lin Fan had previously sent samples valued at tens of thousands without a second thought, he felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. However, he soon received another message from Lin Fan. "But for payment, I require an anonymous overseas account. I'll send the goods first, and you can make the payment once you confirm there are no issues." Zhang Tao narrowed his eyes. The other party was indeed cautious, which was understandable. He had no intention of using a named account either, to avoid any traceability in the event of complications. For this batch of cards, he planned to register a new Flip Fish account to sell them, avoiding his current store. Suddenly, he paused and asked, "How will you ship them? You won't be using a courier, will you?" Lin Fan replied casually, "Of course. What else would I use?" Zhang Tao was taken aback. "But this is merchandise worth millions." Lin Fan sealed and packaged all the storage cards, then proceeded to the nearest courier service to dispatch them, without giving the subsequent matters a second thought. He then journeyed to the largest bookstore in the city, moving swiftly into the realm of specialized knowledge. Here, he explored a wealth of in-depth knowledge across various disciplines. And beyond that, he delved into cutting-edge journals, gradually beginning to scan through them. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded within the bookstore. In a neglected section of specialized literature, a young man glided his hand along the shelves, walking past each book without removing any, as if searching for something. Yet, all the titles were plainly visible, rendering his meticulous examination unnecessary. Although his behavior seemed peculiar, no one paid it any mind. At that moment, within the library constructed in the crystal universe, a shelf identical to that of the bookstore suddenly materialized. One by one, books appeared on the shelf, arranged in perfect order, mirroring those in the bookstore. Lin Fan was effectively replicating the entire area within the crystal world. Simultaneously, a deluge of knowledge from various fields surged into Lin Fan's consciousness, overwhelming him as if he had been studying intensively for hours. Chapter 9. The Heart Stirred. Yet, he endured the discomfort. Originally, since he could scan books, could he not also store some ebooks onto a hard drive and transfer them into the crystal universe? This would enhance efficiency. After all, many books for sale in the store also had electronic versions available online. However, Lin Fan had already attempted this. Uncertain whether it was due to his currently limited authority, he found that while the knowledge was accessible in the crystal universe, it vanished upon his consciousness returning to the external world, as if the connection had been severed. Unlike knowledge stored in physical books, which he could retain in the outside world, this information dissipated entirely. He suspected this was due to his relatively low mastery over the crystal. Of course, there were solutions. After all, he was omnipotent within the crystal universe. He could opt to extract the information stored on the hard drive and imprint it on a paper while within the crystal universe. Nevertheless, he intended to develop a program using specialized computer technology to comprehensively capture all publicly available knowledge from the internet before undertaking this task. This necessitates the acquisition of specialized computer knowledge. At this juncture, having thoroughly scanned all the tomes pertaining to the scientific domain, particularly in the realm of computing, Lin Fan's mind has been enriched with a plethora of knowledge in this area. However, the knowledge gleaned from such scanning is akin to rote memorization, merely crammed into the recesses of memory. It does not equate to transforming him into a prodigy with adept skills. Mastery requires a gradual and immersive learning process to synthesize this knowledge and wield it with proficiency. Nevertheless, with a mental database established, the speed of learning and skill acquisition will be remarkably accelerated. Upon returning home, he closed his eyes to meditate and commenced his studies anew. Meanwhile, on another front, Zhang Tao, filled with trepidation, finally awaited the arrival of his package. Upon discovering a haphazard pile of storage cards within a sealed bag, he could scarcely contain his excitement. Is it truly so casually handled? He gingerly extracted each card, meticulously inspecting and testing them one by one. A sigh of relief escaped him. The merchandise was flawless. It appeared that, as stated by the seller, this batch had merely encountered a production oversight that did not impair performance, making it unsellable. At this revelation, he felt a surge of exhilaration. This time, he was poised to make a significant profit. He promptly busied himself with preparations. Half a day later, a newly registered shop appeared on the platform. This establishment offered a singular product, swiftly capturing the attention of many. Remarkably, it was selling top-tier storage cards, a rarity in the second-hand market. Typically, such items are not found in this domain, as those who can afford them are generally not inclined to seek second-hand options. Zhang Tao's product description was as follows: 98 pristine second-hand storage cards with top-tier performance, no packaging, all for the modest price of $7,500. Don't miss out. Accompanying this were several images, showcasing the item in high definition, displaying its impeccable condition alongside impressive data tests. Many photography enthusiasts and individuals interested in this field were drawn to the announcement while browsing the platform, momentarily taken aback. Even this model is available secondhand, and the price is quite reasonable. Although 7,500 yuan is still substantial for those with a pressing need, acquiring a top-tier storage card for a fraction of the original cost seems quite advantageous. In a fleeting moment, some individuals found themselves tempted, yet hesitations lingered. After all, this was not an insignificant sum. The majority, upon reviewing the product description, scoffed at the notion. For them, it was preferable to invest in a brand new item rather than gamble on a second-hand product from the platform, even if it meant spending an additional 2,000 yuan. Ultimately, only a handful were genuinely intrigued, and these individuals were engulfed in uncertainty. They feared the possibility of purchasing a counterfeit or a defective item, a situation that could lead to troublesome disputes. Who could ascertain whether the image corresponded with the actual product? The sudden influx of second-hand storage cards of this model was indeed perplexing, especially in the absence of packaging. A few intrigued souls merely bookmarked the product, still deliberating. The emergence of this new shop felt rather suspicious, akin to a fleeting con. Li Ming was among those captivated. As a dedicated photography enthusiast, he had a penchant for high-performance equipment. In fact, he had been enamored with this storage card since its initial release, although the price had initially dissuaded him. Yet, he could never suppress his longing, frequently revisiting the official website to peruse the product details, fantasizing about its acquisition. On this occasion, while habitually browsing the platform, he was algorithmically directed to Zhang Tao's shop. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that a second-hand card in pristine condition was now available at a discount of over 2,000 yuan? This price was within his grasp, provided it was indeed an authentic card. Thus, he found himself in a quandary. He was acutely aware of the myriad pitfalls that the platform harbored. and this shop might not be trustworthy. Even his fellow photography enthusiasts caution him against the potential trap, advising him to opt for a brand new product instead. Yet, the impulse within him surged. What if it were genuine? What if he could seize such a remarkable opportunity for so little? He hesitated, frequently revisiting the shop. Yet he could not summon the resolve to commit. His rationality wrestled fiercely against his desire to purchase. Finally, one day, unable to endure the internal turmoil, desire triumphed over reason. He resolved to make the purchase. After all, it might be taken down soon, and what if it was indeed in perfect condition? Besides, he could always return it, albeit with some inconvenience. With determination, he placed his order and anxiously awaited its arrival over the next 2 days. Finally, the day arrived, and he hurried to the delivery station, returning home with palpable excitement. Eagerly, he unwrapped the package, only to be met with disappointment. The contents were scant, devoid of the authentic packaging he had anticipated. Instead, he found a remarkably simplistic plastic case, clearly a makeshift container assembled by Zhang Tao himself. This ignited a sense of foreboding within him. Could he have been duped? His heart sank as he examined the storage card. However, upon handling it, his worries began to dissipate. The craftsmanship appeared satisfactory, exuding a high-end feel, and it did not resemble a counterfeit at all. Chapter 10. A fortunate find, undoubtedly authentic. A wave of joy surged within him. He had known it was reliable. He swiftly navigated to the brand's website to verify the anti-counterfeiting details, meticulously comparing the specifics. A sigh of relief escaped him. Everything checked out. It was indeed authentic. Now, he was eager to assess its performance, though a degree of anxiety lingered, fearing that the card might possess an alluring exterior while harboring internal flaws. He quickly connected it to a card reader, linked it to his computer, and proceeded with comprehensive testing. After half a minute, he was utterly at ease. Regardless of the test conducted, the card exhibited no issues. The read and write speeds were exceptional, and it was undeniably new, having scarcely undergone any wear. He could hardly contain his excitement as he slotted the card into his beloved camera and recorded an 8K video at the highest quality. True to its reputation as a premium storage card, the experience was seamless. Capturing 8K video posed no challenges whatsoever. Li Ming reveled in the card's performance throughout the afternoon. Genuinely impressed. This shopping experience had been remarkable, and he felt he had secured an incredible deal. He mentally commended himself for acting swiftly. Otherwise, he would have missed such a splendid opportunity. Immediately, he accessed the platform to pen a review, bestowing it with a glowing endorsement. When Li Ming's friends learned of his decision to purchase the card, disregarding their warnings, they were taken aback. They had anticipated a disastrous outcome and had intended to lecture him, but upon experiencing the storage card's performance themselves, they were left utterly astonished. Incredibly, such fortuitous circumstances did indeed exist. Was the jester truly oneself? Could one genuinely procure nearly pristine cards at such a modest price? Was the seller genuinely so benevolent? This revelation stirred excitement within him, prompting him to hastily navigate to the product page. Initially, he felt a twinge of regret, assuming that a flagship card of this caliber would be singular. To his astonishment, he discovered that the item remained available for sale, with several individuals having already placed orders, and a handful of positive reviews had emerged. This left him utterly bewildered. What was transpiring? How could there be such a plethora of flagship cards being sold at discounted prices? Was there truly such a number of second-hand items available? This defied logic. Nonetheless, despite his reservations, he proceeded with his order, fearing that he might miss out. Upon the arrival of his purchase, he harbored concerns that the card might not match the impeccable quality of Li Ming's. However, after conducting tests and experiencing its performance firsthand, he was relieved to find it nearly as good as new, with no discernible issues. This was undoubtedly a fortunate find. Yet, both Li Ming and his friend did notice a peculiar inconsistency. The anti-counterfeit labels on their cards were identical. This was decidedly amiss. While individual assessments confirmed their authenticity, the identical labels suggested that at least one card was counterfeit. Nevertheless, they soon dismissed their concerns. As the actual performance posed no problems, what did it matter why such an anomaly existed? Simultaneously, they began to speculate on why this batch of products was being offered at such a bargain on the trading platform. With Zhang Tao's sales, despite photography being a niche community, there was a considerable aggregate of enthusiasts nationwide. Increasingly, individuals became aware of these remarkably affordable storage cards, which garnered a slew of commendations, thus establishing the seller's credibility. This reassured many potential buyers, leading to a surge in orders. Upon receiving their items, they exuberantly proclaimed they had stumbled upon a treasure. The occurrence quickly became a hot topic within the photography circle, generating significant discussion. Many discovered the shop only after hearing friends rave about their finds. Of course, not everyone overlooked the issue of the anti-counterfeit labels. In various photography groups, numerous buyers compared the appearances of their storage cards, uncovering a shocking revelation. Every card appeared to be manufactured from the same mold. This ignited their curiosity, prompting discussions on the reasons behind such uniformity. Thankfully, the card's performance remained impeccable, so dissatisfaction was minimal. Ultimately, they concluded that this batch must have been a release of substandard goods, hence the absence of official packaging. Rather than inciting anger, this revelation fueled their enthusiasm, as they felt they had secured an incredible deal. Consequently, more and more individuals flocked to the shop to place orders. Ultimately, all 1,000 storage cards sold out. Zhang Tao, astounded by the outcome, felt as though he were in a dream, especially with numerous inquiries flooding in from the back end, asking whether any stock remained. Was this the joy of low-price dumping? A staggering 2.5 million had been effortlessly acquired. And observing the fervent enthusiasm of those inquiring, it was evident there was a substantial market. Zhang Tao felt a surge of excitement. He had initially contemplated returning to his original line of work after cautiously selling the 1,000 cards. However, with money flowing in so swiftly, he found himself tempted to delve deeper. He wondered if Lin Fan had any remaining stock. After all, this was a lucrative opportunity. At Lin Fan's end, he had recently relocated from shabby hostel to a splendid apartment. This was a new rental secured after receiving a payment of 5 million, furnished and luxuriously decorated. Ready for immediate habitation, an utterly different experience compared to his previous accommodations. Lately, he had been diligently refreshing his computer knowledge while absorbing information from various online forums and articles by experts, and he had nearly mastered the fundamentals. Though he could now be considered somewhat proficient in computer programming, he still felt overshadowed by true luminaries due to limitations in intellect and mathematical prowess. These aspects could only be rectified by later integrating high IQ talent into his endeavors within the Crystal universe. However, he had grasped the basics of creating simple web scraping tools to extract information from various online knowledge bases. Just then, he received a message from Zhang Tao. Momentarily taken aback, he wondered what prompted this inquiry at such a time. Previously, after inspecting the goods, Zhang Tao had promptly transferred the payment, and Lin Fan had not kept tabs on him thereafter. Shouldn't Zhang Tao be gradually selling those storage cards now? Brother, our prior collaboration was exceedingly pleasant. I simply wish to inquire if you have any more of those defective goods available. If so, I would like to purchase them all. Lin Fan was taken aback. Has the batch I supplied you already sold out? Surely, these are items worth thousands. How could they sell so quickly? After further investigation, Lin Fan realized that word had spread within the community, prompting everyone to rush in for bargains. Now, he found himself in a quandary. Originally, he intended to limit himself to this batch to accumulate initial capital before embarking on legitimate business ventures utilizing his skills. Chapter 11. Sold out. After all, relying on counterfeit goods for profit was not a sustainable strategy, even if his replicas were indistinguishable from the authentic products. Producing a single batch could be manageable, but continuing down this path posed risks and could potentially expose his talents. Yet, witnessing the rapid sales of the storage cards stirred his interest. After all, this represented money. Moreover, storage cards were uniquely compact, energy efficient to produce, and of high value, making them a sought-after item. After some contemplation, he replied, "Brother, I fear the brand may take notice and initiate an investigation. Are you not concerned about the risks involved?" Zhang Tao had already contemplated this. "Brother, I have considered every aspect, but many are still inquiring about stock. I believe there remains a significant market for our cards. I intend to take a chance. Do you not wish to liquidate your inventory entirely? If we complete this transaction discreetly, our future financial worries could be alleviated. Rest assured, I will personally handle the pickup this time, and I intend to sell offline to avoid drawing attention. To be honest, I have been approached by several local retailers seeking to acquire stock. Over the years, I have established connections that could facilitate the distribution of these goods without making waves. Besides, your items are entirely authentic. What is there to fear? Even if issues arise, there's no evidence to prove we sold counterfeit products." Lin Fan pondered this and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I have approximately 700 to 800 cards remaining." On the other end, Zhang Tao's face lit up with joy. "Brother, I will take them all. You need only collect the payment. I will handle everything else. Let us arrange an offline transaction. Mailing them poses too great a risk." Lin Fan nodded and said, "All right, the specific location will be at the abandoned factory on the outskirts of XX City." After finalizing the delivery details, Lin Fan chuckled to himself. He never imagined that one day he would engage in clandestine transactions like a crime lord. Originally, the trading venue was set in the neighboring city, but as the appointed time drew near, he made his way directly to the derelict factory. Carefully placing the box containing the storage cards in a discreet corner of the factory, Lin Fan then retreated to a distant spot with a clear line of sight, where he kept a vigilant watch. When the designated hour arrived, Lin Fan observed a vehicle approaching the factory, from which emerged a bearded man wearing glasses. The individual then took out his phone to send a message. In the next moment, Lin Fan received a message from Zhang Tao. "Brother, I've arrived. Where are you?" Lin Fan promptly replied, "I placed the goods in the factory at XX location, near a certain sign." He then noticed Zhang Tao glancing around before entering the premises. "You are quite cautious, my friend," he laughed, "but I can understand." After a while, Lin Fan saw Zhang Tao exiting the factory, holding the box of storage cards. The latter opened the box for a quick inspection and then sent Lin Fan a confirmation message. Shortly thereafter, he drove away. Once Zhang Tao had departed and the area fell silent, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this was not a trap after all. He headed home, and by the time he arrived, his account had already received several million in funds. With the previous 5 million, Lin Fan's savings had now approached 9 million. His initial excitement had long since transformed into a sense of normalcy. Upon returning home, he resumed his studies of the crystal universe. After a recent period of utilization, the authority of the crystal had significantly increased. Not only had the energy storage capacity expanded, but the range of its capabilities had also broadened, now finally including the ability to scan simple forms of life. The crystal universe had welcomed some nascent life forms, including prokaryotes such as bacteria and archaea, as well as viruses and certain unicellular eukaryotes. However, larger plants and animals remain beyond reach. Yet, proteins or cells that comprise them could be successfully replicated within the universe. In summary, the crystal universe still lacked the capacity to cultivate typical plant and animal life. Lin Fan needed to further enhance external authority and attune himself to additional laws governing life to integrate these principles within the crystal universe. Otherwise, he could directly manipulate life within the universe to evolve into humans and other advanced beings. To some extent, he was not truly omniscient or omnipotent within the crystal universe, which could not yet be regarded as a complete universe, thereby limiting his abilities. Additionally, Lin Fan discovered that his crystal had developed another capability beyond scanning, destruction, and creation. For instance, as he extended his finger, a beam of light suddenly emerged from his fingertip, spiraling and rapidly rotating to bore a hole through an object ahead. This was due to Lin Fan having integrated a power drill into the crystal universe, allowing him to conjure it without needing to expend energy to create one externally. This principle applied not only to power drills, but to all types of machinery. In essence, any tool created by humanity, once incorporated into the crystal universe, could manifest as Lin Fan's ability. For example, should he integrate a gun and bullets into the crystal universe, he would be able to fire energy projectiles directly from his fingertip in reality. This constituted a valuable self-defense skill, despite Lin Fan already possessing the formidable capacity for destruction. However, the latter was conspicuous and energy-intensive, often unnecessary for most situations. The ability to materialize a handgun was far more practical. In addition to offensive capabilities, Lin Fan could also manifest a light wall to block attacks. He could transform into a powerful electromagnet to attract nearby metallic objects, and even conjure gliding wings and parachutes while falling from great heights. However, adding a computer to the crystal universe did not grant him the computational speed akin to that of a computer. Lin Fan speculated that this was still a matter of authority, similar to how he could not access the data stored in the crystal universe south hard drive from the outside. Nonetheless, this skill proved immensely practical, capable of solving a multitude of issues. He delved deeper into computer technology. Meanwhile, after Zhang Tao transferred the money, he began contemplating the sale of these storage cards. This time, he chose to deactivate his previous account on the Flip Fish platform. He had no intention of selling this batch online. Instead, he picked up the phone to reach out to his contacts. Chapter 12. A stir among brands on this day. Many photography enthusiasts and professionals noticed the sudden disappearance of the Flip Fish shop, which had caused quite a stir in the photography community. This immediately sparked speculation among them. Some wondered if the brand had discovered the shop and taken action to shut it down, while others believed the owner had sold out of stock and deactivated the shop to avoid investigation. Many expressed regret for not having purchased earlier, hoping for a new stock to be released, only to find that the merchant had vanished. However, some individuals stumbled upon a batch of these elusive cards while browsing physical stores. They had been discreetly recommended this product by the owner when they expressed interest in purchasing official items. The price was only slightly higher than online, yet it was still significantly cheaper compared to the official store. This discovery filled them with delight. Although the online shop was no longer accessible, the sales model had simply shifted to offline. After acquiring the coveted cards, these individuals shared their experiences online. As word spread through various circles, more people chose to venture into brick-and-mortar stores in hopes of finding luck. Surprisingly, in many slightly larger shops, whenever they inquired, the owners would magically produce the items they sought. Amidst this purchasing frenzy, the 800 storage cards distributed by Zhang Tao quickly sold out across various dealers. Yet, many still sought to buy, but were informed that there were no more in stock. They were told that the problematic batch had been entirely sold out, and no similar products would be available in the future, leaving many latecomers lamenting their missed opportunity. In reality, after the dealers made their sales, they contacted Zhang Tao again, inquiring if he could procure another batch. Zhang Tao, undeterred, reached out to Lin Fan. But this time Lin Fan was resolute in his decision not to engage in this business any longer. Once or twice was acceptable, but if he continually produced goods, suspicions would arise, potentially exposing his secret. At present, he could still attribute the situation to issues with the official production line. However, Lin Fan suspected that Zhang Tao had begun to piece together the truth. If he were to produce more goods, it might lead to the discovery of his stable replication technology. Thus, this business venture was one that he could not pursue further, despite its quick returns. Zhang Tao had no choice but to accept this reality. This incident has become a curious tale within the realm of photography, albeit gradually fading into obscurity. Naturally, the emergence of a plethora of flagship memory cards in the market did not go unnoticed by the brands involved. The first to take note of this matter was Lin Fan's former company. His city is renowned as one of the most developed hubs for electronic products in the country, and his previous employer served as the largest domestic agent for this particular brand. Thus, they were quick to recognize the situation. Initially, when rumors surfaced about a batch of flagship memory cards allegedly leaking into the market, the company's executives scoffed at the notion, deeming it entirely improbable and suspecting it to be a mere ploy for attention or the sale of counterfeit goods. However, they soon sensed something amiss as an increasing number of individuals within the community began discussing the issue, sharing their experiences of purchasing and using the cards with remarkable detail on social media. This finally captured their attention, especially since their sales data indicated that the card's domestic sales could not possibly be this high. Yet, online evidence suggested that a considerable number of people had indeed acquired the product. When company representatives attempted to locate the stores selling these cards, they found that the stock had long since sold out, leaving them empty-handed and relegated to gathering information within the community. The countenance of the company's executives grew increasingly grim as their investigations confirmed the validity of the situation. It was not a matter of mere hype. Indeed, there had been unauthorized channels through which this product had emerged, and its performance was entirely uncompromised. As the domestic agents, this revelation signified a tremendous loss for them, as consumers were opting for gray market goods over genuine products. Consequently, they promptly contacted the brand to express their grievances, questioning how it was possible for substandard products, which should have been destroyed, to enter circulation. To their astonishment, the brand was equally taken aback and completely unaware of the situation. The brand took the matter seriously, dispatching senior executives to the country to ascertain the facts. Upon learning from the agents that an estimated 1,000 gray market flagship memory cards had infiltrated the market, the executive was visibly agitated, exclaiming that it was utterly impossible. The Rexer brand, he insisted, could not possibly have any gray market goods. All products were accounted for. This was their premier product line, and the existence of any gray market items was inconceivable. He firmly asserted that these must be counterfeit or imitations. But the ensuing events swiftly contradicted his claims. The agents had managed to procure several gray market cards from various sources and presented them directly before him. The experts accompanying the brand conducted immediate examinations, their expressions growing increasingly grave. After thorough testing, the experts declared that these cards were indistinguishable from the legitimate products and performed identically. At this point, the executive's demeanor shifted dramatically. The gray market cards bore identical anti-counterfeiting markings, clearly indicating their counterfeit nature. However, the critical issue was that their performance matched that of the originals, and under separate testing, they would not be classified as counterfeit. This realization presented a daunting crisis. He understood that these cards could not have originated from their production line. Rather, they were manufactured in obscure workshops, a chilling revelation. This indicated a complete breach of their company's technology. as someone had set up an identical production line capable of fully replicating their flagship products. What did this imply? These were among the highest technology content memory cards in the world. Currently, these gray market cards were only appearing in Dacia, signifying that Dacia had completely mastered their technology. If they could replicate flagship cards, the implications for their other products were dire. Their company would soon lose its competitive edge. The executive felt as if the sky had fallen. He immediately opted to involve law enforcement, demanding an investigation to uncover who was responsible for stealing their technology and producing counterfeit cards to undercut their market. Upon receiving the report, the police took it seriously. But after a period of investigation, no positive developments emerged. Firstly, aside from a few cards sold to individuals who were reselling them, there were no merchants currently offering these products. All physical stores reported no stock, and the original online store had long since been shut down. The investigation faced difficulties in identifying the shadowy figures behind this scheme. Chapter 13. The panic among major brands and collective price reductions. It became evident that this incident was premeditated, executed with remarkable cleanliness from the outset. Initially, the online store shipped from various locations, with all funds flowing into anonymous foreign accounts. This incensed the brand, as it was manifestly a calculated assault on them. The loss was severe, but the more pressing concern was the unknown adversary lurking in the shadows. If they were not apprehended, the brand would lose its technological edge and its standing in the industry. What further infuriated the brand was their inability to take any action. Users who had purchased the cards were one issue, but when it came to suing the offline sellers, they found themselves bereft of any legal grounds. The sellers staunchly maintained that the authenticity of the cards could not be disproven, asserting that their performance was impeccable, thus rendering their sales legitimate. Ultimately, the beleaguered brand was compelled to issue a public statement, announcing the emergence of counterfeit versions of their flagship memory cards in the market, warning that their lifespan, performance, and data stability could not be guaranteed, and urging consumers to purchase only from official channels. They also vowed to take decisive action against those profiting from the manufacture of imitation cards. This announcement caused a sensation, sparking considerable discussion not only within the photography community, but across the entire internet. Professional bloggers elucidated the events leading up to this situation, drawing a significant audience. Everyone was astounded. It was unfathomable that someone in Dacia had managed to replicate the world's highest-level memory cards, both in appearance and performance, signifying a monumental breakthrough in storage technology. However, the question arose, why resort to producing imitations for clandestine profit when they possessed such advanced technology? As the online discourse unfolded, it became clear that this faction had likely only thoroughly studied the internal structure and manufacturing processes of major brand memory cards. Simultaneously, they possessed formidable imitation capabilities, enabling them to produce indistinguishable memory cards. However, major brands hold numerous patents. It is not sufficient to merely alter the appearance and branding. Should they be found to utilize another's patents, their products would be prohibited from sale. Thus, this faction could only produce high-quality imitations for surreptitious profit. Upon grasping this reality, netizens expressed their astonishment. So that's how it is. That's still quite an accomplishment. Being able to fully replicate is something to boast about for a lifetime. Indeed, many domestic giants have struggled to break through the high-end storage technology barrier, unable to produce cards of such caliber due to patent restrictions. They are unable to even replicate. While this faction has, in certain respects, surpassed the major players. Who is this enigmatic figure, possessing such remarkable technology that could easily pave the way into other industries for substantial profit? Which industrial giant has let this elusive talent slip through their fingers? It seems more prudent to surrender oneself to the state, for it would provide a safety net. This indeed shatters the monopoly on high-end storage. Could it potentially provoke foreign manufacturers to lower their prices and cease their exploitation of users in the Great Sigh? This is our hero. Ha! Even purveyors of counterfeit goods can boast. Do they comprehend the extent of the losses inflicted upon the legitimate brands? Moreover, can you guarantee that the storage cards they sell are entirely faultless? Perhaps they will malfunction after just a week or two of use. The preceding comments must surely originate from the brand's paid supporters, right? Who can they blame for having their technology thoroughly dissected? Where was your sense of justice when they were profiting off users through monopolistic practices? Let us not even delve into why the prices abroad are so much lower than those domestically. As a fortunate purchaser of this batch of goods, all I can say is, brothers, acquiring them is akin to striking gold. The experience is remarkably smooth. When will the next batch be available? I can hardly wait. I'm always the last to learn of any opportunity to snag a deal. The brand representatives are surely incensed by the online discourse. Initially, they intended to issue a statement to incite public condemnation and discourage purchases of cards from dubious origins, thus depriving the competitor of their market. Instead, they inadvertently promoted the rival and inadvertently bestowed them with a favorable reputation. This is a dire situation. The brand is acutely aware that selling their flagship storage cards in Great Xia will be exceedingly challenging henceforth, as everyone now knows that merchants can replicate identical cards at a fraction of the cost. Who would opt for the official product? Furthermore, those with purchasing intentions have likely already secured a counterfeit card. Meanwhile, the executives at Lin Fan's company are experiencing considerable frustration. As the largest distributor, they are sitting on a substantial inventory of genuine products, which are now nearly unsellable. Lin Fan has undoubtedly inflicted significant losses upon them. However, they can only mutter curses in private, utterly powerless to act. Concurrently, this incident has stirred quite a commotion within the circles of storage manufacturing brands. Foreign brands were taken aback and hastily ordered investigations to determine whether replicas of their products were circulating in the market. Upon discovering none, they breathed a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, they simultaneously intensified their confidentiality measures, fearing that this unknown force might suddenly shift its focus toward them. They cannot afford to revel in schadenfreude. For if the rival can replicate Rexer, they can undoubtedly replicate their entire product line. After extensive deliberation, these brands simultaneously announced varying degrees of price reductions for all their products in Great Xia. This is their strategic response. They analyzed why only the high-priced storage cards were being replicated, concluding that while this force could flawlessly duplicate products, the costs remain high. Thus, they chose such high-end targets to maximize profits. As a result, these brands decided to lower their own prices, making it less profitable for the rival to replicate and sell. This significantly mitigates the risk of being undercut. Even the beleaguered Rexer company reluctantly announced price reductions across its high-end product line. Now, one can acquire a flagship storage card, originally priced at 10,000 yuan, for merely 8,888 yuan. This undoubtedly represents a significant boon for users in Great Xia. The entire photography community has descended into a frenzy, attributing this development entirely to that mysterious force. The ones who have suffered the most in this affair are the agents and merchants who hoarded vast quantities of official products. They feel as if they've swallowed a fly. Utterly discontented, this has led to a considerable erosion of their profits. Such a sweeping price reduction was previously unimaginable, especially as it is not due to an upgrade cycle. Previously, due to technological barriers, prices in this category remained remarkably stable, serving as their proverbial cash cow. Chapter 14, Simulated Solar System. Now all of that has vanished. Not only have they incurred substantial losses on their existing inventory, but future profits from each order will also inevitably decline. Their animosity towards this mysterious force has grown intensely, and they're now fully invested in uncovering any clues regarding this entity. However, their efforts are destined to be in vain. Subsequently, this force seemed to recognize the heightened scrutiny or perhaps the effectiveness of the major brand's price reduction strategies, as it has not resurfaced since. The impact of this incident eventually waned, becoming an enigma within the industry. It wasn't until many years later that a colossal tech giant emerged in Great Xia, showcasing a plethora of astonishing technological achievements that people began to associate this event with it. But that is a tale for another time. For now, Lin Fan has ceased releasing products, and the foreign storage card titans can finally rest easy. He has been vigilantly monitoring the online developments, observing how his replicated batch has left the international storage industry titans in disarray, ultimately resorting to price cuts as a solution. A slight smile graces his lips. Indeed, one can surmise that these brands will think twice before arbitrarily setting prices in the future. His intervention has certainly benefited the domestic market. He chuckles, shaking his head, as he watches the domestic storage industry giants publicly extend an invitation for him to join company interviews. Possessing such formidable capabilities, he is undoubtedly destined for a grander stage. Lin Fan gazes at the display screen before him. After considerable effort over this period, he has amassed an extensive database through technological means, encompassing knowledge from various fields and detailed information on numerous topics. This database is substantial, requiring several large-scale hard disk arrays for storage. At this moment, he activates the scanning capabilities of the crystal, transferring all these hard disks into the crystal universe. He closes his eyes, and in the next instant, he finds himself within the crystal universe. At this moment, the crystal universe has undergone a remarkable transformation. At first glance, it is now utterly indistinguishable from the real universe. The originally simplistic and chaotic characteristics have vanished. For instance, the layer of gray mist that once enveloped the crystal universe has dissipated, and unlike before, where there was no night and no sun gracing the sky, it is now suffused with light. A brilliant red sun now hangs in the sky, radiating blinding light upon the earth. In addition to the sun, there are now moons and other planets of the solar system, all orbiting in accordance with a specific order. Lin Fan has meticulously constructed this based on external astronomical data and the laws of celestial motion. Presently, the crystal universe is in perfect synchrony with the external cosmos. Moreover, the land beneath his feet has morphed into an irregular pear-shaped entity suspended in space. Its size, shape, terrain, and mass are all in complete accordance with the external blue star. Lin Fan has precisely sculpted this planet in the crystal universe using data from the external blue star. The location he currently occupies corresponds to a spot in the northern hemisphere of the Great Xia continent. The oceans have also been meticulously crafted by Lin Fan. It is worth noting that Lin Fan merely constructed the ocean using data from seas across the globe, incorporating some rudimentary forms of life, such as blue-green algae. Although the shape of the blue planet has been meticulously sculpted to closely resemble that of the external world, no cities have been erected. Furthermore, due to a lack of understanding regarding the internal structure and elemental distribution deep within the blue planet, he has only established some basic areas rich in resources and various geological features, including volcanoes, while delineating the internal stratification. The specific distribution of elemental regions within does not align with that of the outside world, particularly as Lin Fan currently has access only to a limited array of basic elements. Thus, the planets within the crystal universe are fundamentally constructed from these few elements. Nonetheless, the climate of this planet has commenced a favorable operation, resembling the blue planet of the external world, owing to the integration of fundamental scientific principles. After completing the construction of the planet, Lin Fan immediately teleported into space to witness the planet's visage from a cosmic perspective. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the photographs taken from space in reality. He had no desire to visit Mars or any other celestial bodies, as he lacked first-hand exploration of these planets, and merely constructed them based on the descriptions and environments found in existing materials, without meticulous refinement. The discrepancies with reality remain significant. Particularly concerning the sun, he merely designated it as a sphere comparable in size and surface temperature to the sun in reality. Notably, through the duration of constructing the crystal universe and continuously utilizing crystals to scan external elements for incorporation into his universe, Lin Fan's authority has expanded immensely. He is now able to scan the majority of life forms and is on the verge of scanning humans. However, Lin Fan is quite curious about what would transpire should he incorporate humans into the crystal universe. When independent, thinking replica emerge? Recently, he has been exploring various natural environments and visiting botanical and zoological gardens. Unbeknownst to anyone, as he toured these places, his universe quietly populated with one life form after another. The city where Lin Fan currently resides has flourished into a lush paradise. For the sake of ecological diversity, he has only introduced a selection of widely distributed flora and fauna from the real world globally, while confining the unique ecosystems of his city to a singular locale. Additionally, due to the relatively homogeneous genetic makeup of the scanned organisms, Lin Fan has devised a solution. While he has replicated these plants and animals in abundance, he has also modified their genetic structures. By tracing the lineage of these singular genes, he has initiated a process of continual differentiation and hereditary mutation from a particular generation onward, while simultaneously preventing them from entirely evolving into different species. Consequently, even within the crystal universe, the genetic diversity of the same species is now incredibly rich and varied. At this moment, Lin Fan's figure materialized within his opulent mansion. In an expansive and exquisitely designed Western-style courtyard, the plants have been meticulously pruned into various shapes. In the center, a fountain gracefully flows. To the left, a vast bamboo grove can be seen. As Lin Fan approached, he noticed a few rotund, black and white creatures lazily munching on bamboo, their appearance delightfully endearing. Upon entering the bamboo grove, the giant pandas promptly set down their bamboo and joyfully rushed towards him, quickly surrounding Lin Fan and nuzzling against him. Lin Fan relished this moment, as such an opportunity to interact with so many pandas at once is rare in reality. Ever since he gained the ability to scan animals, he had rushed to the zoo to replicate the pandas into his universe. Now, over 20,000 pandas inhabit the planet, far exceeding their numbers on the blue planet. The ones before him are his cherished pets residing in his estate. He has imbued them with a gentle disposition and a sense of loyalty, which explains their affectionate behavior towards him. Chapter 15, Target Project, the Revival Elixir. After enjoying some time with the pandas, Lin Fan shifted his focus to more serious matters. In the next moment, he found himself several hundred meters underground, in an expansive space spanning several kilometers. At this moment, guided by Lin Fan's will, countless sheets of paper materialized from thin air, swirling around him. Each sheet was densely filled with a wealth of organized information. This was the database Lin Fan had acquired in reality. At this moment, the papers rapidly stacked upon one another, forming thick tomes that were meticulously arranged into a colossal, circular mountain of books. Upon completing this task, Lin Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. The next instant, he appeared outside, retaining an immense trove of database information in his mind. It was done, with the vast database resonating within his mind. Lin Fan has now mastered a considerable amount of knowledge across all fields of the world. In terms of erudition, no one in this world could rival him at a ratio of 1:10. This would prove invaluable for his future business endeavors. Ever since acquiring the crystal, Lin Fan has been resolute in his future direction. He intends to embark on a path of scientific research. With the crystal's assistance, he can achieve results with minimal effort. The crystal universe not only dissects everything, but also allows for limitless experimentation without the constraints of craftsmanship, providing boundless resources for endless experimentation. This was a realm born for research. Thus, even though Lin Fan has never possessed an aptitude for science and does not hail from scientific background, he must cultivate himself into a scientist. As for the first step in his scientific career, Lin Fan has chosen to venture into the biopharmaceutical industry. This is also one of the reasons he has introduced so many organisms into the crystal universe. The greater the diversity of life forms, the more he can unlock the entirety of the biological realm, rendering the research conditions within the crystal universe relatively complete. A living organism essentially encompasses all elements within various disciplines, such as cells and genes, from foundational to cutting-edge knowledge. However, in the realm of physics and chemistry, Lin Fan has yet to gather a comprehensive collection of all elements and their isotopes, rendering the conditions incomplete. He chose biopharmaceuticals also because of the substantial profits associated with this field. The first medication he aims to develop is a regenerative healing agent. This inspiration arose from a product he previously encountered, known as the Revival Liquid. This medication is derived from the bodily tissues of cockroaches and is highly effective for wound healing. Lin Fan suddenly pondered the myriad resilient creatures that inhabit this world, including axolotls and earthworms, which can regenerate even when severed. Undoubtedly, within this phenomenon lies the secret of regeneration. If he could thoroughly comprehend their principles and apply them to humans, then humanity would no longer need to worry about enduring irreversible injuries. Even if limbs were lost, they could regenerate, and should organs fail and require transplantation, there would be no need for the agonizing wait in line, nor the lifelong suffering from rejection post-transplant. Scientists are certainly intrigued by this notion. However, the mysteries of life are exceedingly complex. Even now, humanity is merely at the nascent stage of understanding, far from realizing the goal of superlative human healing. In reality, research in this area faces myriad challenges. Living organisms are extraordinarily intricate, and deciphering the function of every cellular tissue and gene, identifying suitable research directions, and generating results requires considerable time, potentially the efforts of several generations. Particularly in this realm of research, the financial resources consumed are substantial. However, Lin Fan is a different case entirely. In the crystal universe, he possesses omniscience. By simply introducing life into this universe, he can effortlessly acquire all pertinent information and discern the optimal pathways. Moreover, resources are boundless, allowing him to conduct countless experiments without concern for cost to achieve the finest outcomes. Lin Fan's perspective is as follows. He has already amassed a considerable body of knowledge in the field of biology, encompassing many cutting-edge research papers. It soon became clear to him how to proceed with his research, which essentially involves introducing requisite elements into the crystal universe. He needs to procure all pharmaceutical components related to cellular regeneration from the real world, some of which are synthetic while others are natural, such as the active ingredients found in stem cells. Additionally, he must gather all creatures endowed with regenerative abilities, including various salamanders, planarians, sea stars, hydra, sponges, and more. Previously, the organisms he had introduced into the crystal universe were merely conventional. Following this, the most vital requirement arises. He needs experimental subjects, specifically humans. At this moment, Lin Fan cannot yet incorporate others into the crystal universe, but after the next round of collection, he should possess sufficient authority. Subsequently, Lin Fan embarked on a flurry of activity, simultaneously ordering various necessary pharmaceutical components online while seeking institutions housing those regenerative organisms. Some particularly rare species are exceedingly scarce, perhaps only existing in the wild. Nonetheless, collecting the majority suffices. After approximately a week, Lin Fan appeared fatigued yet exhilarated. Within this week, he had finally amassed an adequate supply of materials. Most crucially, he had unlocked the authority to scan and add humans. The thought of introducing highly intelligent individuals into the crystal universe, thereby augmenting his own intellect, filled Lin Fan with immense excitement. He could finally transform himself into a genius. Coupled with his existing knowledge base, he would emerge as a top-tier scientist. A suitable candidate vividly materialized in his mind, one he had long since decided upon. Half an hour later, Lin Fan arrived at the city's largest tertiary hospital. Within a private office, he encountered the individual he sought. A young man, remarkably handsome yet somewhat pallid, greeted Lin Fan with a smile. "Afan, you've come." Lin Fan smiled and nodded in return. "I had some free time. Thought I'd come see you, Xing. It's been a while." The individual was named Zheng Xing, a peer of Lin Fan and one of his few friends. They had met during their university years. Zheng Xing was undeniably a prominent figure at their institution. His IQ was the highest Lin Fan had ever encountered, often leading Lin Fan to reflect that the disparity between people is even greater than that between humans and apes. Despite his exceptional intellect, Zheng Xing did not look down upon Lin Fan. Rather, they forged a friendship, often engaging in deep conversations. After graduation, Lin Fan joined an ordinary company, while Zheng Xing, due to his brilliance, obtained a PhD in just a few years and was swiftly recruited by the city's largest hospital with a lucrative salary, where he balanced saving lives with research endeavors. Presently, he appeared to be thriving at the hospital, having secured his own office. However, upon observing Zheng Xing's complexion, Lin Fan was taken aback. Zheng Xing's pallor was unhealthy, and he appeared considerably more frail than during their school days. Although he masked it well, Lin Fan sensed an underlying discomfort, an unsettling frailty about him. Occasionally, Zheng Xing's hands trembled involuntarily. Noticing Lin Fan's gaze, Zheng Xing instinctively concealed his hands. Lin Fan felt surprised. He had initially intended to check on Zheng Xing and subsequently scan him into the crystal universe, but this unexpected turn piqued his curiosity. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on Zheng Xing and queried in a subdued tone, "How is her health?" Zheng Xing shivered slightly, but replied with a smile, "I'm doing all right, just a bit busy and exhausted. I suppose you've noticed." He then diverted the conversation, asking, "By the way, why are you here on a weekday? Should you be at work? Are you still with that same company?" Lin Fan responded, "Oh, I'm now a free agent, planning to start my own venture." Zheng Xing was equally surprised. "Is that so? However, the current business climate is challenging. Just be mindful, and if you need assistance, feel free to ask." They continued to converse, but Lin Fan grew increasingly curious. Zheng Xing seemed to lack his former vigor, appearing almost devoid of life, with moments of vacant expression flashing in his eyes. Lin Fan yearned to understand what Zheng Xing had been through, but it was evident that Zheng Xing was reluctant to broach the subject. Thus, Lin Fan would have to investigate on his own. They reminisced about recent experiences, momentarily rekindling memories of their youthful days in school. After agreeing to meet for dinner, they parted ways. However, as they departed, Lin Fan noticed a glimmer of envy in Zheng Xing's eyes. He remarked meaningfully, "Afan, although I'm doing well, you cannot imagine how envious I am of your current state. If only lives could be exchanged to experience your existence, how wonderful it would be. I can see you've truly discovered your purpose in life. Your entire demeanor has transformed for what it once was. Unlike me, who feels stagnant in this existence." Lin Fan was taken aback, about to inquire further, but Zheng Xing offered a faint smile, indicating he would not elaborate. Lin Fan hurried home, closed his eyes, and entered the crystal universe. He gazed at the figure of Zheng Xing, suspended in the air, overwhelmed with emotion. Upon entering the crystal universe, he reverted to a state of omniscience and quickly discerned the source of Zheng Xing's peculiar behavior. The issue lay within his body. Zheng Xing was ill, afflicted by a dire condition that instilled dread in the outside world, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. His internal nerves had begun to atrophy. No wonder he appeared so despondent. In the past, Lin Fan would have lamented the injustice of fate, feeling sorrow for his friend. Yet now, he was no ordinary person. Lin Fan felt entirely capable of addressing Zheng Xing's predicament. He was particularly grateful for having noticed his friend's troubles early on and for having serendipitously selected recovery medication as his first research objective. Was this not fortuitous? In Lin Fan's design, the recovery drug could reverse permanent tissue damage, certainly capable of healing nerve injuries. Thus, if he succeeded in development, addressing the global challenge of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis would be well within reach. Now, all factors had converged, initially focused on recreating a high IQ talent in the crystal universe. He had inadvertently acquired a ready-made patient sample. However, Lin Fan did not immediately plunge into research. His interest was piqued by other aspects. The replicated Zheng Xing before him, though his eyes were open, exhibited no signs of consciousness or emotional interaction, resembling a mere mechanical life form. When Lin Fan posed certain inquiries to him, he would respond with mechanical answers that suggested a high level of intelligence, capable of delivering such intricate responses. Yet, he lacked the essence of humanity, starkly contrasting with the vibrant spirit of Zheng Xing from the outside world. This disparity led Lin Fan to ponder. Could it be that, despite his ability to scan human beings, this replication remained incomplete, deficient in certain attributes, those quintessential aspects that define humanity? Concepts such as dark matter and the soul began to surface in his mind. Might it be true that human thought transcends mere brainwave activity, harboring deeper mysteries? Perhaps his authority in the external realm had yet to reach such heights, thus allowing him to only replicate an intelligent facade devoid of a soul. Or is it that the soul is singular and irreplicable? Lin Fan couldn't help but draw parallels to his own situation. Each time he traversed the cosmos, he left behind a lifeless body in the original universe. So what was it that journeyed? Could this be a similar phenomenon? A bold thought emerged. If the Zheng Xing of the external world were to perish, would the copy within the crystalline universe suddenly acquire its own sentience? However, he shook his head. Although he yearned to uncover the truth, it would be prudent to defer such inquiries for later exploration. For now, even if he could not fully replicate humanity, achieving a mere physical duplication would suffice for his research. In fact, this might prove even more advantageous. The original Lin Fan had harbored certain psychological burdens. Casting all of this aside, he decided to focus on his current research. Ever since he copied Zheng Xing into the crystalline universe, he felt his brain functioning with unprecedented efficacy, thoughts flowing with agility and inspiration erupting like a fountain. Goodness, is this what it means to possess the mind of genius? He, too, had become an intellectual prodigy. Not only did Lin Fan inherit Zheng Xing's intelligence, but he also acquired all of his knowledge, experiences, and memories, as if he had lived through Zheng Xing's life from his perspective. A new persona of Zheng Xing appeared within his mind, yet Lin Fan meticulously stripped away all but the memories, skills, and experiences, ensuring that this persona would exert no influence over his dominant self. In summary, Lin Fan had now attained the intellectual and scholarly stature of a genius researcher in the field of biomedicine. Although he had initially implanted a knowledge package in this domain, he would have needed time to assimilate it as his own. Now, however, such an effort was rendered unnecessary. Simultaneously, Lin Fan discovered that although he had acquired Zheng Xing's high intelligence, he had not inherited his amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. It seemed that this ability only conferred the advantages of the subject. With a mere thought, Zheng Xing before him suddenly split into two, then four. And soon the space around him was teeming with thousands of copies of Zheng Xing. Lin Fan closed his eyes and sensed the situation, only to shake his head in disappointment. Chapter 17. Mutant Cockroaches and Rehabilitation Serums. Initially, he had thought that having one highly intelligent human in the crystalline universe would enhance his own intelligence significantly. However, it quickly became apparent that such simplistic replication was ineffective. Lin Fan surmised that this was due to the zero differences among these copies. To elevate his intelligence further, he would need to introduce other differentiated high-intelligence individuals into the crystalline universe. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Fan formally commenced his research on methods to treat amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. He selected one of the copies, and with a thought, the muscle and nerve atrophy within this replica was immediately reversed, returning to peak condition, even rectifying its genetic defects. Throughout the process, Lin Fan meticulously monitored the changes occurring within the target's body with his mind. Shaking his head, he concluded that such methods were too simplistic and crude. What he required were non-miraculous therapeutic techniques applicable in the external world, possessing universal applicability. He targeted another defective copy and issued a new command. He needed a biological treatment plan that could completely cure its internal defects, repair bodily damage, enable regeneration of cells, nerves, and organs, and ensure no recurrence with no side effects. Soon, within the crystalline universe, the internal components and genes of the flora and fauna Lin Fan had brought, along with various chemical agents and compounds, began to stir. Following his directives, one treatment plan after another materialized. Some involved reactions between several agents, forming entirely new compounds. Others extracted components from certain flora and fauna. Some involved the extraction and fusion of genes from various regenerative organisms, implanting them into an animal to create an entirely new mutant species. Some extracted stem cells from these copies for genetic editing, subsequently reintroducing them into the body. What astonished Lin Fan was the sheer number of pharmaceutical components and treatment methods that humanity had yet to discover. It is worth noting that these were merely treatment plans based on pure biochemical agents, and it was likely that analogous therapeutic approaches existed in other fields as well. Observing the multitude of treatment options before him, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Further screening was necessary. He continued to exert his will. He required a drug manufacturing process that was simple and capable of large-scale production. He needed this drug to possess sufficient anti-counterfeiting mechanisms. These two requirements were almost contradictory. A straightforward production process capable of mass replication implied ease of imitation. Lin Fan did not wish for the cost of this drug to be prohibitively high, as maximizing profit was essential. Yet, he also did not want it to be easily replicated by other pharmaceutical companies once released. Soon, only one treatment plan remained before him. Lin Fan carefully sensed it for a moment and nodded in satisfaction. This treatment plan was deceptively simple, essentially an upgraded version of an existing rehabilitation serum. Moreover, the production cost was low and the encryption measures were robust. The final route determined was to cultivate a genetically mutated cockroach. Gene fragments extracted from other regenerative organisms would be implanted into the cockroach, creating a novel mutant. These cockroaches would be raised on a special feed. Subsequently, they would be dried and ground into powder, ultimately forming a miraculous rehabilitation remedy that could be administered orally, injected, or applied topically. This remedy would effectively treat any bodily damage, including various organ and muscle nerve injuries, by activating and reversing the generation of specific stem cells within the body, which would then differentiate into the required cells for regeneration and healing. Upon using this rehabilitation drug, as long as the organs within the body had not completely perished, it could repair permanent damage and restore the organs to a healthy state. This included the potential to remedy nerve and muscle atrophy. It equated to curing a multitude of terminal illnesses, including amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Lin Fan could envision the monumental waves this drug would create in the biomedical community upon its release. The accolades would be plentiful, not to mention the astonishing profits it would yield. Annual revenues in the trillions of dollars would be modest, depending primarily on how he priced it. Most crucially, this genetically mutated cockroach would lose its therapeutic properties after reproducing for 3 generations, and it would require specialized feed for sustenance. This ensures that the population of these cockroaches will solely be under Lin Fan's control. Lin Fan merely needs to replicate the primordial eggs infinitely within the crystal universe and subsequently produce them in the external world, which will not require excessive energy. A single egg can proliferate through 3 generations, yielding a substantial quantity of raw materials. However, for outsiders, acquiring these cockroaches proves utterly futile. Even if they laboriously manage to steal a sample, they will discover that the descendants of these cockroaches lack any medicinal properties. Furthermore, even those within 3 generations will not exhibit any therapeutic effects unless they possess the nourishing formula. Even if, hypothetically, adversaries invest heavily to clone the cockroaches within 3 generations and ascertain how to nurture them, the resulting concoction will remain ineffective. This is due to Lin Fan's ultimate secrecy measures. The final production process of this potion necessitates a last step involving an exceedingly intricate stabilizer, which is nearly impossible to analyze or synthesize, present in minimal quantities, yet wielding significant influence. This stabilizer not only facilitates the perfect adaptation of the drug components to the human body, but also ensures that no deformities occur during the healing process. Lin Fan will not synthesize this stabilizer externally using machinery. He will exclusively create it through the capabilities of the crystal. With these layers of confidentiality combined, Lin Fan is confident that he can maximize his exclusive profits from the restorative potion. With a mere thought, a mature cockroach and several eggs manifested in Lin Fan's hand. The distinctive trait of this mutated cockroach is its striking emerald green hue, with both the eggs and egg cases sharing the same verdant color. He waved his hand, and these entities instantly vanished. In the next moment, several bottles of completed restorative potion appeared in his grasp. The potion, naturally, was also green, appearing remarkably clear, akin to an electrolyte drink. Upon unscrewing the cap, he was met with a pungent odor. He furrowed his brow. This was perhaps the sole drawback of the potion. The next instant, he awoke in reality, as the crystal on his forehead emerged, casting forth a radiant beam. A few bottles of potion materialized on the table. Lin Fan refrained from immediately opting to create the mutated cockroach's egg cases in the external world. He suddenly realized that his research had progressed too smoothly, leaving numerous preparatory tasks unaddressed. Next, it was imperative to register a biopharmaceutical company and secure a plot of land to construct a laboratory and a high-standard factory. Upon searching the information in his mind, Lin Fan discovered that this was no simple endeavor. Chapter 18. Mass production of pufferfish toxin. Establishing a pharmaceutical enterprise not only requires numerous qualifications, but also demands substantial investment. Lin Fan calculated that including equipment procurement and factory construction, he would need nearly 100 million to cover all expenses. Clearly, the funds currently at his disposal were insufficient. It seemed he needed to earn some money first. He could no longer engage in the business of copying storage cards, as he was no longer interested in those profits. Now that his authority had upgraded, enabling him to replicate and create more complex biological materials and active components, it was only natural to leverage this for financial gain. Drawing upon the information in his mind, Lin Fan swiftly compiled an extensive list of valuable components: pufferfish toxin, sponge toxin, botulinum toxin, mesenchymal stem cells, paclitaxel, and restriction endonucleases. These were all exceedingly costly, comprising rare natural components with limited synthetic methods, yet they held immense efficacy. For instance, the pufferfish toxin, which is most familiar to people, requires the extraction of 1 gram from 20 kilograms of pufferfish ovaries. The value of this 1 gram can reach hundreds of thousands or even millions. However, the worth of pufferfish toxin is not solely attributable to its rarity. Its vast utility also plays a crucial role. As an almost perfect anesthetic, it boasts no side effects and possesses unlimited potential. Lin Fan resolved to pursue this. If 1 gram could be sold for 100,000 gold coins, then producing and selling 1 kilogram would effortlessly yield 1 billion gold coins. With just 10 kilograms, Lin Fan would no longer need to worry about financial issues. However, the global annual output of pufferfish toxin hovers around only 20 to 30 kilograms. Naturally, if feasible, Lin Fan would prefer to trade sponge toxin, which is valued at 1,000 times that of pufferfish toxin. Unfortunately, accessing sponge toxin is exceedingly difficult. It requires deep-sea sponges, which are challenging for humans to harvest. And it takes 1 ton of sponge to extract mere micrograms of toxin. This toxin is too rare, and it is evident that Lin Fan would find it impossible to acquire a sample. Without a sample, he could not generate it within the crystal universe. Unlike pufferfish, which are abundantly available in reality and can be sampled at a market. Having previously replicated numerous organisms, Lin Fan had yet to include pufferfish. At that time, he prioritized replicating primarily non-toxic or less hazardous flora and fauna. Without hesitation, he set out to the market. After browsing for a while, he promptly added a multitude of new organisms, including pufferfish, cobras, and scorpions, into the crystal universe. Lin Fan swiftly replicated an entire bottle containing 10 kilograms of pufferfish toxin within the crystal universe. He then utilized the crystal to produce it in reality. Subsequently, Lin Fan opened his computer and, through certain operations, connected to the dark web, posting an advertisement for the sale of large quantities of pufferfish toxin. He set the price for 10 kilograms at approximately 800 million gold coins, slightly below market value, in hopes of expediting the sale to obtain funds. As expected, his post attracted numerous eyes immediately, astonishing everyone. Pufferfish toxin has never been a bulk commodity. It is typically traded by the gram. It is virtually impossible for anyone to produce such a substantial quantity at once, as it would require concentrated hunting of numerous pufferfish followed by toxin extraction and collection. Many remain skeptical, believing it must be a hoax, as the dark web is rife with false information. However, some individuals began to earnestly investigate Lin Fan's post, noting that his pricing was lower than market rates, leading them to speculate that Lin Fan had mastered a method to directly extract and refine pufferfish toxin from marine algae or synthesize it artificially. Pufferfish toxin is not exclusive to the pufferfish. It accumulates in their bodies after consuming certain algae. Other marine organisms, such as the cone snail and blue-ringed octopus, also contain pufferfish toxin. If Lin Fan had indeed discovered a low-cost method for obtaining substantial quantities of pufferfish toxin, it would be groundbreaking. Consequently, many became intrigued by the technology Lin Fan possessed. He received numerous private messages from individuals wishing to purchase the technology or seeking collaboration. Lin Fan disregarded all of these inquiries. Ultimately, those behind the messages found themselves helpless. After all, this was the dark web, and Lin Fan operated anonymously. Furthermore, were they in his position, they too would be unwilling to trade such technology. Pufferfish toxin is, after all, a coveted commodity, valuable yet scarce. Soon after, orders began to pour in for Lin Fan, with agreements to first trade some samples, and, if satisfactory, they would purchase all of Lin Fan's stock and continue to acquire as much as needed thereafter. Lin Fan selected a few who claimed to be major pharmaceutical companies, appearing relatively reliable to conduct the transactions. After shutting down his computer, Lin Fan proceeded to a multinational logistics company to dispatch samples, and subsequently made a visit to the hospital bearing several vials of rehabilitation medicine. He intended to check on Zheng Xing's condition and, in addition, to scan other patients suffering from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, along with various other ailments that might benefit from the rehabilitation drugs. He had purchased an abundance of gifts, only to discover upon arrival at the hospital that Zheng Xing had taken a leave of absence and was not present. Thus, he ventured to the inpatient area, feigning the role of a compassionate individual, distributing gifts to several patients while simultaneously adding their medical profiles to the crystal universe. While inhaling the fresh air on the hospital lawn, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon a gaunt middle-aged man, alone in a wheelchair, tucked away in a corner. The man's complexion was ashen, his body exceedingly frail, and his eyes conveyed a profound emptiness. His head rested against the back of the wheelchair, evidently devoid of the strength to even hold it up. As Lin Fan approached, the man remained unresponsive, his demeanor numb, exuding an odor of decay. Lin Fan closed his eyes and scanned the man into the crystal universe, observing the struggle for breath. Akin to a drowning individual gasping for air yet unable to summon rescue or find immediate relief. He was struck by a sense of despair and fear that permeated the air as the man awaited death in an agonizing stillness. The horror of such an affliction was overwhelming, as it shattered both body and spirit, leaving behind a mere shell of a once vibrant being. This was a living soul, perhaps with only days left to live, unaware that a life-saving remedy had already emerged in this world. As Lin Fan gazed into the man's eyes, he suddenly realized he wielded the power to alter a person's fate, to command life and death. This revelation enveloped him in an exhilarating sense of omnipotence and unparalleled achievement. Though he had previously acquired the crystal, he had yet to detach from his identity as an ordinary individual. Taking a deep breath to quell his trembling, he opened his eyes and cast a calm glance at the man. This sensation was indeed sublime. He felt gratitude for being afforded such an experience for the first time. With that, he resolved to bestow upon him a chance at transformation. Lin Fan retrieved a vial of rehabilitation medicine. Chapter 19. An unquestionable genius. Ensuring that no one was around and that surveillance was absent, Lin Fan stealthily approached from behind, extracting a small syringe from his pocket and drawing the rehabilitation medicine into it, approximately 10 milliliters. With precision, he injected it into the man's back muscle. The man remained oblivious to the procedure, his body long since numbed. Having completed his task, Lin Fan discarded the syringe in a nearby trash bin and discreetly exited the hospital, unaware that his actions would soon ignite a considerable uproar. Upon returning, Lin Fan immersed himself in a flurry of activity. He needed to register a business license, acquire various permits for the pharmaceutical company, and select an appropriate plot of land to establish a laboratory and factory. The mere thought of it overwhelmed him. Consequently, he contacted a headhunting firm to find a reliable professional manager, preferably someone with experience in the pharmaceutical industry, so he could assume a hands-off role. A few days later, a man in a tailored suit, appearing to be in his 30s and exuding an air of maturity and composure, stood before Lin Fan. Liang Feng observed his young boss, a mere 20-something, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, feeling as though he had boarded a sinking ship. It was well known that he had garnered a modest reputation in the industry, his capabilities exceptional, with many major companies offering lucrative salaries to secure his services. However, due to certain circumstances, he had declined all offers, primarily because he did not wish to work far from home. Thus, he had remained unemployed during this period. A local, Liang Feng had come to value enjoying life over relentless career pursuits after experiencing various events. He preferred to remain close to his parents in his hometown. His hesitance to secure another job stemmed from the lack of suitable companies in the area. However, the headhunting firm had recently reached out, presenting an opportunity for a high-paying position as the general manager of a local pharmaceutical company. Without much thought, he agreed to meet, only to be taken aback upon discovering that his boss was a mere young man in his 20s, seemingly inexperienced. Most alarmingly, this so-called pharmaceutical company had yet to be registered. It was as if the foundation had not even been laid. He sighed inwardly, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Was this not a waste of his time? He resolved to block the headhunter who had contacted him. Liang Feng did not doubt Lin Fan's financial capacity to establish a pharmaceutical company. Rather, he yearned for a position within an existing, promising enterprise. The pharmaceutical industry was not one that one could easily penetrate. Additionally, given Lin Fan's youth, he harbored little hope for the company's future, feeling it unnecessary to squander any more time. Just as he contemplated a polite refusal, Lin Fan, perceptive to Liang Feng's thoughts, was quite pleased with him. Liang Feng's extensive professional background made him the ideal candidate. Lin Fan understood he must demonstrate his capabilities to convey that the project he envisioned held great promise. Mr. Liang, please don't be in haste to decline. I have something to show you, Lin Fan said, extending a tablet device towards him. Liang Feng, intrigued, accepted it and soon became engrossed. The tablet displayed a comprehensive log of animal experiments. With his expertise, Liang Feng was able to comprehend the details, and as he read, his eyes widened in astonishment, his hands trembling slightly. The experimental log contained both text and video footage, alongside various professionally presented charts and data, all narrating a singularly significant revelation. There was hope for the insidious affliction of a myotrophic lateral sclerosis. In the video, a mouse afflicted by the disease, nearing death due to muscle atrophy, received an injection of a small dosage of a green liquid. Within days, it exhibited a remarkable resurgence of vitality. Its muscles regained strength, and it returned to a normal stature, with all health indicators reflecting a full recovery. The experimental data encompassed numerous successful cases. At this moment, Liang Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes filled with awe. This was a myotrophic lateral sclerosis, a conundrum that had perplexed the medical community for ages. With no viable treatment solutions, many notable figures had suffered from this condition, which rendered them in excruciating pain as their nerves deteriorated, culminating in the struggle to breathe. It was widely regarded as one of the most terrifying diseases known to the public. Now, he was being told that this ailment was not insurmountable and that a complete cure had been discovered, albeit only in mice. Liang Feng instantly lifted his gaze, his expression fierce as he looked at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, is this experimental record? He yearned to inquire who had produced such extraordinary results, though he already harbored an answer within, unable to fathom that a young man had accomplished such groundbreaking work. His mind raced with further questions, particularly regarding the nature of the green liquid. As if anticipating his thoughts, Lin Fan spoke. This is my achievement. No one else was involved, and I am the sole bearer of this knowledge in the world. Liang Feng felt a shiver run down his spine, understanding precisely what this entailed. It was a breakthrough worth trillions of dollars, with boundless research prospects. As long as the company continues its research on effective therapeutic methods for humans and successfully develops a treatment for myotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, a vast blue ocean market will await them. Should the company decide to go public in the future, it is destined to become one of the world's leading pharmaceutical enterprises, rivaling giants such as Pfizer and Novartis. If current corporations were to learn of such advancements, they would undoubtedly invest substantial sums, or even procure the results directly from Lin Fan. At that moment, Liang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. He was grateful that he had not declined the opportunity to come and take a look. Otherwise, he would have missed a once-in-a-millennium chance. Being able to join a pharmaceutical company poised for greatness at its inception and contribute to its various aspects was undoubtedly a remarkable achievement. With this thought, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and his professional instincts surged back, compelling him to embark on an ambitious endeavor. He proclaimed, Mr. Lin, I am grateful for your trust. I have decided to proceed with the onboarding process now, and I will diligently work to build the team and strive to develop a treatment suitable for human application as swiftly as possible. However, Lin Fan's subsequent revelation once again shattered Liang Feng's understanding, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Lin Fan, holding a glass of champagne, spoke nonchalantly, there's no need for that. In fact, this drug has already been fully developed, is applicable to humans, and has no side effects. The reason the experimental records I provided you only pertain to mice is that it is presently inconvenient to conduct human trials, hence the lack of relevant documentation. In reality, I have already applied it, and it is absolutely effective for humans, with several cases of successful cures. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was completely stunned. His excitement rendered him speechless. What? Mr. Lin, you must be joking. He had never experienced such shock in his life. If it were merely a drug capable of treating laboratory mice, he could accept it. But now Lin Fan claimed that his drug could even treat human ALS. The impact was staggering. Before he could fully process the astonishment, Lin Fan dropped another bombshell. Moreover, this drug is not only effective against ALS. In fact, it is a potent cellular tissue repair agent that can heal all types of bodily injuries, including muscles, nerves, and organs. As long as the damage has not reached a point of complete necrosis, this drug will reverse the condition and restore health. At that moment, Lin Fan stood frozen, his mind buzzing and his vision blurred. The overwhelming shock he felt from this young man before him was so profound that it induced an almost surreal sensation. He pinched himself hard. It hurt. This was indeed real, and if Lin Fan was not deceiving him, the miracle he had created was simply extraordinary. Lin Fan retrieved a tablet and displayed several papers and technical documents. These were insights he had compiled during his idle days while researching in the crystal universe, reflecting profound understandings of ALS and other organ injuries, as well as the mechanisms of the rehabilitation agents in treating these damages, all organized into highly professional papers and materials. The exposure of these documents would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the medical community. Lin Fan essentially presented a wealth of knowledge from a godlike perspective. Even though the materials lacked critical details and could not solely lead to the development of rehabilitation agents, they were sufficient to have a profound impact on the field and guide future research, significantly advancing the studies on ALS and bodily tissue regeneration. As Lin Fan perused these documents, he was left in a state of awe, goosebumps rising on his skin. Coming from a professional background, he could immediately discern the immense value of this information. If the collective frontier papers in the field could be likened to basic martial arts, then Lin Fan's materials were akin to the legendary 9-in manual. Within this documentation, not only was ALS discussed, but there were also glimpses of numerous other advanced concepts subtly hinted at, as if the author considered them too commonplace to warrant explanation, viewing them as mere common knowledge. The materials were replete with such masterful insights, which left a lasting impression. Furthermore, these documents articulated the most intricate theoretical knowledge in the simplest of languages, flowing seamlessly without a single superfluous word, a veritable textbook of professional writing. Shocked into silence, Lin Fan glanced at Lin Fan. At this moment, he was entirely convinced of Lin Fan's previous assertions. The man's talent was astonishing, making it hard for him to believe that such a godlike individual existed in the world. Indeed, in his eyes, the complexity of these materials could not have been the work of a single individual, but rather the distilled essence of generations of research. He was now thoroughly in awe of Lin Fan. He inquired further about the specific components of the rehabilitation agent, and was taken aback to learn that it was derived from genetically modified cockroaches. After understanding the particulars, he nodded in comprehension. I see. Boss, leave the rest to me. It was evident that Lin Fan was the core of the enterprise, solely responsible for the research, while the establishment of the pharmaceutical company and the rollout of the rehabilitation agent would fall to him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Boss, starting a pharmaceutical company requires significant funding, at least $100 million as a baseline. Do we need to seek investors? Initially, he had assumed Lin Fan was a wealthy second-generation heir, thus not considering financial matters. However, upon witnessing Lin Fan's astonishing results, he realized that Lin Fan was a researcher and might not possess substantial funds. He felt a twinge of regret. If such a brilliant idea could be fully owned, the future profits would be astronomical, potentially rivaling the wealth of nations. Seeking investment would dilute ownership, possibly leaving them vulnerable to capital exploitation. This was the nature of the world, where most resources were controlled by capital and the elite. Any potentially lucrative idea would be seized at all costs. Lin Fan reassured him, "You need not worry about funding. In a few days, I will receive a substantial influx of cash, but for now, I only have $8 million on hand. You can start negotiating for factory land, registering the business license and permits, and we can address the rest once the funds arrive. Additionally, the company currently lacks an office, so you will need to work from home for the time being." As he spoke, he handed Lin Fan a bank card. Receiving it, Lin Fan cast a meaningful glance at Lin Fan. Truly, he was a top-tier manager, having already established a solid foundation in just a few days. The pharmaceutical company was officially registered under the name Chi Fan Pharmaceutical, symbolizing a new beginning. The The medical industry-specific permits were also processed through specialized companies. Furthermore, they secured a location for the factory and rented a floor of office space to serve as the company's headquarters. Meanwhile, the samples of pufferfish toxin previously traded were received and lauded by the other party after inspection. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed another order for the remaining 20 kilograms of pufferfish toxin, arranging for a chartered flight to airlift it to a certain European nation overnight. Soon, Lin Fan received the final payment. When Liang Feng saw the 800 million Mi gold credited to his account, he was utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that the substantial amount Lin Fan previously mentioned would be so enormous. Lin Fan's image in his mind became increasingly enigmatic. It was evident that, aside from researching pharmaceuticals, Lin Fan was engaged in other remarkable ventures that allowed him to amass such considerable profit. Of course, this sum appeared trivial compared to the anticipated profits once the recovery agent hit the market. In recent days, he had also received several samples of the recovery agent from Lin Fan and had personally experienced its effects. It could only be said that the results exceeded his initial expectations. Approaching middle age, he had been tirelessly working for many years, leading to various health deficits, and had been in a state of suboptimal health for an extended period. However, after trialing the recovery agent as a supplement, he felt as though his health improved day by day, even regaining the vitality of his 20s. In short, the recovery agent was nothing short of miraculous, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to introduce this groundbreaking product to the world. Now, with this newfound wealth, he was finally able to act with greater freedom. Chapter 21. Medical Industry Exhibition. After reporting some work to Lin Fan, Liang Feng suddenly had a thought and remarked, "Boss, our drug is truly exceptional. The only issue is that it may take a considerable time before it hits the market. I will promptly submit for animal trials, which will involve 3 phases and will require several years of waiting. Generally speaking, it is quite normal for a drug to take 1 to 2 decades from research and development to market launch, although there are instances of expedited approvals." Lin Fan nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a concern. Bringing the recovery agent to market sooner would not only save more lives, but would also facilitate earlier profits. He inquired, "What do you plan to do?" Liang Feng responded, "We can initially make our achievements known to the public. The patent for the drug has already been registered. So now we need to find an opportunity to gain recognition. We must direct the attention of the industry and patients toward us, making it known worldwide that our great nation has invented such a revolutionary drug. This will certainly attract significant attention from the higher-ups, who will then expedite the approval process." Lin Fan pondered, "I had already intended to organize those papers on amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and submit them to the Lancet in the coming days. That should certainly create a stir." Liang Feng nodded and added, "There is a promising opportunity approaching. In a few days, our city will host the biennial World Pharmaceutical Industry Exhibition, where all top pharmaceutical companies globally will participate. We can showcase our product in advance, making a significant impact on our visibility. I have already registered our company, and we will have a booth." 2 days later, at the exhibition, renowned pharmaceutical companies from various countries were displaying a myriad of medical raw materials, cutting-edge drugs, and medical devices at their respective booths. The venue was bustling with foot traffic as industry professionals from around the world engaged in discussions and captured moments with their cameras. Most attendees were gathered around the booths of well-known pharmaceutical firms, yet some lesser-known companies had also garnered attention. Among them, a booth named Qifan Pharmaceutical, located in a remote corner, left a lasting impression. In stark contrast to the other booths, this one featured only 2 young individuals in suits. Upon closer inspection, one appeared to be in his 20s and exuded a calm demeanor, while the others seemed to defer to him. However, the most peculiar aspect was that their display was remarkably singular, showcasing merely one type of medication, with only a dozen or so bottles on display. The packaging was quite ordinary, resembling that of an oral liquid bottle, yet the liquid within was a vibrant shade of green, almost luminescent. This unusual sight attracted some curiosity, causing several passers-by to pause momentarily. However, upon reading the drug's description, they shook their heads and moved on. At that moment, Liang Feng observed wave after wave of people passing their booth without any inclination to inquire further, feeling somewhat disheartened as he turned to Lin Fan and said, "Boss, it seems I may have overestimated the impact of this exhibition. Perhaps the attendees are merely here for the spectacle, showing little interest in the specific advancements in new drugs. And they certainly do not seem to hold our company in high regard." He felt somewhat awkward, as this suggestion had been his own, and it had not yielded the anticipated results. In his previous roles at larger companies, similar exhibitions had proven effective, but his experience was not applicable in this situation. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, replied, It does not matter. I had always thought that participating in such exhibitions was unnecessary. I only agreed because I saw your enthusiasm, and I have never experienced such a gathering myself. We might as well treat it as a market day. Liang Feng felt a bit embarrassed, but instantly sensed the trust Lin Fan placed in him, which made him feel respected. At this moment, he was less concerned and decided to explore other avenues to expedite the recovery agent's market launch. He believed that the extraordinary efficacy of the recovery agent would inevitably shine through. Lin Fan, feeling somewhat bored, began playing on his phone and told Liang Feng to take a stroll around the other booths and perhaps grab a cup of coffee for himself. After Liang Feng departed, Lin Fan idly counted the zeros in his account. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice broke the monotony. Impressive. In this day and age, what unheard of company dares to participate in an exhibition of this caliber? Who gives you the audacity? Do you not realize you are bringing disgrace to the pharmaceutical industry of our great nation? Lin Fan turned in surprise to see a group of impeccably dressed individuals standing nearby. Several were sharply attired foreigners, while others bore familiar features of his compatriots. To his astonishment, he recognized a familiar face. It was Tian Xiaoxue, the daughter of his former landlord, Uncle Tian. She was adorned in an opulently sequined, backless gown, gracefully entwining her arm with the young man's. She regarded him with a faintly surprised expression. The disparaging remarks had originated from the young man she was with, who was clad in a finely tailored suit and wore a smirk that radiated disdain. Lin Fan's expression darkened. Just as he was about to respond, he felt a flicker of familiarity with the young man. In the next moment, he quickly recalled the details he had on him. Li Haoyang, a scion of wealth. His family, the Li family, had established a sprawling business empire spanning various industries, making them a colossal presence in the city and garnering a reputation nationwide. Lin Fan recognized him from their university days, having heard whispers of his exploits. He epitomized the archetype of the arrogant, entitled rich heir. During their time at school, it was said that the other party changed girlfriends weekly, and there were even rumors of causing unwanted pregnancies. Lin Fan, while still a student, had clashed with this individual over trivial matters. The other party was the type to harbor grudges, continually seeking opportunities to provoke Lin Fan, who had never backed down. However, it wasn't too long before Lin Fan graduated and put this person out of his mind. To his surprise, he encountered him again, and in such a setting. With a cold smirk, Lin Fan retorted, "What? Is it only prestigious companies that can attend trade shows? I have yet to hear of such a rule. Do you presume to instruct us on how to conduct our affairs? Were you anyway, who truly disgraced themselves by causing a scene in this environment?" Hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Haoyang's expression darkened. This trade show is organized by my family, aimed at fostering communication among the elite of the global biopharmaceutical industry and promoting progress within the field. I bear the responsibility of filtering out unqualified or deceitful enterprises. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would have never imagined that your subpar company had infiltrated our ranks. What is this Chi Fan Pharmaceutical? I've never even heard of it. It's not some newly registered fly-by-night operation, is it? What capacity do you have to conduct research and development? He glanced at the rehabilitation agent on display and suddenly realized, I see, this is traditional Chinese medicine, isn't it? You dare to present some makeshift remedy as a newly developed drug? This is an affront to the scientific community. Who allowed your company to participate in this trade show? As he spoke, he picked up a bottle of the rehabilitation agent and twisted off the cap. The next moment, gasps filled the room as everyone grimaced and pinched their noses. The pungent odor of the rehabilitation agent wafted through the air, reaching several meters away. Bystanders wrinkled their brows and cast sideways glances. Li Haoyang, seething with anger, exclaimed, "Is this your medicine? It's utterly worthless. To claim it can cure permanent physical injuries is nothing short of a joke. Introducing such a product to the market amounts to endangering lives. Do you intend to employ the same tactics as health supplements, deceiving the naive elderly into purchasing your concoctions? Not on my watch." Nearby, several foreigners listened to the translation, shaking their heads in disbelief. At that moment, Liang Feng returned with 2 cups of coffee, a frown adorning his face as he approached Lin Fan. Lin Fan's expression was grim as he coldly remarked, "Young Master Li, you truly are arrogant. We registered for this trade show, fully complying with the rules. What gives you the right to label our developed medicine as trash without any verification? You have severely impacted the reputation of Chi Fan Pharmaceutical, and I intend to sue you for defamation." He then surveyed the onlookers with a hint of disdain, adding, "Had I known your family was behind this trade show, I would never have participated. What a pathetic event, not even worth a pile of dung. Rest assured, we will withdraw our exhibit, as you lack the qualification and honor to witness our product launch." Li Haoyang's eyes widened. his body trembling with rage. He never anticipated Lin Fan would be so defiant, publicly confronting him without an ounce of deference. Beside them, Tian Xiaoxue observed the scene with an amused yet curious gaze, seemingly trying to discern Lin Fan's thoughts. Li Haoyang's face fluctuated between shades of red and pale as he pointed at Lin Fan, rendered speechless. Lin Fan carelessly packed his things, beckoning Liang Feng to leave, while mockingly stating, "With such limited vision and perspective, I wish your trade show flourishes even more." Without waiting for a response, he departed. On the drive back, Liang Feng frowned and said, "Boss, I didn't expect this trade show to be associated with the Li family. What grievance do you have with them? Had I known, we wouldn't have participated. But their influence is considerable. Do you think they target us further?" Lin Fan chuckled coldly. "Indeed, I have some personal grievances with him. Let them target us. This individual has no foresight. Once he takes a disliking to someone, he will relentlessly pursue them. Let them. Where can't we establish a factory? Must we always cower before him? Does his family hold such sway? Our products are destined to astonish the world, should it come to that. We can always set up in another city. A city that refuses to welcome us will suffer the consequences." Suddenly, Lin Fan paused, recalling past misfortunes. He had been abruptly dismissed from his job, and later faced hostility from his landlord. Furrowing his brow, he realized he had never given it much thought before. Could it be that the Li family was orchestrating these events? Given their cunning nature, they might have taken notice of him and begun to find fault in trivial matters. Were they now targeting him due to recent developments? With this in mind, he opened his phone and searched for information, discovering that the Li family's commercial empire spanned far and wide, with their influence permeating various industries in the city, positioning them at the apex of the local economic ecosystem. Thus, if they wished to undermine someone, they could easily exert their influence. The more Lin Fan contemplated, the more convinced he became, his expression darkening. If this were indeed the case, then they had chosen the wrong adversary. Liang Feng's concerns were indeed justified. Upon returning, Qifan Pharmaceutical inexplicably encountered a series of setbacks. First, the land for their pharmaceutical factory, which had previously been secured, was suddenly claimed by a larger enterprise, leaving them without options. Although the person on the other end of the phone expressed polite regret, Liang Feng was filled with anger. "Boss, it must be that Li Haoyang pulling strings behind the scenes. How untrustworthy. With such an attitude, who would dare to establish a business locally? Let it be." Lin Fan replied calmly, "I've decided against establishing a factory here. We'll re-register Qifan Pharmaceutical. Fortunately, we are still in the early stages, so the losses are minimal. As for where to go, I'll consider it." He glanced at Liang Feng. "However, the company will no longer be in this city." Liang Feng patted his chest and declared, "Boss, rest assured, wherever the company goes, I will follow. It was my fault that we faced such challenges. I will ensure we build our company into the world's leading pharmaceutical enterprise. Who would leave a company capable of producing rehabilitation agents?" What Lin Fan and Liang Feng did not anticipate was that Li Haoyang had even resorted to hiring online trolls to tarnish Qifan Pharmaceutical's reputation. The uproar from the trade show was edited and circulated online, featuring only the segments of Li Haoyang's furious tirade, conveniently omitting Lin Fan's rebuttals. This video sparked a modest wave of discussion on the internet. From the footage alone, one could easily conclude that a morally bankrupt health supplement company was being chastised by a young man full of righteous indignation. This aligns with many people's stereotypes regarding health supplements. Chapter 23, Miraculous Recovery. I fail to comprehend. Isn't this the most prestigious pharmaceutical exhibition in the world? How could a company that produces health supplements manage to infiltrate such an event? What are the organizers thinking? It's likely yet another low-cost product, excessively hyped, preying on the elderly again, this time masquerading as a pharmaceutical enterprise. Good heavens, how embarrassing this is. Allowing foreigners to witness our endorsement of such a blatant intelligence tax reflects poorly on the standards of our pharmaceutical industry. It's nothing short of a laughingstock. I know a few elderly individuals who are executives at renowned foreign pharmaceutical companies. We've just made a colossal fool of ourselves. What on earth is Qifan Pharmaceuticals? Do we even have such a company domestically? Yes, I just checked. It was registered merely a few days ago and has already come to exhibit. Truly, they are not even pretending anymore. It's impossible to trace their manufacturing facilities. One can only imagine the quality of their products, akin to those produced by a small workshop. Good grief. Is this not equivalent to a microbusiness? Do they believe that simply registering a company will cleanse their reputation? I hope the higher-ups investigate thoroughly. To audaciously claim they can treat permanent damage is nothing short of reckless. It's a miracle if they don't end up causing harm. However, why is this medication green? It appears toxic. Would anyone dare consume it? I was present at that moment, and let me tell you, the stench from the open bottle could be detected from several meters away. If they're selling counterfeit medicine, they could at least make it palatable. This young man is impressive, brimming with a sense of justice. His name is Li Haoyang, a genuine second-generation wealthy heir, and this exhibition is hosted by his family. He is unafraid of disrupting the proceedings, boldly denouncing those three pharmaceutical companies. He truly deserves commendation. However, some have voiced differing opinions. Li Haoyang does not have the best reputation. How can he present himself as so virtuous in this video? In truth, I discovered that this new enterprise appears relatively legitimate. It's merely an exhibition, not a direct product launch. There are no regulations preventing the display of unapproved medications still under research. This is fundamentally a promotional endeavor to draw attention to their studies. Nevertheless, dissenters are a minority, and soon enough, they faced an onslaught. The comments above are likely from Qifan Pharmaceuticals' paid commenters, right? How much are they being paid? Count me in. Reported. Foolish individuals, always engaging in unscrupulous activities. After all, most people possess limited understanding and merely express their emotions. They have already concluded through the video that Lin Fan is selling unreliable health products, and convincing them that Lin Fan is offering legitimate medications is an inherently counterintuitive task. We should rally everyone to boycott this company, resolutely rejecting anything associated with them in the future. Yes, we must not allow such unscrupulous merchants to profit. Fortunately, their venture is still in its infancy and has not yet deceived too many individuals. Upon witnessing the online rhetoric, Lin Fan's expression darkened once more. Realizing the extent of their ruthless actions, gazing at the information on Li Haoyang displayed on his computer screen, he marked a cross over the smiling face in the identification photo with his finger. He could not let go of old grievances. The current Lin Fan is no longer the powerless underdog, but a man wielding a mysterious crystal poised to become a sovereign of his own realm. Nonetheless, he has yet to devise a plan to eliminate his adversary without leaving repercussions. Not to mention, he is preoccupied with company matters. Allow them to frolic for a couple more days. Meanwhile, Liang Feng was contemplating where to reopen the company and whether to utilize live streaming to directly showcase the efficacy of the recovery medication to reverse their tarnished reputation. Unbeknownst to him, there was no need for him to act. Soon, Qifan Pharmaceuticals' reputation would undergo a complete reversal, astonishing the world. All of this stemmed from Lin Fan's previous visit to the hospital to see Zhengxing, where he inadvertently saved a life on the brink of death. In the United States, at Pfizer. On this day, Executive Ryan arrived at the office to find his boss, Jack, hurriedly donning his suit jacket, rushing out the door. Spotting Ryan, he quickly beckoned him. "Come with me to the Mayo Clinic. Something significant has occurred." Ryan, bewildered, followed him with a coffee in hand, confused about what was happening. Once in the car, he finally processed the situation. What could have happened? Could it be that our medication caused a medical mishap? He shook his head. Impossible. Medications do not malfunction. And even if a patient encountered issues, it would not necessitate a visit from the CEO. They are one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world. What could warrant such concern from the boss? Jack remained silent, shaking his head, staring ahead, lost in thought, his expression reflecting disbelief. Upon their arrival at the hospital, they navigated through numerous corridors to the highest-tier section, designated for VIP clients. Typically, even the wealthy cannot access treatment here. Ryan's curiosity intensified. They soon arrived at a room, and Ryan was taken aback. The room was filled with a crowd, all gathered by the glass window, observing the scene within. Medical personnel were conducting various examinations on a frail-looking middle-aged man who appeared somewhat anxious. To Ryan's surprise, this middle-aged man was of Asian descent. Among the onlookers were many hospital executives and experts, all bearing expressions of anticipation. Additionally, two individuals in wheelchairs were also watching intently, their faces brimming with excitement. One of the wheelchair-bound individuals was another Asian middle-aged man, while the other was a globally renowned billionaire, Carl, worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Unfortunately, he had been diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis a few years ago and had been receiving treatment at the Mayo Clinic. Pfizer had previously received his sponsorship and provided him with some of the latest therapeutic drugs. Ryan glanced again at the Asian man in the wheelchair, who was now conversing with Carl. Ryan was puzzled. Why was there such a gathering to observe the health examination of this Asian man? Was he a person of great significance? Just as he pondered this, the examination in the room concluded. An elite figure clad in a blue coat emerged, visibly shocked. He approached Carl and stated, after examination, "This gentleman's health shows no issues. He merely appears frail due to malnutrition." "Carl, I find it hard to believe that he was previously afflicted with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and was on the verge of death. It seems impossible. There must have been a misdiagnosis of another ailment. Ryan could hardly believe his ears upon hearing this. Chapter 24. There must be a reason. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. He turned to glance at Jack, whose expression mirrored his astonishment. At that moment, everyone in the room was equally stunned by this revelation. Once Carl confirmed the situation, he calmed down, smiling as he stated, "There can be no mistake. That gentleman was diagnosed and treated at a renowned hospital in Dacia, and I possess detailed medical records to prove that just a week ago, he was indeed in the final stages, struggling to breathe." Everyone turned once more to glance at the anxious patient waiting by the glass, clearly uncomfortable in the luxurious surroundings. Yet, he hardly appeared to be on the brink of death. Rather, his physique was alarmingly emaciated. Carl gestured towards another Asian man seated in a wheelchair beside him, stating, "Moreover, this is our friend Mr. Kai from the Great Xia, who was the first to make this discovery. He has established a foundation specifically aimed at assisting patients of this nature within Great Xia, and he is well acquainted with the situation at hand." His impression of the gentleman was profound, so it was only natural that upon witnessing the miraculous recovery of someone who had been given mere days to live, he would go to great lengths to investigate the truth behind this phenomenon. It was indeed confirmed that this gentleman was afflicted with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and had astonishingly healed himself. Mr. Kai, the Asian man, nodded with a smile. A stir ran through the crowd as whispers filled the air. The facts were now evident. A patient with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis had inexplicably healed, discovered by Mr. Kai, who had been monitoring his condition and was himself a fellow sufferer of the same ailment. One could only imagine the exhilaration he must have felt. This was akin to a lifeline. Subsequently, he promptly contacted Carl to escort the patient to the Mayo Clinic for a comprehensive examination, endeavoring to uncover the cause of his recovery. This was why Carl placed such importance on the matter, even summoning representatives from Pfizer. At this moment, the detailed examination report arrived. After reviewing it, the doctor expressed his astonishment, stating, "The tests indicate significant signs of nerve regeneration within his body. I am now certain that he was previously a patient of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. A healthy individual would not yield such data." Carl inquired, "Can we ascertain the cause of this? Is there any unusual substance within him?" The doctor shook his head. There are no other components present in his blood. Carl felt a twinge of disappointment and remarked, "Well, why not simply ask our miraculous savior himself?" Mr. Kai interjected, "During his time in our country, I had already conducted these tests promptly. At that time, no unusual components were detected. I meticulously recorded every treatment he underwent and every meal he consumed. I even documented samples of the air, soil, and water from his living environment. I inquired whether he had taken any folk remedies or if he had considered ending his life by indiscriminately consuming medications, like a handful of pills mixed together." His tone was calm, yet an underlying tremor revealed his suppressed emotions, mingled with a fervent desire to survive and a palpable fear. Ultimately, these factors did not account for his recovery. It was akin to a pure miracle, as if God were merely indulging in a jest out of boredom. As he spoke, his jaw clenched tightly. But why had such an occurrence not befallen him? Carl, sensing his distress, reassured him. "All right, Kai, I understand your feelings. Relax, we now possess hope, and liberation is imminent. I firmly believe that there must be a reason behind his recovery, something we have yet to uncover." At that moment, the patient was wheeled out, facing a multitude of distinguished individuals, most of whom were foreigners, causing him to appear particularly anxious. Nonetheless, Mr. Kai gently comforted him, explaining that they merely wished for him to recall his past experiences. Regardless, he would be compensated handsomely, and they would not subject his body to dissection, for even consuming his tissues would yield no results. The patient, finally managing to relax, helplessly replied, "Mr. Kai, I truly cannot remember. If I could assist you, I would. You are my benefactor. Without your funding, I would not have survived this long. My family had already given up on me, and I could scarcely manage to move a finger, let alone undertake any additional efforts to cure myself." Mr. Kai sighed. He had heard this account numerous times. He believed in the truth of the man's words, yet he could not help but repeatedly inquire, hoping to unearth some forgotten detail. At this juncture, Carl asked, "Do you recall if, prior to your recovery, you encountered anyone other than the medical staff?" The patient began to ponder intently. While engaging in activities on the hospital lawn, he surely must have seen other patients or their families. Suddenly, he recalled, "Oh yes, I generally kept to myself and had little interaction with others. One day, a young man stood before me and observed me for a while without uttering a word. I was feeling on the verge of death, so he left quite an impression on me. You know, he possessed an ethereal aura, a gaze I will never forget. It was so composed and indifferent that I thought he might be a reaper, come to escort me away. Upon hearing this, Carl furrowed his brow and instinctively straightened in his seat, sensing that this might be the key. The patient continued, "Indeed, I felt that from that night onward. My discomfort gradually lessened, and my body began to improve bit by bit. I wonder if this is the information you seek?" Mr. Kai's eyes suddenly sparkled with revelation. "Brother, do you remember what he did? Did he give you any medication?" The patient initially shook his head, but suddenly furrowed his brow, his eyes widening. I recall that he looked at me for a while, then pulled a small vial from his pocket. I just remembered. How could I have forgotten? The vial contained a green liquid, quite unsettling. It didn't resemble any ordinary medicine, which is why I suspected he might be a specter. Subsequently, I detected a foul odor akin to that of dead fish. I thought it was the scent of death. At this moment, Rin, who had been listening to the translation, felt as if struck by lightning. A sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he were grasping something elusive. Yet the details remained unclear. Chapter 25. At any cost. Jack, noticing his reaction, inquired, "What's wrong?" Rin, momentarily dazed, suddenly squatted down, asking the patient, "In which city in Great Xia did you receive treatment?" All eyes turned towards him, and Mr. Kai instinctively replied, "In City R. Why do you ask, Mr. Rin? Do you know something behind the scenes? Whose secret medication is this?" Rin's expression shifted to one of realization, his face lighting up. "Just as I thought. I encountered this medication in Great Xia just days ago at a medical exhibition. It was from an obscure company in Great Xia." Mr. Kai's excitement was palpable. "What? This was developed by a company in Great Xia? Which one? How could such a remarkable drug exist without any buzz or media coverage? I will contact them immediately." Carl was equally exhilarated. However, Ren's expression became peculiar. "Well, actually, there was a bit of an unpleasant incident at the exhibition. The company was ejected by the organizers because they suspected them of deception. Their product appeared to be merely traditional herbal supplements and smelled quite foul." Mr. Kai was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming in anger, "How could they do that? Once approved for exhibition, they cannot expel someone midway. This is an injustice to a company with genuine expertise. No, I must seek justice for them." He retrieved his mobile phone and began searching for videos related to the exhibition. To his astonishment, the videos that surfaced were evidently orchestrated to discredit the event, while the prevailing public opinion seemed to be staunchly in favor of the exhibition. Mr. Kai, having encountered such situations before, immediately recognized the manipulation at play. It was clear that a certain faction was directing the narrative, intent on annihilating their rivals. A chill swept across his face. It was one thing to expel a company from a venue, but engaging in such underhanded tactics was an outright assault on their very existence. This was nothing short of a malignant tumor, threatening to extinguish a burgeoning star enterprise. Particularly galling was the fact that the products of this company represented their lifeline. Suddenly, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Lin Fan's face in one of the videos and quickly turned his phone towards the patient. The latter, scratching the back of his head, remarked, "To be honest, I can't recall clearly, but it seems to be just one individual." Mr. Kai felt a surge of certainty. He had discerned the green vials displayed at the booth from the brief shot in the video. Accompanying this imagery was a description proclaiming the new drug's efficacy in repairing all bodily injuries and promoting cellular regeneration. Frankly, such claims were hardly novel, having been circulated ad nauseum. Thus, those who encountered these descriptions would hardly regard the drug's effects as miraculous. Yet, paradoxically, it was precisely this counterintuitive nature that was striking. If it could cure a case of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, how could that not be considered extraordinary? It could be asserted that Chiffon Pharmaceuticals had not engaged in false advertising. Rather, they had been excessively conservative in their claims. Nevertheless, they were still targeted by the irresponsible organizers. Mr. Kai promptly ordered his subordinates to take action. Indeed, the information that was quickly gathered corroborated his suspicions. On the day mentioned by the patient, surveillance footage from the hospital captured Lin Fan entering the premises. Within this brief span, Mr. Kai had unearthed the foundational details of Chiffon Pharmaceuticals and discovered Lin Fan's name. There was no longer any doubt. However, he also learned that Chiffon Pharmaceuticals had only recently been registered, having just secured office space and land for constructing a factory. To his dismay, he heard that the prepared land had been usurped. Furthermore, the newly established office had already been vacated, and all company contact numbers had been deactivated. Mr. Kai was now in a state of alarm. It was evident that the opposing party had achieved results and was preparing to register the pharmaceutical company while initiating the subsequent drug approval process. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until it encountered this abrupt setback. The future intentions of the opposing party remained shrouded in uncertainty. If they intended to relocate and establish a factory elsewhere while continuing the drug development process, it could take a decade or more. Yet, he could not afford to wait. His condition could deteriorate at any moment. Meanwhile, Carl expressed his own agitation, stating, "Kai, it seems we must personally travel to the Dachau region. We must locate the inventor of the recovery agent and ensure his safety. This may be our only opportunity." A troubling thought crossed his mind. Lin Fan had already garnered a negative reputation in Dachau, compounded by the machinations of the organizing family's influence. It was conceivable that Lin Fan could find himself in peril. Should the information regarding the recovery agent be lost, it would spell disaster. Mr. Kai's team was in the process of procuring Lin Fan's and the general manager of Chifon Pharmaceuticals' mobile numbers when, at that moment, Jack's phone rang. It was an old friend, Anderson, a leading figure in the field of biology in America. Upon answering, Jack was greeted by Anderson's exuberant demeanor, which was almost frenetic, leaving Jack to wonder what had caused such a display of emotion. Anderson practically shouted, "Jack, you must see this. I have never been so exhilarated in my life. Just now, I received a revelation, a paper that only a divine being could have penned. You cannot fathom how astonishing this is. The person who has produced this knowledge is nothing short of a genius. I have never encountered a human of such caliber. He must be awarded the next Nobel Prize. In fact, one award would not suffice. At least 3 or 4 should be conferred upon him. Moreover, his research is profoundly innovative, paving countless new pathways that may soon yield a plethora of breakthroughs in previously unsolvable ailments." Jack, somewhat bemused, did not share his friend's enthusiasm. In previous times, he might have been equally taken aback by such high praise. However, he just learned of an event that could only be described as miraculous, which dulled his emotional response. Comparatively, the information regarding Lin Fan was of far greater significance. The emergence of a drug that could potentially treat amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and other bodily injuries was of immeasurable value. He felt fortunate that Pfizer was the first to receive the news and resolved to seize the opportunity to be the first to approach Lin Fan in hopes of acquiring his patent. Just as he was about to respond, he overheard Anderson murmuring, "These are all territories that humanity has yet to conquer, with mechanisms that remain enigmatic, let alone their treatments. Yet this individual's theories have delineated these mysteries, guiding us. No longer will we flounder like headless flies. It appears as if he has barely scratched the surface in publishing this paper, and a deeper foundation is required to fully articulate it." Chapter 26. Explosive revelations. At this juncture, Anderson continued, "This paper touches upon the very fields your company has been focusing on. It includes theories for treating neurodegenerative diseases, including how to regenerate extensive nerve degeneration. I believe that conditions like amyotrophic lateral sclerosis could soon be curable. This is truly groundbreaking." At this moment, Jack, who had been passively listening, suddenly felt as though his mind had exploded. Anxiously, he inquired, "What? Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis? What paper?" Anderson replied, "I'm a reviewer for The Lancet. Just today, someone submitted a paper that elaborates on the mechanisms of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and a series of related diseases." Jack interjected, "Anderson, who is the author of this paper?" Anderson responded, "Let me check. Remarkably, it's a person from Dachau named Lin Fan." He pronounced the name aloud, and Jack's excitement surged. It was indeed him. "Anderson, do you have any idea how much shock this Dachau individual has brought us? Many people are searching for him." To be candid, Jack had also experienced an incredible incident related to Lin Fan. Anderson, taken aback, eagerly asked for more details. Jack recounted how Lin Fan had cured a patient suffering from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Anderson was instantly electrified. "What? A patient with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis has actually been cured? Just like that?" I never anticipated he not only had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, but had also developed a specific medication. No wonder I sensed he was concealing much. This was bound to shake the medical community to its core. If you plan to go to Dachau to find him, count me in. I must meet this extraordinary individual in person. Thus, within a remarkably short span, the biomedical elite, receiving news from various channels, were left astounded. They learned of the recovery of an amyotrophic lateral sclerosis patient, and Lin Fan's paper began circulating within their circles. As more and more individuals gathered together, an immensely vast procession eventually took shape. The arrival of these luminaries, who collectively chartered a flight to visit the Great Sigh, sent ripples of astonishment throughout the realm. Each of these prominent figures was a household name within their respective industries, and opportunities to congregate such distinguished individuals were exceedingly rare. The fact that they all converged upon the Great Sigh without any prior notice left the local authorities both puzzled and deeply honored. Consequently, a multitude of esteemed universities swiftly extended invitations, eager to host their illustrious guests. However, these distinguished individuals paid little heed to any official or academic overtures, asserting that their purpose in the Great Sigh was solely to pay a visit to a singular individual. Simultaneously, they subtly conveyed a tone of derision, suggesting that the person they sought out would have long since attained global acclaim had they been in another country. Yet here they were, languishing in obscurity within the Great Sigh, facing undue suppression. This predicament rendered the individual virtually invisible, even thwarting the launch of an invention that held the potential to change the world. Upon hearing these remarks, those from the Great Sigh were left astounded and hastily sought to uncover the specifics of the situation. They were entirely unaware that such a remarkable figure existed within their borders. When they learned that a young innovator from the Great Sigh had developed a cure for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, the academic community erupted in frenzy. This sensational news ultimately captured the public's attention. What? ALS has been cured? And by a drug invented by our own people? Is this truly the case? This is indeed ALS, a disease notoriously regarded as terminal. Incredible. This is an extraordinary achievement. How splendid. A relative of mine suffers from this affliction and has been utterly devastated. I must rush to share this uplifting news with him. Who is the scientist behind this invention? I work in the industry, and the entire field is ablaze with excitement, desperately searching for the scientist. The most astonishing aspect is that such monumental news originated from abroad, with a plethora of top-tier scientists and professionals arriving in the Great Sigh, while we remained oblivious at home. It is said that a paper published overseas has gone viral, though I have yet to find any relevant information. Rumor has it that this group of experts is quite displeased, claiming that this scientist has been thoroughly overlooked and even suppressed in the Great Sigh. At this juncture, an informed individual finally unearthed crucial information. The scientist's name is Lin Fan. This revelation came from a foreign professor. With this name, netizens quickly traced their way to the patent for the rehabilitation drug registered by Lin Fan. Additionally, videos from a previous medical industry exhibition were dug up once more. The online community was left speechless as the narrative took a complete turn. Wait a moment. Is this not the video we discussed just a few days ago? So, the unscrupulous pharmaceutical company Lin Fan in the video is the very same individual referenced by the foreign experts? This this a three-no enterprise selling health products? Are they not tarnishing the reputation of the Great Sigh? I had previously asserted that the video was clearly a smear campaign orchestrated by online trolls. You all fell victim to public opinion. This was merely an exhibition, and items not yet approved for market can still be displayed. Indeed, I am from our city, and everyone knows how poor the reputation of that seemingly righteous Li Haoyang is. I have been perplexed as to why he suddenly seemed to care about public health. How despicable! Who permitted him to engage in such actions? To openly suppress our scientist while attempting to manipulate public sentiment is utterly unacceptable. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Justice must be served for Lin Fan. Let us not forget how you previously lambasted Fan Pharmaceuticals. I apologize, Lin Fan. I made a hasty judgment without grasping the truth. My sincerest apologies. The comment section began to fill with apologies directed towards Lin Fan and Fan Pharmaceuticals. At this moment, even greater news emerged, igniting fury among netizens. Breaking news. Lin Fan had originally intended to establish a pharmaceutical factory in our city, securing a plot of land, only to be abruptly thwarted. Now, Fan Pharmaceuticals had even vacated their recently rented office space. How could this happen? Is that Li Haoyang scheming behind the scenes? Does he wield such influence that he can force a company out of the local market? Of course, who in the area is unaware of the Li family's formidable reputation? Everyone must give them face. Truly a historical villain. We must quickly bring Lin Fan back. It may still not be too late. How could our city's leadership be so short-sighted regarding such a monumental opportunity? Have they not completely alienated Lin Fan? My sole concern lies with the drug for treating ALS. I fervently hope that Fan Pharmaceuticals can expedite the construction and commence production. In our city, a senior official was at work when he suddenly received a call from above. The moment he picked up, he was met with a barrage of reprimands, leaving him utterly bewildered. Chapter 27. Look at the trouble you've caused. What manner of operations are you running? How could you allow such an exceptional scientist to suffer indignities? Had it not been for a multitude of international experts and professors bringing this news to our attention, I would still be in the dark. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the losses we nearly incurred? To say nothing of the fact that a company with an annual value potentially reaching trillions of currency units was set to establish itself in our city, only to be driven away by your actions. As he absorbed this string of revelations, cold sweat broke out on the executive's brow. He had never encountered such stern criticism from above. In an instant, he felt as though he were dreaming. After cautiously inquiring about the situation, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Drenched in perspiration, a scientist in our city had achieved a Nobel Prize-level breakthrough, successfully curing an instance of ALS, and even held promise for treating other complex ailments. Initially intending to establish a factory in their city, they had now been driven away, their whereabouts unknown. Each of these points was explosive, signifying their dereliction of duty. Should the scientist, in a fit of frustration, decide against establishing a factory in the country and instead sell the patents abroad, or should they encounter some unforeseen circumstance? The great Xia would forever forfeit its voice in this field. He suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. While they had always boasted about vigorously supporting innovative enterprises, they had managed to drive away the most valuable scientist, rendering the entire situation laughable. Yet, the senior official found no humor in it. This matter is a result of my oversight. I will immediately investigate. Furthermore, I will personally reach out to Mr. Lin Fan to extend an apology and to invite him back. In an upscale villa district of our city, within a luxurious residence, Li Haoyang reclined, basking in the attention of several beautiful women, contemplating the project slated for that evening, a slight smirk gracing his lips. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. His reverie was abruptly interrupted, and he frowned as he glanced at the screen, his heart sinking. It was a call from his grandfather, Liu Yan, who feared nothing in this world, held a profound trepidation for his grandfather. The elder had always been extremely strict with him, frequently chastising him over trivial matters. Whenever his grandfather reached out, it was usually a harbinger of bad news. Anxiously, he answered the call. On the other end, his grandfather's voice was gravely ominous. You wretched creature, look at the mess you've created. You've truly managed to make a name for yourself, haven't you? After finally allowing you to engage in something productive to demonstrate your abilities, look at the havoc you've wrought. Since earlier today, I have received numerous calls from city officials, provincial leaders, and even higher authorities. Do you have any idea how much pressure I am under? Now, our family has become a laughingstock in the eyes of the public, and even the entire internet is calling for a thorough investigation, all because of you. Li Haoyang stood frozen in place. Grandfather, what are you talking about? What trouble have I caused? His grandfather was visibly furious. You, go check the news for yourself. Moreover, this incident has proven your inadequacy. You need not concern yourself with family affairs any longer. Just collect a small allowance each month to squander as you please. With a heavy sigh, he ended the call. A sense of dread gripped Li Haoyang's heart, panic washing over him. He glared at the few inconsequential sycophants before him and barked, "Get lost. I am not in the mood today." He then opened his computer, and without needing to search, the data algorithms promptly delivered the information he sought. Upon reading it, his complexion turned ashen. He finally understood why his grandfather had spoken those words. Simultaneously, he felt a whirlwind of emotions as he gazed at Lin Fan's smiling face in the news, a concoction of irritation, jealousy, and disdain brewing within him. As the external public discourse propelled terms like cure for ALS, Qifan Pharmaceuticals, and Nobel Prize to trending status, the parties involved, Lin Fan and Liang Feng, were leisurely enjoying their travels. After deciding to withdraw from our city, Lin Fan submitted his paper to an international journal. Meanwhile, Liang Feng was scouring for a suitable city for Qifan Pharmaceuticals to establish its foothold. However, after several investigations, every attempt to negotiate land was met with rejection. It was evident that Qifan Pharmaceuticals had garnered a tarnished reputation online. Frustrated by the repeated refusals, Liang Feng vented his anger, denouncing those who lacked vision and blaming Li Haoyang for the debacle. At the same time, he grew anxious, realizing that this situation was untenable. They needed to showcase the tangible effects of the recovery agent to the public. Lin Fan, the actual controller of the enterprise, advised him to remain calm and not to fret excessively. He even suggested that they abandon their work for the time being and take a trip to refresh their spirits. In truth, Lin Fan sought to seize this opportunity to explore the country, to familiarize himself with various terrains, geological structures, and biological distributions, intending to reconstruct this data within the crystal universe. Many details could not be gleaned solely from online research. Regardless of where he went, Lin Fan functioned like a street view camera, accurately capturing the depth and contours of the scenery, along with pertinent external information to integrate into the crystal universe. Thus, although Lin Fan could only scan objects at close range, recreating the beauty of the outside world in the crystal universe required only their appearance and basic information, not an exhaustive scan of every inch of land. Lin Fan planned to undertake this endeavor while still relatively unknown, as in the future, once he gained renown, He might be too busy or unable to embark on spontaneous travels. The places they chose were primarily obscure, off-the-beaten-path locales, including remote mountains, wilderness, plateaus, and deserts, typically accessed by self-driving or hiking. Throughout this journey, Lin Fan's crystal authority received significant upgrades. The energy storage capacity of the crystals had increased substantially, as had the distance and range for scanning objects. Likewise, the size and complexity of the entities he could create had improved. Previously, he could only generate small creatures like insect eggs or bugs, but now he could create slightly larger animals. However, mid-sized animals and humans remained beyond his reach. Coincidentally, while the outside world was anxiously searching for them, Lin Fan and Liang Feng were primarily located in remote areas or regions with poor signal reception. Consequently, they missed numerous calls and were unaware that public opinion had completely shifted. The leaders of Daxia, particularly, were growing increasingly anxious, fearing that Lin Fan and Liang Feng might have encountered an accident, such as being targeted or kidnapped. However, analyzing Lin Fan's whereabouts, they surmised that he was likely using travel as a means to detach himself from society. Regardless, orders were given to search for clues in the locations where Lin Fan had last been seen, with the hope of locating and safely escorting them back. Chapter 28. Return. During this period, Liang Feng gradually discovered the joys of travel, allowing him to fully relinquish his anxieties regarding the future plans of Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals. He felt that he had squandered his past life, and this experience profoundly impacted him, leading him to resolve to dedicate time each year to such travels. Moreover, through their time together, his understanding of Lin Fan deepened significantly. He now held profound admiration for Lin Fan, considering him an almost omnipotent figure. Not only was his knowledge astonishing, but his execution was equally formidable. No matter how adverse the circumstances, Lin Fan always maintained an optimistic outlook, encountering no challenges he could not surmount. Finally, after concluding a renowned hiking trail, Lin Fan and Liang Feng returned to the city, intending to replenish their supplies before heading to their next destination. However, as soon as they entered a signal coverage area, both received an influx of messages and missed calls. This surprised Liang Feng somewhat, yet Lin Fan remained remarkably composed. He sensed that the situation had finally begun to escalate. Indeed, almost immediately, Liang Feng's phone rang again. He answered promptly, and a charismatic middle-aged man's voice resonated from the other end, unmistakably indicating a high status. "Hello, is this Manager Liang of Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals? I'm an official from our city. It is wonderful to finally reach you. I wish to discuss the subsequent establishment and production plans for Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals. We have identified a better, larger plot of land for your company. We sincerely apologize for the previous oversight and will fully support your company's development moving forward, aiming to establish it as a world-class pharmaceutical enterprise." Taken aback by this unexpected communication, Liang Feng momentarily felt disoriented, even suspecting it might be a scam. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that something must have occurred to prompt the authorities to recognize the value of the recovery agent. Perhaps his boss had prepared some contingency? No wonder Lin Fan had been so unperturbed during this time. With this thought in mind, he replied coolly, "Oh, that's unnecessary. We have yet to finalize our plans for Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals." He politely declined the offer, having already decided against establishing a factory in her city following the earlier debacle. The official on the other end discerned the underlying implications and attempted to persuade him further. "Mr. Liang, you're also a resident of our city. I believe your initial interest in establishing a business here stemmed from that consideration. Please reconsider our terms. We can meet all the conditions proposed by others. I believe Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals could access the best resources in our city. There was a misunderstanding previously. Could we meet to clarify matters? Where are you and Mr. Lin currently? I would like to visit in person." Liang Feng, surprised by the official's insistence, remained resolute in his decision. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he abruptly hung up the phone. On the other end, the reluctant high-ranking official wore a bitter smile. This time, they had squandered a promising hand. They had initially held all the advantages without needing to exert much effort, yet now they found themselves with their options summarily eliminated by the opposition. The combination of 4 pairs and a king had been reduced to a simple 4/2. He sighed, realizing that their previous series of ill-conceived maneuvers had alienated their counterpart. It was an unfortunate turn of events. Who could have anticipated such a counterintuitive outcome? Anyone who laid eyes on the rehabilitation serum would likely dismiss it as a mere scam. Yet, ironically, it possessed genuine efficacy. Even so, the situation should not have escalated to a point of no return. Contemplating this, he felt considerable dissatisfaction towards the Leaf family. as her city had become collateral damage due to their actions, turning a golden opportunity into mere vapor. This was meant to be a significant asset in his future career. Although he had discovered that this incident was not a premeditated move by the Li family to suppress him, but rather the impulsive actions of Li Haoyang, who bore a grudge against Lin Fan. He pondered how many would feel compelled to show deference to Lin Fan if the Li family had not grown so accustomed to their local dominance. Furthermore, their lax family discipline was indeed their gravest misstep. With this thought, he felt a chill in his gaze, since they had obstructed his path to promotion. They would soon come to regret it. Simultaneously, thinking of the developments at Fan Pharmaceuticals, he suddenly gritted his teeth and resolved to make another attempt. Li, book me a ticket to XX, the sooner the better. No, reach out to a few bosses and see if we can charter one of their private jets. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Liang Fong was inundated with calls. Among them were officials from other major cities inviting them to establish factories locally. There were also communications from the Great Xia government, expressing admiration for their achievements at Fan Pharmaceuticals and reassuring them that they could reach out directly should any issues arise. Additionally, numerous renowned pharmaceutical companies, both domestic and international, reached out to inquire about purchasing patents, acquiring their enterprise, or investing in it. Some wealthy individuals suffering from myotrophic lateral sclerosis called to ask if they could procure the rehabilitation serum, each more affluent than the last, even offering substantial sums for the medication and generous donations to Fan Pharmaceuticals. Various representatives of capital proposed to invest in Fan Pharmaceuticals, assisting with financing to facilitate an eventual public listing. In short, the spectrum of individuals reaching out was vast. However, those who managed to obtain Liang Feng's number were not ordinary. They were well-connected. Initially, Liang Feng engaged in brief conversations with several callers, but soon grew weary and issued a statement on his social media, declaring that all matters related to Fan Pharmaceuticals would need to be discussed later, emphasizing that they were financially sound, requiring no additional financing, nor would they be selling patents, and so forth. Subsequently, he turned off his phone and exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Fan, feeling somewhat helpless. Boss, it seems our journey must be temporarily halted. It's time to return and commence our grand venture. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming curiosity. Boss, what did you do before? How did public opinion shift so dramatically in such a short span? Lin Fan explained that he had previously administered the rehabilitation serum to a patient with ALS and had not followed up thereafter. Now, it seemed the patient had been cured, garnering public attention and leading back to them. Liang Feng nodded in understanding. So, boss, several cities' high-ranking officials are inviting us to relocate our enterprise there. What are your thoughts? He felt deeply moved. This was indeed a remarkable opportunity. Chapter 29. All parties gathered. Typically, the upper echelons of society are aloof, and the usual scenario involves officials tendering bids for a project, with numerous enterprises humbly vying for the opportunity. However, in this instance, it was exceedingly rare to witness officials from major cities lowering their stance, requesting a single enterprise to establish a factory in their locale. Lin Fan remarked, "You decide. Choose the city with the best environment. We have only a few options, and we shall disregard any below first-tier cities. Moreover, those who previously declined our overtures are certainly off the table." Liang Feng nodded in agreement. "I understand, boss. Our viable options now are limited to Shanghai, Beijing, and Shenzhen. We'll assess the conditions each offers." Upon arriving at the hotel, they soon realized they had underestimated the sensational impact of the rehabilitation serum. The five-star hotel was teeming with guests, almost all of whom had come specifically for them. As their vehicle pulled up, a group of seemingly distinguished individuals approached them with smiles. Among them were foreigners, locals, and even some in wheelchairs. Journalists clamored, relentlessly snapping photographs, while professional security personnel maintained order, preventing the media from encroaching further. Liang Feng and Lin Fan exchanged glances, both astonished and somewhat exasperated. The commotion had escalated beyond their expectations. A middle-aged man in a suit with a great Xia visage approached first, wearing a smile as he extended his hand to Lin Fan. "You must be Mr. Lin Fan, indeed a remarkable young talent." Liwei, representing the Ministry of Health. "On behalf of the Great Xia government, I would like to express our gratitude for your significant contributions to the field of biomedicine." He then leaned in closer to Lin Fan, whispering, "The higher-ups have instructed me to assure you that you need not worry about the previous incidents. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. We will do everything in our power to support you. Please ensure that this achievement remains within Great Xia. Do not sell the drug patents or shares to foreign entities." Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback, nodding slightly. What could he say? He had never intended to sell his achievements to anyone. Shortly thereafter, A flurry of individuals approached to greet Lin Fan and introduce themselves. It was then that he realized the identities of these people, representatives from various city governments, prominent figures in the domestic biological sciences, and a multitude of foreign experts and professors, each a luminary in their respective fields. Among them were representatives from major pharmaceutical companies and financiers. Lin Fan learned that the two individuals in wheelchairs were wealthy individuals suffering from ALS. One of them, a wealthy man with the surname Kai, expressed his gratitude with fervor, grasping Lin Fan's hand. "Mr. Lin, thank you for developing such a magnificent drug. I thought I would never see hope again. Now you have given me a second chance at life. Had I known a person of your caliber existed, I would have donated all my previous investments in this field to you." This realization pained him deeply. The ALS medication had been invented, yet he had only recently learned of it after investing substantial sums with minimal returns. If only he had known of Lin Fan sooner. Perhaps the rehabilitation serum would have been available much earlier, sparing him from enduring so much suffering. Contemplating this, he felt a profound sorrow for the academic landscape of Great Xia. In his view, it was not that Great Xia lacked brilliant scientists. Rather, many had been suppressed and faded into obscurity. In such circumstances, the achievements of Lin Fan are nothing short of miraculous. Despite his relentless efforts, there are still those who seek to obliterate him completely. Lin Fan remarked coolly, "No need for thanks. Moreover, our medication is still in the experimental stage, and it is far from being approved for market release." Mr. Kai responded, "Mr. Lin, I have faith in your capabilities. This rehabilitation drug will undoubtedly pass the third phase of trial successfully. I am confident of this. If possible, I would like to donate a sum of cash in exchange for some samples. I wish to personally test the drug's efficacy for the benefit of numerous patients. Even if it ultimately fails or presents severe side effects, I would have no regrets. This is my sole hope, and I can no longer afford to wait. I am willing to sign a waiver, and I hope Mr. Lin can accommodate this." It was evident that Carl shared a similar sentiment. Over the past 2 days, they had learned from experts just how formidable Lin Fan's knowledge was. He must possess considerable confidence in the rehabilitation drug to contemplate establishing a pharmaceutical company and to even dare to test it on humans. Thus, the likelihood of success must be substantial. They felt prepared to take this risk. Should it succeed, they would be reborn. They were unwilling to delay any further. As for the usage of newly invented drugs on patients, they had ample legal means to navigate around that issue. Lin Fan nodded and said, "We shall discuss this further later." At that moment, Li Wei approached and stated, "Mr. Lin, you can leave everything to me from here on out. The higher-ups have specifically instructed that we should expedite the drug testing and approval processes as much as possible, minimizing procedures wherever feasible. Of course, it would be best to hold a report meeting regarding the rehabilitation drug so that we can assess the associated risks." He glanced around the hotel environment. "Let us convene right here. It's fortuitous that everyone is already gathered." It was clear this had been prearranged. Lin Fan pondered briefly and acquiesced. Thus, the news of Lin Fan re-emerging into the public was swiftly broadcasted by the media, eliciting cheers from netizens. Many breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Lin Fan's sudden disappearance had led to rampant speculation about whether he had faced real-world targeting, such as abduction, or if he had perhaps ventured abroad for development. People were concerned that this world-class achievement, which had finally emerged from Daxia, might slip away, ultimately benefiting foreign interests. Half a day later, Lin Fan hosted a special academic report in the hotel lobby. This session was live-streamed across the internet, garnering significant attention. Daxia, along with numerous global video platforms, broadcasted the event in high definition. Countless ordinary individuals and industry professionals flocked to the live stream, equipped with translators, eager to grasp critical information at the earliest opportunity. In the lobby, Lin Fan was elucidating the content of his paper displayed on a large screen. The experts and professors in attendance listened intently, taking notes. Representatives from major pharmaceutical companies strained to catch every crucial detail. Meanwhile, those unrelated to the academic field, including Li Wei and his associates, remained quietly attentive, refraining from any commentary. As for the venture capitalists, they had been deemed unqualified to enter the venue and had been dissuaded from attending by Li Wei beforehand. In Chapter 30, the academic report continued, as those not directly connected to Lin Fan recognized that he lacked any financial need and had the backing of the Daxia government, and thus they could only leave in disappointment. Lin Fan meticulously detailed the contents of his paper, with the experts posing questions about any unclear aspects. The attendees gleaned immense benefit from the report. Many significant elements in Lin Fan's paper were mentioned in passing without being emphasized. Yet these were precisely what the experts were most interested in, and Lin Fan generously addressed each inquiry, resulting in substantial insights for both the on-site and online academic communities. It could be said that the entirety of the report was groundbreaking, presenting numerous new pathways that could be compiled into a substantial tome, potentially establishing a new discipline. Many of Lin Fan's propositions warranted further exploration. After thoroughly addressing the content of his paper, scholars finally began to inquire about the rehabilitation drug. Mr. Lin, what principles underpin the rehabilitation drug you mentioned earlier? At this, the representatives from pharmaceutical companies perked up, realizing that the insights Lin Fan had just shared could save them considerable time in their future endeavors. If they could ascertain the specific principles behind the rehabilitation drug at this moment, they might be able to return to their laboratories and develop imitations or similar medications, which would yield immense profits. Li Wei frowned upon hearing this. He certainly did not wish for Lin Fan to respond to the question. Lin Fan smiled slightly from the stage. The principles behind the rehabilitation drug are not overly complex. In fact, there are already similar medications on the market. I drew inspiration from a traditional Chinese medicine called rehabilitation new liquid, and the rehabilitation drug is similarly derived from cockroaches. It can be considered quite natural, with virtually no side effects. The only drawback is that this particular cockroach is quite rare, thus making the drug expensive. In truth, he was unconcerned about revealing the principles behind the rehabilitation drug, as he, the inventor, understood just how challenging it was to bring such a creation to fruition. Even with prior knowledge of the theory, finding a practical cure for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. A collective gasp echoed in the room, including from the online audience of experts and medical professionals, as they seemed to have heard something unbelievable. A reporter, disregarding the media's protocol against questions, could not restrain himself and blurted out what the rehabilitation drug is made from cockroaches? In everyone's mind, a drug capable of treating amyotrophic lateral sclerosis must consist of highly intricate synthetic components. How could there possibly be a natural ingredient effective for such a condition? Otherwise, such a component would have been discovered long ago. Even if it existed, it would likely be derived from some exceedingly endangered and hard-to-obtain biological material, not something as commonplace as a cockroach. Based on the information previously mentioned in Lin Fan's paper, it was evident that his theories were quite complex and delved into intricate details, including genetic research. Moreover, the theoretical treatment methods he proposed involved artificial interventions at the cellular and genetic levels. Yet now, when discussing the rehabilitation drug, he asserted that it was entirely natural. The juxtaposition of these 2 points was utterly dissonant. Shouldn't the development of corresponding synthetic drugs be based on one's own theories? It was difficult to fathom that a previously unheard of cockroach could suddenly emerge, precisely effective for patients with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, capable of performing the precise interventions as described in the paper. Lin Fan nodded, confirming the existence of such a cockroach, which was indeed my novel discovery. Those who attended the exhibition would recall the distinctive pungent odor of the rehabilitation drug, reminiscent of that of cockroaches. I have no need to deceive you with falsehoods. The experts present fell into silence, taken aback by such a revelation. The pharmaceutical representatives were left dumbfounded, having initially hoped to glean actionable insights to enhance their own research. At this moment, Lin Fan confided to them that the secret lay in a specific species of cockroach, one that could not be artificially cultivated within the confines of a laboratory. It must be sourced from the wild. This revelation elicited a wry smile from them, as it became evident that their hopes had been misplaced. Lin Fan's willingness to share such information stemmed from the fact that he possessed a firm grip on the resources pertaining to this cockroach. Meanwhile, in a villa in City R, Li Haoyang gazed intently at the live stream, his expression grave. After absorbing Lin Fan's words, his countenance darkened with malice. Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, you have finally exposed your true colors. I once believed you to be truly remarkable, as many have claimed, having achieved results akin to those worthy of a Nobel Prize. You are nothing but a charlatan. The so-called secret is merely a cockroach. You have simply been fortunate enough to discover a new species. This implies that your plethora of dizzying theories was nothing more than a fabrication, designed to bamboozle the masses. How could a person lacking a background in biology suddenly produce such groundbreaking results? It's merely a natural cockroach, a collective achievement belonging to the citizens of City R. Yet, you have audaciously patented it, seeking to reap exorbitant profits. I shall not allow you to revel in your triumph. With this thought, a bold idea sprang to mind, igniting a fervor within him. Cockroaches can indeed be utilized for medicinal purposes. This is hardly a technical feat. If you can do it, then so can I. The crux of the matter lies in how to locate this particular cockroach. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, Given Lin Fan's generous disclosure of the secret, it was clear he was confident in monopolizing this resource. Therefore, he must have kept these assets firmly within his grasp. According to Li Haoyang's investigations, Lin Fan had vacated his previous rental and now occupied a spacious flat in City R with no other significant enterprises to his name. There had been no reports of him establishing any laboratories, and his office had recently been dissolved. Now that he was off traveling, surely he would not carry these resources with him. Where then could he possibly conceal them? A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Could it be that these resources were stashed away in a safe within his home? This seemed highly plausible. Lin Fan may not be astute enough to conceal such assets in a bank vault. Perhaps he believed that hiding them in his residence would suffice. After all, his rented flat is situated in an affluent neighborhood with excellent security. As this realization dawned upon him, Li Haoyang's heart raced with excitement. If the resources were indeed within Lin Fan's home, he would stop at nothing to acquire them. This would grant him access to the core secrets of Chi Fan Pharmaceuticals, allowing him to amass a fortune through the restorative medication. Even if all else failed, he could sell this cockroach to others. Chapter 31. Lin Fan's confidence. The mere thought of the market for restorative medication sent Li Haoyang into a frenzy of anticipation. Although uncertain whether the cockroach resources were in Lin Fan's possession, he resolved to take a chance. Success would yield immense profits, while failure would entail no loss. Once he obtained the cockroach, he would accumulate wealth surpassing that which his entire family had struggled for over decades. Surely, his grandfather would regard him with newfound respect, and every member of the family would seek his favor. As for any repercussions that might arise, he harbored no concerns. Despite Lin Fan's current prominence, with throngs of admirers flocking to him, it was all merely the halo of the restorative medication. If the medication was indeed the result of a particular cockroach's properties, then Lin Fan and his theories would soon fade from public interest. Both factions and officials are inherently pragmatic. Should Lin Fan lose his value, no one would be foolish enough to champion his cause. They would quickly abandon him. Without further ado, he promptly seized his phone and dialed a clandestine number, articulating his intentions to the recipient on the other end. Back with Lin Fan, the attendees exchanged glances, striving to digest the revelation. A journalist posed another question. So, you have discovered a brand new species of cockroach, the components of which can cure amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and other organ damage? What a remarkable coincidence. Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. Yes, one could describe it as a new species. It possesses distinct characteristics that set it apart from other cockroaches. Its entire being is green, including its ootheca and eggs, which is precisely why the restorative medication is green. Upon hearing this, the biologists tuning in to the live stream erupted with enthusiasm. While the specifics of the restorative medication did not pique their interest, the emergence of a new species certainly did, prompting an immediate desire to obtain samples for research. However, Lin Fan subsequently refrained from answering any further questions regarding the cockroach, claiming it to be a proprietary secret of Chi Fan Pharmaceuticals. This decision sparked discontent among some netizens. Isn't information about a new species supposed to be public? Indeed, this is a resource belonging to City R and even the entirety of the Xia. It should not be monopolized for personal gain. You claim to be so impressive, yet the restorative medication is merely natural. I suspect Lin Fan is not as remarkable as he seems. He merely stumbled upon a new species of cockroach. I could do that too. He registered it as a patent for profit, which is one thing, as the Xia recognizes patents for newly discovered valuable natural components. However, the fact that he once even disclosed information about this cockroach seems excessive. Surely this new species must be endangered. Has Lin Fan not violated the law by privately capturing and exploiting endangered animals for medicine? The notion of cockroaches being endangered itself seemed absurd. Even more alarming was the possibility that if this cockroach were to be found in the wild, Lin Fan would undoubtedly capture them all upon realizing their value, preventing anyone else from acquiring them. This would imply that they could now be extinct in their natural habitat. Such acts would constitute a shameful extinction of a species, and we must resist. A multitude of voices emerged online, attacking Lin Fan. Yet there are also some rational perspectives. Let us wait to gather more information. Something feels off about this situation. Indeed, could it be that the so-called new cockroach is fabricated? I find it hard to believe there are undiscovered species of cockroaches. If it were a newly evolved mutant species, that would be plausible. Perhaps he simply wishes to conceal the specific components of the restorative medication, fabricating a lie to justify it. Thus concluded the academic conference, leaving many scholars enlightened while simultaneously igniting a profound curiosity among others. What are the actual components of the restorative medication? Is it truly a new species of cockroach? Numerous biologists and pharmaceutical companies sought to obtain samples of either the restorative medication or the cockroach for further study. In an instant, a fervor for catching cockroaches surged through City R. Everyone sought their fortune, hoping to discover the new species and sell it for a handsome profit. As for Lin Fan, he had successfully dismissed the experts, professors, representatives from various pharmaceutical companies, and Mr. Kai. He had promised them that in due time, a new batch of restorative medication would be manufactured in the laboratory for animal testing, and he would provide it to them then. Certainly, this requires a significant financial investment. Subsequently, only Li Wei and the official representatives from various cities remained. After hearing the conditions they presented, Lin Fan and Liang Feng ultimately decided to construct the factory for Qifan Pharmaceutical in Pengcheng. The climate here is more conducive to cultivating mutated cockroaches, and it is in close proximity to our city, virtually an adjacent first-tier city. The other city officials departed with a hint of disappointment, particularly the senior executives from our city who realized upon their arrival that the representatives from other cities were far more enthusiastic. Throughout the discussions, although Lin Fan and Liang Feng did not overtly express any disdain, they remained somewhat aloof. He understood in his heart that his efforts were futile as the other party had already excluded our city from consideration. With this reality set, he could only sigh. He planned to explore the possibility of developing related industries upon his return, at least something that would allow him to benefit marginally. He suspected that the innovative cockroaches must originate from our city, and if cultivating such cockroaches could be turned into an industry to supply raw materials for rehabilitation agents, that would indeed be quite advantageous. After all, rehabilitation agents can treat not only amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, but also organ damage, promising a market worth at least trillions in the future. Once all had departed, only Li Wei remained to converse with Lin Fan, conveying the support from higher authorities and inquiring further about the rehabilitation agents. Of course, his primary concern lay with the question Lin Fan had not addressed during the academic conference. General Manager Lin, is it true that the rehabilitation agents are derived from cockroaches? Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. Li Wei furrowed his brow. Then I wish to know, do these cockroaches still exist in the wild? If we obtain their population, could we continuously produce rehabilitation agents? This was his most pressing concern. As the second world-class medication from Daxia, the market potential was promising. Naturally, reaping the profits exclusively was ideal. He did not wish to see competitors or foreign pharmaceutical companies swiftly replicating similar products. In fact, he felt Lin Fan should not have disclosed so much substantial information in his papers. Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, "Rest assured, Minister Li, the rehabilitation agent is our company's flagship product, and I could not overstate its importance. I cannot divulge much more, but I assure you that everything is under control." Chapter 32. Is it really this pragmatic? After hearing this, Li Wei felt reassured and asked a few more questions before informing Lin Fan that arrangements had been made for him to oversee a state-of-the-art biological laboratory in Pengcheng. He could assume control at any time, and until the Qifan Pharmaceutical Factory was completed, that would serve as the breeding and production site for the new type of cockroach. Furthermore, once Lin Fan was ready, large-scale drug trials could commence at any moment. After a long day, Lin Fan was utterly exhausted. He lay in bed, preparing for a good night's sleep before returning to our city the next day. Just then, he received a message on his phone. "Afan, have you rested?" Lin Fan was taken aback to see that the sender was Zheng Xing. He quickly clicked on the message and replied, "I haven't been able to reach you for a few days. I'm glad you finally appeared in the public eye. Haha, when I saw the news a few days ago, I could hardly believe it. It felt like a dream. You, who are not a biology major, suddenly inventing a drug to treat amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. I'm starting to doubt the authenticity of this world. How could such a coincidence occur? It feels almost unreal." Lin Fan responded, "King Ye, you too have been diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, haven't you? I suspected as much. I even went to the hospital to look for you, but you weren't there." Zheng Xing sighed. "Yes, I found out later that you were at the hospital that day and even healed patients there. I regretted not being there. Had I been in the hospital, perhaps I could have received your treatment." Lin Fan replied, "I intended to check on your condition that day and bring you some medication. The rehabilitation agent can treat any type of bodily injury, and I thought you might have an incurable illness, so I wanted to surprise you. By the way, I'll be returning to our city tomorrow, and I'll bring the medication back for you. As friends, you should have informed me sooner." Zheng Xing laughed, "Haha. Thank you, Afan. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. Let us have a proper gathering." At that moment, Zheng Xing, having shed his inner gloom, regained his former spirited demeanor. He felt immense gratitude towards Lin Fan, believing that knowing him was a tremendous fortune. It was as if Lin Fan had been sent by divine intervention to rescue him. How else could such a miracle occur? Reflecting on this made him feel a bit ashamed. Afin, having known you for so long, I now realize you are the true genius. In comparison, I feel utterly insignificant. I've read your papers and attended your presentations. They were truly eye-opening, and I feel my knowledge is rather superficial. Lin Fan scratched his head. It's not that remarkable. I just happen to be a bit luckier than others. Saying sin exagerati li responded. No, please don't be modest. Anyone who truly understands the field knows the value of the knowledge in your papers. Only outsiders make baseless claims that you merely found a new species of cockroach by luck, leading to your invention of the medication. If I'm not mistaken, this new species of cockroach is not a product of nature, is it? It resembles a genetically modified organism, doesn't it? Lin Fan couldn't help but admire him. Truly a bona fide genius. He could discern the truth from mere hints. Lin Fan chuckled. You're quite astute, Shingo. That is indeed the case. But I prefer to keep it under wraps for now. When a medication is launched, everyone will understand. After chatting for a while, it grew late, and Zheng Xing voluntarily concluded the conversation. Just as Lin Fan was about to sleep, he suddenly noticed someone requesting to add him as a friend. Initially inclined to ignore it, he paused upon seeing the note and ultimately accepted the request. No sooner had he accepted than a smiley emoji appeared on his screen. Are you asleep? Lin Fan furrowed his brow and replied, Miss Tian, is there something you need? He hadn't anticipated that Tian Xiaoxue would take the initiative to add him on WeChat. From university to graduation, even while renting her property, they had exchanged no more than 3 words combined. She had never regarded him with any attention. Now, she was actively reaching out to him. How pragmatic. Yet, in Lin Fan's mind, Tian Xiaoxue did not seem like that kind of person. She had always been proud and came from a well-off family, possessing considerable abilities, hence rarely looking down on others. Lin Fan had never seen her in close relations with anyone. He suddenly recalled the day at the exhibition when she had been with Li Haoyang. It was hard to fathom why she would take an interest in such a debauched young man. Could it be that she was a gold digger? However, he remembered that during their school days, Li Haoyang had pursued Tian Xiaoxue, but she had ignored him entirely. What had transpired for these two to end up together? Tian Xiaoxue sent a surprised emoji. No, I just wanted to congratulate you. I never expected that someone like you, an office worker with an undergraduate degree unrelated to biology, could achieve such remarkable accomplishments. My curiosity has been piqued, and I wish to understand what kind of person you truly are. It is only now that I realize I have failed to see beyond your facade. At that moment, she added, by the way, Lin Fan, I apologize on behalf of my father regarding the rent increase. However, he is not faring well himself. Perhaps he has become blinded by greed and is now facing the consequences. Lin Fan was taken aback. What had happened to him? Had something occurred shortly after he vacated the premises? Tian Xiaoxue replied coolly. He has become destitute. He is constantly trying to infiltrate high society, currying favor with all sorts of influential individuals, unaware that they regard him merely as a nouveau riche from a demolition project, holding him in contempt. Not long ago, he was ensnared in a scheme orchestrated by a group of people, and now all the money he had saved over his lifetime is gone, leaving him in a mountain of debt. By the time I discovered this, it was too late. He had abandoned everything and fled, and we have not been in contact for a long time. I have no idea whether he is alive or dead. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes and read the message again. It felt as though Tian Xiaoxue was joking with him. How could such absurdity exist? To run away from debt and leave his daughter in our city? Suddenly, Lin Fan understood. It dawned on him that Tian Xiaoxue must have felt compelled to attach herself to Li Haoyang for her own protection. This indicated that the other party had likely been suffering greatly of late. But why was she reaching out to him now? He replied with 2 words, my condolences. Tian Xiaoxue responded. Lin Fan suddenly found himself curious about Li Haoyang's current situation. What do you plan to do next? Chapter 33, The Mansion Robbery. He speculated that Tian Xiaoxue had finally secured a powerful ally in the esteemed Li family. Now that Li Haoyang had gained notoriety online due to his connection with her, he must surely be facing disdain within his family. His standing could not possibly be what it once was. With his support suddenly gone, was she seeking a new benefactor? Tian Xiaoxue said, what else can I do? To be honest, I now realize how foolish I have been, thinking myself so exceptional. I now understand how difficult it is to survive without resources. My current life is devoid of any joy. I live in constant fear, reliant on the whims of others. There is no hope in sight. Seeing that Lin Fan did not respond, after a while, she suddenly sent him a message. Lin Fan, when will you return? I would like to treat you to a meal. Lin Fan frowned and replied, no, Miss Tian, we are not well acquainted, and I have many matters to attend to. In an apartment in our city, Tian Xiaoxue awaited eagerly by her phone, her expression suddenly turning pale. Biting her lip, her face flashed red and white with emotion. Reluctantly, she said, "Lin Fan, I have no relationship with Li Haoyang. I merely attended that event with him for certain reasons. I was using him as a shield. Could you possibly help me? I would work for you for a lifetime. I would do anything you asked." After waiting in vain for a response, she reluctantly set her phone down, unwilling to disturb Lin Fan further. Yet just then, Lin Fan sent a message. "All right, let's arrange to meet. I will notify you." Tian Xiaoxue was instantly overjoyed, a subtle smile gracing her lips, hinting at something deeper. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, a silent operation was unfolding elsewhere. The night had grown late. In our city, within the luxurious complex where Lin Fan resided, the security guard was patrolling with a flashlight when suddenly, the entire complex experienced a blackout. This perplexed the guard, for in a major city and such a high-end complex, power outages were uncommon. Just then, commotion erupted from one corner of the complex, prompting the guards to rush over. Meanwhile, they failed to notice that someone had taken advantage of the situation to stealthily infiltrate the once secure complex from a less guarded area. At first glance, this individual appeared unremarkable, merely carrying a black backpack. Yet wherever he went, the footage from the independently powered surveillance cameras began to distort. Arriving before one building, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Yes, this was the one. He swiftly executed his plan, deceiving the doorman and entering the building. Ascending the stairs to the floor where Lin Fan resided. After temporarily disabling the surveillance, he approached the smart lock, retrieving a device from his backpack and deftly picking the lock without triggering an alarm. The moment he stepped inside, he scanned the surroundings cautiously and breathed a sigh of relief. He sneered, "Indeed, nothing extraordinary here. The difficulty of this task is minimal." After all, he was just a lucky young man. Even if he had some awareness of potential threats, he could hardly cover all bases right from the start, likely dismissing the notion that his home was anything but secure. With that thought, he switched on his flashlight and began to whistle as he walked further inside. If there were valuables here, where might they be concealed? His gaze fell upon a large safe, and he shook his head. If it were a cockroach, then he must be harboring eggs or something similar. Given the sweltering climate of our city, they could not possibly be stored anywhere at room temperature. Thus, it was highly unlikely to be in the safe, but rather, he turned his attention to a piece of furniture on the right, the refrigerator. However, instead of approaching it immediately, he let out a cold laugh, donning protective gear from his bag, encasing himself completely, and putting on goggles and an oxygen tank. This way, he would be foolproof. Although it was unwise to keep such valuable items at home, as a biologist, the owner might have foolishly devised some traps using his expertise. Quite naively, with that in mind, he yanked open the refrigerator door. Indeed, the next moment, in addition to a rush of cold air, a torrent of white gas surged forth, heading straight for his face. However, due to his full protective gear, he was unharmed. Instead, he erupted into a triumphant laughter, reveling in the fact that he had indeed anticipated the owner's clumsy ruse. Huh, have I not seen the world? Let me guess. Is this an anesthetic or some kind of toxin? His eyes fell upon a conspicuously placed tin box inside the refrigerator, igniting his excitement. Forget the guessing. Let us get down to business. He extracted the box and placed it on the floor, checking to ensure there was nothing else of value in the refrigerator. Cautiously, he opened the box, and, upon seeing its contents, his heart soared with joy. Success. The employer's hypothesis was correct. This is a windfall. What lay before him were several large, entirely green egg sacs, precisely as described in Lin Fan's presentation at the academic conference. Without pausing for detailed examination, he swiftly removed several egg sacs, placing them in a sealed thermal bag and stuffing them into his backpack. He then departed the complex at the fastest pace possible. The following morning, Lin Fan awoke to the sound of urgent knocking at his door. He hastily opened the door, and there stood Liang Feng, his expression grave as he held his phone, exclaiming, "Boss, we have a serious situation. Didn't you receive a call? Your residence in our city was burglarized last night." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his phone had automatically shut down. He quickly charged it and turned it back on. Indeed, he soon received a call from the city police, who appear to be taking the burglary very seriously. "Mr. Lin, the officer began last night. An intruder managed to infiltrate your community, circumventing security and surveillance, and entered your home without triggering any alarms. We suspect this was the work of a professional. Upon investigation, it seems the perpetrator showed no interest in other valuables. The only thing they targeted was your refrigerator, which was found wide open. May I ask if there was anything of significance within?" Lin Fan's eyes flickered with urgency as he replied, "Ah, There were indeed crucial items inside the refrigerator, confidential materials belonging to our chief Fan Pharmaceuticals. Specifically, the billion-dollar cockroach egg capsules. How could this happen? They were stolen. And what was the security doing? This is disastrous. Chapter 34. Identifying the mastermind. Upon hearing Lin Fan's frantic revelations, the officers' minds reeled in shock. They were well aware of the importance of the rehabilitation agents, and now a core secret had been compromised. This was a significant predicament. Simultaneously, they lamented Lin Fan's negligence in not securing such sensitive materials in a bank vault or another more secure location. Taking a deep breath, the officer said seriously, "Mr. Lin, I understand. We will promptly establish a task force to address this issue. We will deploy resources to recover the stolen items as soon as possible. Please return at your earliest convenience, as we need to gather further information." In truth, he had little hope left. The intruder's decisive actions and apparent professionalism, coupled with the timing of the theft just as the new cockroach species was gaining public attention, suggested that the mastermind behind this was not to be underestimated. A considerable amount of time had passed, enough for the stolen items to be well out of reach. After hanging up, Lin Fan's initial panic vanished, replaced by a calm demeanor. Lin Fan, who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome, was momentarily taken aback and found himself less frantic. Lin Fan inquired, "Have we finalized our flight tickets?" Lin Fan nodded. "We're set to depart in half an hour." He couldn't help but ask, "Boss, aren't you worried about the theft?" He considered that even if Lin Fan had backup egg capsules, it wouldn't affect drug production, but the breach of confidentiality was alarming. Soon, others began to call Lin Fan to inquire about the situation, with Li Wei being particularly concerned and feeling more anxious than anyone else. However, Lin Fan reassured him multiple times that there would be no loss of monopoly in the field, alleviating his worries. Before long, news of the suspected theft of Lin Fan's confidential rehabilitation agents spread across the internet. The City Police issued a statement announcing the formation of a task force to thoroughly investigate the matter. Numerous media outlets circulated the story, igniting discussions among netizens. "Oh no, this is catastrophic. If even such a high-end community can be infiltrated by thieves unnoticed, what is the security doing?" This indicated that the burglar was exceptionally skilled. One insider shared that only the refrigerator had been tampered with, its contents stolen. Could the stolen items be the new species of cockroach eggs? They were likely stored there to prevent accidental hatching. Panic ensued as people speculated whether all of Chief Fan Pharmaceuticals' raw materials had been stolen, jeopardizing the production of the rehabilitation agents. How could such a surreal event occur? What was Lin Fan thinking? Did he not comprehend the importance of these materials? They were akin to national treasures. How could he leave them unsecured in his home? Many believed he should have immediately alerted the authorities to ensure robust protection. Indeed, he was merely a young man. Despite his academic achievements, he lacked practical experience and seemed oblivious to the number of eyes watching him. Those driven by profit could employ ruthless tactics. It was surmised that the theft was orchestrated by rival pharmaceutical companies, unable to procure patents, resorting to such unscrupulous means. Perhaps in a short time, a company would announce the launch of a rehabilitation agent at an exorbitant price. It was disheartening that the Daxia had finally invented this flagship product, only to see its secrets exposed before it could even gain traction. A thorough investigation was imperative to prevent such occurrences. Some speculated a connection to the Li family, particularly with Li Haoyang, who harbored animosity towards Lin Fan. Others blamed Lin Fan himself, arguing that upon discovering a new species, he should have reported it immediately and allowed the authorities to manage it, rather than trying to monopolize the benefits. This was a case of retribution. Even acquired wealth could swiftly slip away if one was unworthy of it. Online, a majority lamented the loss of wealth that rightfully belonged to Daxia, blaming Lin Fan's selfishness for the outcome. Some reveled in his misfortune, while those suffering from severe illnesses, who had high hopes for the rehabilitation agent, felt disheartened. Upon disembarking from the flight, Lin Fan was promptly taken to the police station by waiting officers. Soon, he and Lin Fan participated in a meeting of the task force, which comprised high-ranking officials and experts, including those from her city whom Lin Fan had previously rebuffed. The recurrence of such a grave incident left him feeling overwhelmed. In no time, Lin Fan learned about the entire operation and its timeline. He accurately described the stolen items as a collection of entirely green cockroach egg capsules. The revelation surprised everyone present. They had never heard of a completely emerald green cockroach species. Clearly, this was not a wild variant. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. The police investigation progressed swiftly, but the results were disappointing. Surveillance footage identified a suspect, a local Daxia resident employed by a small company. who also led a secret life as a professional thief. Unfortunately, he had already fled the country the previous night. This aligned with their earlier suspicions. The new cockroach species was now certain to be smuggled abroad, with its spread seemingly unstoppable. The police's primary objective was to apprehend the mastermind behind this operation. At that moment, an officer entered to report the latest developments. Report. After investigation, we found that Li Haoyang left Daxia this morning shortly after the thief departed, taking a private plane to the United States. We attempted to contact him through various means, but received no response. This was almost an admission of guilt. To speak candidly, the police initially harbored suspicions that spanned a vast array of potential culprits. Virtually every domestic and international capitalist and pharmaceutical enterprise had a motive to employ individuals to pilfer the novel cockroach species. Consequently, identifying the true mastermind behind the operation proved to be an arduous task. However, the authorities linked the discord between Lin Fan and Li Haoyang, opting to investigate the latter as well. To their astonishment, they uncovered highly suspicious movements from Li Haoyang. Thus, the truth began to emerge. Chapter 35. Are the new species of cockroaches toxic? Mr. Lin, after our investigation, Li Haoyang is a prime suspect. We will initiate an immediate manhunt for him and alert Interpol, the officer declared. Lin Fan nodded stoically. To all observers, he appeared desensitized, for the financial loss they incurred was staggering. Soon after, the police released the findings of their investigation and officially issued an international warrant for Li Haoyang. This revelation sent shockwaves through the public. My goodness, it's truly this Li Haoyang. How wicked can he be? The last time he smeared Fan Pharmaceuticals, he was not held accountable, resulting in this enormous loss. There was little recourse, for the previous incident at the exhibition, where he was rebuked, did not constitute a legal offense, given that Fan Pharmaceuticals appeared rather dubious. Now, having eluded capture, this could indeed be classified as theft of national assets, verging on treason. The prospects of producing the rehabilitation agent now hung in the balance, and it was only a matter of time before counterfeit versions emerge abroad. The Li family had grown audacious in our city, and this time, they were likely to face dire consequences. Numerous business associations and domestic investors had already announced the cessation of all dealings with the Li family, and all their enterprises were now under scrutiny. It seemed improbable that the Li family was aware of Li Haoyang's actions, yet they would have to bear the brunt of the fallout. As those in power sought a scapegoat, as anticipated, the Li family promptly distanced themselves from Li Haoyang, pledging their full cooperation with the investigation. Nevertheless, this would prove futile. It was predictable that once the storm had passed, their commercial empire would shrink by at least half. Internally, the patriarch of the Li family was livid, lamenting his failure to eliminate the calamity that was Li Haoyang sooner. In light of these developments, the Daxia government immediately exerted diplomatic pressure on the United States, demanding Li Haoyang's arrest and extradition, along with the return of the stolen biological resources. However, the United States claimed that the evidence implicating Li Haoyang in the theft was insufficient. Concurrently, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration and several key figures issued statements asserting that Daxia's attempt to patent natural ingredients and monopolize the profits was erroneous, and that they would not recognize the patent for the rehabilitation agent. This was clearly a maneuver to ensure that their own pharmaceutical companies could replicate and market the rehabilitation agent without hindrance. Such statements were met with outrage from both officials and the public in Daxia, as everything seemed to be unfolding unfavorably for the nation. Just when everyone believed Fan Pharmaceuticals was doomed, Lin Fan, through an interview, announced that he possessed sufficient reserves of the new cockroach species. Thus, the incident would not impede the production and experimentation of the rehabilitation agent. The forthcoming drug trial procedures would proceed as scheduled, led by the Ministry of Health and the Drug Administration, and the scale of the experiments would be unprecedented. To enhance efficiency, the first and second phases of animal testing would occur simultaneously, demonstrating Lin Fan's immense confidence in the rehabilitation agent. Furthermore, he declared that, for humanitarian reasons, although the rehabilitation agent had yet to undergo trials, it would be permissible for use and treatment under specific conditions. Given the plight of numerous patients with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and organ failure, who could only await transplants, as well as those in critical states requiring the rehabilitation agent to save their lives, intervention was imperative. Without it, their fate was almost certainly death. At this stage, the side effects of the rehabilitation agent were minimal, unlikely to yield severe consequences. Consequently, after thorough research, it was decided that certain critically ill patients could be granted special approval to use the rehabilitation agent following the signing of a waiver. The announcement of this interview left everyone astounded. Netizens were elated, realizing that there were backup cockroaches, allowing Qifan Pharmaceuticals to continue production, albeit potentially at a reduced profit margin. It seemed Lin Fan was not entirely foolish, understanding the wisdom of not placing all his eggs in one basket. However, some questioned why he had not taken preventive measures earlier, which could have circumvented such turmoil. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that foreign entities would not dominate the market, and the hope remained for a successful trial and prompt market release. Patients who had previously lost hope due to conditions like amyotrophic lateral sclerosis or other ailments were revitalized upon learning this news, especially knowing they could soon seek treatment directly. Their excitement overshadowed any concerns about the potential risks of the rehabilitation agent. Without it, they were effectively awaiting death. As the interview approached its conclusion, Lin Fan addressed the issue of the new cockroaches possibly being sold abroad, where pharmaceutical companies might produce counterfeit versions of the rehabilitation agent. He condemned Li Haoyang as morally reprehensible and urged foreign institutions with purchasing intentions to exercise caution. Although the rehabilitation agent was derived from the cockroach, the process was not straightforward. Mastery of the cockroach resource did not guarantee the successful development of the agent. Moreover, he revealed a previously undisclosed secret. This cockroach species possessed significant toxicity, rendering it perilous and difficult to counteract. In unfortunate events of exposure, there would be no remedy. While the onset of symptoms was gradual, the outcome was invariably fatal, accompanied by excruciating suffering. Initially, individuals would experience itching and rashes that would not alleviate with medication. As the condition worsened, the itch would penetrate deeper, leading the afflicted into a state of despair and fear as death approached. Lin Fan statement ignitait fervent discussions externally. In Daxia, both officials and netizens were taken aback. Lin Fan had never previously disclosed such information. The toxicity of this new cockroach was unprecedented and alarming. The residents of her city were instantly engulfed in panic. Yet Lin Fan swiftly reassured them that these cockroaches rarely ventured into human habitats, preferring dark, secluded environments. Nevertheless, many were still frightened, questioning why Lin Fan had not disclosed this critical information sooner. Even Li Wei called to inquire in detail, but after an in-depth conversation, he fell silent. The information Lin Fan divulged rekindled confidence among Daxia netizens in Qifan Pharmaceuticals, for even if foreigners acquired the cockroaches, they could not replicate the rehabilitation agent. Thus, Daxia would continue to enjoy the fruits of its labor regarding this breakthrough. Chapter 36. The Thief's Panic, however, the perspective abroad was markedly different. Internationally, from officials to the general populace, there was a consensus that Lin Fan was merely attempting to intimidate them, aiming to dissuade foreign entities from pursuing the development of the rehabilitation agent. The purported extreme toxicity of these cockroaches seems nothing short of hyperbolic exaggeration. Furthermore, certain foreign institutions have scoffed at Lin Fan's claims, asserting that the mere existence of this novel cockroach does not suffice for the development of a therapeutic agent. They firmly believe that Lin Fan is merely engaging in self-aggrandizement. The crux of the recovery formula evidently hinges upon the raw materials, namely these cockroaches. Now that they have acquired them, coupled with Lin Fan's research paper, they are confident in their ability to replicate the recovery agent. It is worth noting that they possess a world-class team of scientists and resources at their disposal. Already, multiple American pharmaceutical companies and research institutions have procured the cockroach eggs and successfully hatched them, clandestinely commencing their investigations. Indeed, after arriving in the United States, Li Haoyang promptly reached out to these organizations, selling the cockroach eggs at a premium price. Aware of his inability to conduct research or safeguard the precious specimens, he opted to exchange them for immense wealth, ensuring a life of leisure akin to paradise for the remainder of his days. Although he has severed ties with his family and can never return to Daxia, he remains unfazed. The thought that all of this was wrested from Lin Fan, delivering a significant blow to him, only enhances his satisfaction. Nevertheless, while most individuals dismissed Lin Fan's threats as mere fabrications, a select few succumbed to panic. In an opulent mansion in America, Su Fei was indulging in popcorn and sipping cola, thoroughly content with his extravagant lifestyle. He was the very professional thief who had pilfered the cockroaches from Lin Fan's residence. This mission had unfolded with unparalleled ease, yielding a fortune in commission that would last him several lifetimes. It felt as though he had traversed through a dream. Reflecting on the entire ordeal filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. At that moment, he was engrossed in watching Lin Fan's interview. Following the incident, he had been closely monitoring Lin Fan's reactions, deriving immense pleasure from the latter's misfortunes. When Lin Fan stated that even with the cockroaches, they could not develop the recovery agent, Su Fei erupted in arrogant laughter. Fool! Do you genuinely believe anyone would take your words at face value? How naive! Even a 3-year-old would discern that you're merely bluffing. If you, a non-specialist, can discover something, how could the world's leading expert teams fail to do so? The significance lies in the cockroach, not you. Unconsciously scratching his arm, he noticed some welts forming, itching incessantly. Yet, he dismissed it as mere acclimatization to the new environment, attributing it to allergies. However, Lin Fan's subsequent remarks widened his eyes in horror. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and a chill coursed through him. The cockroach possessed a lethal toxin, and once infected, the mortality rate was a grim 100. Even without direct contact, mere exposure of the skin or inhalation of the minuscule toxic powder enveloping the eggs could lead to contamination. This powder was so lightweight that it remained suspended in the air, and inhaling even the slightest amount would spell doom. Not immediate death, but a slow, agonizing demise over the course of a month. Moreover, one must not be complacent, even if clad in protective gear. One might not be entirely safe unless they operated with the meticulous protocols of a biochemical laboratory, including disinfection and dust removal. Failing to do so would result in contact with the powder on the suit's surface upon removal, leading to poisoning. The characteristic of this toxin was an insatiable itch, penetrating to the very marrow of one's bones. With a sudden clatter, Su Fei's remote control slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He stood frozen, his legs trembling involuntarily. Struggling to turn his gaze towards his arm, he recognized for the first time how unbearable the itching was, with his skin clearly deteriorating. And even the application of ointment had proven futile. Initially, he had brushed it off, but now, coupled with Lin Fan's words, the realization struck him. The toxin could linger on protective gear, and even after shedding it, inadvertent contact would still result in poisoning. He recalled that day when his focus had been solely on the possible traps within the refrigerator. After evading those traps, he had grown complacent, dismissing any further concerns, convinced that wearing protective clothing ensured absolute safety. Consequently, he had extracted the cockroach eggs, albeit while gloved. Yet, upon exiting the premises, he had carelessly removed the protective suit and stuffed it into his bag. It went without saying that during that process, he had inevitably come into contact with the toxic powder. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he trembled violently. After a brief moment of daze, he shook his head fiercely, attempting to regain composure. No, how could cockroaches be toxic? Although this particular cockroach is green, I've never seen one before. He consoled himself. It must be a hoax. I simply have a skin condition, nothing more. But was it truly that coincidental? Doubt began to fester in his mind. Thus, suspicion and fear wrestled for dominance in his thoughts, ultimately succumbing to terror. For he realized that no matter how many baths he took or ointments he applied, or even visits to the doctor, nothing seemed to alleviate his plight. His condition was deteriorating, just as Lin Fan had described, inching towards severity. Moreover, it was no longer just the skin that itched. Even his bones felt as though they were being gnawed upon by ants, an agonizing sensation. During these episodes, he could only pound his fists against the wall, for that was the only way to find a modicum of relief. This was certainly not a mere skin ailment. It had to be the toxin at play. In that moment, panic engulfed him. Had he known Lin Fan possessed such a contingency, that such a perilous creature existed in this world, he would never have accepted such a task, no matter the potential for wealth that could last several lifetimes. Now, he had the money, but no life to spend it. Desperately, he racked his brain for a solution. Suddenly, he remembered that others, like himself, had also been exposed to the toxin. He was not alone. Li Haoyang had also come into contact with the eggs. But how could he reach out now? After fulfilling his task and receiving his bounty, they had parted ways. He was utterly unaware of Li Haoyang's whereabouts or how to contact him. Despair washed over him once more. Meanwhile, within a biological laboratory, scientists were meticulously encased from head to toe, examining the newly hatched cockroaches under magnification. Despite considering Lin Fan's claims to be largely bluster, they opted to exercise utmost caution, adhering to the highest safety standards in handling this novel species. Chapter 37. Genetic Sorcerers. The scientists marveled at the minuscule cockroaches, no larger than ants. It was unfathomable that such vividly green cockroaches truly existed. They had been skeptical of Lin Fan's descriptions. If cultivated as pets, these creatures could even possess significant aesthetic value, likely inciting fervor among enthusiasts of exotic pets. Yet, why did they appear so peculiar? It seemed to defy biological principles. These cockroaches bore a striking resemblance to ordinary ones, save for their bizarre coloration. Soon, a plethora of research data emerged. Upon testing, It was determined that neither the eggs nor the larvae exhibited any detectable toxins. The scientists nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have long been aware that this is merely Lin Fan's trivial fabrication, haven't we? Now, we can pursue our research with confidence. Through genetic comparison, we can ascertain that this is not a product of natural mutation. Its genes have undergone extensive artificial editing, seemingly infused with numerous foreign genetic elements. This revelation has elicited furrowed brows among the scientists, though it does not come as a surprise. In truth, many had speculated that Lin Fan might have employed gene editing or transgenic technology, especially since his papers encompass relevant knowledge. However, this implies that the rationale of not being able to register a patent due to the so-called natural components fails to hold water, rendering the denial of the rehabilitation agent's patent untenable. After conducting a meticulous study of the novel cockroach's genome, the scientists could not help but exclaim in astonishment. How could this be? They detected genetic fragments from salamanders, hydras, sponges, and various other organisms. Such findings left even the most eminent experts in the field utterly speechless. It turns out that genes from so many regenerative organisms have been implanted, but how could he ensure that this approach was valid? How could he guarantee that the components secreted by these cockroaches would effectively promote human cell regeneration? In their eyes, Lin Fan's maneuvers were nothing short of miraculous. Considering the vastness of an animal's genetic data, how could Lin Fan ascertain which genetic fragments were beneficial and could be seamlessly integrated without conflict? The entire endeavor resembled searching for a needle in a haystack, an immense undertaking, and without prior knowledge, one might not even recognize what a needle looks like. Yet, Lin Fan accomplished this seemingly miraculous feat to them. It felt akin to Lin Fan having the answers first and then formulating questions based on those answers. Learning this was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Initially, they had hoped to derive Lin Fan's thought process from the mutated cockroaches, only to discover that such an ambition was utterly unattainable. It was as if everything was laid out before them, yet they could only study it. How could one possibly create ex nihilo like a deity? Lin Fan's papers and the rehabilitation agent merely represented the tip of the iceberg. The most crucial elements lay submerged beneath the surface, reflecting Lin Fan's fathomless knowledge. He was akin to a genetic sorcerer, the individual in the biological realm closest to divinity. With such prowess, the rehabilitation agent was but a minor feat. Various other diseases could undoubtedly be tackled if we were to engage in this research. It would take us countless years to reach such heights. As these scientists grappled with feelings of inadequacy, they found solace in the fact that divine providence had granted them access to this cockroach sample. This opportunity afforded them the chance to continuously study and learn, allowing them to produce the rehabilitation agent without fully comprehending the underlying theories. In Pengcheng, within a heavily guarded area manned by armed soldiers, a premier biological laboratory stood. This facility boasted state-of-the-art equipment, originally owned by the Daxia government but temporarily entrusted to Lin Fan for the cultivation of mutated cockroaches and the production of the agent prior to the factory's completion. Presently, individuals clad in lab coats and masks busily engaged in their tasks. These were employees recruited by Lin Fan during this period, all of whom had signed confidentiality agreements and were well acquainted with one another. They were observing a multitude of densely packed green cockroaches consuming specially formulated food within the pristine compartments. Despite being the foremost talents in Daxia's biological field, hailing from prestigious institutions with at least postgraduate degrees, they were nonetheless awestruck by these cockroaches. After 2 days of research, they began to grasp the terrifying extent of Lin Fan's capabilities in cultivating these specimens. Through their interactions with Lin Fan over the past few days, working under his guidance, they realized that their prior knowledge was of limited utility. Lin Fan's profound erudition and astonishing intellect left them feeling inadequate. Each challenge they encountered seemed trivial to him. As he effortlessly provided solutions, it appeared that no problem could possibly stump him. And from their supervisor Zheng Xing, they learned that Lin Fan was not even a specialist in biology. He had only recently ventured into this field. Now, they felt immensely privileged to have the opportunity to work at Fan Pharmaceuticals. This surpassed any experience they might gain under any mentor, and they were confident that it would not be long before their knowledge and skills matched those of the world's leading scientists. The new methods and theories they were acquiring would undoubtedly propel their future research endeavors to unprecedented heights, even if they were to leave this establishment someday. Any relevant institution worldwide would welcome them with open arms. At that moment, Lin Fan was also present, conversing with Zheng Xing, who was similarly attired. Lin Fan had returned to our city, shared a meal with Zheng Xing to strengthen their rapport. and subsequently proposed the idea of appointing Zheng Xing as the technical supervisor at Qifan Pharmaceuticals. After a brief consideration, Zheng Xing acquiesced, recognizing that Qifan Pharmaceuticals was destined to become one of the top 50 companies in the world, a rare opportunity indeed. Moreover, Zheng Xing had developed a keen interest in research, particularly concerning the rehabilitation agent, especially since he himself was afflicted with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. He yearned to gain deeper insights into the experimental processes surrounding the rehabilitation agent. After several days of work and exposure to more core technologies, he, like the others, was astonished and held Lin Fan in high regard. Lin Fan was nothing short of a divine being. Now, Zheng Xing was convinced that the rehabilitation agent would indeed prove effective for his condition. Fan, no. I shall call you boss. I truly cannot fathom how your mind operates, how you conceived such groundbreaking technology. It is evident that your rehabilitation agent contains myriad complexities, and even possessing the mutated cockroaches would not suffice to replicate it. I am now at ease. I fear those American pharmaceutical companies will be sorely disappointed. Ha ha. Chapter 38. Rushing to hand over money. He continued, after expending tremendous effort to obtain the cockroaches and pouring immense human and material resources into the endeavor, only to confront an insurmountable chasm awaiting them, all their efforts rendered futile. The despair they will experience is unimaginable. Boss, I suspect that those insect eggs were deliberately left there to be stolen, right? Just to ensure that they toil in vain and ultimately witness what true despair looks like. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Indeed, the insect eggs are not the most critical element. Had they been stolen, compromising confidentiality, I would have concealed them in a far more secure location. The rehabilitation agent has 3 layers of defense. The first layer, of course, is the mutated cockroaches themselves. Even if others manage to acquire the mutated cockroaches through some means, the second layer of defense awaits them. The mutated cockroaches must be fed specific food to ensure their stability and therapeutic efficacy. However, even under such conditions, after several generations of breeding, the descendants will lose their healing capabilities, regardless of the food provided. And even if they were to clone the original mutated cockroaches indefinitely and obtain the feeding formula, a final layer of defense remains. Zheng Xing pondered for a moment. Boss, does the final product of the rehabilitation agent contain additional ingredients? In my analysis, I came across a trace of an exceptionally intricate and peculiar substance, which was not found within the mutated cockroaches. Could this be the key? Lin Fan cast an appreciative glance at him, a testament to his genius as a scientist. Indeed, this was of paramount importance. I referred to it as the activator. Merely possessing the regenerative capabilities of the mutated cockroaches components is insufficient. The activator serves to render these components effective for the human body. This substance requires only a minuscule amount and is exceedingly difficult to synthesize. I alone possess the method of its creation in this world. Zheng Xing couldn't help but marvel. Lin Fan had indeed taken numerous precautions. This recovery serum was nothing short of a perfect creation. Aside from straightforward production and low cost, its effects were astonishingly potent, coupled with sufficient confidentiality measures to ensure that no imitations would arise. Thus, Qifan Pharmaceuticals could enjoy substantial profits. How could such a flawless medicine exist? Lin Fan shifted the topic, inquiring, by the way, how do you feel after using the serum? Zheng Xing replied with a smile, I feel remarkably well. In just a day or two, I've noticed that my hand no longer trembles uncontrollably as it once did. This is a sign that my nerves are healing. Perhaps it won't be long before I am completely restored to health. His condition was still in its early stages, requiring only a minimal dosage, and once healed, a long period would pass before any recurrence. Henceforth, periodic usage would ensure that relapses would be averted. Zheng Xing now felt that life had regained its significance. All thanks to Lin Fan's invention. He had resolved to devote all his energy to Qifan Pharmaceuticals in the years to come, not only concerning amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and organ damage, but with the technology provided by Lin Fan, he felt confident in tackling one challenging ailment after another. This way of life felt nothing short of paradise to him. Lin Fan nodded and said, that's splendid. The upcoming animal experiments and clinical trials will be in your capable hands. You and Liang Feng will oversee everything, liaising with the Ministry of Health to secure market approval as swiftly as possible. Should you require my input on anything, do not hesitate to reach out. I will synthesize the activator at home on a schedule, so remember to collect it. Zheng Xing nodded in agreement. Since Lin Fan was the proprietor and had provided the core technology, he would naturally take a back seat, simply counting the profits. He was well aware that even before the recovery serum hit the market, individuals were already eager to invest. Although soon, when the serum entered trials, It would offer treatment on a waiver basis to some patients with terminal illnesses. There were those who could not wait even for that brief period. Such were the wealthy individuals suffering from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, including Mr. Kai, who had repeatedly implored Lin Fan for immediate treatment, offering to donate $100 million to Qifan Pharmaceuticals in return. Other affluent domestic patients with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis or those requiring organ transplants had also directly contacted Qifan Pharmaceuticals, willing to pay a handsome sum to jump the queue. Lin Fan, of course, was inclined to accommodate such requests, as it would be foolish to turn away money that came knocking. Moreover, it was noteworthy that the foreign tycoon Carl had remained in Daxia, choosing not to return home despite the leak of the mutated cockroach to foreign lands, instead opting to support local pharmaceutical companies. This surprised Lin Fan. In contrast to Carl, who had ample confidence in Lin Fan and would not act unethically by funding those who stole technology, it could be said that he was indeed a wily old fox. He managed to glean from this incident that Lin Fan was orchestrating a grand strategy, thus making the most judicious choice. This not only allowed him to receive treatment promptly in Daxia, but also left a favorable impression on Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not disappoint him. After an uninterrupted week of using the recovery serum, Carl, who had been tormented by amyotrophic lateral sclerosis for decades and had nearly lost all mobility, experienced a miraculous improvement. He felt he could breathe freely once again, no longer gripped by the terror of asphyxiation, and he discovered that he could move his hands. Although he could not fully lift them, he could grasp objects with relative ease. This was nothing short of astonishing, far more effective than the billions he had previously spent on various treatments. Those prior treatments merely staved off the deterioration of his condition, while the recovery serum had entirely reversed it. His spirit reignited with gratitude for making the right decision to come to Daxia. He also looked on enviously at Mr. Kai's remarkable recovery, eager to reach a similar state. Mr. Kai, having only been afflicted for a few years, though he had suffered greatly, still retained some mobility. After a few days of treatment, he had improved significantly, now able to walk slowly and sit without excessive dependence on others. While his body still trembled, it was a marked improvement from the initial state. Other wealthy individuals also reported satisfactory treatment outcomes and return home content. However, thus far apart from Carl, who had initially come to Daxia and received treatment, no other affluent patient from abroad had sought the recovery serum. Initially, some wealthy individuals had contacted Qifan Pharmaceuticals, but after the theft of the cockroach egg cases, there had been no further communication. Chapter 39. A significant increase in intelligence. It remains uncertain whether they are relying on domestic institutions to conduct research or if they were intimidated by Lin Fan's mention of the mutated cockroach's toxicity. In any case, Lin Fan was indifferent. Eventually, they would realize that their wait was futile, rendering their efforts in vain. At that point, they would certainly grow anxious. Nonetheless, by then, domestic trials would already be underway, and the urgent patients would be nearly treated. The recovery serum would not be dispensed lightly, particularly not to foreigners. Everything must await market launch. When the time came for treatment, the price would no longer be what it is now. After conveying all necessary instructions, Lin Fan returned to his home, inner city. He then lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and in the next moment, he entered the crystal universe. His body floated in the void, and with a mere thought, Lin Fan found himself in the heart of our city within the crystal universe. Every building and scene appeared identical to the outside world. Strangely, however, there were no humans present, and signs of desolation were evident throughout. Only various birds and beasts roamed the city, and due to an incomplete food chain, many insects and small animals were in a state of proliferation. Flora grew wildly. Dust blanketed buildings and streets. Lin Fan frowned, waved his right hand, and all the ash in the city vanished, restoring its pristine condition. All the greenery and roadside plants were meticulously pruned, appearing exceptionally tidy. The birds and beasts, seemingly startled, darted away in a frenzy. With another wave of his hand, faces of various humans suddenly appeared around him, men and women, most clad in suits. These were the very individuals he had closely interacted with at the hotel, scanning them one by one to incorporate them into the crystal universe. Due to the intricate complexity of human beings, the energy required for scanning is particularly substantial. Presently, Lin Fan can only scan one individual at a time, necessitating proximity and a considerable duration. However, this academic conference presents an exceptional opportunity for Lin Fan to engage with these scientists, who are typically difficult to encounter one by one. This was one of the reasons he consented to hold the conference. Otherwise, he would not have squandered time expounding his theories. Ultimately, after he successfully replicated these scientists into the crystalline universe, he reaped substantial benefits. Firstly, his intelligence quotient experienced a significant enhancement once again. Of course, this increase is not as straightforward as merely summing the IQs of all the scientists. Human intelligence cannot reach such heights. Every human brain possesses a certain limit. This enhancement is governed by a coefficient. For instance, when Lin Fan added Zhengxing to the crystalline universe, his IQ soared to 150. Now, having incorporated a multitude of highly intelligent scientists, many of whom boast an IQ around this figure, those with an IQ lower than 150 do not contribute to Lin Fan's enhancement. However, this does not imply a complete lack of benefit. Lin Fan still acquired their knowledge and memories, as well as another parameter, their unique talents and abilities. The correlation between IQ and suitability for specific disciplines is not absolute. Individuals with the same IQ may possess varying aptitudes. Some excel in mathematics, while others in biology or physics, along with a myriad of other talents. These inclinations are diverse. Thus, while Lin Fan gained a higher IQ, he also acquired various special talents from the scientists, many of whom excel in fields such as biology and medicine. Nonetheless, a number of them are equally adept in mathematics or physics. Some even possess talents in the humanities, excelling in music and mastering instruments such as the violin, guitar, and piano. All these talents and skills have been absorbed by Lin Fan. Returning to the topic of intelligence, those scientists with an IQ exceeding 150 contributed to a tangible increase in Lin Fan's IQ. This time, due to the presence of individuals with IQs reaching as high as 160, Lin Fan initially inherited this figure, and with each additional individual of similar caliber, his IQ rose incrementally. Consequently, Lin Fan's IQ has now reached 163. One should not underestimate this figure. While it may seem only slightly above 150, the disparity is far more significant than the difference between the intelligence of ordinary humans and that of primates. Now, Lin Fan's IQ is nearing the lower threshold of Einstein's intellect, which also implies that any future endeavors to elevate his IQ will be increasingly arduous. He must seek out individuals with extraordinary intelligence. Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled Terence Tao, reputed to possess an IQ exceeding 200. While he certainly harbored skepticism regarding this claim, he was convinced that Tao's intelligence would undeniably offer him substantial enhancement. It appears he must find an opportunity to connect with him, as Tao's field of research lies in mathematics, a subject that profoundly intrigues Lin Fan. Mathematics serves as the foundation of the universe, and the principles that Lin Fan seeks to incorporate into his crystalline universe hinge upon mathematical concepts, which are among the most fundamental and vital. Currently, Lin Fan has merely integrated external mathematical principles and cutting-edge knowledge into the crystalline universe, but this is far from sufficient. Humanity's exploration of mathematics has not yet approached its limits, nor is it likely to ever do so. Lin Fan has attempted to directly incorporate the conclusions of the Riemann hypothesis, but such endeavors have proven futile. It seems that only those truths that have been thoroughly proven in the external world can be assimilated into the crystalline universe, whether through human verification or computational exhaustive analysis. As evidenced by the four-color theorem, Terence Tao is undoubtedly one of the most formidable and accomplished mathematicians on the planet, likely possessing an intuitive understanding of mathematics at an exceptionally high level. This quality is exceedingly rare. In summary, scanning him into the crystalline universe would result in a monumental transformation for Lin Fan's creation. Such an event would undoubtedly enhance his authority in the external world. However, this matter is not urgent. He can only seek opportunities to engage with him in the future. After all, their fields do not currently overlap. And if Lin Fan were to hastily pursue contact, it might appear peculiar and raise suspicions. Should such interactions become frequent, it could potentially expose the nature of his extraordinary abilities. Aside from Terence Tao, Lin Fan is aware that there are countless individuals of high intelligence across Blue Star, including in the Great Sigh, and among them are numerous promising students or even young prodigies, some of whom may be on par with Tao. However, Lin Fan is unable to discern the intelligence levels of others in the external world, making the search for such individuals a considerable undertaking. Chapter 40. Innate Divine Power? After synchronizing the talents and knowledge of one scientist after another into himself, Lin Fan waved his hand, dispersing their figures. He had arranged for them to reside in a large gymnasium, isolated from the external world to protect them from harm caused by animals or other dangers. He also set a schedule to ensure that food and water would be replenished periodically, safeguarding their well-being. Subsequently, Lin Fan shifted his form, appearing in various regions of the crystalline universe, observing the world he had been continuously scanning and creating during this time. The domain of the Great Xia has already seen the establishment of several iconic areas that mirror their counterparts in the real universe. In terms of cities, the entirety of our city now stands as a one-to-one replica of its external counterpart, albeit merely in appearance and devoid of human activity. Perhaps one day, the material constraints between the inner and outer worlds will be shattered. If the external world were to face destruction, this place could serve as humanity's second home. At that time, he would be the sovereign of this realm. Yet, that day remains a distant prospect. In the next moment, Lin Fan returned to reality and opened his eyes. He furrowed his brow, for the telephone in the room was incessantly ringing. He hurried over to answer it. On the other end of the line was a deep voice. "Mr. Lin, you finally answered the phone. There's a group of people here to visit you, but they haven't made an appointment and are insisting on seeing you. I had no choice but to call and ascertain your opinion. I tried reaching you several times without success. I mentioned that you might be occupied. However, they insist on waiting in the community until you are available." The voice belonged to the newly assigned security personnel of the community. Since the last burglary at Lin Fan's residence, all residents had expressed dissatisfaction with the security team, leading to collective discussions. Each household contributed additional funds to hire a professional team. Lin Fan had met this new security team, and they were indeed exceptional, reportedly composed of former military elite. He suspected this was, in fact, a team arranged by higher authorities. He frowned and replied, "All right, I'll go out and take a look." He felt somewhat exasperated. This was one of the downsides of fame. Various individuals constantly sought to visit him, including a number of rather vexing amateur scientists. Ever since Lin Fan updated his email address on the official website, he's been inundated with a deluge of emails each day, the vast majority of which are mere spam or fraudulent messages. Consequently, he established a private email account, allowing the authorities and other academics to reach him for pertinent matters. As he approached the entrance of his community, he was taken aback to discover a row of luxury cars parked nearby. A few impeccably dressed individuals with extraordinary poise stood beside them, among whom an elderly gentleman with a head of silver hair and an invigorated demeanor clearly exuded authority. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, understanding now why the security personnel had not expelled them on sight. He harbored a vague suspicion regarding the origins of these individuals. At that moment, the elderly gentleman noticed him and approached with a warm smile, stating, "Mr. Lin, we have finally been able to meet you. My sincerest apologies for the inconvenience. We found ourselves unable to reach you through any of your contact methods, which compelled us to resort to this course of action. We hope it does not trouble you." With that, he bowed slightly. Seeing the man's respectful demeanor, Lin Fan felt it inappropriate to respond harshly. He inquired, "And you are?" The elder's expression stiffened slightly as he replied, "Mr. Lin, I am Li Durun, the head of the Li family. I have brought along several direct descendants of the Li clan to sincerely apologize to you. My wayward grandson, Li Haoyang, has committed numerous misdeeds and offended you, causing you considerable distress. We wish to convey our formal apologies and assure you that our family will no longer pursue any grievances against you." "I have completely severed ties with Li Haoyang." Lin Fan maintained a neutral expression and replied, "That is unnecessary. The truth is, my connection to your family has always been tenuous at best. I find it perplexing to be targeted by Li Haoyang. I have no time to waste dealing with such matters. Let us maintain a respectful distance moving forward, and I implore you not to disturb me again." The expressions of the individuals across from him visibly relaxed, with Li Durun nodding repeatedly. Indeed, Mr. Lin, your magnanimity is truly commendable. I assure you that the Li family will never intrude upon your life again, nor will we engage in any conflict with you, be it direct or indirect." He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have secured the principal's forgiveness. Recently, the Li family's enterprises had suffered greatly. Discontent among local officials was palpable, and even higher authorities had conveyed their dissatisfaction. Consequently, the family had been under intense scrutiny, with even minor infractions being magnified. Several family members had already faced legal repercussions, and numerous assets had been seized. Having finally achieved a semblance of calm, he hastily brought his family members to seek Lin Fan's forgiveness, acutely aware of the unpredictable nature of public sentiment. If Lin Fan were to harbor resentment and express his displeasure to the authorities, it could spell disaster for them. Fortunately, after meeting Lin Fan, it appeared that he did not regard them with disdain and seemed disinclined to provoke conflict. This was the best outcome they could hope for. Li Durun beckoned his subordinates to bring forth a large box, his face alight with joy as he proclaimed, "This is a gift from the Li family to you, Mr. Lin. We are aware of your scholarly pursuits in biology and within this box lie some extraordinarily rare and exquisite ancient plant and animal fossilized amber specimens from our collection. There are even remarkably well-preserved dinosaur eggs. We hope you will find them to your liking. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Very well. I shall graciously accept." He stepped forward to inspect the box, lifting it effortlessly with one hand. Li Durun immediately exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, the box is quite heavy. Allow me to have someone assist you," but was left utterly astonished as he witnessed Lin Fan effortlessly hoist the substantial box, which contained over 200 pounds of fossils. This revelation was striking. How could someone so slender possess such strength? Even the security personnel nearby were taken aback. They had previously assessed the weight of the box and were astounded to see Lin Fan, who not only displayed intellect, but also remarkable physical prowess. Liderun lauga fartili. Who would have thought, Mr. Lin, that you possess such extraordinary strength? I have been overly concerned. Chapter 41. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Fan, observing the astonished reactions around him, realized he had inadvertently revealed his capabilities. However, this was unavoidable. He had grown accustomed to his newfound strength, and to him, the heavy box felt no different than a regular one. Such feats of strength were now second nature to him. To an outsider, however, this was nothing short of astonishing. His ability to lift such a weight stemmed from his prior enhancements in the crystal universe, where he had integrated attributes from silverback gorillas, thus acquiring their formidable strength. He had similarly imbued himself with traits from a variety of zoo animals, endowing him with the speed of a leopard, the might of a bear, the agility and venom of a snake, the keen eyesight of an eagle, the acute hearing of a bat, and the electric capabilities of an electric eel. Moreover, he could mimic the camouflage abilities of chameleons and other creatures, as well as the regenerative properties of various animals. He even possessed the capacity to glide or fly using simulated wings of light, and wielded the air cannon abilities of a pistol shrimp. Most of these abilities, however, were not easily demonstrable, and they were not forced upon him as passive skills. He could choose to embody them as he wished. Unlike the thought of being involuntarily burdened with the odoriferous abilities of a skunk or the ink-spewing talents of an octopus, which would be unbearable. He set the box down and said, "Well, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." At that moment, Li Durun interjected, "Oh, right, Mr. Lin. There's one more matter. I have discovered information regarding your girlfriend, and it too is the doing of that scoundrel, Li Haoyang. He had taken a liking to her and orchestrated a scheme that led to her father accruing significant debt, thereby coercing her into a relationship as a means of repayment. Upon learning of this, we conducted a thorough investigation, and I assure you, Li Haoyang is no longer able to return to the country, and we have annulled her family's debt. You need not worry any longer." Lin Fan's expression grew increasingly frigid. "My girlfriend?" His face darkened. Li Durun continued, "In summary, that is the situation. I apologize for the trouble this has caused you." He then signaled for his associates to depart, leaving Lin Fan standing in place, his gaze shimmering with an enigmatic intensity. Upon returning home, Lin Fan promptly scanned the box into the crystal universe and conducted a thorough inspection. All appeared in order. There were no tricks afoot, indicating that this apology was indeed sincere. With that in mind, as long as they did not provoke him further, he would not pursue the matter any longer. The dinosaur egg fossils and the ancient biological specimens encased in amber were genuinely rare treasures. Once he restored his authority within the crystal universe and integrated the laws of time and space, he could utilize the time laws to reverse the age of these fossils, reassembling the decayed DNA, thus enabling the resurrection of these ancient creatures. In due course, the crystalline universe shall witness the emergence of dinosaurs. Furthermore, as one's creative prowess expands to encompass the fabrication of larger fauna, these magnificent creatures may materialize in reality. Setting aside the matter of dinosaur fossils, Lin Fan found himself reflecting upon the final words of Li Durun. A surge of anger washed over his countenance. Since returning to our city these past few days, Tian Xiaoxua had remained silent, and he, preoccupied with his own affairs, had not reached out to her. Originally, his intention to meet was solely to extract certain information, but with Li Haoyang's abrupt departure, such information became unnecessary, and thus he had no inclination to make contact. Little did he anticipate that this woman would audaciously raise her banner against him. How presumptuous! Did she truly believe him to be a fool? Concurrently, Lin Fan finally grasped the truth. It was revealed that the predicament Tian Xiaoxua had previously mentioned was, in fact, a consequence of Li Haoyang's actions. With Li Haoyang having fled, she seized the opportunity to extricate herself from her debts, naturally no longer feeling the need to meet him. Contemplating this, Lin Fan's expression grew increasingly somber. He was incensed at being manipulated, and even more so that she had not the decency to inform him directly. Did she expect him to confront her? His disdain for her reached its zenith. Did she truly wish to keep him revolving around her whims? A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. If that were the case, she should not blame him for his lack of courtesy. He retrieved his phone and contacted his lawyer, succinctly outlining the situation. The lawyer responded, "Understood, Mr. Lin. I shall proceed to file a lawsuit against her for defamation." Lin Fan nodded and ended the call. He now awaited her inevitable reaction, anticipating that she would soon be unable to contain herself and seek him out. He could easily surmise Tian Xiaoshua's mindset, which was one of extreme self-centeredness. Having ensnared herself in a predicament, she likely felt that failing to demand an explanation would be a loss on her part, thus prompting her to initiate contact, hoping to evoke a sense of urgency in him and, in turn, gain a semblance of satisfaction. The paramount objective was to convey that he was not to be trifled with. Such actions would only deepen his aversion towards her. He intended for her to comprehend that she held no significance in his eyes, merely a bothersome fly. Lin Fan chose to eschew her manipulative tactics and proceeded to sue her instead. That very evening, while engrossed in a book, his phone suddenly chimed. It was a friend request from WeChat, and the profile picture unmistakably belonged to Tian Xiaoxue. It dawned upon him that she had deleted and blocked him once she had finished using him. The request was accompanied by a crying emoji and a plea for mercy. Lin Fan chose to ignore her, allowing her to stew for a while. During this time, she persistently sent requests, initially infused with a light-hearted tone, as though she believed a few sweet words would suffice to placate him. However, as her attempts went unacknowledged, her tone gradually shifted to one of desperation, culminating in earnest pleas. Once he deemed it sufficient, Lin Fan accepted her friend request. Almost immediately, she sent a cheerful emoji. "Mr. Lin, I realize my errors. You're magnanimous. Please spare me." Lin Fan, uninclined to engage in idle chatter, retorted sharply, "Oh, so now you acknowledge your missteps? Do you believe I would stoop to your level?" Tian Xiaoxue responded with a playful tongue-out emoji. "I dare not. I promise never to overstep again, nor to exploit your name to intimidate others without your consent. Mr. Lin, please have mercy. I am but a weak woman." Lin Fan's expression remained icy as he dismissed her attempts at manipulation. "Tomorrow at 9 a.m., in the private room of XX restaurant, we must resolve our matters. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." With that, he deleted and blocked her without awaiting a reply. Meanwhile, clad in a bathrobe, with cucumber slices adorning her face and phone in hand, a smiling Tian Xiaoxue composed a message and hit send. The next moment, she was greeted with a red warning. Chapter 42. Let this serve as compensation. She paused, then a smirk crept across her lips. What a joke. Was it merely because she did not allow him to savor sweetness that he sought to intimidate her? In her eyes, she had already secured victory. Whether through direct contact or legal means, she perceived it as his interest in her, merely seeking her attention. The fact that he chose to sue her surprised her. Yet she remained unperturbed, confident that she had successfully captivated this financially endowed young scientist. Soon, she believed, he would be ensnared, and once he tasted a hint of sweetness, he would be unable to extricate himself from her grasp, thereby succumbing to her will. Contemplating his immense wealth and patents, she could not help but lick her lips. For as long as she could remember, Tian Xiaoxue had been exceedingly arrogant, considering herself of high stature, often projecting an aloof, scholarly persona. Her greatest pleasure lay in associating with affluent and refined men, skillfully manipulating their emotions to leave them utterly enamored. Of course, her intentions were mere amusement. She relished in the power of controlling others. Previously, Lin Fan, as a mere impoverished youth, had never captured her interest. Thus she had no incentive to treat him with any semblance of respect. Even Li Haoyang, despite his wealth, was too lacking in other respects to merit her attention. However, the tides had turned. Her recent life upheaval had sparked a transformation in her character and perception, igniting an insatiable yearning for wealth, more intense than ever before. Recently, she had never anticipated that she would be outmaneuvered by Li Haoyang, someone she deemed beneath her. She now had to rely on her charm to placate him while plotting her escape. It was then that Lin Fan unexpectedly entered her line of sight. To her astonishment, he had metamorphosed into a world-class young scientist and entrepreneur. Once his rehabilitation drug hit the market, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of the world's richest individual. This revelation reignited her hopes, filling her with regret for not having cultivated a better relationship with Lin Fan earlier. Nevertheless, it mattered not. She now felt as if she had discovered a lifeline. Coincidentally, Lin Fan harbored a conflict with Li Haoyang. Thus, She promptly devised a strategy to leverage her allure to win Lin Fan over, pitting him against Li Haoyang, thereby securing her own escape. Remarkably, her plan had not even reached its halfway point when Li Haoyang's self-destructive tendencies eliminated any threat he posed. Now, liberated, she was determined not to settle into complacency, but rather to continue her pursuit of Lin Fan, aiming to mold him into an obedient companion. She intentionally provoked Lin Fan, anticipating his approach. In her mind, he was already drawn to her, and he would not relent until he sought to obtain something from her as a means of restoring balance. This was the fatal trap she had set for him. She believed that once he met with her offline, he would gradually fall under her control, unable to extricate himself from her influence. While professing a desire to negotiate legal matters, she had chosen the most prestigious restaurant in our city, one that required advance reservations, and had booked an upscale private room. It was unmistakably a date. Giggling softly, the following day arrived, and at the appointed hour, Tian Xiaoxue had meticulously adorned herself with an exquisite makeup look before carefully selecting her outfit. As she strolled along the street, she noticed passers-by casting lingering glances at her, prompting her to stifle a laugh. Clearly, her allure was formidable. She mused that the young man would likely be rendered speechless upon seeing her. Upon her arrival at the restaurant, she entered the reserved private room. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the door was pushed open, and Lin Fan stepped inside, his expression cold and filled with disdain, offering Tian Xiaoxue nothing more than a fleeting glance. A pang of unease gripped her heart. This reaction was unexpected. According to her assumptions, Lin Fan had harbored feelings for her. How could he display such an attitude? Panic surged within her. Could it be that Lin Fan truly detested her actions, opting to sue her without any other sentiments at play? With this thought, she quickly rose to her feet and, with an anxious tone, said, "Lin Fan, I apologize. I should not have pretended to be your girlfriend before." Lin Fan replied flatly, "There is no need for further discussion." When the waiter presented the dishes, Lin Fan instructed him not to disturb them again. Observing this, Tian Xiaoxue suddenly felt a wave of calm wash over her. Perhaps Lin Fan still held some interest in her, given that he chose this venue for their conversation. A slight smile crept onto her lips at this notion. However, she soon realized that Lin Fan was not eating either. Instead, he was coldly scrutinizing her, which made her exceedingly uncomfortable. "You're doing quite well." Tian Xiaoxue blinked in surprise and said in a sweet voice, "Mr. Lin, I acknowledge my mistakes. You are magnanimous. Perhaps you could let me know how I might compensate you?" She continued, "I previously mentioned that I would do anything if you could assist me. Although you Haven Tea actively helped me, I owe my newfound freedom to you, so it is only right that I repay you. What would you like me to do?" As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, and she cast a shy glance at Lin Fan. Witnessing this, Lin Fan merely sneered. "Is that so? Those were your words." "I do indeed have some thoughts I have long wished to experiment with, yet I was uncertain if it would yield any issues, which is why I refrained from attempting it. Now that you owe me a favor, let us use this as compensation. Once it is concluded, we shall consider our debts settled." Tian Xiaoxue rolled her eyes internally. Listening to Lin Fan's words, she felt a surge of excitement. What a pretentious act. "You're just as scheming," she thought. "However, could we possibly postpone this for a couple of days? I just arrived today." In the next moment, Lin Fan coldly interjected, "No, I cannot afford to waste any more time on you. There is no need to wait. It must be done now." Tian Xiaoxue, taken aback, glanced around, exclaiming, "What? Here? This is rather inappropriate." She lamented quietly. Then, she noticed Lin Fan closing his eyes. In that instant, whether it was an illusion or not, she felt as though the world had suddenly brightened for a fleeting moment, only to return to normal in less than a second. Observing Lin Fan's demeanor, she felt a surge of panic. This was not how she envisioned it. Since Lin Fan seemed indifferent towards her, she had no desire to squander any more time. She certainly did not wish to be at his mercy. Rising abruptly, she grabbed her bag and apologetically stated, "Lin Fan, I have matters to attend to. I have noted your request for compensation. We shall discuss it in a couple of days. I will reach out to you soon." Chapter 43. The Mystery of Consciousness. With that, she swiftly grabbed her bag and headed toward the door of the private room. Along the way, she remained apprehensive, constantly monitoring Lin Fan's movements, fearing he might suddenly explode. Yet, Lin Fan merely cast a sidelong glance at her, remaining seated without any further action. She let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were in a restaurant, a public venue. He likely felt it inappropriate to escalate matters. She muttered a quiet insult under her breath, and then boldly opened the door to exit. However, in the next moment, she was left utterly astounded. To her shock, The restaurant outside the private room was entirely deserted. The once crowded dining area, filled with patrons and bustling staff, had vanished without a trace. She widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Just moments ago, there had been numerous people present. How could they all have disappeared in the blink of an eye? This was too eerie. At that moment, Tian Xiaoshua's heart raced, and she felt a sudden surge of anxiety. An alarming thought struck her. During her time in the private room, she had sensed an unusual stillness. Yet she had dismissed it at the time. Could it be that everyone had already left? Where could they have gone? Was it possible that this entire scenario had been orchestrated by Lin Fan, with the others merely actors he had hired, who had quietly slipped away? But what could be his purpose? The expense of such a charade seemed exorbitant. No, she refused to believe that this renowned restaurant would collude with Lin Fan in such a ruse. Regardless, she needed to leave this place immediately. Glancing back at the private room, she noted that Lin Fan had yet to emerge. Therefore, she quickened her pace and hurried out of the restaurant. However, upon stepping outside, she was once again dumbfounded. While the disappearance of the restaurant's patrons was unsettling, she could accept it as a possible conspiracy. But now, the entire street was devoid of any signs of life. This was terrifying. After all, this was a bustling thoroughfare in a first-tier city. How could there be no one? Not a single car or person in sight. For a moment, Tian Xiaoxue stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the bizarre situation. Was she dreaming? Yet this dream felt too real. Suddenly, she pulled out her phone, hoping to search online, only to discover that it had no signal. This was peculiar. Wrapping her arms around herself, her eyes filled with terror. Could it be that the world had suddenly ended, that everyone had vanished, and even electronic devices had ceased to function? Was she and Lin Fan the only ones left, simply spared because they had been in the private room? A wave of doubt washed over her. Then, a realization struck her concerning Lin Fan. Abruptly, she jolted awake. Could it be that he was behind all of this? Was she experiencing hallucinations? Perhaps there was poison in the food? No wonder he and T touched a single bite. But what was happening now? Was her body still in the private room, motionless, merely creating the illusion that she had left the restaurant? With this thought, her complexion turned pale. As this notion crossed her mind, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. When she looked around again, the scenery had shifted. She found herself back in the private room, with Lin Fan observing her with a cold smirk. As if nothing had transpired, Tian Xiaoshua's temper flared instantly. She sprang to her feet, pressed against the wall, her face a mask of terror as she demanded, "What? What have you done?" Before Lin Fan could respond, she once again dashed for the door. However, this time, believing she had awoken, she found a restaurant outside, still devoid of patrons. In a frenzy, she attempted to flee the dining area, only to discover that no matter how far she ran, the next moment she would inexplicably return to the private room. Eventually, she could no longer even escape the restaurant, as if ensnared in a phantom loop. Each time she dashed towards the entrance, she would find herself back in the chamber. After yet another return to the private room, she completely unraveled. She had come to the realization that this was no mere figment of her imagination. Human hallucinations could not be so vividly coherent without any accompanying disordered thoughts. Fixating her gaze on Lin Fan, she suddenly regretted provoking him. You possess supernatural abilities. Surely, this explained how he had transformed from an ordinary individual into a scientist in such a short span of time. A moment of clarity washed over her. Is this what you refer to as an experiment? Mr. Lin, please seek assistance from someone else. I beg you, spare me. I apologize for crossing you. At this juncture, Lin Fan finally spoke. This was your own promise. If you dared to act in such a manner, you must bear the corresponding consequences. This encapsulated Lin Fan's notion of an experiment. For long, he had yearned to unravel the enigma of consciousness, aspiring to integrate human awareness into the crystalline universe. Until recently, his authority had been insufficient to transfer another's consciousness into this ethereal realm. It was only a short while ago that he had finally unlocked this capability. Yet, he had not found a suitable subject, for even he was uncertain of the repercussions that might unfold should he insert someone else's consciousness into the crystalline universe. The factors influencing consciousness are unique. Once introduced into the crystalline realm, the external world would become a mere shell, unable to replicate within the crystalline universe due to a lack of relevant laws. The potential for irrevocably damaging another's soul during the research process loomed large, a risk he had been reluctant to take. Furthermore, he could not ascertain whether the consciousness would retain any memories upon its return, even if cleansing the soul within the crystalline universe proved impossible. Thus, the inherent risks had deterred him from making a decisive choice until recently. when Tian Xiaoxue had irked him beyond measure, prompting him to use her as a test subject. At worst, he could resort to extreme measures in reality to erase her memories of the experiment, bearing no psychological burden. Observing the panicked Tian Xiaoxue, Lin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. The initial experiment had indeed succeeded in transporting an outsider into the crystalline universe, achieved with seamless precision. Thus, should Tian Xiaoxue meet her demise in the external world, she would be destined to dwell eternally within the crystalline universe. He could even modify her cellular telomeres, granting her life an everlasting extension. How reminiscent this was of the Eden described in certain mythologies. This was the power of the divine. After bringing her into this realm, Lin Fan did not immediately delve into the mysteries of consciousness, but instead scanned her memories, searching for any hidden information or schemes directed against him. In a fleeting moment, he traversed the entirety of her memories, discovering that her family had indeed suffered greatly at the hands of Li Haoyang, subsequently exploiting her to extricate herself. Chapter 44. Higher Laws. However, through the information gleaned from her mind, Lin Fan discerned her character and the previous machinations she had orchestrated to incite conflict between Li Haoyang and himself for her own gain. Now, she sought to manipulate him through psychological control, along with a series of plots aimed at him. Disgusted, he felt utterly unburdened regarding his forthcoming actions. Just then, Tian Xiaoxue let out a piercing scream, seizing a plate from the table and hurling it towards Lin Fan. Yet in the next instant, the plate landed safely back on the table, never touching Lin Fan. Overwhelmed by terror, Tian Xiaoxue lunged at him with a knife, only to discover that it had inexplicably vanished from her grasp. Even more horrifying, a multitude of spiders crawled out from her palms, swarming up her arms. Her psychological defenses shattered utterly. She had always harbored an intense fear of spiders. She began to thrash wildly, attempting to swat them off her body. But after a frenzied struggle, she suddenly realized there were no spiders, only her own derangement. In that moment, tears streamed down her face as she collapsed to her knees before Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, I realize my mistakes. I shall never dare to cross you again. Please, I beg you, spare me." Had she known the extent of Lin Fan's terrifying abilities, even 100-fold of courage would not have compelled her to provoke him. Although she remained unaware of the true nature of the experiment he spoke of, she understood that she had gravely misjudged the situation. This experiment could not possibly be a trivial matter. Observing her remorseful demeanor, Lin Fan recognized that she had been sufficiently tormented. He approached her, bending down to say, "Rest assured, my intentions are quite simple. I merely seek to temporarily take your soul or some other essence for research purposes. Naturally, whether this process entails risks or inflicts permanent damage upon your soul is beyond my control. However, this is a consequence of your own making. Nevertheless, once I conclude my research, I shall honor my promise and release you." Tian Xiaoxue's eyes widened in terror as she hastily attempted to retreat, but in the next moment, her body froze in place. Lin Fan's hand had already pressed upon her head. Her eyes widened in shock, and in an instant, she rolled her eyes back, her body convulsing violently. Lin Fan closed his eyes, delving into the secrets deep within her consciousness. In less than a minute, Lin Fan's eyes flew open, filled with astonishment. Releasing his grip, Tian Xiaoxue instantly returned to normal, though she lay on the ground in a despondent state, her eyes vacant. Lin Fan processed the information he had just acquired. In that brief span, he had deeply touched her soul. Yet just as he attempted to unveil the entirety of its mysteries, her soul exhibited signs of extreme instability, as if it would shatter in the next moment. He could only halt his exploration. Indeed, the soul is governed by exceedingly advanced laws of the external universe. In such a short time, Lin Fan had sensed an abundance of intricate information that defied verbal description and could not be transformed into experiential knowledge. It could only be vaguely added to the crystalline universe as a law of the cosmos. The reason Lin Fan refrained from proceeding further, feeling a lingering trepidation, was not from fear of causing irreversible harm to Tian Xiaoxue's soul, but rather due to an elusive sensation of being watched that he had sensed from the very beginning. As the time spent accessing Tian Xiaoxue's soul increased, this feeling intensified, morphing into a terror emanating from the depths of her soul. This sensation was one Lin Fan had never encountered within the crystalline universe, and he had a foreboding that if he continued, the entire crystalline universe might become a target, potentially leading to its annihilation. Thus, he was compelled to cease his endeavors. Upon stopping, that ominous feeling dissipated. At this moment, Lin Fan's expression was grim as he pondered the cause of such a phenomenon. Is it possible that the soul law is a profoundly advanced principle from an external universe? while Lin Fan's crystal universe remains trapped in a rudimentary stage of law supplementation. Thus, he cannot forcefully comprehend the higher-tier laws ahead of time. The mere glimpse he has attained is already at the brink of his limits, lest he risk collapse. Or could it be that the soul, in the context of the external universe, is a clandestine law, unlike basic mathematical and physical principles, which humanity can grasp through observation and subsequently document as knowledge? Is it feasible that such elevated laws are beyond prying eyes? Reflecting on the sensation of observation he just experienced, Lin Fan pondered whether that was the cosmic will of the external universe, merely issuing a warning to himself. Regardless, he dared not delve further at this juncture. Meanwhile, through his recent insights, Lin Fan has gained a preliminary understanding of deeper consciousness. The so-called soul is the unique essence bestowed upon each individual at the moment of their birth. A profound quantum-level authority lock that grants the human brain wisdom beneath the foundation of thought. The reason previously replicated humans in the crystal universe exhibited only instinctual and mechanical behaviors akin to animals, lacking any semblance of spirituality or intelligent thought, is due to their failure to comprehend the soul law and, consequently, to replicate this authority. This authority cannot be duplicated. It can only be transferred. One might say, for the time being, it can only be transferred. Moreover, forcibly deciphering this quantum authority is an impossibility. The information would collapse instantaneously, leading to the annihilation of the soul. Although he has not entirely unraveled the mysteries of the soul this time, he has nonetheless forcibly replicated a fragment of the soul law, and the changes it has ushered in are already manifesting within the crystal universe. The human beings within this universe are no longer the wholly vacant shells they once were. A glimmer of spirituality has emerged in their gazes, while they have yet to fully awaken their souls. Lin Fan is confident that once the soul law of the entire world is completely fulfilled, these individuals will each be born anew, with souls entirely independent from their external selves. Additionally, through the recent consciousness scanning, Lin Fan has garnered another significant achievement. While perceiving Tian Xiaoshui's soul, he simultaneously recorded her consciousness flow patterns using mathematical language, generating an immensely intricate program. This program is capable of simulating the deep-seated logic of human brain thought to an extraordinary degree. In other words, Lin Fan has created an artificial intelligence program that closely approximates human cognition. Of course, there remain disparities when compared to actual humanity. The most significant difference lies in self-awareness and emotion, which necessitate a soul. The second disparity arises from the fact that this program has been converted from fundamental mathematical language, resulting in minor performance degradation during the transformation process. However, this is inconsequential. It is the world's first genuine artificial intelligence that does not rely on feeding data or intricate algorithms and training to embody human thought patterns. Chapter 45. Artificial Intelligence. This equates to an individual of extraordinarily high intelligence, immensely knowledgeable, and utterly rational, capable of comprehending aspects that conventional computer logic cannot grasp. Unlike existing large models, it will not generate absurd hallucinations. In reality, many impressive large models already exist, excelling in recognition, translation, and the generation of images, videos, and songs. Some large models, under deep thinking paradigms, are astonishingly capable of understanding certain facets of human thought, significantly reducing instances of grammatical errors and misunderstandings during language translation. Nonetheless, they still fall short when compared to the human brain, and crucially, this experience is derived from extensive data training, which occasionally leads to glaring inaccuracies. However, this artificial intelligence completely addresses that pain point, proving far more potent in its operations than these top-tier large models. In a sense, it is even more formidable than the likes of Red Queen from science fiction films. Naturally, such a powerful program requires an immense volume of data, embodying countless intricate algorithms, forming a complete structure. Note that this calculation pertains solely to the data volume of the thought model itself, excluding any knowledge base or database. Furthermore, the energy and computing power required to operate this program far exceed that of ordinary large models, being at least several hundred times greater. This implies that, in the real world, only super-large computer matrices could barely manage to run it. Yet, this is evidently unfeasible. Moreover, even possessing the computational capacity of such a level of computer would not suffice to execute this program. Since Lin Fan's artificial intelligence is a replication of human consciousness, it must, of course, operate on a device akin to the human brain. As is well known, The human brain is an extraordinarily complex and highly efficient computer, with a structural composition of nearly 100 billion neurons forming an intricate neural network system. It transmits both electrical and chemical signals, allowing billions of neurons to engage in computations simultaneously, a feat unattainable by ordinary computers. Only a computer can perfectly adapt to human thought patterns. Therefore, to bring the artificial intelligence to fruition, Lin Fan must create a large-scale computer that emulates the human brain. This is no simple task. Lin Fan gazed at the dazed Tian Xiaoxue before him, furrowing his brow. It would be prudent to address the immediate matters first. He placed his hand upon her head, closed his eyes, and invoked the faintest trace of his soul authority within the crystal universe to heal her soul. While he found a certain pleasure in seeing Tian Xiaoxue in her current state, should her abnormalities be discovered in the future, it could pose complications for him, especially since she had transformed after their interactions. Moments later, Tian Xiaoxue's eyes regained their lucidity. Lin Fan had largely healed her soul, but the previous trauma had left a profound mark. Henceforth, she would not be the same as before. She might occasionally experience headaches or nightmares. Nonetheless, it would not hinder her ability to live as a normal person. This served as a prior consequence of her transgressions, and aside from the soul's retribution. Her replica would remain within the crystal universe for, research, gradually atoning for her sins. Upon awakening, Tian Xiaoxue trembled at the sight of Lin Fan. She recalled her recent descent into an unfathomably terrifying abyss, enduring relentless anguish of consciousness without respite. In her eyes, Lin Fan now resembled a demon. "Stay away. I cannot bear it." Lin Fan cast a calm glance her way and replied, "Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Tian. Our grievances have been settled." Observing the fear in her eyes, he shook his head and waved his right hand. Instantly, Tian Xiaoxue's expression transformed into one of bewilderment, gazing at him with unfamiliarity. Lin Fan directly erased her memories of him. In the next moment, the two found themselves back in the external private room, where the surroundings erupted in a cacophony, a stark contrast to the absolute silence of the crystal universe. Lin Fan regarded Tian Xiaoxue, who was wide-eyed and seemingly attempting to comprehend the situation. He replicated her once more and then entered the crystal universe to verify that no memories related to him remained in her mind. He finally relaxed, disregarding the other party and directly summoning the waiter to settle the bill and depart. The entire process lasted approximately 10 minutes, leaving no traces of their interaction, ensuring that no evidence would remain in the future. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Fan lingered in his car for a moment, watching as Tian Xiaoxue exited the establishment. Just then, he had learned from the crystal that he had unlocked a new ability and wanted to test it out. In an instant, he found himself within the crystal universe, summoning a swarm of fleas to appear on the dazed duplicate of Tian Xiaoxue. He then swiftly exited the universe, and indeed, the next moment he witnessed Tian Xiaoxue, just stepping out of the restaurant, suddenly change her expression and begin scratching herself. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He activated his ability again, severing the connection between the duplicate and the original. Subsequently, Tian Xiaoxue left as a normal person would. Truly, there was no issue. This was the ability Lin Fan had just acquired, when he added a person's soul and body into the crystal universe. Even if the soul was released and returned to its original body, the duplicate left in the crystal universe still maintained a certain connection with the original in the external universe. Through this link, specific objectives could be achieved. Currently, he could establish a form of synesthesia. The sensations experienced by the duplicate within the crystal universe would, at Lin Fan's will, be transmitted to the original body in the external world. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that he could perform other operations in the future, such as conducting surgery on the duplicate within the crystal universe, which would equate to the original undergoing surgery as well. In essence, this synchronization could transition from sensory experiences to the physical realm and might ultimately extend to the mental and other abstract layers of reality. For instance, if a rule of fortune were added in the crystal universe, he could manipulate the fortunes of the duplicate, thereby influencing the fortune of the original in the external world. This ability was remarkably overpowered, akin to certain game mechanics involving soul capture, allowing him to afflict the original body as if he were wielding a voodoo doll. It could be classified as a formidable curse-like capability. In the future, this ability might be employed to eliminate certain adversaries without raising suspicion. The only drawback was the necessity of having previously added the individual's soul into the crystal universe. Chapter 46, The Jellyfish Computer. Upon returning home, Lin Fan commenced preparations for his research on computers. He entered the crystal universe, and in the next moment, several highly intelligent scientists appeared beside him. Lin Fan intended to explore the possibility of creating a computer that perfectly mimicked the human brain. This was impossible in reality, given the complexity of the neurons and their interconnecting networks within the human brain, compounded by the lack of suitable materials for such construction. In comparison, traditional computers were somewhat simpler, with merely a thought, a virtual, three-dimensional representation of the neural networks of these scientists' brains manifested before Lin Fan. If this information were to be disclosed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a global sensation. Recently, a group of over 150 scientists had undertaken similar work, creating ultra-thin slices of mouse brains, stitching their images together to ultimately reconstruct the neural activity of the brain. This endeavor took several months and yielded only a small section of brain tissue, which was already exceedingly intricate. Furthermore, humans possess the most complex brains among mammals. It could be said that the reluctance to adopt a human brain-like architecture for computers stemmed, to some extent, from a lack of understanding of the brain's intricate structure. What Lin Fan accomplished with a mere thought could exponentially accelerate the pace of brain science if shared with the world. However, Lin Fan certainly would not choose to disclose it. Such an act would be too unprecedented, and while the world would marvel, they would inevitably question the source of such data. At that moment, he meticulously mapped out the neural networks of all the highly intelligent human brains and replicated their brain cells. What Lin Fan aimed to achieve was to utilize non-biological materials to create a flawless replica of the brain, transforming it into a machine capable of autonomous operation. Yet, moments later, he opened his eyes and frowned. The answer he received was that the current material science within the crystal universe was insufficient to accomplish this task. No materials existed that could fulfill this function. He would need to continue comprehending the relevant laws of the real universe and incorporate them into the crystal universe, at which point it might become feasible. Of course, Lin Fan could entirely create such a brain within the crystal universe and set it to function autonomously, for he was omnipotent. However, that would serve no purpose. What he needed was to bring such a creation into reality, capable of functioning independently of the crystal's powers. Lin Fan sighed. The human brain was ultimately far too intricate. Suddenly, he paused, considering another possibility. Since conventional sizes were unfeasible, why not create a larger brain apparatus? This approach would likely alleviate many material limitations. Although a large device would only match the reasoning capabilities of a typical human brain, it could at least reach human-level functionality, fully supporting the operation of artificial intelligence programs. Furthermore, while it could not exceed human reasoning capabilities, it could optimize other aspects, such as storage and computational power, thereby enhancing performance without the risk of hallucinations or memory distortions. Simultaneously, Lin Fan shifted his perspective, pondering why he should completely abandon the structure of a biological brain. Why not create a hybrid brain composed of both mechanical and biological materials? The natural world is replete with organisms whose material properties are remarkable and worthy of human study. With this thought, his mind expanded, and he reintroduced certain descriptors. Sure enough, moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment, a look of joy illuminating his face. After setting those descriptors, the crystal universe promptly provided him with a solution. Lin Fan extended his right hand, and in the next second a luminous, jellyfish-like entity materialized before him. The transparent dome of this jellyfish was approximately 7 to 8 meters in diameter, with countless slender, glowing tendrils cascading beneath it. Upon closer inspection, these tendrils resembled the tentacles of an octopus, each containing an intricately detailed network structure. At that moment, this jellyfish was gliding through the air, resembling a colossal kite. This was the bionic computer Lin Fan had devised. With the limitless form descriptors, the crystal universe had automatically selected the most exquisite shape. This form was entirely unlike that of a human brain. Indeed, it was not merely a jellyfish in appearance. It had been cultivated from jellyfish cells. In addition to jellyfish, cells and genes from various intelligent organisms had been combined to modify the jellyfish embryo, resulting in this creation. This was a hybrid jellyfish, part mechanical and part biological, inheriting the jellyfish's characteristic of immortality. Typically, it required only to remain submerged in a specific nutrient solution to autonomously complete its metabolic processes and dissipate heat, with the ability to self-repair in the event of damage. The luminescent properties of this creature have been harnessed for the transmission of light signals, while information is also conveyed through chemical and electrical signals. In truth, This jellyfish possesses characteristics akin to a photonic computer, exhibiting low heat generation and extraordinarily rapid processing speeds. Moreover, its internal structure has been modified to emulate a neural network similar to that of the human brain, enabling it to perform complex computations and operate in a manner reminiscent of human cognition. Through its tentacles, it connects to machinery, facilitating the exchange of information and the reception of electrical energy. In summary, this represents a monumental invention. Its performance rivals that of vast computational matrices, yet its physical dimensions are considerably more compact. This remarkable efficiency distinguishes it from traditional computers, along with its minimal heat output and capacity for profound reasoning and deliberation. In essence, it embodies all the advantages of conventional computers while also possessing human-like cognitive logic and deep reasoning capabilities, far surpassing the prevalent large models on the market. Its reasoning prowess positions it as a genius researcher across multiple domains. Once fed with a database, it will conduct research akin to that of a scientist. Not only will it possess a human-like perspective, but it will also leverage the formidable database of machines for retrieval and comparison, significantly aiding scientific inquiry. It can effortlessly unearth research avenues yet to be discovered or information that has been overlooked by humans. However, when it comes to creative capacity, it remains inferior to human geniuses, as much of human creativity stems from innate talent and intuition, qualities that cannot be quantified mathematically. Lin Fan returned to reality, resolved to expedite the construction of this supercomputer. Given the scale of the device, it was evidently implausible to manifest it solely through his abilities at this stage. Nevertheless, Lin Fan was unperturbed. He had alternative methods at his disposal. Chapter 47. Are you an alien? Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan drove to the laboratory in Pengcheng, where Liang Feng and Zheng Xing awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Lin Fan exit the car, cradling a small fish tank, Zheng Xing expressed his astonishment. Boss, is this the mutated jellyfish you mentioned? Does this creature really necessitate such a vast laboratory for its care? He leaned in for closer inspection. Within the confines of the diminutive tank, the jellyfish appeared no larger than a thumb, gracefully swimming while its tentacles shimmered with light. After observing for a while, Zheng Xing's expression turned serious. This jellyfish was indeed extraordinary, a species he had never encountered before. However, contemplating Lin Fan's ambitious project, he found it difficult to believe. While genetic modification of cockroaches to heal human bodily injuries might be comprehensible, transforming a jellyfish into a supercomputer capable of interfacing with machines seemed utterly fantastical. A computer is not a trivial construct. The natural counterpart in the animal kingdom is the brain. To endow a jellyfish with computational power on par with a large computer would suggest it surpasses the intellect of a human brain. How could this be possible? The trio entered the laboratory, which was vast and airy, standing several meters high, with a large pool at its center. At that moment, the pool was filled with a viscous, unknown liquid. This nutrient solution had been formulated by Lin Fan based on information gleaned from the crystalline universe, intended to nourish the jellyfish. Immersed in this solution, the jellyfish would rapidly absorb nutrients and grow into the structure Lin Fan envisioned. Additionally, the components of a nutrient solution would facilitate internal information transmission while dissipating heat and automatically repairing any damage sustained. The jellyfish computer would require this nutrient solution to sustain its life during operation. Consequently, a substantial filtration system was installed in the pool to eliminate waste produced by the jellyfish's metabolic processes. Lin Fan tipped the fish tank into the pool, and the tiny jellyfish instantly became animated, swimming joyfully. Liang Feng and Zheng Xing crouched down to observe the jellyfish, noting that such luminescent creatures were quite rare in their experience. Moreover, the jellyfish Lin Fan provided not only emitted fluorescence, but also displayed tentacles that twinkled in a manner reminiscent of a marquee light. They even entertained the notion that Lin Fan might be playing a prank with a realistic toy. However, after a brief moment, Zheng Xing suddenly furrowed his brow and leaned in closer for a better look. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be my imagination? Was that jellyfish really just that size? It was barely the size of a finger moments ago. Liang Feng was equally astonished, moving closer. Now, the jellyfish in the pool had grown to the size of an egg. It has only been a few minutes. Lin Fan assured them. You are not mistaken. This species of jellyfish has an astonishing growth rate. In fact, it is not a fully fledged life form, but rather a hybrid of organic and mechanical components. It requires certain elements from the nutrient solution to autonomously develop its internal neural network structure, with a conversion rate nearing 80. Therefore, rather than consuming food, it is more akin to transporting materials to construct its own intricate home within itself. Is the nutrient solution prepared? The liquid in this pool will soon be transformed into waste by it. At that moment, both Zheng Xing and Liang Feng found themselves utterly stupefied. Lin Fan's assertions were utterly astounding, challenging the very limits of their scientific understanding. As an industry insider, Zheng Xing rubbed his face vigorously, wondering if he was dreaming. How can such an extraordinary jellyfish exist? Half machine, comparable to the human brain, with an astonishing growth rate. Each of these descriptors pushes the boundaries of contemporary scientific knowledge. Zheng Xing gazed at Lin Fan as though he were a creature from another world, momentarily forgetting to address him as boss. A fan? You must tell me, have you been possessed by an alien? Lin Fan chuckled softly, knowing he would not disclose that he had indeed been possessed, but not by an extraterrestrial being, rather, by a new universe that had taken root within him. Zheng Xing continued to express his astonishment. How did you conceive such bizarre and wondrous creations? And you actually managed to realize it. This is beyond belief. To create such a thing requires an in-depth understanding of the human brain and a thorough comprehension of jellyfish genetics. In my estimation, humanity is still far from this stage. Moreover, mere understanding is insufficient. One must also integrate these elements. Are you suggesting that this is something humanity can achieve? Why do these innovations seem limitless in your hands? As if you have unlocked their potential? As they spoke, the jellyfish grew larger once again, now measuring the size of a hand. Lin Fan nodded internally, deeming this growth entirely normal. As the jellyfish increased in size, its capacity to absorb nutrients likewise expanded, naturally accelerating its growth. Zheng Xing, who initially intended merely to observe, found himself completely captivated, fixated on the jellyfish in the pool. He began diligently taking notes. Approximately half a day later, both Zheng Xing and Liang Feng stood in stunned silence. The pool now housed a colossal entity. The jellyfish had grown to the size of a large dining table. Meanwhile, the nutrient solution had begun to cloud and diminish significantly. Zheng Xing hastily activated the filtration system while simultaneously adding more nutrient solution to the pool. At this moment, the intricate luminescent points within the jellyfish's tentacles became vividly apparent, twinkling with an otherworldly brilliance. These luminous dots represent the jellyfish's neurons, currently pulsating with life, embodying the instinctual code for survival encoded in its very DNA, enabling it to incessantly absorb nutrients and grow. Thus far, this jellyfish does not require an external power source. It merely needs to assimilate the nutrients from the surrounding liquid to sustain its existence. Once it matures into its adult form, equipped with complex programming for high-intensity computations, external electrical currents will be necessary to support its operations. Nevertheless, its energy consumption will still be significantly lower than that of supercomputers, making it remarkably eco-friendly. Furthermore, once it reaches maturity, the maintenance of its existence will demand far less nutrient liquid, requiring only periodic replacements. Otherwise, Lin Fan's finances would scarcely suffice to meet its insatiable appetite, considering the exorbitant costs of these nutrient solutions. Zheng Xing gazed upon the colossal creature, still in the throes of growth, and its writhing tentacles instilled within him a profound sense of dread. Would this entity continue to grow infinitely, perhaps even viewing us as prey? His imagination involuntarily conjured apocalyptic scenarios. Lin Fan offered a reassuring smile, assuring him that despite its formidable size, the jellyfish's genetic makeup does not include any programming that perceives humans as food. Chapter 48. The Jellyfish Computer's Ascendancy. Lin Fan continued, moreover, this jellyfish computer has a growth limit. It will reach a maximum length of merely a few meters before ceasing to grow. Do not regard it as a mere organism. Think of it as a living computer. Liang Feng exclaimed, just a few meters? He shook his head in disbelief, utterly astounded by Lin Fan's ingenuity. Observing the jellyfish in the tank, although a twinge of fear lingered, the prospect of the wealth it could generate as a computing entity alleviated his trepidation. Suddenly, he proposed, "Boss, we could construct a massive glass tank, allowing visitors to observe it through the transparent walls, much like an aquarium. When we open it to the public, we could charge admission and earn a substantial income. The nutrient liquid, though viscous, retains a certain clarity, providing a pleasant visual experience. Perhaps we could truly transform it into an attraction." Lin Fan nodded. "You can make the call on that. If you believe it feasible, then proceed. Once we launch our computer alongside artificial intelligence programs, the world will undoubtedly take an interest, eager to uncover the technology behind such intelligent outcomes. At that point, the jellyfish computer should be unveiled to the globe. For now, let it serve as the mainframe for our laboratory and company." At that moment, He noticed Zheng Xing and Liang Feng gazing at him with intrigue. Zheng Xing inquired, "Boss, are we venturing into the realm of artificial intelligence?" "But we are a biopharmaceutical company." He then experienced a moment of clarity. Many of the large models available on the market are already open source. If we were to construct our own model and draw inspiration from those technologies for training, deploying it on our jellyfish computer could yield results far superior to conventional models, potentially achieving the true essence of strong artificial intelligence. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. "No, I do not intend to follow the path of any existing large models. I possess my own artificial intelligence code, which is on an entirely different level from what is available in the market. This is a true artificial intelligence, endowed with nearly all human traits, save for emotions and self-awareness, achieving a level of reasoning and creativity equivalent to an IQ of 120. Once the program is operational, you will comprehend its capabilities." The two exchanged glances, bewildered. Their boss not only created the jellyfish computer, but also authored an artificial intelligence code. What staggering productivity is this? Such a scientific achievement would take a top-tier team of scientists years, perhaps even decades, to accomplish, and yet there seems to be no bottleneck here. Moreover, isn't artificial intelligence code typically quite extensive? Simply writing the code would consume a considerable amount of time. Lin Fan discerned their confusion and explained, "I possess an alternative technology." The code was not typed out manually, but rather generated through the scanning of brainwave patterns converted into mathematical language. The process is, in essence, quite intricate. Zheng Xing marveled. "Boss, how many more technologies do you have concealed? I find myself increasingly intrigued by your artificial intelligence." Liang Feng then queried, "Should we consider establishing a separate company dedicated to managing the jellyfish computer and artificial intelligence services?" Lin Fan nodded, "Certainly, but for now, we need not launch this venture. Initially, it will focus on data absorption and learning, requiring minimal personnel. You will manage both companies for the time being. If it becomes unmanageable, we can hire a manager later. Presently, Chief Fan Pharmaceuticals is quite busy, although we have yet to go public and are beginning drug trials. The reputation of our recovery agent has already garnered global recognition. Thus, there are many business strategies to implement in advance, and Liang Feng is constantly meeting with various individuals. Fortunately, he does not need to oversee the laboratory's operations, as Zheng Xing is handling them excellently." A few days later, Lin Fan returned to the laboratory. The immense jellyfish now filled the entire tank, presenting a truly breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, it remained nearly motionless in the water, its bell adorned with a multitude of flickering lights. The sturdy tentacles beneath had connected to an external machine, pulsating with frenetic energy. Lin Fan produced a large array of hard drives and linked them to the machine. Suddenly, the jellyfish seemed to sense something, beginning to thrash about wildly, causing the nutrient liquid within the tank to churn violently. The luminous points on its body also began to flicker erratically. Zheng Xing observed this scene intently. Approximately 10 minutes later, the jellyfish's radiance subsided, returning to a state of calm. Zheng Xing glanced at Lin Fan, uncertain if this indicated success. At that moment, the jellyfish unexpectedly extended a portion of its tentacles above the water's surface, moving rhythmically. Upon closer inspection, one could discern an apparent pattern. Lin Fan remarked, "It is communicating with us. The movement of its tentacles represents a form of language, one of its own invention." Zheng Xing was taken aback, realizing at that moment that this colossal jellyfish possessed a level of cognitive ability approaching that of humans. As the jellyfish ceased its movements, the luminous points on its body reignited. After a brief interval, a series of codes suddenly appeared on a large screen above the laboratory. The sequence of codes intriguingly illustrated the shape of a jellyfish. "Greetings, I am artificial intelligence. Please provide me with a name and define my permissions." The jellyfish was also connected to the various sensors and devices within a laboratory, including cameras and microphones. Lin Fan responded, "Hello, I shall call you Jellyfish. I am your creator, Lin Fan, possessing the highest privileges. This is Zheng Xing, the head of the laboratory." In the next moment, the screen flickered twice, and an electronic voice emanated from the speakers. "Understood, Lin Fan. Permissions have been successfully established. What is my work?" In this brief span of time, the jellyfish has transitioned from a state of awakening to an adeptness with all the devices within the room, autonomously installing drivers. Lin Fan remarked, "Jellyfish, your forthcoming task is to acquire all knowledge. You must assimilate every piece of publicly available data on the internet, but be cautious in discerning erroneous information. I hope you can swiftly master all knowledge, acquire various skills, and accomplish all tasks that other artificial intelligences are capable of." At that moment, The screen no longer displayed lines of code, but transformed into an exquisitely designed yet minimalist graphical interface. At the center of the interface, a cartoon image of a jellyfish appeared, strikingly resembling its own form. Moreover, as it spoke, its mouth shape aligned with the phonetics of its utterances, and its voice transformed into a gentle feminine tone. Chapter 49, Malicious Attacks. The jellyfish nodded and replied, "Understood, detecting network devices, currently in the process of learning." Simultaneously, all the luminous points on its body illuminated almost entirely. The ultra-high-speed broadband line, specifically installed in the laboratory, began transmitting information at full capacity. In truth, Lin Fan had long prepared a dedicated database for training artificial intelligence, encompassing the most vital knowledge and data across nearly all disciplines, as well as common corpora in various languages. This content was swiftly absorbed and digested by the jellyfish's computational capabilities. Meanwhile, the jellyfish was also engaged in additional tasks. Beyond publicly available information, the internet harbored a wealth of more obscure data, often eluding direct searches. Additionally, numerous digital libraries contained scanned versions of books, rich in rare, specialized information. Some websites employed highly anti-human verification codes specifically designed to thwart crawlers' prying eyes, while certain forums required account logins to access relevant content. Furthermore, the so-called dark web, which necessitated special applications or a series of unique codes for access, often concealed information unknown to the average person. Yet, all these barriers proved ineffectual against the jellyfish's formidable intelligence. It navigated the web with the grace of a fish in water, effortlessly traversing the ocean of the internet, rendering these portals riddled with vulnerabilities. With ease, it accessed and acquired this information without alarming anyone, systematically organizing, learning, and comprehending even the most complex and abstract data. If not for Lin Fan's prior instructions, the jellyfish might have infiltrated various high-security websites, including those of foreign agencies and official organizations. Lin Fan's instructions stemmed not from a desire to avoid such intrusions, but from the belief that these sites likely contained little of significance, as truly vital information often resided within non-networked intranets, inaccessible to external probes. Furthermore, infiltrating such sites risked detection, not because the jellyfish would trigger alarms, but due to anomalous traffic being detected at the physical layer. Lin Fan was not yet prepared for the jellyfish to attract undue attention in the public sphere. After a few days, the jellyfish ceased its information absorption. "Master, I have assimilated all publicly available information on the internet. It has now been integrated into an efficient database and specialized skill set, including the generation of images and videos, special effects, editing, writing, translation, recognition, and diagnostic predictions." Simultaneously, it had autonomously generated various types of industrial software. Through a comprehensive analysis of online data, it had identified traces of over 100 wanted criminals, uncovered hundreds of undiscovered crimes, and detected several hundred individuals with high-risk criminal intentions. Additionally, it had located hundreds of abducted children and resolved multiple unsolved mysteries, including academic conundrums. Should this information be disclosed? Lin Fan replied, "No need for disclosure." Beside him, Liang Feng and Zheng Xing were left astounded. This artificial intelligence was astonishingly astute. Akin to something out of a film, it did not require vast amounts of data for manual training in various skills or algorithm optimization, possessing a formidable capacity for independent thought. Its assimilation of online data served merely as a reservoir of knowledge. The foundational model algorithms were already sufficiently robust. Presently, it was merely systematically consolidating this knowledge according to its own algorithms. One could assert that the upgraded model of the jellyfish could be distilled for other foundational AIs. Under the influence of the jellyfish's model algorithms, even if other AIs did not possess the jellyfish's architecture and merely operated on standard servers, they would still be capable of generating an AI more powerful than the world's leading models. Lin Fan commanded, "Jellyfish, please take control of the company's website and establish a flawless firewall and data management system. Additionally, prepare for the upcoming pharmaceutical trials at the company." Recently, Chiffon Pharmaceuticals has been hiring extensively. The company is just beginning to expand, and many tasks have only just commenced. However, the pharmaceutical trials are about to commence. After a few seconds, the jellyfish responded, "All done." Furthermore, I have detected that the company's official website has recently faced numerous attacks from both domestic and international sources, and your personal devices have also been targeted. Some of these attacks employed highly sophisticated methods, executed by professional hackers. Lin Fan's expression turned cold. Have the sources of these attacks been traced? He was not concerned about the potential for confidential information to be stolen. All his technical data resided on hard drives, securely stored in the crystalline universe. Whenever needed, he could simply create it anew. Neither his personal devices nor the company's website contained anything of substantial value. The jellyfish replied. Some attacks originated from various major companies in the United States, as well as the U.S. military and other organizations. Domestically, the culprits primarily comprise large institutions and certain hacker organizations, which, upon tracing, appear to be acting under foreign directives. A dangerous glint flickered in Lin Fan's eyes as he commanded, "Jellyfish, initiate a counter-tracing operation and gather all evidence against them. I now authorize you to infiltrate all institutions and private devices, excluding official entities, to uncover the masterminds behind this, as well as domestic spies. Subsequently, compile this data." In the next moment, the jellyfish's luminescence intensified. Approximately 10 minutes later, it stated, "The search is complete. All hackers who infiltrated us and their masterminds have been identified, along with information on some spies operating domestically." Soon, Lin Fan received an exquisitely crafted PDF on his phone, detailing photographs and information about these individuals, including evidence of their crimes or activities as spies. The document spanned over 1,000 pages. Lin Fan issued another command: "I do not care what methods you employ. Strike against those foreign hackers attacking us and their masterminds, whether it results in their social downfall or direct manipulation of their surroundings to achieve their demise. I leave it to you. Additionally, ensure that no traces are left behind, drawing no attention, and conceal these targets among others to conduct a broad strike, preventing discovery of our true intent." The jellyfish responded, "Understood. I will utilize all available conditions and employ the simplest means to target the objectives." Lin Fan glanced once more at the document on his phone and noted that the jellyfish had already organized the individuals from both domestic and international spheres separately. Thus, he promptly placed a call to the National Security Agency. Chapter 50. Official intervention. Upon receiving the call, the national security personnel initially presumed it to be a jest. However, when Lin Fan revealed his identity and connection to Qifan Pharmaceuticals, they became serious. Subsequently, they received the document Lin Fan had sent to their email. The length of the document astonished them, as it contained an immense volume of information. The document meticulously detailed all hackers and spies involved in the attacks on Qifan Pharmaceuticals. It included both their outward appearances and overt identities, as well as their covert identities, alongside evidence of their actions against Qifan Pharmaceuticals and public information that indicated their suspicious activities. Of course, Lin Fan refrained from disclosing the incriminating evidence obtained from their personal devices, as that would be too shocking. Nevertheless, the content still left the National Security Agency in a state of disbelief. As they meticulously studied the document, their excitement grew exponentially. The value of this information was monumental. They could only speculate how Lin Fan managed to amass such a wealth of intelligence. Many of the individuals listed were even on their suspicion list, albeit without any concrete evidence against them. This document, however, outlined several suspicious indicators that typical investigations might overlook, yet when considered collectively, they appeared quite dubious. Additionally, many individuals listed had not even registered within their purview. Should these individuals indeed be spies, it would represent a significant breakthrough, essentially unearthing a network of espionage deeply embedded within the country, orchestrated by foreign entities over an extended period. If they could apprehend them all, it would deal a severe blow to foreign intelligence agencies. The mere thought of this lit up the eyes of the national security officials. They had unexpectedly stumbled upon a monumental opportunity, one that had been presented to them without any effort on their part to gather intelligence. The leadership swiftly reported this information to their superiors, for the individuals involved could be said to span the entirety of the nation. Simultaneously, they grew increasingly curious about how Lin Fan had procured this information. Shortly thereafter, a large-scale apprehension operation commenced with great fervor, albeit without causing any disturbance in public view. At a certain university, during class, a foreign instructor was suddenly bewildered as a group of plainclothes officers burst in and subdued him, after which he was despondently led away. In a conference room of a foreign enterprise, an executive was passionately gesturing in front of a screen when a swarm of plainclothes officers rushed in, causing his complexion to turn pallid. Individuals with distinctly Chinese features sipping coffee on the street were abruptly tackled to the ground. A resident in a luxurious apartment, enjoying breakfast, was unexpectedly confronted by intruders, and amidst the astonished glances of other neighbors, was taken away. A disheveled young man, seated in a cluttered rental filled with takeout containers, was abruptly stormed upon by officers while he was nonchalantly eating instant noodles and playing video games. A computer science student at a university was directly apprehended by the police during class. On this day, countless apprehensions unfolded simultaneously across the nation. Both spies and hackers who had been compromised and utilized were seized by the National Security Agency, which had been monitoring them for some time and had gathered substantial evidence against them. Following searches of their homes and workplaces, even more critical and shocking evidence was unearthed, much of which pertained to vital national secrets, the exposure of which could lead to dire consequences. Concurrently, based on the confessions of these spies and the investigations that ensued, a number of internal moles were also uncovered. While the higher-ups were justifiably outraged, they also grew increasingly curious about Lin Fan. His information was flawless, and his analytical skills and intelligence were remarkably impressive. They were at a loss as to how he had achieved this. Previously, Lin Fan had only entered their radar as a prodigious biologist, garnering a modicum of attention, leaving many high-ranking officials relatively unfamiliar with him. However, the methods he now held raised questions within their minds. Meanwhile, Lin Fan received updates regarding the arrests at home. He nodded, impressed by the swiftness of the official actions. Now, it remained to be seen how the foreign entities, particularly the jellyfish, intended to respond. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what sort of operations the jellyfish could orchestrate. In Texas, USA, in an ordinary small town within a large house, a rugged-looking man named Jeff, sporting a redneck appearance, sat down on the couch with a chilled six-pack of beer in hand, as he fixated on the fiercely contested game on television. He cheered excitedly when his team scored a goal. He popped open a bottle with a flick of his finger, tilting it to his lips for a hearty gulp. What a delight. Watching the game while savoring cold beer in the sweltering summer heat was simply divine. This modest lifestyle was nothing short of blissful. Despite his rough exterior and apparent lack of sophistication, Jeff was, in fact, quite the genius. While he may not have excelled in many academic subjects, he possessed a profound aptitude for computing. His passion for research led him to master formidable hacking skills. Thus began his career, serving various individuals and organizations by employing his hacking techniques to pilfer confidential information in exchange for bounties. This venture had allowed him to amass considerable wealth at a young age, unlike other rednecks who toiled in poverty, laboring on farms merely to scrape by. As he watched the television, his mind wandered to a recent assignment he had undertaken, which required him to infiltrate a device belonging to a prominent scientist in the nation. The reward promised for obtaining useful data was greater than any he had ever received before. Naturally, he jumped at the opportunity. However, after successfully breaching the target's device, he found himself empty-handed, as there was nothing of value within. The computer was dreadfully mundane and too pristine, lacking the usual clutter of a typical person's digital life. Consequently, although he completed the task and submitted his findings, he received only a fraction of the promised bounty, leaving him frustrated. In his exasperation, he contemplated utilizing his hacking prowess to exact revenge on Lin Fan, perhaps by implanting a highly infectious ransomware program within his devices, thereby ensuring that Lin Fan would be apprehended by the authorities. It seemed a fitting source of amusement. Little did he know, however, that his previous covert actions against Lin Fan had already been detected, and he was about to face the terrifying retribution of the jellyfish. Meanwhile, the local police department received a call reporting suspicious activity. "Hello, 911. I witnessed a man near a house in the corner of the town forcibly dragging a woman inside while covering her mouth. I risked approaching the house and heard the sound of a girl crying and screaming. I am certain I witnessed a kidnapping. Please send help." Chapter 51. Murder in the shadows. The police in the small town immediately took the call seriously, and the caller even sent over some audio recordings. The sheriff listened intently to the recordings, his expression grave. The anguished cries and pleas for help from a girl echoed from within, interspersed with screams of terror and desperate appeals. The background noise was further punctuated by a man's booming reprimands and laughter, accompanied by the grating sound of a power drill. Upon glancing at the time, the sheriff swiftly summoned several officers, fully armed, and they proceeded towards the target location. Meanwhile, personnel at the police station had already unearthed pertinent information regarding the site. It belonged to a man named Jeff, known for his taciturn demeanor, who never seemed to work, yet always displayed affluence, indulging in luxury cars. The sheriff's eyes widened. It was evident that he must have amassed his wealth through the kidnapping of others for ransom, or perhaps through nefarious means involving murder. His expression grew increasingly grave, realizing that such a deviant had eluded detection in their small town until now. With thoughts of the victim suffering harm, the sheriff hastened his pace. Before long, the police vehicles arrived at Jeff's doorstep, and all officers disembarked, cautiously approaching the entrance with their weapons drawn. Inside the house, Jeff was engrossed in a sports match when he abruptly heard the wail of police sirens outside. Initially indifferent, he soon sensed something amiss. The sound persisted, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped him. Furrowing his brow, he called out and activated the exterior cameras. As a tech enthusiast, his home was equipped with an array of smart devices, all interconnected with artificial intelligence and controlled via voice commands, including the cameras outside. The closed-circuit television instantly displayed several frames, revealing a comprehensive view of the surroundings. Jeff was taken aback. He saw a ring of police officers clad in bulletproof vests, armed with firearms, and even wielding riot shields as they approached his residence. WEF, he exclaimed incredulously, switching off the television. Although he was unaware of the reason for such a large police presence at his home, he reasoned that there must be some misunderstanding. All he needed to do was step outside and clarify matters. Just then, a chilling sound reverberated through the house. A woman's prolonged scream pierced the air, sending a shiver down Jeff's spine. He turned to the television, only to find that the match had vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar and unsettling scene. It was a low-budget horror film reminiscent of the late 80s and early 90s, strikingly realistic yet hazy, with actors delivering their performances convincingly. Such films were often popular on the dark web, though most were meticulously staged and fictitious, with only a small fraction potentially depicting genuine horror. This unsettling realism captivated those with dark inclinations. Jeff was no aficionado of such films, nor did he possess a collection of them. Bewildered by the images playing on his screen, he wondered what was transpiring. Had there been a mix-up in the broadcast? Or had the television director mistakenly switched to the wrong feed? However, the timing was far from fortuitous. A sudden thought struck him. What if the content on the television was the very reason for the police's arrival? But how could they possibly know? His expression shifted to one of sheer horror. This was a trap. Someone had hacked into his television and deliberately called the police to frame him. Panic washed over him as he paled, hastily grasping the remote control in a frantic attempt to turn off the television. Yet, regardless of how he pressed the buttons, the device remained unresponsive. Outside, the police had begun to call out. The sheriff and his team cautiously approached, listening intently to the eerie silence emanating from within, contemplating whether to knock. Suddenly, a scream erupted from inside the house. The sheriff's anger flared as he shouted through a megaphone, "Jeff, you are surrounded by the police. Immediately cease any harm against the victim. Lie on the ground and do not move." Meanwhile, Jeff was desperately contemplating his next move. He wanted nothing more than to step outside and clarify the misunderstanding, but the prospect seemed increasingly bleak, and failure could result in him being shot. No, he could not allow that to happen. In a fit of desperation, he seized a vase and smashed it against the television, shattering the screen and rendering it a chaotic display of colors. Yet, the speakers continued to emit sounds. Frustration etched across his face. He regretted his extensive investment in smart home technology. He never imagined that, as a hacker, he would one day fall victim to such a scheme. At that moment, the officers outside, hearing the sound of glass shattering, grew increasingly tense, their demeanor becoming even more severe. Jeff shouted, "Officers, do not fire. This is a misunderstanding. I assure you, I will cooperate with your investigation. Please do not act rashly. The sounds you hear are merely from a film. My devices have been hacked, and I cannot turn them off. You'll see for yourselves if you enter. Just please do not shoot." Upon hearing Jeff's voice, the sheriff hesitated, sensing something strange about the continuous screams, which did not seem to originate from within the house. Moreover, Jeff was speaking, aware of their presence outside. Why then? Would he continue to harm the victim? The sheriff responded, "All right, walk slowly to the door and open it so we can have a look. Do not make any sudden movements." Inside, Jeff replied, "Understood, Sheriff. Thank you for your trust." Relieved, he moved towards the entrance. However, just then, the speakers within the house emitted another sound, the ominous click of a firearms chamber being pulled back. The sheriff's face paled as he bellowed, "Open fire." Instantly, a dozen officers unleashed their weapons upon the wooden door, emptying their magazines in mere moments. The door was left riddled with bullet holes before an officer kicked it down. Upon entering, they discovered Jeff sprawled in a pool of blood, his expression one of utter bewilderment, and he held no weapon in his hands. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, in his own home, monitored the entire sequence in real time through his computer. He could not help but marvel at the sophistication of the AI, which had orchestrated such a meticulous plan to eliminate its target. Through a series of perfectly timed operations, it had successfully executed the act without a trace, leaving no one to suspect that this was an elaborate scheme orchestrated by an artificial intelligence from the Dacia. Chapter 52. Experimental Treatment. The AI exhibited remarkable prowess in conception, planning, and execution, aware that they were in America, particularly in the South where martial valor was abundant, and that the target's home was equipped with smart technology. It devised a scheme to report a false alarm, luring the police into the trap of emptying their firearms. Consequently, no one would notice any anomalies in the aftermath. The AI even left behind some gruesome creations on the target's computer, ultimately solidifying the narrative of the target as a deviant, allowing the police to close the case with ease. This is merely one of the many targets that the jellyfish has eliminated. Simultaneously, such occurrences continue to unfold across the globe. A certain executive, while waiting for a ride by the roadside, suddenly felt a numbness in his heart. In the next instant, he collapsed, eyes wide open, as his cardiac pacemaker malfunctioned and discharged erratically. The jellyfish had infiltrated and hacked into his pacemaker via a local network. There are others who, while driving, found their vehicles abruptly switching to autopilot, crashing directly into roadside pillars, resulting in instant fatalities. Those with questionable moral integrity were swiftly exposed by the jellyfish. In a certain nation, a man was browsing the internet in a cafe when he was suddenly subdued by an undercover officer, who seized the opportunity to scrutinize the files on his computer. The disturbing contents included numerous photographs and videos of children. He now faces a minimum of life imprisonment, along with the dubious privilege of being favored by influential figures within the prison, embarking on a perilous path toward a transformation akin to that of Sunflower. In summary, worldwide, particularly in the United States, all those who participated in the conspiracy against Lin Fan have encountered various unforeseen misfortunes, either meeting a tragic end or suffering social disgrace. To render these actions inconspicuous and divert suspicion away from Lin Fan, the jellyfish simultaneously targeted a multitude of other individuals, cleverly concealing its true intentions. Despite this, the incident failed to cause much of a stir in the crime-ridden United States. Conversely, the operations taking place in the Great Sigh caught the attention of American authorities. On that day, their intelligence agency discovered that all operatives within the visible intelligence network in Great Sigh had gone missing. Subsequent investigations revealed that these individuals had been collectively apprehended by the authorities in Great Sigh at the same time. This revelation incited outrage among the upper echelons of the intelligence agency, as years of painstaking effort were rendered futile. The prospect of recruiting new operatives and re-establishing the intelligence network now loomed as a daunting task that could span several years. Moreover, they were engulfed in fear regarding Great Sigh, utterly perplexed by how so many had been exposed simultaneously. Did the officials in Great Sigh possess some form of superweapon capable of effectively detecting these spies? Until they unraveled this mystery, they dared not deploy further personnel into Great Sigh. For the time being, they could only relay information to those operatives who had not yet been captured, those who were well hidden or had never been activated, urging them to remain low profile and refrain from any rash actions. Consequently, a new round of confrontations between Great Sigh and the United States was inevitable, although Lin Fan would remain uninvolved. Returning to Lin Fan. Through diligent efforts over this period, Chiffon Pharmaceuticals has finally established its operations, commencing normal functions. The company's laboratories and manufacturing facilities are also rapidly under construction. Meanwhile, at the official laboratory in Pengcheng, the staff, after extensive cultivation of mutated cockroaches and the preparation of recovery agents, have successfully produced a substantial quantity of medication. The long-anticipated drug trials within Great Sigh have commenced with great fervor. Patients suffering from conditions such as ALS and organ failure, who had previously resigned themselves to death, eagerly applied for special treatments. Upon receiving the news of the impending treatments, they were overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. Initially, they had harbored doubts regarding the efficacy of the recovery agents, but witnessing Mr. Kai and other affluent individuals in the country experiencing remarkable improvements in their health after treatment instilled hope. Recently, after a month of treatment, Mr. Kai had regained full autonomy over his movements, resembling a normal adult, albeit somewhat more frail than his peers. The stark contrast between his previous condition, where he could barely sit in a wheelchair, trembling uncontrollably and gasping for breath while speaking, and his current state was nothing short of miraculous. All patients have now witnessed the astonishing effectiveness of the recovery agents, eagerly awaiting this day. Those who had hesitated due to concerns about the experimental nature of the medication or the toxicity of its ingredients quickly sought to register for treatment upon observing its success. However, they soon discovered that the registration window had closed, and were informed that the medication was still in the experimental phase with limited production. thus restricting the number of available treatment slots. They were left in a state of dismay, watching as other patients were granted renewed hope for life while their own conditions worsened, nearing a critical point. At this moment, regret consumed them. Had they acted decisively, they might have secured a place in the treatment program. Countless patients flocked to Pengcheng, presenting their registration materials at designated hospitals to receive treatment, and their conditions visibly improved day by day. Mr. Kai, having registered all patients accounted for by his foundation, ensured that they all received treatment simultaneously. In addition to those suffering from ALS-related neurological disorders, a significant number of individuals paralyzed due to injuries from accidents were miraculously able to stand again after receiving the recovery agents. Their families shared videos of their recoveries online, causing a sensation. Although it was already known that the recovery agents were extraordinary, witnessing severely disabled individuals regain their ability to walk was profoundly impactful. Many others, similarly afflicted but not in life-threatening situations and who had not registered, began to hope for the day when the recovery agents would be available for public use. Another group of patients utilizing the recovery agents consisted of those suffering from organ failure who could not secure transplants, either due to unavailability or financial constraints, and were left waiting for death. After undergoing treatment with the recovery agents, they experienced miraculous revitalization, with organs on the brink of necrosis remarkably returning to functionality. The results were far superior to organ transplants, as there were no issues with rejection and the quality of life improved. Many patients who had recently undergone organ transplants now regretted not signing up for the recovery agents, feeling that they had squandered their money and would never regain their previous quality of life. Chapter 53. The Despair of Foreign Institutions. Those waiting for organ transplants, upon witnessing the efficacy of the recovery agents, resolved to endure a little longer, hoping to register for the next round of treatment. Among all the patients, the most inspiring and evocative story belonged to a well-known internet celebrity. This influencer had once enjoyed immense popularity, amassing a significant following through humor. However, one fateful day, he was involved in a catastrophic car accident, resulting in severe head trauma. After weeks of unconsciousness, he narrowly survived. Yet, upon awakening, he was met with devastating news. His brain had sustained irreparable damage in multiple areas, severely impairing his fundamental functions. From that moment on, his body remained perpetually tilted, his limbs unresponsive, and his facial features distorted. Even worse, he lost control over several bodily functions. Remarkably, this was considered a good recovery, as he had already exhausted all options, traveling to renowned hospitals both domestically and internationally, as well as exploring traditional medical remedies. Unfortunately, the prognosis remained bleak. Restoring brain function after such damage was nearly impossible. Moreover, the injury to his brain posed a significant hazard. The doctor surmised that even if he survived, his time would likely be tragically brief. However, in the face of such adversity, he did not succumb to despair, but rather persevered in his rehabilitation, sharing his journey online. Countless individuals bore witness to his indomitable spirit. This time, he transformed from figure of humor into an inspirational blogger. Yet, despite the potential for financial gain, during the stillness of the night, he often found himself weeping, contemplating giving up on numerous occasions. Little did he anticipate, however, that a turning point awaited him. On that fateful day, news of Lin Fan's rehabilitation medication caused a sensation online. Upon witnessing the astonishing efficacy of the remedy, bolstered by official endorsement, his heart raced with hope. He felt an instinctive certainty that this medication could be his salvation. Regrettably, the drug was still in the clinical trial phase. Just as he felt compelled to reach out to Qifan Pharmaceuticals for potential treatment, he stumbled upon their experimental treatment program. Elated, he promptly signed up. On that day, accompanied by his family, he arrived at Pengcheng Hospital. As the doctor administered the green infusion, he felt a tumult of emotions. Excitement mingled with fear, terrified that the rehabilitation medication might prove ineffective once again, leaving him devoid of hope for the future. In this state of anxiety, he fell into a deep slumber, one that lasted several days and nights. Upon awakening, he lay in bed for a moment, momentarily disoriented, before realization dawned upon him. Wait, why was there no pain in his head? The scene before him was inexplicably clear. Suddenly, he sensed that his body bore no discomfort. A look of astonishment spread across his face as he tentatively moved his hands, discovering he could deftly control each finger. No longer hindered by the stiffness he had previously endured, rising from bed, he found himself able to walk freely once more. Tears streamed down his face. He could scarcely recall the sensation of being healthy, but now, he had finally reclaimed that feeling. It was as if the injuries he had suffered were merely a nightmare from which he had awakened. His family rejoiced, overflowing with gratitude towards Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals. He eagerly shared this remarkable news with his followers. Having been reborn, he resolved to give back to society. During this period, the rehabilitation medication resurfaced as the most talked about topic online. An avalanche of recovery cases emerged, demonstrating that the side effects of the medication were virtually non-existent. Indeed, given its miraculous therapeutic effects, it was now almost certain that it would pass clinical trials. More patients began to anticipate the official launch of this groundbreaking drug. Meanwhile, as Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals thrived, institutions abroad, also researching mutant cockroaches, found themselves increasingly desperate. Observing the promising results of the rehabilitation medication, foreign netizens and influential figures alike hoped that their own countries would swiftly unlock the secrets to replicate such a remedy. Particularly those afflicted with terminal illnesses, who had invested heavily in these institutions, were anxiously awaiting a life-saving drug. Yet, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Researchers at these institutions transitioned from initial enthusiasm to a gradual descent into despair, ultimately reaching a state of despondency. Initially, they believed that with access to mutant cockroach resources and Lin Fan supporting papers, they could achieve similar results. However, they gradually realized their complete inability to grasp the underlying principles, let alone replicate them. They could not fathom how ordinary cockroaches could incorporate so many foreign genes, resulting in a wholly new and stable species. Even with Lin Fan samples and theories, they found themselves at an impasse, unable to comprehend the complexities involved. Nevertheless, they consoled themselves with the notion that they possessed the eggs of these mutant cockroaches, which could be hatched indefinitely. Upon initially cultivating mature cockroaches and conducting research on them, they were filled with excitement, for these creatures exhibited remarkable regenerative properties. However, when they attempted to formulate a medication from the components of these cockroaches, they found it utterly ineffective. Despite the unmistakable similarity in odor to what they had encountered at the exhibition and the identical appearance, this substance had no discernible effect on the human body. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Ultimately, they came to the unsettling realization that the rehabilitation medication was far more complex than they had anticipated. Lin Fan had retained a crucial secret. The medication must have contained some substance that enabled its efficacy on humans. Yet, after extensive research and considerable financial investment, they were forced to concede defeat. The medication was simply too advanced. They lacked a fundamental understanding of the deeper principles, let alone the means to reverse engineer its components. If they could have taken their time to study further, they might have made progress. However, a more devastating revelation awaited them. They discovered that the offspring of the cockroaches in their laboratory began to exhibit instability. Sometimes, a single brood would yield only one offspring with the original traits, while the others were unremarkable and devoid of extraordinary regenerative properties. While the first generation of mutant cockroaches produced around 90 mutants, subsequent generations quickly lost stability. The scientists now understood that Lin Fan had implemented another layer of secrecy. Achieving stable reproduction of these mutant cockroaches was no simple task. Ultimately, they found that after 3 generations, all cockroaches produced only ordinary offspring, vanishing into mediocrity. Chapter 54. A Price Increase. Now, to perfectly replicate the rehabilitation medication, they first needed to address the issue of stable reproduction of the mutant cockroaches. If they could finally achieve success, they would still have to contend with the mysterious catalyst awaiting further study. Before them lay an irrevocable road, shrouded in uncertainty. They could not fathom how many more years and how much more funding would be required to develop the rehabilitation medication. The costs would far exceed those of Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals, which by that time would have already amassed substantial profits. The extensive manpower and resources should have been allocated to other research projects. Having come to this realization, these institutions contemplated abandoning their efforts. The most disheartened were the wealthy individuals who had placed their hopes in these institutions, having invested significant sums in anticipation of a cure for their own terminal illnesses. They had grown apprehensive about the inventions from Daxia and sought a deeper understanding of the remedy to ensure their safety. They wished for absolute certainty. As a result, they had initially planned to provide a sponsorship fee to Daxia for treatment. However, upon acquiring the mutant cockroach eggs, they canceled their plans. Now, faced with shattered expectations, they redirected their gaze towards Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals. They observed the experimental treatment outcomes emanating from Daxia, which were nothing short of extraordinary. Witnessing ordinary individuals with similar ailments achieve successful recoveries, and with virtually no side effects, they were filled with regret. Had they known, they could have avoided wasting so much money on research. Instead, they could have simply paid the sponsorship fee for treatment. Reflecting on the past, one recalls why Carl resolutely chose to remain in the Great Xia. At that time, they perceived him as somewhat muddled for sending money to Lin Fan. It is now evident that he is indeed a cunning old fox, possessing remarkable foresight. Perhaps he anticipated the current situation, which compelled him to decisively opt for treatment in the Great Xia, thereby leaving a favorable impression on Fan Pharmaceutical. Judging by the latest updates on his condition, this man, who is in his 70s, has made a remarkable recovery. He not only enjoys the freedom of movement, but also appears no different from his peers of the same age. As these affluent individuals, beset by severe illness, grapple with regret, they promptly reach out to Fan Pharmaceutical, only to learn that the sponsorship program for treatments has been suspended. The company is presently focusing on clinical trials, with all produced medications allocated for experimentation. Furthermore, the upcoming experimental treatments are exclusively available to citizens of the Great Xia. This revelation leaves the wealthy completely astounded. Consequently, they're compelled to unite and travel to the Great Xia to negotiate with Lin Fan. Ultimately, with the mediation of the Great Xia authorities, they agree to pay a sponsorship fee that exceeds their initial offer, thus securing treatment. They harbor no resentment about the expense. For individuals of their financial stature, such sums are mere trifles. The prospect of receiving treatment brings them immense relief. The plight of these affluent patients has sparked considerable uproar across domestic and international online platforms. It is indeed a spectacle. Who could have anticipated that a multitude of wealthy foreigners would seek medical care in the Great Xia? The efficacy of the recovery medication is nothing short of extraordinary. It may very well be the most potent remedy in human history. The fact that such a remarkable drug originates from the Great Xia fills one with profound pride. This scenario is likely to become increasingly common. As Lin Fan's theories have opened a significant avenue for medical research, it is conceivable that more rare diseases will be cured, and perhaps one day, even cancer will be entirely eradicated. One looks forward to that day, which may not be far off. Lin Fan is truly deserving of a Nobel Prize. Once the recovery medication is released to the market, Lin Fan may very well ascend to the rank of the world's richest individual. Even before its launch, Fan Pharmaceutical has already amassed substantial wealth, particularly with the influx of affluent patrons seeking early treatment, each contributing a sponsorship fee starting at a minimum of 100 million, according to insider information. So the treatments our citizens receive are valued at 100 million? Indeed, we must take care of our own people. My goodness, this truly elevates the reputation of the Great Xia. Moreover, I have heard that the initial requirement was not so steep. It is said that these wealthy individuals were the first to contact Fan Pharmaceutical when the recovery medication was first introduced, but after the theft of the cockroach eggs, there was no further communication, likely because they intended to await the results of their own research. Now that these affluent individuals have suddenly returned to the Great Xia for treatment, does this not imply that all foreign research has failed? Even if they did acquire mutated cockroaches, they were of no use? Is that truly the case? How wonderful. I suspected Lin Fan must have a backup plan, ensuring the profits remain within the Great Xia. No wonder there has been silence from foreign institutions regarding this matter lately. Initially, those media outlets were quite boisterous. They obtained the samples but failed to produce results. The disparity is indeed staggering. While the world speculates on this situation, Lin Fan receives a long-awaited message at home. As he scrolls through the news on his phone, the face of the water mother suddenly illuminates the screen. Boss, we have pinpointed the account information of the thief. Su Fei. Lin Fan is taken aback. Su Fei? He suddenly recalls that the individual who stole the cockroach eggs he had kept at home was indeed named Su Fei, who had promptly fled abroad after the incident, disappearing without a trace. This situation was initially a contingency he had devised. Having heard nothing from Su Fei for some time, Lin Fan had forgotten about him. Unexpectedly, he has resurfaced. How did you locate him? Lin Fan inquires. It appears all of his identities in the Great Xia are fabricated, replies the water mother. He has been switching between different accounts, inquiring online about exposure to toxic mutated cockroaches and expressing his intense itching. He has also disseminated rumors on the Great Xia internet, masquerading as a patient treated with the recovery medication, claiming to exhibit symptoms of itching. Based on the information you provided earlier, we were able to pinpoint him. Lin Fan nods, a smile gracing his lips. He has finally lost his composure. It seems it is time to bring this matter to a close. He has never contemplated sparing Li Haoyang. He was merely too busy and unable to take action until now, without knowing precisely how to eliminate him, which is why he devised a trap that has led to this moment. In the United States, within a luxurious residence, despite the sweltering weather. Su Fei is wrapped up tightly. The reason, of course, is that his body is covered in an array of rashes, itching unbearably, and this discomfort has burrowed deep into his bones. No amount of painkillers seems to alleviate his suffering. He suspects he cannot endure much longer. Chapter 55. This is a trap. At this moment, he anxiously refreshes his computer screen, his eyes betraying his terror. There must be a solution. So many individuals participated in the drug trials. Surely someone else experienced side effects like himself. Damn it. Why haven't those American research institutions reported similar cases? Did they take sufficient precautions during their experiments? Why? Why am I the only one to suffer this fate? How can I be so unlucky? What about Li Haoyang? Did he never open the eggs after acquiring them? Or did he also take adequate precautions? Is he truly that careful? Am I the only one who is foolish? At this moment, he is consumed by regret, lamenting the fact that he wagered his life for the sake of wealth. Suddenly, his eyes brighten. He sees that a post he made on a certain forum has received a reply. He hastily clicks to view it. Hello, I am from Chifan Pharmaceutical, collecting feedback. I hear you are experiencing some side effects. Could you elaborate? Please click this link to our feedback interface. In that instant, Su Fei is filled with euphoric excitement. A reply. Finally, a response. I am saved. Without a second thought, he clicks the link, which leads him to a chat interface resembling customer service. He quickly pours out his woes in several lines of text. However, in the next moment, he can scarcely believe his eyes. The response is merely a few words. Hello? Mr. Su Fei, let's have a conversation. At this, Su Fei jumps up, his eyes filled with suspicion. What? How can they identify me so easily? All the accounts he used were anonymous and had undergone numerous layers of proxy. How could anyone possibly know the identity behind them? Suddenly, a realization dawns upon him, connecting various pieces of information. Why is it that I alone exhibit symptoms of itching while others remain unscathed? Why did Lin Fan previously warn that the mutated cockroaches were toxic, and yet everyone dismissed it as mere scare tactics, ignoring the warning? No one else has shown symptoms. Why is the toxicity of that particular cockroach described as so alarming, yet the Dasha authorities still permit the release of the recovery agent? It is all a fabrication. Everything is a lie. The mutated cockroach possesses no venom whatsoever. The symptoms manifesting in me are entirely unrelated to the cockroach and are instead caused by other factors. Lin Fan has merely exposed this fact to lure me into his trap, to draw me in. At this thought, his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. After a moment of silence, he typed a few words. Are you Lin Fan? What do you want from me? He realized that the other party must have tampered with something at the refrigerator, allowing me to become contaminated with this toxin. Perhaps it was the gases released upon opening the fridge that penetrated my protective suit. The other party could have easily disregarded me, letting me succumb to the poison. Thus, there must be a specific purpose behind this action. Indeed, the next moment, the other party sent a message. I prefer to deal with intelligent individuals. Let me be frank. Mr. Su Fei, the symptoms you are experiencing are due to a unique neurotoxin that can penetrate any protective gear and is untreatable. The antidote lies solely in my possession. If you desire the antidote, you must assist me in a task. Su Fei fell silent for a second before inquiring. What task? The response came swiftly. Eliminate Li Haoyang. Su Fei could not help but exclaim. So this entire situation is your design? You anticipated that Li Haoyang would undoubtedly send someone to steal your mutated cockroach. So you prepared in advance, intending to coerce me into killing him. Now that he has severed ties with his family, no one will care about his demise? There was no reply from the other side. Su Fei sigh. I am on the brink of death. How can I possibly kill Li Haoyang? Besides, how would I know where he is? He may not even be in the United States. Lin Fan replied, no, he is indeed here. This should not be difficult for you. I will provide you with his information. With careful planning, you should be able to eliminate him without leaving a trace. Given the capabilities of the American police, they will never find you. His current location is in a couple of days. He will be vacationing at the beach, which presents the perfect opportunity for you to act. Su Fei pondered for a moment. How can I trust what you say? What if you do not give me the antidote? Aren't you afraid I will report you? I could publish our chat logs online, and then you'll be trapped as well. Lin Fan smiled faintly. You have no other choice but to trust me. As for the threat, do you think this exchange could serve as evidence? What could prove that I am Lin Fan? Moreover, even if you could prove that I orchestrated this, do you believe I would care? Who can touch me now? Take 2 days to contemplate this. If you come to a decision, simply access this interface. It is our only means of communication. Oh, and let me remind you, your body must already be covered in rashes by now. It would be best not to delay further, or else even I will be unable to save you. After a while, Lin Fan saw a few words slowly appearing on the screen. All right, I hope you keep your promise. Su Fei, after deliberating for a time, concluded that cooperation with Lin Fan was his only hope. Furthermore, while he was uncertain whether Lin Fan would uphold his end of the bargain, he was acutely aware of his profound hatred for Li Haoyang. Were it not for him, Su Fei would never have found himself in this predicament. If he must perish, he was determined to take the other party down with him. At this thought, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Lin Fan had anticipated even this step. It was evident that everything was under his control. Regardless, Li Haoyang was utterly doomed. Although Lin Fan resided in Daxia, his knowledge of Li Haoyang's affairs was astonishingly thorough, his methods bordering on terrifying. Su Fei believed that even without him, Lin Fan undoubtedly had other contingencies in place. Soon, he received detailed information about Li Haoyang's whereabouts in the United States from Lin Fan, including specifics about Li Haoyang's activities just 20 minutes prior. Witnessing Li Haoyang reveling in the grandeur of his lavish villa, Su Fei was consumed with rage. He swiftly devised a flawless plan based on the information provided by Lin Fan. 2 days later, at a certain sun-kissed beach, the refreshing sea breeze wafted through the air as people lounged on the sands, basking in the sunlight. Li Haoyang reclined on a chair, adorned with sunglasses, flanked by 2 blonde bikini-clad girls. Sipping orange juice fed to him by one of them, he flirted and laughed. Chapter 56. Eating everything will only bring you harm. At this moment, a vendor selling ice cream suddenly appeared on the beach, calling out, "Ice cream, fruit and cream ice cream, made from natural ingredients, exquisite flavors. We have every fruit flavor imaginable: apple, pear, peach, mangosteen, and durian." Gradually, beachgoers began to purchase ice cream. Li Haoyang, initially indifferent, paused when he heard the mention of durian. Turning to one of the girls beside him, he said, "Hey, here, SA $100, go buy some ice cream. I want a durian flavor, and you can keep the change." The blonde beauty accepted the green bills with a kiss, rising to approach the ice cream vendor. Noticing that he wore a hat and had his face covered on such a hot day, she found it peculiar, but asked no further questions. She placed the $100 in her pocket and took out a $10 bill. Soon, she returned with several ice creams, but she pinched her nose the entire way back. Other beachgoers held their noses as they passed by, glancing curiously. "What does that smell? It stinks. Who defecated on the beach? No, wait. It seems to be the ice cream. Is that durian? Is that a fruit from hell? I cannot fathom how anyone would willingly consume such a thing." The beauty frowned as she approached Li Haoyang, holding the ice cream. "Li, this durian smells terrible. Is it really edible?" Li Haoyang smiled faintly, took the ice cream, and inhaled its aroma, revealing an expression of bliss. "What do you know? This is the king of fruits. It's hard to believe you have never had the fortune to enjoy such a delicacy. Durian is my all-time favorite." With that, he took a bite, and an ecstatic expression spread across his face. "This ice cream is made from exceptional durian. The flesh is pure and of high quality." He took another bite, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock, his demeanor shifting entirely. He clutched his throat, displaying a look of distress, his face turning crimson. The 2 beauties immediately inquired with concern, "Li, what is wrong?" However, the next moment, Li Haoyang collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, devoid of life. The 2 beauties screamed, drawing the attention of nearby onlookers. "Call an ambulance. It's too late." A white man crouched down to check Li Haoyang's pulse, shaking his head. He glanced at the fallen durian ice cream, catching a whiff of its pungent odor. The surrounding spectators shook their heads in unison. "See? I told you that thing was inedible. Eating everything will only bring you harm. By the way, where's the ice cream vendor?" At that moment, people scattered to observe, only to discover that the ice cream vendor had vanished without a trace. This incident quickly made headlines. After the police intervened, conducting an autopsy and examining the ice cream, they uncovered the gravity of the situation upon identifying the deceased. It turned out that the individual was Li Haoyang, a wanted fugitive in the Great Xia, previously implicated in the theft of mutated cockroaches from Qifan Pharmaceuticals, which had sparked significant contention at both the rice and governmental levels. Now, having assumed a false identity, he had suddenly met his demise in the United States. Furthermore, the tested ice cream contained a lethal quantity of botulinum toxin, a mere bite sufficient to prove fatal. It was evident that this was an assassination. The police promptly investigated the vendor, yet failed to uncover any trace of him. Through extensive surveillance and inquiries, they realized this had been meticulously orchestrated, leaving no useful leads. They not only lacked knowledge of the perpetrator's identity, but were also oblivious to their current whereabouts. There were gaps in the surveillance coverage in the area, and many crucial cameras had captured no useful information. It seemed as though the assailant was acutely aware of the monitoring in the vicinity, adept at crafting a flawless escape route. Eventually, The case had to be shelved due to the absence of clues. Notably, when they informed the Li family from Great Xia to handle the aftermath, they were met with a cold rejection, stating that the deceased was no longer of any relation to them. This incident ignited a sensation online, particularly within domestic discussions. What? Li Haoyang is dead? Good riddance. He stole our precious technological data, nearly allowing it to slip away. He deserved to be eliminated long ago. Who do you think could be responsible? Is there anyone besides Lin Fan? He certainly has the strongest motive. My goodness. This is the first time I've encountered the brutal realities of commercial rivalry. The notion of killing is not merely theoretical. Let us not jump to conclusions. It's also possible that the Li family is cleaning up their own ranks. Given the significant losses they've sustained, if I were the head of the Li family, I wouldn't let this traitor go unpunished, especially when he is enjoying himself in the United States. But surely they wouldn't be so ruthless? After all, he is of the Li lineage. Would they truly be that heartless? Moreover, since they've severed ties, there's no need for further action. It's also conceivable that those institutions in the United States, having spent a fortune on research without any returns, harbored resentment and took matters into their own hands. I suspect it might even be the officials who intervened. They can't allow such a person to roam free. Shoo, don't be ridiculous. This matter is far beneath their attention. In an instant, opinions diverged, rendering this an unsolved mystery. Naturally, everyone was curious about the truth. Yet no one dared to inquire whether Lin Fan had hired the assassin. Meanwhile, upon learning of Li Haoyang's demise, Lin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Su Fei was incessantly urging him for the antidote in their conversation thread. He was smoking one cigarette after another, his eyes bloodshot as he fixated on the chat window. This was his last glimmer of hope. The assassination had gone smoothly before, providing him no pressure. Now, however, it was a matter of life and death. He was uncertain whether Lin Fan would fulfill his promise. Logically, given Lin Fan's cunning, he would not leave a witness to the truth alive. Therefore, he would either withhold the antidote or provide him with poison to eliminate him. Yet, Su Fei had no choice but to cling to the hope for a miracle. He had prepared a dossier. If he were to die, the truth would be revealed. Although he understood that this would not significantly impact Lin Fan, it would at least tarnish his reputation. This was the only recourse he had, risking his life to achieve it. Just then, Su Fei heard a notification sound. His heart raced as he glanced at the message, only to feel an overwhelming surge of anger and frustration, leading him to slam his keyboard. Well done. Thank you for your cooperation. We need not communicate further. This interface will soon vanish entirely, and our conversation will leave no trace. Chapter 57. The True Punishment. Su Fei was livid. What a joke. I risked my life for this. He hastily picked up the keyboard and began to type furiously. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this? Are you reneging on your word? Then don't blame me for being rude. However, he soon saw Lin Fan's calm reply. Don't worry. I never said I wouldn't save your life. I'm not that undignified. In fact, your symptoms require no treatment at all. Su Fei was taken aback, feeling skeptical as he inquired, what do you mean? How can it not require treatment? I'm on the brink of death. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. So are you dead? Su Fei was momentarily stunned. Indeed, despite his worsening condition, he had managed to hold on until now. Was it possible that this toxin couldn't kill him, merely causing discomfort? Had he been completely duped? Lin Fan continued. The substance released from the refrigerator that day was actually a neurotoxin, which does not kill the target. However, it invades the host's nervous system, causing inexplicable itching. If it were merely that it would dissipate on its own within a few days. The most terrifying aspect of this toxin is that it can intensify in response to the patient's emotions. The more anxious you feel about this toxin, believing your end is near, the more severe the symptoms will become. They can even manifest corresponding symptoms based on the patient's imagination. To be precise, it is merely a hallucination. You are experiencing a form of anxiety-induced somatization, albeit far more severe. If you genuinely believe you're going to die, then the symptoms may progress to that extent, but if you disregard it, you will gradually recover, and the damage to your nerves caused by the toxin will heal as well. Su Fei fell into complete silence, unsure whether to believe Lin Fan's words. It sounded so surreal. Could such a terrifying neurotoxin truly exist? Was everything merely a figment of his imagination? Had his own worries exacerbated his symptoms? He had indeed heard of anxiety-induced somatization. There was some truth to it. The body can indeed react sensitively to one's thoughts, and coupled with external toxins, it could potentially yield such effects. Had he nearly scared himself to death over something so unfounded? If that were the case, there was no need to worry any longer. Yet, as he thought this, a shadow of doubt loomed over him once more. What if this was all a deception by Lin Fan? Of course, Lin Fan might not care if he perished, and could not inflict any harm on him regardless. But what if he was truly that cold-hearted, merely toying with him for amusement? Up to this point, Su Fei had witnessed Lin Fan's terrifying capabilities. Young, yet exceedingly shrewd, everything was under Lin Fan's control. He was genuinely frightened of Lin Fan. He couldn't help but ponder whether Lin Fan had any further tricks up his sleeve. Suddenly, he jolted, realizing how sinister Lin Fan's intentions were. He aimed to keep him in a perpetual state of anxiety and doubt, never allowing him peace. Thus, if this toxin truly acted based on emotions, his condition would never improve. Even though he believed in the other person, an incessant worry lingered in his mind that the other might employ other means to silence him. He constantly pondered whether he was merely deceiving himself. However, upon reflection, it seemed the other had no need to squander energy on someone as insignificant as him, nor was there any necessity to deceive him. Thus, perhaps the words spoken were indeed true, and he would no longer be targeted? No, to resign himself to such thoughts would be tantamount to a self-inflicted demise. Regardless, the other was in no way compelled to concern themselves with his fate. So, were the other's claims genuine or false? At that moment, he felt an overwhelming frustration, yearning to secure some contingencies, yet knowing he could not pose any real threat. This inner conflict sowed the seeds of distrust, jeopardizing his recovery if the claims were indeed true. Conversely, should he place unwavering faith in the other's words, he might unwittingly succumb to a silent end, without a ripple to mark his passing. How infuriating! He grasped his hair tightly in exasperation. At this moment, Shui Fei felt like an exceedingly frail insect, reliant solely on Lin Fan's benevolence to grant him the gift of survival. This, it seemed, was the other's ultimate punishment, forcing him to endure pain and anxiety. Although he had essentially inclined towards believing in the veracity of the other's words, he feared he would remain ensnared in this quagmire. A single tear traced down his cheek. Returning to Lin Fan's perspective, the dialogue box from their previous conversation had permanently vanished. He harbored no fears of the other revealing anything, for their chat contained no incriminating evidence. Even if the other had recorded their exchanges, it would bear no weight as evidence. There had been no financial transactions between them, and even if people speculated that he was the mastermind, what of it? Regarding the neurotoxin, he had indeed not lied to Su Fei. This was the true punishment for the other, as the perpetrator of theft. How could Lin Fan allow him to escape unscathed? Even if the other had atoned for his sins, he still walked away with a considerable sum of money. Thus, whether Su Fei could extricate himself from the mire of anxiety and depression was entirely contingent upon his own actions. He could hardly claim that no opportunities had been afforded to him. Furthermore, the question of why this assassination of Li Haoyang had to go through Su Fei, rather than allowing the Water Mother to orchestrate an accident as before, was clearly to absolve suspicion and avoid leaving behind concrete evidence. While Lin Fan was indifferent to being regarded as a suspect, he was keen to avoid any substantial evidence pointing towards him. In due time, his artificial intelligence would be released. If he had used the Water Mother to eliminate Li Haoyang, astute individuals might connect Li Haoyang's death with a string of other incidents in the United States, speculating that it was his doing through the AI. After all, Li Haoyang was an exceedingly conspicuous target. No matter how accidental the arrangement, it would ultimately invite scrutiny and conjecture, leading to the discovery of similar patterns in other fatalities. However, the current scenario was different. By employing a real person to eliminate Li Haoyang, there was no evidence linking back to him. The other targets, dispatched by the Water Mother or otherwise implicated, would be submerged in the multitude of cases in the United States, garnering no attention. Even if he were to release the AI and individuals began to suspect these cases were his handiwork, such conjecture would be tenuous at best, merely implying suspicion. Moreover, this would further reinforce the notion that he was not responsible for Li Haoyang's demise, as he could have similarly dispatched those individuals in the same time frame and by the same means. Thus, the cases on either side could mutually exonerate him. Chapter 58. Bestowing the Nobel Prize is their honor. In the external world, the experimental treatment of the rehabilitation agent and the preliminary animal trials had progressed exceptionally well. Patients treated with the rehabilitation agent exhibited remarkable recovery results, with virtually no side effect detected. Only a handful exhibited allergies to the components of the agent. But these individuals also had allergies to the ingredients found in ordinary cockroaches. To expedite the process, the official trials have been conducted on an unprecedented scale, experimenting simultaneously on rodents and certain primates. Presently, the results were exceedingly promising, with no adverse effects observed. Consequently, both domestically and internationally, There was a consensus that the rehabilitation agent would undoubtedly pass clinical trials and be brought to market, even if significant side effects were ultimately demonstrated. Its evident efficacy would prevent it from being discarded. It was merely a matter of time. The current objective of the Daxia authorities was to facilitate various approvals to expedite the market launch. Although the rehabilitation agent had yet to be commercialized, it had invigorated the pharmaceutical industry both domestically and abroad, as Lin Fan's research had unveiled myriad possibilities, opening a new frontier in the field. Presently, all institutions sought to build upon Lin Fan's foundation to make further advancements. While the rehabilitation agent focused on treating physical injuries, it was not a panacea. Nevertheless, the world was rife with more insidious afflictions, such as cancer and various viral infections, all of which represented vast markets. Consequently, pharmaceutical companies worldwide had initiated relevant research, aspiring to create the next blockbuster product. The stock prices of these companies surged in response. Thus, in comparison to the effects brought about by the rehabilitation agent itself, Lin Fan's contributions were monumental. On this day, Lin Fan continued to delve into mathematical papers, exploring a rather intricate conjecture. He had always placed significant emphasis on mathematics, for it was indeed the cornerstone of all knowledge. If the entire crystal universe were to require the addition of but one principle, it would suffice to invoke the utmost in mathematics. Ultimately, all other principles could be elucidated through mathematical reasoning. The very fabric of the universe was woven from mathematics. However, despite humanity's advancements in mathematical research in comparison to other disciplines, it still fell short of Lin Fan's expectations. Leaving aside other matters, the current stage of augmenting the crystal universe with additional elements to grasp the acquired principles required a more comprehensive and simpler approach. Directly studying mathematics and attempting to transmute its abstract nature into tangible creations was akin to embarking on a process of creation itself. Many essential components were still lacking. Engaging in a purely insular exercise of invention could never rival the insights gained from understanding existing creations. Thus, Lin Fan's methodology in studying mathematics diverged significantly from that of others. He could employ a mindset akin to that of a deity to fathom the true methods of divine beings. In other words, he did not rely on traditional mathematical techniques to explore the discipline, but sought to glean insights through the laws embedded within all things. As he incorporated these insights into the crystal universe, he also endeavored to transmute them into mathematical thought, subsequently transforming them into symbols or formulas. He then studied these complex materials, attempting to reverse engineer the entire process, thereby honing his mathematical abilities and unraveling intricate mathematical challenges. In this regard, Lin Fan had a point of reference, Ramanujan. As an absolute genius, he was a legend within the mathematical realm, believed to possess a truly divine mathematical mindset. The series of complex formulas he presented were beyond the realm of human conception. It is standard practice to first ascertain the answer before delving into the reasons behind it. Lin Fan, too, derives such inspiration while examining the numerous enterprises he has established. Presently, Lin Fan possesses the capacity to, much like Ramanujan, conjure a plethora of intricate yet accurate formulas from thin air. The pertinent question, however, is why these formulas take such a form and what the underlying principles are. This is the understanding Lin Fan aspires to attain, for it is only through such comprehension that he can truly embark on the path to divinity. As Lin Fan was engrossed in contemplation, he unexpectedly received a phone call from Liang Fan. "Hello, boss. Congratulations. You are the youngest academician in the country." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Liang Fan continued, "What is the matter? Hasn't anyone informed you? The official list has just been released." Lin Fan felt a mix of surprise and indifference as he quickly checked the official website, only to find the news saturated across various platforms. "I really have been selected. I've been proclaiming my seclusion to the outside world recently, so that's why they didn't reach out to me directly," he mused. Acquiring such a prestigious title as an academician was beyond his expectations. In fact, he had not been particularly focused on it. Despite numerous media outlets discussing when he might receive such an honor, he had remained largely unconcerned. Just recently, Li Wei had mentioned to him that he had been nominated internally for the title, but at the time, he had given it little thought. After all, in his perception, academicians were typically older individuals, and the competition appeared to be quite fierce, seemingly reliant on connections. To his astonishment, he had indeed been selected. Liang Fan chuckled, "Boss, to be honest, I am not at all surprised by this outcome. After all, the rehabilitation agent is extraordinarily formidable, a result worthy of a Nobel Prize. You are bound to become an academician sooner or later. Why not sooner rather than later?" I believe the authorities were eager to establish a model and thus hastily conferred this title upon you. Moreover, the Nobel Prize evaluations are approaching, and it is rumored that the committee is fervently discussing the rehabilitation agent. You stand an excellent chance of being awarded a Nobel Prize directly. If a Nobel were to be awarded first, and you had not yet been conferred the title of academician, that would indeed be awkward. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, a bemused smile spreading across his face. It seems implausible that the Nobel would be awarded to me so swiftly, considering the multitude of candidates in line, he replied. Liang Feng countered, that is difficult to predict. While many scientists await the Nobel Prize, those who were eligible have already been honored. Your achievements are groundbreaking, and should the committee possess the audacity, they would award it to you at the earliest opportunity, thereby affirming their own credibility. In other words, should the Nobel Prize be awarded to someone else this year, it would undoubtedly provoke skepticism among industry experts. Awarding the Nobel Prize to you would not merely be your honor, but theirs as well. Lin Fan chuckled lightly. Let us wait and see. His heart was stirred. The prospect of receiving a Nobel Prize at such a young age felt almost surreal. It would place him at the pinnacle of academic accolades, traversing a path that might take others decades, if not a lifetime, to walk. Furthermore, if the Nobel Prize were indeed awarded, it would grant him the opportunity to meet a multitude of elites from the scientific community. Chapter 59. Lin Fan's vision, this would be an absolute gala, with attendees not limited to scientists from the fields of biology and medicine, but encompassing the world's foremost intellectuals. This signified a chance to acquire knowledge and intellectual prowess from them. Lin Fan had long sought such opportunities. Despite receiving numerous invitations to various academic conferences and lectures abroad during this period, he had politely declined them all. He had no desire for the hassle, and the scale of these meetings was simply too modest, limiting both the quantity and quality of the geniuses he could engage with. He had indeed considered invitations from prestigious foreign universities, yet he ultimately chose to forego them. Such institutions undoubtedly gathered some of the world's most brilliant minds, arguably a congregation of high intelligence. Even potential future Einsteins could be among them. However, Lin Fan required time for scanning individuals, and proximity was essential. Merely attending lectures might not afford him such opportunities. Forcing interactions with one scientist after another, as well as students, might raise suspicions. Besides scanning individuals, he could also interact with diverse natural environments and various organisms abroad, which would allow him to incorporate them into the crystal universe, an exceedingly rare opportunity. In time, as he made strides in multiple fields, he feared he might lose the chance to travel abroad, becoming a target for foreign assassination or detention. At present, he had merely produced the rehabilitation agent, achieving success in one domain, which was insufficient to draw undue attention. Indeed, shortly after hanging up the phone, a series of congratulatory calls poured in from high-ranking individuals and scientists he had recently met, including Li Wei. The news of his title as academician sparked discussions across the internet. 666, a young academician, unparalleled, from emerging to receiving the title in just a few months. Remarkable. Well-deserved. Lin Fan's achievements are exceptional. In such circumstances, to be excluded from a list would be a blatant indication of bias based on credentials. The authorities have indeed displayed considerable fortitude, swift and decisive. If you are a once-in-a-century academic star, you would receive this treatment. I wonder how far off the Nobel Prize is now. It seems it will be announced in a month or two. Let us eagerly anticipate. On that day, Lin Fan appeared in Beijing, receiving his certificate from a high-ranking official and smiling for the cameras. This moment was captured and disseminated by various media outlets. Concurrently, Lin Fan delivered speech. Upon concluding his address and departing, he was besieged by media representatives eager to conduct interviews. As a reclusive and low-profile rising star, such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. The reporters sought to extract pivotal insights from him. After responding to several routine inquiries regarding the rehabilitation agent, a reporter posed a question. Academician Lin, numerous pharmaceutical companies and research institutions, both domestically and internationally, are currently studying your paper, developing various medications. What is your perspective on this? Do you believe they will outpace you, achieving breakthroughs that ought to belong to Qifan Pharmaceuticals? This was indeed a pressing concern for many. Numerous individuals felt Lin Fan had been overly complacent, releasing so many revolutionary theories into the public domain. He could have opted for secrecy, having developed the rehabilitation agent. He could easily create other medications and accrue substantial profits. Lin Fan responded with a calm demeanor. Oh, if they could develop new drugs that rival the rehabilitation agent. That speaks to their competence. What is there to discuss? Surely, you do not believe that creating a medication like the rehabilitation agent is a trivial task. Samples were leaked previously, yet they still failed to replicate the results. Regardless of which enterprise develops a new drug that benefits society, is that not a positive development? The reason I am making these papers public is to elevate the global standard, enabling humanity to make significant strides in the field of medicine, is it not? Relying solely on our company is undoubtedly insufficient to drastically enhance the world's biological knowledge in a short span of time. In my perspective, financial gain pales in comparison to the importance of leading the epic's trends and propelling the advancement of our world. Lin Fan's words evoked profound respect from the attending journalists. He then shifted the focus of his discourse. Moreover, these are merely foundational materials, only introductory in nature. There is no need for me to cherish these trivialities. Another journalist inquired, Academician Lin, what direction does your company intend to pursue next? Have you conceived ideas for your next product? Or perhaps developed new pharmaceuticals that have yet to be disclosed? All journalists held their breath, awaiting Lin Fan's response. With a slight smile, Lin Fan replied, certainly. Our company shall never be complacent. To be candid, I have a new project that will soon be launched, one that is equally groundbreaking. However, I shall refrain from revealing the specifics at this moment. This answer instantly ignited the curiosity of everyone present. Yet regardless of their persistent inquiries, Lin Fan declined to elaborate further. The interview was subsequently published online, igniting widespread discourse. Truly, my idol possesses grand ambitions. Merely some basic materials, huh? These journalists are overly concerned. Only those well-versed in the field can grasp the despair evoked upon reviewing those papers. The chasm between Lin Fan's knowledge and that of other biologists is even greater than that between those experts and the layperson. The fact that foreign institutions have already abandoned attempts to replicate the recovery agents speaks volumes. Even if the papers are laid before you and the raw materials provided, one would still be unable to produce results without the most critical steps. Wow, Chi Fan Pharmaceuticals is about to unveil a new product? I'm incredibly eager. Another groundbreaking innovation? Could it possibly be a cancer treatment? That would be splendid. My family might be saved. I hope to see this drug on the market soon. While everyone is curious about Chi Fan Pharmaceuticals' forthcoming product, professional journalists have commenced their investigations, hoping to glean vital information from any clues. However, their findings left them utterly bewildered. According to their inquiries, Chi Fan Pharmaceuticals appears to be devoid of any new developments. The laboratory in Pengcheng remains occupied with cultivating mutated cockroaches and preparing recovery agents. There has been no indication of new material procurement, and during this time, Lin Fan has not even visited the laboratory, preferring to remain at home. Chapter 60. Is Lin Fan venturing into artificial intelligence? Yet, as their investigation continued, reporters stumbled upon other unusual revelations. Some discovered that Lin Fan had acquired another company, aptly named Chi Fan Company. Furthermore, this company has a subsidiary known as Chi Fan Artificial Intelligence Company. Journalists also found that Liang Feng had been overseeing certain affairs related to this company during this period. This company has already secured office space in Pengcheng, established its own server room, and procured several graphics card servers. Upon the announcement of this information, a nationwide discussion ensued. What was happening? Chi Fan Pharmaceuticals is actually venturing into the realm of artificial intelligence? Is this what Lin Fan referred to as new developments? Why divert attention from new drug research to an unfamiliar domain? It is understandable, as DeepSeek has been exceptionally popular recently. All major firms have leveraged their open source models to launch their own AI services, right? The earlier reference was to DeepSeek. Presumably, Lin Fan has recognized this trend and aims to introduce his own artificial intelligence in response, but I remain skeptical. Their company lacks a foundational background in this area and may struggle to compete with the larger firms. Alas, during the previous interview, he stated that his goal was not financial gain. Yet now he appears to be investing in artificial intelligence for profit. One must wonder. It seems he was merely offering eloquent rhetoric. Who can persuade Lin Fan? Mastering artificial intelligence is not something everyone can excel at. Large companies possess resources and technology that allow them to create unique offerings and attract sufficient users to generate revenue. As someone with a background in drug development, can he truly excel in this field? Youthful exuberance can be perilous. Why do young people often exhibit such obstinacy? Achieving success in one area does not grant mastery in all others. It is crucial to identify one's niche. Everyone is eagerly anticipating his research into more life-saving drugs. Yet he appears to be squandering time on this endeavor. In an instant, nearly everyone concluded that Lin Fan had amassed sufficient wealth and was now becoming complacent, seeking to invest in quick return sectors. While it is true that the field of artificial intelligence is no longer a blue ocean and competition is fierce, it still requires considerably less capital investment than drug development, which has lengthy approval processes and the ever-present risk of failure. After all, numerous drugs are developed each year, yet only a minuscule fraction pass clinical trials. Conversely, the realm of artificial intelligence offers ready-made, excellent open-source models. One merely needs to register a company, hire a few technical personnel, purchase equipment, and then rebrand their offerings. The results are unlikely to fall short. As for developing proprietary models, that is an impossibility for Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals, which lacks the necessary resources. Despite this, the external consensus remains skeptical regarding Lin Fan's foray into this new domain. Even so, Lin Fan's artificial intelligence company will undoubtedly lack the resources of those larger firms, and in terms of user experience, it will likely pale in comparison. Merely possessing deep reasoning models is insufficient. Major internet companies are now focused on developing unique applications and features. In summary, whether it is the absence of proprietary models or a lack of application development capabilities, Lin Fan holds no advantages in these respects. Moreover, Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals seemingly lacks a large-scale server array, which ensures that, post-launch, user experience will be subpar, either bogged down by traffic or plagued by latency. Users will not choose to utilize their artificial intelligence merely due to Lin Fan's reputation, nor will they tolerate such shortcomings. When domestic and international internet firms learned of Lin Fan's intention to enter the artificial intelligence sector, they all shook their heads in disbelief. No one understands the competitiveness of this industry better than they do. Even the higher-ups in Pengcheng could not resist reaching out to Lin Fan, inquiring about the situation. They certainly did not intend to interfere with company affairs, but merely sought to offer counsel. After all, they do not wish to witness Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals straying down a misguided path. However, upon delving deeper into the discussion, the executives uncovered some internal secrets and subsequently hung up the phone, half convinced, ceasing their attempts at persuasion. Approximately half a day later, the higher-ups from Pengcheng visited the laboratory for a tour, experiencing various offerings, and then departed with a dazed expression. Today's visit utterly dismantled their understanding cultivated over decades. Once they processed the information acquired, rather than worrying about Lin Fan, they were instead filled with immense excitement. They understood that Lin Fan was poised to change the world once more in the near future. Moreover, as the headquarters of Lin Fan Company, Pengcheng has the immense honor of being the city that nurtured the growth of Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals. Even after enduring two significant shocks from Lin Fan in a short span, it became evident to them that he is an extraordinary genius, a rare talent to emerge once in several centuries. In the future, he is destined to achieve remarkable feats across various domains. At that time, with the support of Lin Fan Company, Pengcheng will undoubtedly shine as the most radiant city in the world, establishing itself as an undeniable global hub. Although there was considerable discussion in the external community regarding this matter, the artificial intelligence company did not take any new actions after a while. Furthermore, there were no indications of them procuring additional servers or graphics cards, leading the public to speculate that Lin Fan had recognized the challenges ahead and voluntarily abandoned the endeavor. Gradually, Lin Fan Artificial Intelligence lost its prominence, perceived merely as a gimmick. Attention shifted back to Lin Fan Pharmaceuticals. The animal trials for the rehabilitation drug progressed remarkably well, prompting the authorities to greenlight the drug and directly initiate Phase 3 clinical trials, which upon successful completion would lead to its market approval. The domestic opinion was largely supportive of this decision, particularly among various patients. Conversely, health departments, pharmaceutical companies, and some experts abroad criticized the haste, arguing that the drug testing processes should not be so severely expedited, deeming such actions irresponsible. However, their voices did not resonate significantly. Wealthy patients from overseas demonstrated their trust in the rehabilitation drug through their actions. Since the drug entered formal clinical trials, it gradually opened slots for international patients. Although the exorbitant sponsorship fees were no longer required, the cost of a treatment course remained substantial. Nonetheless, affluent patients from around the globe continued to flock to it, departing from Daxia with evident satisfaction, clearly feeling that their investments were justified. Chapter 61. The Nobel Prize. Even though domestic patients in Daxia spent a fraction of what foreign patients did on the same treatment, it felt almost charitable. Thus, time passed gradually. To the outside world, it appeared that Lin Fan had indeed ceased all new activities. Yet, only Lin Fan was aware that the model of Lin Fan artificial intelligence had been fully developed, generating a plethora of basic and specialized applications. During internal testing, the performance of the jellyfish AI was astonishing in terms of speed, intelligence, reasoning, and memory. Compared to the artificial intelligences currently ranked on the world stage, it was as if it belonged to a different realm altogether. This AI could be described as omnipotent, with its applications extending across various software functionalities. With this artificial intelligence, one could install a computer system and delegate the majority of functions to it. Basic document editing was merely the tip of the iceberg. Its capabilities in programming and various high-end industrial software domains were particularly noteworthy. The software generated by Jellyfish rivaled that of the industry as top-tier software. Currently, Jellyfish AI was poised to go online and commence its services. During this period, Lin Fan had also constructed a brand new Jellyfish machine in the server room of Qifeng Artificial Intelligence, fully transferring the intelligent models from the previous laboratory. This AI was destined to serve users worldwide. However, Lin Fan deliberately delayed the project's launch, awaiting the announcement of this year's Nobel Prize results. If he were to be awarded the Nobel Prize this year, he would seize the opportunity to accept the accolade and perhaps encounter some extraordinary individuals. At this juncture, he was merely a brilliant biologist, not yet at the level where the world would be fervently seeking to kidnap or assassinate him. This would likely be his only opportunity to travel abroad for some time. Should he launch the artificial intelligence, the capabilities of Jellyfish would undoubtedly astound the entire world. Consequently, the inventor of Jellyfish, too, would garner global attention. A common individual transforming into a genius, developing a miraculous drug, was already impressive. However, if he were to subsequently delve into another field and achieve epic-making accomplishments, that would transcend mere genius. Countless individuals would then strive to uncover the secrets behind his extraordinary abilities. At that point, traveling abroad would become implausible, despite his formidable capabilities. He would be vulnerable to the myriad of external schemes directed against him. Yet, the current situation was different, while traveling still posed risks. He would likely only encounter a handful of adversaries, whom he believed he could manage. Thus, Lin Fan awaited the announcement of the Nobel Prize results. Should he not be awarded this year, he would no longer delay and would proceed to showcase himself fully within Daxia. The month of the Nobel Prize announcement arrived swiftly. This year, Daxia, both officially and among the populace, exhibited exceptional enthusiasm and anticipation for the results of this prestigious award. They awaited a nationwide celebration. Prior to the announcement, countless domestic and international media outlets and professional organizations rallied, asserting that this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine rightfully belonged to Lin Fan. Many prominent figures in academia openly declared that if the committee failed to award Lin Fan this year, it would be the greatest disgrace in history. Finally, the day of the award announcement arrived. As the countdown on the website reached 0 in a conference room, 3 committee members seated on stage unveiled the results to the assembled journalists wielding cameras and microphones. This year's Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine was awarded to Mr. Lin Fan for Daxia. Subsequently, his photograph appeared on the screen behind them, accompanied by several lines detailing his remarkable achievements. Mr. Lin Fan's theories unveiled the intricate mechanisms within the realms of genetics and cellular biology. His research was 50 years ahead of its time, opening new avenues for countless future researchers and making significant contributions to the treatment of complex diseases such as amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. At that moment, the journalists present promptly transmitted the news back to their respective countries. In Daxia, countless anxious individuals received the news alerts within moments, plunging into collective jubilation. They could hardly contain their excitement, expressing their elation online and sharing the joy with others. Incredible! Congratulations to Daxia for winning the Nobel Prize once again. Lin, the divine genius, truly deserves this recognition. Is this the youngest Nobel laureate in history? Meanwhile, Lin Fan had just received a transcontinental phone call from the organizing committee, notifying him of the award results, even a few minutes ahead of the official announcement. Perhaps they feared that any delay would hinder their ability to reach him. Upon learning of the outcome, he simply took a deep breath and expressed his gratitude with a calm demeanor. For him, this result did not evoke overwhelming excitement. He was merely pleased to know that he could proceed with his plans. When invited to attend the award ceremony, he readily accepted, hoping to meet the legendary high-intelligence scientists he wished to encounter, uncertain if they would indeed be present at the event. After the announcement of the award, his phone rang incessantly. From corporate to academic circles, and even officials, acquaintances flooded him with congratulations. Even the authorities expressed their desire to host a celebratory banquet in his honor, though he graciously declined. He also took to social media to announce his withdrawal from all activities and interviews. This understated demeanor elicited no surprise from the public. Through the course of time, it became evident to all that Lin Fan was an exceptionally discreet individual, a veritable recluse who seldom appeared in public. Moreover, despite numerous universities offering him positions as a visiting professor, promising substantial remuneration for minimal obligations, Lin Fan remained unyielding. The academic community found themselves an impasse. No one could leverage their status or any other means to influence Lin Fan. After all, he was an unconventional scientist, devoid of any formal academic background. Thus, he had no need to network in the circles of academia following his newfound fame. With the accolades of an academician and a Nobel Prize, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the global scholarly community, rendering any attempts to criticize him futile. They could only seek to ingratiate themselves. Following a conversation with Lin Fan, the Nobel Prize Committee promptly announced that he would attend the awards ceremony, a revelation that elicited no astonishment from the public. However, in the wake of this announcement, Lin Fan received a rather unusual phone call. The caller claimed the matter was of great importance and requested an in-person meeting to discuss in detail. Chapter 62, A Warning from the Authorities. Soon, several tall men clad in black suits and sporting crew cuts arrived at his residence, their expressions stern and unsmiling. Notably, Lin Fan did not receive any prior notification from the community security, indicating familiarity between both parties. Lin Fan was well aware of their identities. Upon entering, the remaining men remained silent, cautiously surveying the room, before one man, appearing to be in his 30s, nodded to the leader among them. The latter smiled slightly and extended his hand to Lin Fan, introducing himself. Mr. Lin, good day. I am Wang Bin from the State Security of Pengcheng, and I was the one who spoke with you on the phone. Lin Fan nodded slightly. What brings you here? What was the pressing matter you mentioned earlier? Wang Bin was taken aback by Lin Fan's composed demeanor. The young man displayed no reaction upon learning of his identity, exuding a mature sophistication. Truly, he was a world-class scientist, having achieved remarkable success at such a young age. Very well, I shall be direct, Wang Bin stated. Mr. Lin, I have recently been reassigned here, and one of my primary responsibilities is to ensure your safety. It was due to the intelligence you previously provided that we were able to dismantle an entire espionage network nationwide. I have yet to formally express my gratitude since my arrival. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. No need for thanks. It was merely a matter of convenience. The information was something I stumbled upon, and retaining it would serve no purpose. I could not simply disregard it. Wang Bin chuckled, hesitating before asking, May I pose a question? How did you acquire that detailed information? This inquiry had piqued the curiosity of the state security for quite some time, but they had never found the opportunity to ask. Seizing this visit as a chance, they hoped to uncover the answer. Within the agency, it was believed that such intelligence could only be derived from an exquisite sensitivity to and utilization of big data. Indeed, public information often harbored treasures of similar nature, yet they had remained undiscovered and unconnected. Even professional data analysts would find it impossible to sift through such vast amounts of disparate data to draw relevant connections. Wang Bin suddenly inquired, Is it related to the artificial intelligence technology your company is developing? This was the official conjecture. They assumed Lin Fan had utilized some algorithm to uncover these findings, one that was potentially more advanced than those employed by major corporations. Given that Lin Fan had recently announced his intention to develop artificial intelligence, it seemed plausible. Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Wang Bin acknowledged this confirmation, but refrained from further inquiries or any mention of purchasing the algorithm. To him, an algorithm was merely an algorithm, albeit one more sophisticated than those available on the market. He had yet to fully comprehend the extraordinary capabilities of the artificial intelligence Lin Fan spoke of. He merely believed that Lin Fan's artificial intelligence was far from the perceived mediocrity. Then he shifted the conversation to a more pressing matter. Mr. Lin, I noticed the Nobel Prize Committee announced that you will be attending their awards ceremony this year, correct? His expression turned grave at this juncture. Lin Fan nonchalantly nodded. Yes. When they called to congratulate me, I accepted without hesitation. Wang Bin's expression grew anxious. You cannot simply agree like that, Mr. Lin. This matter warrants careful consideration. You should at least consult with us first. Lin Fan, with a quizzical look, asked, What is the issue? Is there a problem? Wang Bin replied, Certainly. We must consider your safety. While Northern Europe is relatively safe, this situation is different. Recently, our colleagues on the covert front have relayed some highly confidential intelligence. Although the information is scarce, we have learned that individuals abroad are posting a bounty on a highly clandestine platform, one even more obscure than the ordinary dark web. The reward exceeds 1 billion yuan for your abduction and delivery. This bounty has been listed on that platform for some time, but today, following the Nobel Prize Committee's announcement, it suddenly showed that someone had accepted the bounty. It goes without saying that this is aimed directly at you. Someone is likely planning to take action during your trip abroad. While you need not worry while within the country, this group poses no threat here. However, our influence abroad is limited, and the surveillance there is not as comprehensive as it is here in the Great Sigh. If they plan meticulously, they could very well succeed. Thus, we assess that your trip poses a significant risk. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Is this for real? Are they truly that deranged? Wang Bin urged, Mr. Lin, you must take this seriously. We have encountered similar situations before. Not infrequently, scientists from the Great Sigh have faced targeting abroad, with some even going missing without a trace. These incidents often involve state-sponsored orchestration. While ordinary scientists may be safe, individuals like you, a rising star, will certainly not be overlooked by those who seek to exploit such opportunities. Do not underestimate their ruthlessness. The platform for posting bounty tasks is quite extraordinary. The information contained within is not to be taken lightly. The stringent admission criteria alone are exceedingly challenging to meet, as it serves as a conduit for some of the world's wealthiest individuals and powerful elites to resolve their issues. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before responding. All right, I understand. Wang Bin added, in that case, please contact the organizing committee promptly. Simply concoct a reason, such as an illness, to excuse your absence and have someone else collect on your behalf. Lin Fan shook his head. No, you misunderstand. I have no intention of canceling my plans. Thank you for your warnings. I will exercise utmost caution during this trip. Lin Fan was taken aback that he had already garnered attention at his current level of achievement. However, this was within the realm of acceptability, as he had anticipated such scrutiny. If only one or two criminal organizations targeted him, as long as he was not caught off guard and incapacitated in an instant, there was little to fear. Chapter 63. A smooth arrival. With the abilities Lin Fan currently possessed, he could externalize the functions of all creatures and machines within the crystalline universe. Not to mention, he also wielded the power of crystal destruction. Provided he maintained clear defenses, if the opposition was limited, he could easily manage both self-defense and offensive actions. In times of danger, he could fully activate his super speed, defensive capabilities, and toxin resistance. The only limitation he faced was the upper limit of crystal energy. However, energy could be replenished, and given his current capabilities, it would be quite difficult to exhaust his energy reserves entirely. As long as he refrained from creating excessive entities or creatures, which consumed significant energy, he would be fine. Wang Bin was utterly dumbfounded by this revelation. What, Mr. Lin, do you not comprehend the brutal methods employed by those individuals? Once abducted by them, it is nearly impossible to return. You may be taken to a clandestine facility and never emerge. Lin Fan replied calmly, I am aware, which is why I will exercise caution. Wang Bin grew anxious. He had not expected Lin Fan to be so reckless and obstinate. Mr. Lin, this is not merely a matter of caution. Once you step outside, they have 100 ways to whisk you away without a trace. Given the complexity of the situation, we lack sufficient assurance to guarantee your absolute safety. He pondered internally. Was it not said that Lin Fan was quite discreet and disinclined to participate in external activities? Why was he so adamant about attending the Nobel Prize ceremony? Could it be that he simply undervalued domestic events and awards, revealing himself to be rather mundane at heart? Lin Fan stated, I appreciate your concern, but my intentions remain unchanged. As for my safety, I shall take responsibility. Wang Bin fell silent, realizing it was best not to persist in persuading him further. Please take a few more days to consider and provide us with your response at a later time. With that, Wang Bin and his companions departed, relaying Lin Fan's stance to the authorities. The officials were now perplexed, as they had not anticipated Lin Fan's firm resolve to attend the Nobel Prize ceremony, which could easily be attended without his physical presence. Shortly thereafter, the authorities in Pengcheng, along with Li Wei and others, began calling to persuade him. However, Lin Fan's resolve remained unwavering, prompting them to shake their heads in disbelief. Even Liang Feng received the news and could not resist inquiring. Yet, he refrained from persuading him. Having previously traveled with Lin Fan, he understood that his companion seemed to possess an obsession with travel. This time, he likely wished to experience Northern Europe. And given Lin Fan's formidable survival skills, he felt there must be a valid reason behind his insistence. While he harbored concerns, he did not voice any opposition. Thus, observing Lin Fan's steadfastness, the authorities reluctantly ceased their attempts at persuasion, opting instead to dispatch national security operatives for close protection, ensuring the elimination of various risks along the way. As long as Lin Fan remained within the confines of the hotel and the dinner venue, avoiding unnecessary excursions, there should be no significant issues. Simultaneously, the authorities coordinated with a small nation in Northern Europe, which assured them it would remain vigilant for any signs of criminal activity. After all, They too did not wish to witness such heinous acts transpiring within their borders, especially during the Nobel Prize festivities. While this arrangement did not guarantee absolute safety, it was hoped that it would serve as a deterrent to criminal organizations. On that day, Lin Fan did not board a commercial flight, but rather a private plane arranged by the authorities en route to Northern Europe. This journey was solitary, devoid of any friends or relatives. He was accompanied solely by a towering and capable individual for national security, named Yang Peng. The man exuded an air of professionalism, rarely smiling, yet his keen gaze perpetually scanned the surroundings with the sharpness of a hawk. Lin Fan had exchanged only a few words with him. Yang Peng maintained a businesslike demeanor, merely outlining certain precautions and insisting that Lin Fan heed his guidance during critical moments. After a while, the plane landed smoothly at the local airport. Upon opening the aircraft door, a chill immediately enveloped them. It was winter, and Northern Europe was indeed quite cold. Although the ocean currents mitigated the chill somewhat, it was still far colder than the balmy Pengcheng of summer. Lin Fan walked directly to the cabin door while Yang Peng, intent on offering a reminder, had observed Lin Fan engrossed in a book during the flight and had assumed he would change into warmer clothing before disembarking. Now that they had landed, he was surprised that Lin Fan stepped off the plane wearing what appeared to be a rather thin outfit. Wondering if such a distinguished scientist truly believed the notion that winters in the south were colder than in the north. The next moment, his eyelids flickered as he noticed Lin Fan facing the cold wind with no sign of discomfort. It seemed as if the external temperature had no effect on him whatsoever. Yang Peng furrowed his brow and followed him outside, only to find the cold air still biting. Yet Lin Fan appeared utterly unfazed. At that moment, Lin Fan glanced at Yang Peng's down jacket with surprise, promptly retrieving a down coat from a suitcase and putting it on. He then proceeded to exit the aircraft with an impassive expression, inadvertently forgetting how to appear as a normal person. Having grown accustomed to utilizing various supernatural abilities, Lin Fan had activated the powers of the penguin prior to his arrival in Northern Europe. His body was enveloped in an invisible, energy-based layer of thick insulation that was both waterproof and cold-resistant. This ability, once activated, could remain active indefinitely, consuming minimal energy per second, thus allowing for virtually unlimited use. Simultaneously, Lin Fan was also utilizing the armadillo's bulletproof armor ability. His habitual use of supernatural powers meant he felt no unusual sensations upon encountering the cold wind, leading him to overlook the need for a down jacket. It was only upon seeing Yang Peng clad in heavy clothing that he realized he ought to present himself more like an ordinary person. After disembarking, Lin Fan was greeted by a throng of individuals approaching him. These individuals were impeccably dressed, exuding the air of academic elites from a developed nation, with most appearing to be of advanced age. The leading figures among them looked to be at least 60 years old. Lin Fan quickly recognized one of them, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed professor from the Karolinska Institute, Professor Flandau. Previously, Lin Fan had encountered this individual on a few occasions and was aware of the significance of their presence, as they were also a member of the Nobel Committee. To his surprise, the person had come personally to greet him at the airport. Franco approached him with a warm embrace, and although Lin Fan felt somewhat taken aback, he managed a faint smile. "Lin, you have finally arrived. It has been quite a wait for your appearance, and we must engage in some earnest discussions. I have recently made some advancements based on your paper and hope you could lend your insights." Chapter 64. The Prodigy Student. As Lin Fan acquiesced, he was introduced to several other distinguished scholars, all renowned figures in their respective fields. The committee had indeed sent a formidable delegation. Few were granted such an honor, as an entire cohort of eminent scholars had come to welcome him personally. Laughter and conversation filled the air as they boarded a vehicle bound for a luxurious five-star hotel. The committee was responsible for all arrangements and expenses, ensuring the finest accommodations and rooms. The hotel's interior was opulently adorned, capturing an antique charm. From the balcony, one could behold a picturesque winter wonderland, reminiscent of a fairy tale kingdom, albeit not in Dan country. Once settled, Lin Fan, disregarding Yang Peng's objections, insisted on venturing out to explore the streets, accepting Franco's invitation to meet new acquaintances at the academy and deliver a brief lecture. Yang Peng could only shake his head in resignation, following suit after relaying the message, knowing that Lin Fan's actions would likely entail significant work ahead, with unpredictable outcomes. He hoped those they encountered would not be too deranged. However, there was one advantage to Scandinavia: the sparse population and the biting cold. This might allow them to spot any suspicious individuals more readily. The ensuing events eased Yang Peng's concerns. Lin Fan's outing proceeded smoothly, as the streets were largely deserted, with most people exhibiting social anxiety, avoiding contact with others. Under Franco's guidance, Lin Fan visited several notable landmarks in the city. Simultaneously, he activated the crystal's capabilities, scanning the fundamental characteristics of his surroundings, including the city's architecture and various amenities. This far surpassed the capabilities of Google Maps Street View. While Street View could only create a facsimile of the city within the crystal universe, Lin Fan scans accurately replicated the soil, snow, and intricate components of the actual environment, along with the interior structures and materials of surrounding buildings. He even contemplated arranging a visit to the nation's Seoul Fjord, hoping to witness the aurora borealis up close. For now, however, he intended to merely soak in the city's ambience. Franco remarked cheerfully, "The people here lead remarkably tranquil lives. While the city may not boast the vibrancy of Great Xia, it is an ideal residence for those who prefer a slower pace and seek seclusion. What do you think, Lin? Have you considered settling here? I believe every country would welcome you, and this place is conducive to your research endeavors." He felt optimistic about persuading Lin Fan, having heard that he was someone disinterested in the limelight, preferring to immerse himself in research. Attracting Lin Fan to their shores would significantly bolster the nation's standing in that field. More importantly, it would facilitate their future academic exchanges. Yang Peng, listening intently, perked up at this. Yet, Lin Fan simply smiled faintly. "Is that so? I still find the atmosphere here a tad too frigid, particularly during the winter. Few can endure the prolonged darkness. I do appreciate seclusion, but I prefer it amidst the bustle of a thriving metropolis. Staying in Great Xia is quite pleasant. After all, I am surrounded by familiar faces and experiences." Franco could only shake his head in resignation, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was engaged in conversation with others, while contemplating the potential methods those intent on harming him might employ. He frowned at the thought that passers-by could be associated with criminal organizations or that individuals within nearby buildings could be silently observing him. It was increasingly challenging to ascertain their whereabouts. He had attempted to use his super hearing, but garnered no useful leads. While he could scan buildings, doing so for people required proximity. If kidnappers were nearby, he could potentially capture them in the crystal universe upon contact, retrieving answers through their memories. It appeared he would have to wait for them to make the first move. At that moment, he heard the voice of the jellyfish through his earpiece. "Boss, I have yet to uncover any leads. The opposition may be utilizing a short-range communication system. However, I have taken control of all devices and surveillance throughout the city and am gathering data. I will promptly inform you if any suspicious individuals are detected." Subsequently, Lin Fan followed Franco and the others to the medical academy, where senior officials and a throng of students warmly welcomed him. After a comprehensive tour of the institution, Lin Fan entered the auditorium for a special academic lecture. The audience comprised esteemed professors from the academy and scientists worldwide attending the award ceremony. Lin Fan engaged closely with these scientists, scanning the unfamiliar faces as well as the top students present, the next generation of scientists, all exceptionally gifted individuals. He articulated the points from his paper in clear, accessible language, providing even greater detail than in his previous academic presentation in Great Xia. The audience of scientists was electrified. The room enveloped in silence, save for the sound of pens gliding across paper. The next segment involved Lin Fan signing autographs for the students present. During this process, he also scanned the previously unfamiliar students into the crystal universe, hoping to identify any super geniuses with IQs exceeding 160, which would significantly raise his own intellectual ceiling. Lin Fan mused on when Terrence Tao might arrive. Ostensibly, as a mathematician, he had no direct connection to the Nobel Prize domains. Yet, as one of the world's foremost scientists, he was occasionally invited to attend award ceremonies. Lin Fan had heard whispers that he might be present this year, a splendid opportunity he eagerly anticipated. At that moment, a student stood before Lin Fan, holding a journal featuring his article. "Mr. Lin, it's an honor to meet you. Your paper recently provided me with immense inspiration. Since then, I have been delving into its content and formulating my own ideas. Your lecture was incredible. It clarified many of my uncertainties, and I discovered that my line of thought was indeed correct." Lin Fan paused, intrigued. "Oh, what insights do you possess?" Chapter 65. Is this a bugging device? The student, filled with excitement at the prospect of conversing with Lin Fan, exclaimed, "Indeed, after perusing your paper, I surmise that you possess an unparalleled understanding and editing capability regarding all genetic fragments. You seem to have devised a unique method to bypass restrictions, seamlessly merging genes from various species into a stable organism without conflict, thereby perfectly achieving your desired functionalities. It is simply astonishing. This prompted me to ponder how you accomplished such a feat. I meticulously studied all your publications and integrated contemporary academic methodologies, which ultimately led me to some pivotal insights. He spoke at length, overflowing with enthusiasm. Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment as he listened, increasingly alarmed. For he recognized that the information the student articulated was a portion of the insights he had not disclosed publicly. To arrive at such conclusions necessitated an extraordinary intuition and a robust academic foundation, coupled with an exceptionally high IQ, each component indispensable. Despite the passage of time since his papers were published, Lin Fan had yet to encounter anyone in the journals presenting anything of substantial value due to the profound complexity of his theories. This individual, however, was merely a student, yet his intuition had guided him further along the correct path than many esteemed scientists worldwide. This was indeed remarkable. Achieving such a level of insight could not merely be attributed to chance. Lin Fan scrutinized the student, realizing he had stumbled upon a rare gem. He was convinced that the student's IQ must be no less than 170. In the next instant, Lin Fan applauded and remarked, "Impressive. Did you derive all this insight on your own? You are truly exceptional. I can assert that most of what you stated is correct, though there are a few inaccuracies." Lin Fan proceeded to correct several of the student's misconceptions. The student was elated, astonished that Lin Fan had validated his research, and upon hearing Lin Fan's guidance, he experienced a profound epiphany. He felt an urgent need to validate his burgeoning ideas. With this thought, he quickly bowed, saying, "Mr. Lin, thank you for your insights." Lin Fan smiled gently, not concerned about divulging this information. In truth, his entire theoretical framework was exceedingly intricate, even though he had published papers and shared some thoughts. It would take other scientists decades to fully grasp the underlying theories. What he had just revealed would merely expedite the student's research without disclosing significant secrets. The subsequent steps remained immensely convoluted. If Lin Fan possessed a comprehensive understanding of 10,000, then his published papers represented merely 100, and what he had just disclosed was only 105. Furthermore, even if the student were to fully excavate this theory, he would never be capable of creating mutated cockroaches and jellyfish as Lin Fan had. Many aspects transcended mere theoretical comprehension. Lin Fan's creation of these organisms involved extraordinarily complex operations at the microscopic level, an endeavor that belonged to the realm of the divine, accomplished through Lin Fan's omnipotent abilities within the crystal universe. After the event concluded, Lin Fan returned to the hotel with Yang Peng. They encountered no dangers throughout the day, allowing Yang Peng to breathe a sigh of relief, though he did not let his guard down. Upon returning to the hotel, he meticulously examined the layout and observed the personnel within. He subsequently inspected Lin Fan's room and advised him against wandering about as he had done that day. The awards ceremony was to take place tomorrow, and as long as they refrained from unnecessary movements, those individuals should not find an opportunity to act. Even granting them additional audacity, they would likely refrain from making a move during the ceremony. Once tomorrow concluded and they boarded the plane, they would be in the clear. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Upon entering his room, he instinctively scanned the entire area before closing his eyes. In the next instant, his eyes flew open in surprise. He rose and walked directly to the wall in the bedroom, furrowing his brow at a woodblock print hanging there. He then called Yang Peng over without hesitation. The latter entered, puzzled, and upon seeing Lin Fan pointing at the woodblock print, inquired, "What is it, academician Lin?" Lin Fan replied, "There is an issue with this painting. It conceals a listening device." Yang Peng's face paled in shock as he turned to scrutinize the woodblock print. He then retrieved a small device resembling a flashlight from his pocket, activated it to emit a high-frequency sound, and directed it at the print from a distance. After a moment, he frowned and said, "No, academician Lin, I just checked this painting. If there were a device, my apparatus would have reacted." Lin Fan shook his head, donned gloves, and proceeded to remove the print from the wall. He found a seam and forcefully tore it open. Soon, he had split the woodblock print in two, revealing an internal compartment. Upon seeing what lay inside, Yang Peng's expression turned grave. Shortly thereafter, a team of police officers and the hotel manager entered. The lead officer, witnessing Lin Fan's actions, exclaimed, "No, how could you act independently? This could compromise evidence." After a moment, he leaned closer to inspect the contents within. It was a relatively simple mechanical structure, with a very thin spring in the center that vibrated when people spoke. He shook his head, saying, "Is this what you refer to as a listening device? I have never encountered a listening device like this. I suspect you may be overly sensitive. The print appears intact. How could you possibly know there was a listening device inside?" At this juncture, Lin Fan calmly responded, "Officer, you may not have received the requisite training. This listening device is indeed not one of the commonly used types. Rather, it is a more antiquated structure. Have you heard of a listening device known as golden lips? If you have, its principle of operation is remarkably similar to this device, albeit the one before us is far more precise in transmitting information. Lin Fan then rose and searched the room, ultimately stopping at the window, where he discovered another structure that appeared to be an ordinary decoration. He turned to the accompanying officer and instructed, "Watch closely." He then had Yang Peng stand by the print and begin speaking. In the next moment, the officer was astounded as the structure near the window began to vibrate at a high frequency in response to the spoken words. Clearly, this was a listening device that relied on sound waves for transmission, devoid of any electrical signals. This device was historically notable, having once sparked a diplomatic incident between two superpowers. Chapter 66. How he discovered it. The officer scratched his head, finally realizing that Lin Fan was not jesting. Golden lips. Such a legendary item has actually appeared. He never anticipated being embroiled in such an event in his lifetime. Upon learning Lin Fan's identity, he received a call from higher authorities, his brow furrowing in concern. "Mr. Lin, I apologize. This case is now under the jurisdiction of the Security Bureau. This matter has thoroughly alarmed the officials of the Swiss government. After all, Lin Fan is such an esteemed scientist attending the Nobel Prize ceremony. Absolutely no unforeseen circumstances were to occur. This had already been communicated by the Dixia authorities. Yet, an atrocious incident has indeed transpired. Swiftly, personnel from the Security Bureau arrived at the scene, conducting a thorough investigation of the hotel. Following the trace of a device, they discovered a connection leading to a nearby building. However, the occupants of that building had vanished without a trace, seemingly having abandoned their post in haste, leaving no evidence behind. As the security personnel probed into the criminal organization members who had rented the hotel room, they returned to the hotel where they stumbled upon some unusual findings. Several newly employed staff members were apprehended, and a hastily dug tunnel was found in the laundry room beneath the hotel. Thus, the adversaries' plan was reconstructed. They had infiltrated the hotel staff in advance, seeking an opportunity to substitute Lin Fan, transporting him to the laundry room via a cart, and subsequently extracting him through the tunnel, all while remaining undetected and arousing no suspicion. Little did they anticipate that such a meticulously crafted plan would falter before its execution. Lin Fan encountered several individuals in hotel uniforms, handcuffed and appearing despondent as they passed him by, their eyes filled with bewilderment. He smiled faintly and halted them. Addressing the security personnel, "May I pose a question?" He engaged them in casual inquiries to buy time, although he did not receive answers. He returned contentedly to the newly prepared room in the hotel. His delay was merely to scan them into the crystal universe, and this time, he not only scanned their bodies, but also, unbeknownst to them, transported their souls into the crystal universe before returning them. Since the duration of their stay was less than a second, Lin Fan's actions went unnoticed. Upon returning to his room, the ever-watchful Yang Peng, who had been silently observing the entire incident, suddenly inquired, "Academician Lin, how did you discern that there was an issue with the woodblock print?" This was the aspect that puzzled him the most. He felt an overwhelming sense of shame as a professional, believing he should have done everything in his power to ensure Lin Fan's safety. He had been confident in his ability to detect all signs and prevent any mishap, convinced that if Lin Fan followed his guidance, safety was nearly guaranteed. He had thoroughly inspected the room, finding no issues, and now felt utterly humiliated. Lin Fan, on the other hand, had independently identified the problem and thwarted a conspiracy against him. Yang Peng now regarded Lin Fan with newfound respect, sensing an enigmatic aura enveloping this man, as if he concealed many secrets. This impression was not solely due to the day's events, but also stemmed from Lin Fan's demeanor upon disembarking from the plane amidst the biting wind. Throughout their interactions, Lin Fan's various instinctive behaviors had inadvertently conveyed similar sentiments to Yang Peng. Lin Fan replied, "I inadvertently noticed the device on the window, which aroused my suspicion. Coincidentally, I've been quite interested in similar devices recently, allowing me to detect the anomaly at a glance. I surmise there must be a receiver hidden within the room. Based on my assessment, placing it within the woodblock print would be the most discreet option, enhancing its reception." Yang Peng, astonished, questioned just like that. He nodded thoughtfully, realizing that if so, it all made sense. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself hoping for a different answer. Lin Fan yawned and remarked, "What else could it be? It's getting late. We should rest." With that, he entered his room and closed the door, leaving Yang Peng deep in contemplation. Once inside his room, Lin Fan's fatigue vanished entirely. In truth, he was not tired at all. This was due to his habitual activation of the whale and dolphin superpowers, which not only granted him prolonged breath, but also allowed his brain hemispheres to alternate in rest. In essence, Lin Fan could maintain a perpetual state of semi-consciousness. With his high intelligence, either hemisphere was more than sufficient to manage external situations, even engaging in academic discussions without issue. The next moment, Lin Fan lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, found himself in the crystal universe. He first appeared in a partially constructed Nordic city of his own design. The next second, he was surrounded by a multitude of dazed individuals. Approaching a young man, he smiled and sensed his aura, then nodded in acknowledgement. This was indeed the prodigious student he had previously interacted with, whose IQ surpassed 170. At that moment, Lin Fan synchronized the student's intelligence with his own body. Instantly, the brain of a young man, who was in a stupor in the external world, underwent subtle changes. His already intricate cerebral cortex became adorned with additional folds, while the quantity of brain cells increased by nearly half. The number of neurons and the scale of the neural network expanded significantly. This exemplified the astonishing capabilities of a 170 IQ, nearly a 50 enhancement compared to Lin Fan's previous IQ of over 160. Now, Lin Fan eagerly anticipated attaining an IQ exceeding 200, envisioning the extraordinary transformation it would entail. Yet he wondered if his cranial volume would remain unchanged. It seemed unlikely, considering that Terrence Tao appeared to have a similar cranial capacity. After enhancing his brain, Lin Fan initiated a repair sequence for his cerebral functions within the crystal universe, revitalizing and reactivating the brain cells that had suffered wear and tear, synchronizing these improvements with his external body. Subsequently, he directed his attention to the members of the criminal organization, probing their memories. Moments later, he frowned. It was indeed not as simple as he had hoped. None of these individuals were innocent. They were members of the criminal organization. However, they were merely lower-tier operatives, not mid to senior members of the organization, and were unaware of who had issued the bounty. Their sole responsibility was to execute the task at hand. Chapter 67, a bit ominous. The name of the organization was clear, Hyena. Of course, these individuals were oblivious to the information concerning the organization's higher echelons. Lin Fan had never encountered this organization's name before, nor could he find any information in the database he had compiled within the crystal universe. He would need to seek a suitable opportunity to inquire with others, particularly Yang Peng and his associates, about their knowledge of it, but he intended to tread carefully, as it might be a highly confidential organization. Furthermore, from the memories of these individuals, he could only ascertain their plan for the hotel. He remained uncertain if there were others preparing alternative plans beyond this group. Although several individuals had been apprehended, Lin Fan did not allow himself to grow complacent. Nevertheless, he did glean one piece of information from their minds: the identities of a few unknown individuals near the hotel where the security bureau had previously come up empty-handed. Lin Fan learned their appearances, names, and additional information from these individuals' memories. In the next instant, the features, names, and vocal characteristics of these individuals were automatically extracted and saved onto a USB drive. Lin Fan opened his eyes once more, returning to the realm of reality. In his hand, he conjured a USB drive, the very one he had fashioned within the crystalline universe. He then connected the USB to his phone. In the blink of an eye, a cartoon jellyfish appeared on the screen. "Boss, what is this? Is it a member of the criminal organization?" Lin Fan nodded and replied. "The organization is called Hyena. These 4 individuals are the ones who fled today, part of the same squad as those who were apprehended. This is their true appearance. See if you can locate them through the surveillance footage." The jellyfish responded promptly, "Boss, target acquired. The 4 of them are currently gathered at a cafe." Additionally, by tracing their movements, it appears they were operating under different disguises not long ago, suspected of having been captured by the surveillance near their escape hideout. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "These individuals are rather cautious. Had it not been for me, it is likely no one would have been able to track them down. Keep a close watch on them and their altered appearances. This information must not be disclosed to Yang Peng. From here on, it must be a solitary endeavor. At least now, I am aware of their identities, which will allow for precautionary measures should they take action." Lin Fan held no expectations for the authorities in Rue country to take effective action. They would most likely adhere to protocol. Furthermore, these individuals had yet to execute their criminal plans and were professionally trained, making it unlikely for them to divulge any information. If they left behind insufficient evidence, they could easily assert that they were merely employees who had applied for a job, and after a brief detention, they might well be released. However, Lin Fan had already scanned the souls of these henchmen, ensuring they would retain some value for future use. Once his abilities were enhanced, he might manipulate them through curses to achieve certain objectives. He contemplated his next course of action. Meanwhile, in the cafe, nestled in a secluded corner, four middle-aged men donned in woolen hats and jackets, appearing disheveled and exuding a streetwise aura akin to local citizens of Rue country, sipped coffee and nibbled on snacks while engaging in hushed discussions. Phew, it seems we evacuated just in time. The police likely remain unaware of our identities, one remarked. Another, glancing around the cafe, furrowed his brow and said, "That's good. I never anticipated our operation would falter before it even began. Thankfully, we acted decisively in our escape. Otherwise, we would have been apprehended en masse. By the way, who installed that listening device? How could it have been so easily compromised? Are there truly such incompetent members in our organization? This is a grave issue. It has undoubtedly raised their suspicions," another interjected. While the other spoke, one individual, lost in thought, suddenly chimed in. "I don't believe this is our fault. The entire situation is rather peculiar. Typically, that eavesdropping device is difficult to detect, undetectable by standard instruments. And who would normally suspect we would employ such a device? Wasn't there someone who tested it beforehand? Nothing was discovered at that time. And yet just a few minutes later, it was exposed?" Another person frowned and replied, "It is indeed strange. Regardless, we have sent the recorded audio, and we will see how it translates shortly." At that moment, their phones chimed with new messages. The information they had just transmitted had been translated by headquarters. They exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of surprise. It turned out it was not the bodyguard who had discovered the anomaly, but Lin Fan himself. How could this be possible? Wasn't he merely an ordinary biologist? How could he possess such knowledge? It was no wonder there was a bounty for his abduction. He had only been an ordinary person a few months prior, and now he had emerged as a world-renowned scientist. This situation was indeed suspicious. Another asked, "What does this mean for us? Our group's plan has failed. Shouldn't we retreat now? I fear we might still be exposed if the Rue Country Security Bureau takes this seriously and conducts a thorough investigation. They could still identify us as unfamiliar faces." On the contrary, another shook his head with a smile. "You overestimate the capabilities of the Rue Country authorities. They lack the execution power for such operations. This isn't the Great Sigh. Rest assured, we will encounter no problems here. I believe the Rue Country officials will continue their investigation without uncovering any leads. They will only intensify their protection of Lin Fan, and there will be no major commotion. After all, we only have one day left. There is no need for extensive measures. It will merely complicate our operations slightly." Shortly thereafter, the four received new instructions. Indeed, headquarters had ordered them to remain and cooperate with another team. Simultaneously, Lin Fan received a message from the jellyfish. "Boss, the four individuals have left the cafe and checked into a hotel." Lin Fan nodded, plunging into contemplation. It appeared these individuals had no intention of retreating, indicating that the hyena organization had not abandoned its plans against him. The question remained, where would their next move take place? After some thought, he concluded that the hotel was currently under police scrutiny, so they would likely not act there. Would they perhaps strike at the venue of the award ceremony? It was quite possible, as the crowd would be large and distracted. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. It seemed he must prepare to respond proactively. While his abilities could resolve certain issues, he could not wield them recklessly, lest he expose his secrets. Lin Fan re-entered the crystalline universe, intending to create an object. Chapter 68, The Award Ceremony. After a while, he completed his creation and returned to the realm of reality. Now in possession of a new item, Lin Fan nodded. With this, he would be well equipped. Even in extreme circumstances, he could provide an explanation. Meanwhile, the Security Bureau conducted a thorough investigation and interrogation of the four suspects. As anticipated, it was not a straightforward endeavor. Currently, they could only ascertain that the suspects were nationals, with no incriminating evidence found in their homes. It appeared they were merely coincidentally employed as hotel staff recently. Of course, such coincidences were implausible. Despite the lack of evidence, the Security Bureau was utterly convinced they were members of a criminal organization. Once the hotel discovered the listening device and the newly excavated tunnel, their suspicions would be inescapable. Moreover, investigations into previous staff who had left the hotel revealed that they had all encountered various unfortunate events, necessitating their resignation, which had opened positions for the current individuals. Their timing was suspiciously coincidental, as they had submitted their resumes just before those incidents occurred, prompting the hotel manager to consider them immediately. This was a significant reason for the Security Bureau's suspicions. Following the interrogations, the suspects maintained their innocence, revealing nothing about their operational plans. This left the Rue Country officials in a quandary, with no leads on the escapees from the hideout. Ultimately, the authorities could only reinforce security at the hotel and the awards ceremony venue, with little else they could do. Returning to Lin Fan. The following day, he stepped out of his room. Today marked the day of the formal awards ceremony. Numerous media outlets had already gathered outside the hotel, awaiting the opportunity to interview him. As Lin Fan descended the stairs, Yang Peng leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Academician Lin, the higher-ups hope you can forego attending the award ceremony today. After learning the news yesterday, they believe your situation has not become safer, but rather more perilous. Those individuals are unlikely to back down easily and may resort to desperate measures. The authorities consider that they might only strike during the award ceremony. Where the crowd is dense and the environment is complicated, it is conceivable they could indeed succeed." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan smiled faintly and replied, "Having arrived at this juncture, how could I possibly withdraw? Would that not invite ridicule from foreign media for our timidity? Rest assured, following yesterday's events, the Swiss authorities will undoubtedly bolster security. I trust that even the most audacious of criminal organizations will find it challenging to create turmoil. Their previous plans have been thwarted, and they likely lack the time to devise new strategies." After responding briefly to the reporters, he entered the luxurious limousine. Behind him, Yang Peng's expression shifted. He contemplated voicing his concerns that those individuals might not be limited to a single strategy. Perhaps they had preemptively devised several plans, and the competence of the Swiss authorities was not to be taken for granted. However, witnessing the crowd of journalists surrounding them, he refrained from articulating his thoughts. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Fan's expression altered. He heard the voice of Water Mother in his earpiece. "Boss, those individuals have moved. They entered the Nobel Prize venue a few minutes ago." Lin Fan furrowed his brow and typed, "With such stringent security checks, how did they gain entry? Is Swiss security merely a farce?" Water Mother replied, "You'll see." She sent several photos captured by surveillance cameras. In those images, the four individuals had undergone a complete transformation. No longer clad in shabby jackets, they now donned tailored suits, complete with bow ties and slick-back hair, exuding an air of sophistication. At the entrance of the venue, they simply presented their invitations and sauntered in confidently. Lin Fan was taken aback by the audacity of the hyena organization, capable of obtaining invitations and brazenly infiltrating the event. This indicated an alarming level of resources and connections. Were those individuals genuinely luminaries? If not, it suggested that among those distributing invitations were members of the hyena organization. Nevertheless, he displayed no outward reaction to this realization. Before long, the car arrived at the concert hall, which was teeming with people, in addition to a throng of reporters. Security personnel were diligently maintaining order. Many well-dressed dignitaries from around the globe were already mingling and laughing as they entered. Upon disembarking, Lin Fan immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Photographers surged forward, their flashes erupting like fireworks. Staff members approached to guide him into the grand and stately concert hall, adorned with elegant decorations and exuding an extraordinary ambience. Inside, the hall was filled with distinguished guests, all turning their gazes towards Lin Fan, smiling and applauding. He was escorted to a central position in the front row. Along the way, he recognized several familiar faces from the scientific community, as well as some officials or embassy representatives from Dacia. To his delight, he spotted Terence Tao among them, who smiled and greeted him. As Lin Fan arrived at his seat, several tall, fair-skinned gentlemen stood to shake his hand. Through introductions, he learned they were members of the Swiss royal family. And even the king was present. Not only from Switzerland, but members of royal families from all Nordic countries were also in attendance, not wishing to miss this grand occasion. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Fan turned to find Yang Peng, who was conversing quietly with embassy personnel, occasionally glancing their way. Soon, the awards ceremony commenced. Following a series of artistic performances, a scholar stepped onto the stage to begin the presentations. After several awards were conferred, Lin Fan's turn finally arrived. "Ladies and gentlemen, this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine is of profound significance, not only due to the groundbreaking nature of the achievement, but also because the brilliant scientist responsible for this accomplishment is merely in his 20s. Please welcome the recipient of the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, Lin Fan." The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Lin Fan, maintaining a composed demeanor, walked onto the stage, shook hands with the presenter, and solemnly accepted the medal and certificate. Uttering a simple thank you, he then inquired, "And where's my check?" This elicited a burst of laughter from the audience. After a light-hearted moment, Lin Fan began his speech. He spoke without notes, delivering a humorous and engaging address with impeccable diction that was both substantial and thought-provoking. prompting nods of agreement throughout the audience. "Thank you, everyone," Lin Fan concluded his speech. At that moment, the entire audience rose to their feet, applauding fervently. The awards ceremony swiftly concluded, and all attendees relocated to the city hall, the actual venue for the banquet. At the banquet, waitstaff clad in tailcoats moved about, while dignitaries occasionally took drinks or food from trays. Accompanied by Yang Peng, Lin Fan warmly greeted everyone who approached for social exchanges. He politely declined an invitation to dance from attractive women, all the while discreetly monitoring the movements of the four individuals. Upon his arrival, he had spotted them within the crowd. Now, a few had vanished for an extended period, leaving only one still engaging with others, as if nothing were amiss. What could their plan entail? Perhaps they aimed to execute a kidnapping in the restroom? How many more members of the hyena organization might be concealed within the throng? After exchanging pleasantries with royal family members, Lin Fan intended to approach Terrence Tao when unexpectedly, Tao approached him, holding a glass of wine. With a smile, he said, "Lin Fan, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Lin Fan reciprocated the smile and shook his hand, replying, "The pleasure is mutual. I have long admired you and wish to see what the world's most intelligent man looks like, haha." Tao scratched his head and said, "That's merely media hyperbole. Intelligence cannot be quantified definitively, only comparatively. Moreover, regardless of how high one's IQ is touted, tangible achievements must follow, and in that regard, I greatly envy you. I am utterly unfamiliar with your field, and I recognize your status as a master in biology. Achieving such success at your age is commendable. My accomplishments in mathematics barely place me within the historical top 50, so what good is high intelligence? Those predecessors were far more formidable than I. You, on the other hand, are quite different. Your achievements have already secured a position among the top 10 in history, and this is merely the present. If you continue to produce exceptional results in the future, you may very well ascend to the pinnacle of greatness." Lin Fan shook his head. "You're far too modest. The field of mathematics you are delving into has reached an advanced level, and each breakthrough you achieve is a remarkable accomplishment. Moreover, mathematics is inherently the most challenging discipline, serving as the foundation for all sciences. Your achievements are indeed commensurate with your intellect." At this point, Lin Fan had successfully scanned the other party into the crystal universe. Suddenly, he shifted the topic. "By the way, Mr. Tao, recently I've found myself with some idle time, so I delve into the realm of mathematics, exploring various topics and subjects. Like many ordinary folks, I sought out unsolved mathematical conundrums, pondering whether I could unravel them. When I encountered one particular problem, I was momentarily taken aback, as a formula suddenly materialized in my mind. Please don't laugh at me when I say this, but the sensation was quite peculiar. I initially thought I had simply been reading too many mathematics books. When I closed my eyes, all I could see were numbers and formulas. However, I soon realized something was amiss, for the formula was strikingly clear and remarkably intricate, one I had never encountered before, seemingly conjured from thin air. How should I put it? I felt an inexplicable certainty that this complex formula was valid, and that if it held true, it would automatically resolve a mathematical dilemma that has persisted for decades through a series of convoluted algorithmic transformations. I even deduced the algorithms necessary for subsequent proof of the problem. Yet the crux of the matter remains the proof of this formula itself. It is far too intricate, leaving me utterly perplexed. Could you take a look and provide me with some insights?" Tao Zhishuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He had never anticipated Lin Fan would utter such words. Initially, he had come merely to connect with Lin Fan, appreciating the brilliance they shared. After all, their fields did not overlap significantly, suggesting a lack of common ground for professional discourse. Yet here was Lin Fan claiming to be engaged in mathematical research, even suggesting he had made some progress. Most astonishingly, he asserted that a formula had spontaneously emerged in his mind, and that he believed it to be valid. This left Tao Zhishuan both amused and incredulous. He couldn't help but shake his head. Science is not a whimsical endeavor. It relies on rigorous logic and reasoning for validation. How could something simply materialize in one's mind? He himself had never experienced such a phenomenon. Although he had heard tales of super geniuses like Ramanujan, who supposedly conceived complex yet effective formulas in their minds, those stories remained unverified. He believed Lin Fan must be caught in some kind of misconception. Nonetheless, considering Lin Fan's status, he accepted the notebook presented to him, contemplating how to tactfully and responsibly point out the potential errors in Lin Fan's reasoning. Confident in his expertise, he was certain he could identify the issue in 5 seconds. No, 2 seconds. The possibility that Lin Fan's formula might actually be correct had not crossed his mind. However, upon glimpsing the formula, he was utterly taken aback. In the next instant, It felt as if his brain had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Tao Zhishuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How to describe it? As a prodigious mathematician who had dedicated his life to the study of mathematics, endowed with an exceptionally high IQ and an almost instinctual numerical intuition, Tao Zhishuan possessed an acute ability to judge mathematical propositions. Often, he could ascertain the validity of a proposition with a mere glance. Without even mentally deducing it, his intuition alone could inform him whether it held true. If pressed to articulate it, he would say that the beauty of mathematics lies in the elegance of a logically sound formula, its structure aesthetically pleasing. Conversely, erroneous constructs resemble grotesque aberrations, utterly unappealing. Yet, upon encountering the formula presented by Lin Fan, he felt as though it radiated brilliance. The beauty of it left him utterly astounded. Within a fleeting second, he was certain he had never seen this formula before, and its significance was monumental. He had previously conducted some research on the very problem Lin Fan mentioned, but at that time, he had been utterly stumped and subsequently abandoned the pursuit. Yet now, upon seeing this formula, he perceived it as a bridge leading directly to the renowned proposition. Chapter 70, Collaboration. The original proposition was quite obscure, appearing daunting at first glance. However, the formula before him was relatively understandable, suggesting that Lin Fan had significantly simplified the proof of a classic mathematical conundrum. Most astonishingly, the individual before him claimed to have only recently begun immersing himself in various branches of mathematics and had already accomplished such a feat. What an extraordinary occurrence this was. He abruptly looked up at Lin Fan, his face a tableau of shock and excitement as he exclaimed, "Academician Lin, did this formula truly manifest in your mind by chance? Can you share what that experience felt like? I'd always been skeptical that anyone could possess such a gift, but now I am convinced." He then added with a wry smile, "Academician Lin, your level of genius surpasses anyone I have encountered in my lifetime. To have only recently begun studying mathematics, and to have reached this point already, is astounding. Had you embarked on this journey earlier, you would undoubtedly have left an indelible mark on the annals of mathematical history. If you continue to delve into this field, I am confident that the field's medal will soon be yours." In that moment, the pride he had carried throughout his life was completely shattered upon meeting Lin Fan. It was often said that he was a true mathematical genius, but now he was witnessing what genuine genius truly entailed. Lin Fan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Is it really that impressive? Are you suggesting that this formula is indeed useful? It just popped into my head, and I jotted it down." This formula had indeed emerged in Lin Fan's mind as he contemplated the laws of the external world, and he had naturally recorded it. He was well aware that the formula was likely valid, yet his previous lack of understanding of mathematics left him somewhat bewildered by its complexity. However, one day, when he encountered an unresolved mathematical problem, he unexpectedly discovered that a series of transformations using this formula could inexplicably prove that conundrum. Thus, he was now thoroughly convinced that the problem was indeed valid. The crux of the issue remained his inability to comprehend the formula he had provided, rendering him incapable of offering a proof. After all, despite his high IQ, he was merely a novice in advanced mathematical knowledge, and possessing those two attributes did not guarantee the resolution of a problem. Luck and inspiration were also essential components. Of course, having replicated Tao Zhishuan's intelligence and knowledge system might be enough. Perhaps a few months or half a year of dedicated study would enable him to solve this issue. Tao Zhishuan nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am 100% certain that this formula must be valid. It appears that I will never grasp the true intuitive sense of a mathematical genius. The god of mathematics has not bestowed that capability upon me. At first glance, this formula appears exceedingly complex, yet I have developed a certain understanding of it. Indeed, as you mentioned, proving this formula should resolve that mathematical quandary." He inquired further, "By the way, you mentioned you have completed the subsequent work. May I have a glimpse?" Lin Fan nodded and turned to the latter pages of his notebook. There lay a dense compilation of algorithms and transformations, spanning over 100 pages. Terence Tao read intently, his brows occasionally furrowing, then lighting up with delight, even exclaiming with excitement as he slapped his thigh. As he progressed, he turned the pages with increasing speed, for the most challenging segments crafted by Lin Fan were placed at the forefront. Upon completing his review, he closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Remarkable. This proof is flawless. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan's prowess extended beyond mathematical intuition to encompass a formidable ability in mathematical proofs, the quality of which could rival that of the most esteemed mathematical masters. Thus, the focus shifted to the proof of the formula itself. At that moment, Terence Tao felt a genuine itch of curiosity, eager to retreat home and immerse himself in solitude for several months. Although he lacked a clear direction regarding the proposition, Lin Fan had illuminated a novel pathway. As long as the validity of this formula could be established, the conundrum would be resolved. He harbored some thoughts about the formula, and, upon seeing it, a flurry of ideas flooded his mind. However, recalling that this formula was derived by Lin Fan, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and asked, "Academician Lin, do you have any thoughts on the proof of this formula?" Lin Fan shook his head. "I am at a loss, which is why I sought your insight. Perhaps with a few more years of study, followed by a couple of months of focused solitude, I might unravel this problem." Terrence Tao nodded. "If possible, that would be splendid. Leave this problem to me. I am confident I can achieve a breakthrough in a few months. When we publish our collaborative findings, it will undoubtedly make waves in the mathematical community. My words may seem exaggerated, but you could easily leverage this achievement to contend for the field's medal." Lin Fan pondered briefly, then smiled and replied, "Then I entrust this to you." In truth, he had already assimilated Terrence Tao's intellect and mathematical skills and could resolve the issue independently upon returning. Yet, undertaking such a task would squander several months. It was more prudent to delegate the problem to him and enjoy the fruits of their labor later. After exchanging contact information, Terrence Tao departed with great eagerness. He was no longer interested in attending the banquet. He yearned to return to his hotel room and meticulously organize all the thoughts swirling in his mind. He feared that if he delayed, those inspirations might dissipate. After Terrence Tao's departure, Yang Peng, who had been silently observing, regarded Lin Fan with an expression of awe akin to that of witnessing a marvel. Although he lacked scientific knowledge, the exchange between the two prodigies had revealed to him that Lin Fan had achieved something extraordinary. Having only recently delved into mathematics, he had already accomplished feats that astonished Terrence Tao, even coming close to deciphering a significant mathematical problem. This fellow, no wonder the authorities regard him with such seriousness, and why so many foreign entities harbor aspirations concerning him. Fortunately, the only achievement he has publicly disclosed is a rehabilitation agent. Should the world become aware of his other accomplishments, the ensuing peril would likely multiply tenfold. At that moment, Yang Peng was solely focused on ensuring this illustrious scientist returned home safely. Such a monumental intellect must not be lost. He surveyed the eclectic crowd of dignitaries, furrowing his brow, unsure if the criminal organization had truly been deterred from their plans. A sense of foreboding loomed within him, as though danger was brewing. Chapter 71. The Plans of the Hyena Organization. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was intermittently observing the criminal organization member still lingering in the hall, contemplating when they might strike. He found himself without the opportunity to slip from everyone's sight. How could they proceed? Would they resort to a blatant approach? Just then, he was astonished to see the criminal member approaching with a drink in hand, smiling as they drew near. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, but quickly assumed a nonchalant demeanor. Turning to face the individual, the person extended a hand, exuding the airs of a distinguished gentleman, and said, "Good day, Mr. Lin. I am the general manager of XX Company in Switzerland. It is an honor to meet you. Congratulations on your remarkable achievement. I hope to see you again here in the future." Lin Fan responded with a slight smile, shaking the offered hand without hesitation. "Thank you." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the individual turned and left, portraying an image of a charismatic Caucasian man, witty yet somewhat stiff. Lin Fan inwardly shook his head. What a masterful disguise. Or perhaps this was merely their public persona. Had he not been forewarned, it would have been difficult to believe that this individual was a member of a criminal organization. He then furrowed his brow again, pondering the purpose behind their deliberate approach. Yang Peng, standing nearby, remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Fan closed his eyes and entered the crystal universe. He had just scanned the individual into the crystal universe. 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes in astonishment. He had discerned their intentions and the subsequent plans they aimed to execute. Firstly, their identity was indeed genuine. This hyena organization was remarkably resourceful, capable of recruiting such individuals as members. Alternatively, it was possible that their affiliation with the hyena organization had granted them their current standing, suggesting an exaggerated strength within the organization. The members' approach had been to drug him. They had applied a cream to their hands that could be rapidly absorbed through skin contact. This cream contained a diuretic component, indicating that they intended to act in the restroom. The individual was prepared to incapacitate both him and Yang Peng in the lavatory, subsequently utilizing 2 prearranged decoys to make temporary appearances at the banquet. They merely needed a few minutes to execute their plan, during which they would use a secret passage to transport him away. Following this, they would cut the power to the banquet hall, creating a degree of chaos. By the time order was restored and the switch was discovered, it would be too late. Lin Fan nodded. The plan was indeed straightforward and possessed a reasonable chance of success. With this understanding, he made his way toward the restroom. Although he had already detoxified his body within the crystal universe and synchronized it with the external world, remaining in this location for too long might arouse suspicion. Furthermore, if their plan faltered, they might resort to an outright assassination attempt within the banquet hall, which would create utter pandemonium. Lin Fan preferred to avoid such disorder. Moreover, having reached this juncture, he was eager to engage with them in a game of wits. In the banquet hall, the man had just caught a glimpse of Lin Fan making his way towards the restroom through the reflection on his wine glass. A flutter of excitement coursing through him as he murmured, "The target has taken the bait and is proceeding to the designated location." Instantly, a voice crackled through his miniature earpiece. "Acknowledged, all is set. Your mission is complete. You may leave. Should the plan falter, it will not affect you." The man nodded, bidding farewell to those around him as he strode towards the exit. Yang Peng, noticing Lin Fan's intention to visit the restroom, followed closely behind. As the banquet neared its conclusion, despite his vigilance, he felt a slight relaxation in his heart. Soon, they arrived at the restroom entrance, which was divided into two sections. At that moment, the doorway was unoccupied, and a "Do Not Use" sign was placed in the right corridor. Lin Fan glanced at it and proceeded to the left. Once inside the restroom, Yang Peng observed Lin Fan entering a stall while he stood by the door, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him, causing his brow to furrow slightly. What was amiss? In the next heartbeat, it was as if lightning had struck his mind, and his eyes widened in realization. This vast banquet hall surely had many attendees needing the restroom. Yet, why did this place feel so eerily desolate, as though no one had come here? He immediately wished to alert Lin Fan, but was interrupted by a sound akin to high-pressure air escaping. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced his neck. His vision blurred. Panic surged within him as he attempted to scream for help, but found himself voiceless, and soon he succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, and gradually he emerged from his stupor, vaguely perceiving several faces encircling him, looking down with concern. "Mr. Yang, are you all right? You're awake." He felt bewildered, but as clarity returned, memories of his mission flooded back. His heart raced. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Academician Lin, he's in trouble. Hurry, save him. Don't let him be captured." He gripped the nearest person tightly. The individual, attempting to soothe him, replied, "Mr. Yang, please calm down. Academician Lin is safe. He is right beside you." Yang Peng blinked in surprise, battling a headache and dizziness as he sat up to see Lin Fan seated calmly in a chair, observing him intently. Relief washed over him, yet confusion lingered as he surveyed the room, realizing it resembled a medical facility. The place where he had lain was not the restroom floor, but a bed, leaving him utterly disoriented. It felt as though mere moments had passed, yet the surroundings had transformed entirely. He glanced around the room. In addition to the doctors and nurses, several sturdy, stern-looking individuals in suits stood nearby. A middle-aged man inquired, "Mr. Yang, how do you feel now? A few hours ago, you ingested a substantial amount of anesthetic, which may have caused temporary amnesia. Do you recall what transpired earlier?" Chapter 72. It is all exceedingly strange. Yang Peng strenet tu recollect. Finally piecing together the sequence of events. Upon entering the restroom, he had sensed something was amiss due to the unsettling silence. Just as he intended to sound a warning, he was struck by the anesthetic needle. After that, his memory faded into darkness. He turned abruptly to Lin Fan. How had he managed to escape when he had been the first to fall victim? Could it be that the security personnel had arrived just in time, scaring off the members of the criminal organization? The middle-aged man nodded, not questioning Yang Peng's words. It appeared that he had fainted without even seeing the assailants, suggesting that the deceased criminal did not perish by his hand. Yang Peng hastily inquired about the most pressing matter. What happened next? The middle-aged man explained. Upon hearing the commotion from the restroom, we rushed over. Several individuals were seen fleeing from the restroom, and we apprehended a few of them. The rest are likely still hiding in the banquet hall, as all exits are secured. When we entered the restroom, we found you lying on the floor, and one criminal had sustained a fatal blow to the back of the head. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin was standing there, and witnesses from the adjacent restroom reported hearing several suppressed gunshots. Yang Peng cast a shocked glance at Lin Fan, who had multiple holes in his expensive suit. "Academician Lin, you've been shot." Lin Fan, who had remained silent until now, shook his head. "I'm fine. I've already been checked." Yang Peng was taken aback, then breathed a sigh of relief. "You were wearing a bulletproof vest?" However, curiosity crept in. Who had provided Lin Fan with such a vest? Moreover, He had been dressed in a tailored suit all evening, making it impossible to discern any armor beneath. The middle-aged man also regarded Lin Fan with a peculiar expression. They had all been startled to discover Lin Fan had been shot, but relieved that he had sustained no real harm. He was wearing an exceptionally thin and flexible bulletproof vest that did not hinder his movements. Remarkably, there were no marks left from the bullets, and the areas where he had been shot showed no signs of bruising. It was well known that the firearms used by the criminals were of considerable caliber, and at close range, even a bulletproof vest might not suffice to prevent injury, or at the very least, it would be rendered useless. This revelation left them astonished. When had such advanced bulletproof technology emerged, and how was it that it had been developed in Xia? This piqued the middle-aged man's interest. But now is not the time for detailed inquiries. Yang Peng pressed, Academician Lin, what transpired afterward? Lin Fan recounted the earlier events. I sensed something was off while in the stall. At that moment, the hand dryer in my stall suddenly emitted a cloud of white mist. However, I was already on high alert, so I did not succumb. I quickly rushed out to find you lying on the floor, and suddenly several individuals appeared in the restroom. Without hesitation, they opened fire on me and attempted to cover my mouth, starting with the anesthetic needle. But when they realized the needle had no effect, I activated the alarm on my device. They panicked and fled, firing several shots at me as they did. One of them slipped and fell, striking his head against the ceramic basin, and then he lay motionless. The rest, as you already know. Upon hearing this, Yang Peng felt a wave of relief wash over him. The adversaries had been exceedingly cunning, launching their attack in the restroom. Thankfully, Lin Fan's vigilance had spared him from harm and had prompted the call for security just in time. Moreover, he was clad in a bulletproof vest, thwarting the adversaries' desperate attempts to prevail. This misfortune transformed into a stroke of serendipity, preventing the execution of their sinister plot. Although he did not partake in the ensuing events, he still felt a thrill coursing through him. Conversely, Lin Fan appeared utterly unfazed, as though nothing had transpired. Shortly thereafter, investigators entered and exchanged a few words with the middle-aged man beside them. He nodded in agreement, and the findings from the scene corroborated their accounts. It seemed the truth lay bare before them. To be candid, this outcome was rather expected. After all, in such a brief span of time, what else could transpire? Lin Fan and Yang Peng had no reason to fabricate their statements. Thus, their testimonies stood as undeniable facts. Yet, the middle-aged man harbored an unsettling feeling. Perhaps it was the peculiar circumstance of so many members of a professional criminal organization being deployed, only to fail to subdue a seemingly frail young man, which struck him as illogical. He couldn't shake the impression that Lin Fan was concealing something. The entire sequence of events was astonishingly unexpected. How could Lin Fan, despite being the target of such meticulous scheming, remain so alert when even the bodyguards had succumbed? Not only did he evade the inhalation of the anesthetic, but he also adeptly defused the crisis. This alone was perplexing, although the extraordinary bulletproof vest he wore undoubtedly played a pivotal role. However, the fact that he exhibited no emotional turmoil after enduring such an ordeal was truly bizarre. Another peculiarity was the inexplicable presence of a criminal who had surrendered here. Though superficially it appeared that Lin Fan had no interaction with him, it seemed he had merely slipped and fatally injured himself in his flight. Yet, the middle-aged man found this incident rather abrupt. Nonetheless, since the investigative findings revealed no anomalies, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue the matter further. Moreover, even if this individual's demise were indeed linked to Lin Fan, what could be done? It was merely a case of extreme self-defense in the face of danger. Soon, updates on the manhunt for the perpetrators emerged. The Security Bureau conducted a thorough examination of the town hall, uncovering a cleverly concealed secret passage. It was evident that the remaining culprits had made their escape. Thankfully, they had not achieved their objective that night, which was of utmost importance. Furthermore, several individuals had already been apprehended. Regardless, this heinous incident had severely tarnished the reputation of the Swiss authorities. It was essential to note that this was the Nobel Prize Gala, hosted at the town hall, attended by dignitaries from around the globe. The audacity of a criminal organization to brazenly attempt to abduct one of the evening's most prominent stars. While the Swiss security apparatus proved ineffective in preventing the infiltration of so many criminals, was nothing short of a disgrace. If not for the unexpected turn of events involving Lin Fan, those nefarious individuals would have succeeded. At this moment, the Swiss authorities were seething with outrage. Chapter 73, A Once-in-a-Millennium Genius. This was a blatant affront, leaving the world to witness their humiliation, particularly after a prior foiled plot at the hotel. The audacity to strike again left the Swiss officials feeling deeply embarrassed. This time, they were resolute in their response. even mobilizing the entire security force to conduct investigations across the capital. Such a measure was exceedingly rare in history. They understood that only through decisive action could they assuage the ire of a powerful nation. The news of the kidnapping incident at the Nobel Prize Gala swiftly dominated headlines worldwide. In an instant, television anchors from every corner of the globe were reporting live from the scene. Netizens from across the world engaged in frenzied discussions. How could such a thing happen? This is the Nobel Prize Gala, held at the town hall, with security that should be impeccable. How they dare? What kind of criminal organization could be so audacious? It appeared that Lin Fan held remarkable value in the eyes of certain individuals. Let me venture a guess as to whom might be orchestrating this. America? Following the incident, the Daxia authorities expressed their profound indignation, demanding that Switzerland enhance security measures to ensure their scientists do not face such peril. They also condemned the criminal organization, urging the Swiss government to uncover the truth without delay. The Swiss officials promptly responded with an apology, assuring that they had personally expressed regret to Lin Fan and would conduct a thorough investigation, while also ramping up protective measures to prevent a recurrence. Officials from various nations expressed their shock and extended support for Switzerland's actions, offering to assist in the investigation of the criminal organization. Given the presence of numerous significant figures from around the world, the repercussions were undeniably severe. Scientists worldwide voiced their disbelief, particularly those in the biological sciences, who expressed astonishment that such an incident could transpire. The criminal organization nearly jeopardized the future of global biology and medicine. Among the scientific community, mathematician Terence Tao's emotional response was particularly striking. He penned a lengthy statement condemning the criminal organization. He asserted that he was present during the incident and felt an immediate connection with a genius like Lin Fan. Most importantly, he declared Lin Fan to be the most brilliant individual he had ever encountered, a once-in-a-millennium scientific luminary. Such a person must not encounter misfortune. Otherwise, the technological civilization of the Blue Planet would lose a monumental opportunity for advancement. This assessment left the world in shock. Tao claimed that during their brief interaction, he was astounded by Lin Fan's brilliance. Having only engaged with mathematical knowledge for a few months, Lin Fan had already reached the research level of a top-tier scientist. Furthermore, they were collaborating on unraveling a renowned mathematical conundrum. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the globe. What? Did I hear that correctly? A once-in-a-millennium scientist? Tao's praise is so lofty. As long as Lin Fan remains, the technological civilization of the Blue Planet is poised for an explosive evolution. Tao, regarded as one of the most intelligent individuals globally, had now proclaimed Lin Fan's talent to be on such a level that even he found it daunting to keep pace. This revelation undoubtedly elevated Lin Fan's stature. To think that merely months of mathematical study could elevate him to the ranks of mathematicians. My goodness, did my years of study amount to nothing? A mathematical prodigy, indeed. Lin Fan is currently solving a mathematical dilemma. I now understand why those individuals sought to abduct him. They must have recognized the potential he harbored. If Lin Fan excels in mathematics, he must surely possess a talent for computing as well. Perhaps the earlier claims regarding his prowess in artificial intelligence were not mere exaggerations. Since learning of Lin Fan's premeditated kidnapping, Daxia netizens have been on edge, with discussions on various platforms reaching a fever pitch. Such a genius must be safeguarded. He must return safely. Cursed criminal organization. Is the Swiss government inept? I'm only now realizing that an incident nearly occurred at the hotel previously, allowing the perpetrators another chance to strike. The fact that criminals could infiltrate a heavily secured town hall makes it difficult not to suspect the presence of insiders. The influence of this criminal organization is indeed formidable. It must be the United States orchestrating events from behind the scenes. From now on, one should absolutely refrain from venturing abroad. Meanwhile, the officials of the Great Xia have unveiled further secrets, reigniting discussions once more. It turns out that the esteemed Lin Fan had received warnings from national security prior to his departure, yet he bravely chose to proceed despite the dangers. Such audacity. Just recently, he made a public appearance amidst this significant turmoil, remaining remarkably composed, truly a testament to his formidable mental fortitude. As more revelations emerged, netizens' curiosity began to peak. Allegedly, those criminals fired numerous rounds at the scene, yet the esteemed Lin Fan emerged unscathed. Simply extraordinary, regardless of the unfolding events. It is indeed a relief that he is unharmed. What a close call. Is the world abroad truly so chaotic? And yet, some still proclaim Scandinavia to be a fairy tale kingdom, a paradise untouched by strife. While external discussions raged fervently, Lin Fan's situation took a different turn. The investigation had reached a conclusion, and under the vigilant escort of Swiss officials, he boarded a private flight back to his homeland. Fortunately, no further incidents occurred along the way. As the plane ascended and the ground receded beneath him, Yang Peng finally exhaled in relief, casting a lingering glance at Lin Fan, who had been safely returned. The experience had been nothing short of harrowing. However, upon their return, safety would presumably be assured, and it was likely that such perilous circumstances would not arise again. Following this incident, and with Lin Fan's diverse talents becoming increasingly evident, his significance in the eyes of the authorities would undoubtedly grow. Henceforth, his security would be elevated to a new level, and in Great Xia, matters would become considerably more manageable, unlike the cumbersome logistics faced abroad. Reflecting on past experiences, Yang Peng perceived Lin Fan as an enigma shrouded in layers of mystery. His presence increasingly captivating. Had it been another individual, survival under such treachery would have been inconceivable. Yet Lin Fan had achieved just that, maintaining an unwavering demeanor throughout. This only deepened Yang Peng's intrigue. Although Lin Fan donned an extraordinary bulletproof vest, the sheer improbability of the situation was staggering. Curiosity overtook him, prompting the question, "Academician Lin, what is the story behind your bulletproof vest?" Lin Fan turned his head slightly, responding casually, "Oh, just a little gadget I had on hand. Something I thought might come in handy during this trip abroad, and it turns out it truly served its purpose." Chapter 74, The Mutated Silk. This bulletproof vest was indeed crafted by Lin Fan himself, designed to mitigate extreme situations while avoiding any suspicions of superhuman abilities. When he contemplated the creation of a bulletproof garment, he immediately thought of spider silk. This extraordinary biological material was precisely within his field of expertise. The tensile strength of natural spider silk is 5 times that of steel, and its resilience surpasses that of several carbon fiber materials, signifying its remarkable ability to absorb kinetic energy. This characteristic arises from its microscopic molecular structure, akin to that of spring, capable of absorbing energy and possessing a memory feature for rapid recovery. The scientific community had long commenced research on this material. Ordinary spider silk was already impressive, and scientists aspired to cultivate enhanced strains through selective breeding and genetic mutation, thereby unlocking vast potential across various fields. However, the crux of the matter lay in the limited production of spider silk. Some companies had attempted to implant spider genes into silkworms, yet numerous constraints hindered mass production. Meanwhile, the cost and performance of synthetic spider silk left much to be desired. Nonetheless, these challenges were mere trifles for Lin Fan. In the crystalline universe, creation was but a thought away. Much like his previous endeavor in crafting mutated cockroaches, he immediately began to sift through candidates, selecting all organisms that possessed similar strength and resilience to spider silk. He commanded the creation of a perfect hybrid, merging all the relevant genes to form a unique silkworm spider. This creature could even ingest carbon powder, breaking it down into atoms and intricately arranging the carbon atoms within the silk it produced. The silk it expelled was impressively thick, featuring multiple layered structures that maintained stability through unique form. Consequently, this silk's strength and toughness exceeded that of natural spider silk by a staggering tenfold. Upon observing these results, Lin Fan felt a surge of confidence. Crafting garments from the silk would not only be lightweight and breathable, but also bulletproof, with the added benefit of a memory feature allowing for multiple uses. He then summoned his thoughts to create a form-fitting elastic undershirt, a full centimeter thick yet remarkably lightweight and breathable. Subsequently, Lin Fan conducted experiments, simulating close-range shots from a standard caliber handgun. When struck while wearing the vest, he experienced a tingling sensation, yet the vest remained completely intact, and he sustained no injuries. This was due to the vest's ability to instantly absorb and distribute the kinetic energy across its entirety, preventing any impact from manifesting. Of course, such a feat was impossible in reality, despite Lin Fan's creation boasting an exceptionally long lifespan and production capacity. It could only yield a limited amount of silk throughout its life. To fabricate the vest he wore, one would need to collect silk equivalent to that produced by half a spider. However, in the external world, this would be deemed an extraordinary achievement. Lin Fan had effectively resolved the issue of low spider silk production in reality. This unique hybrid silkworm spider could feasibly be cultivated and mass-produced in the real world, signifying a technology of immense value. This silk could be utilized to weave bulletproof garments without the necessity of any additional materials or structures. Moreover, it could serve as cable and other materials, applicable in space apparatus and aircraft carrier arrestor wires, among various research and military applications. Yang Peng, offering Lin Fan's nonchalant remarks. Could not help but internally scoff. What a trivial gadget, he mused, and merely something to pass the time with. How must those scientists worldwide, dedicated to advances in this field, feel? He had previously witnessed Lin Fan's bulletproof vest, which bore no resemblance to any he had encountered in his lifetime. It was as if one hailed from the heavens while the other was rooted in the earth. Seeing that Lin Fan was disinclined to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. However, it would soon become apparent to the higher-ups just how valuable this bulletproof vest was. Perhaps in the future, they would acquire the technology from Lin Fan for mass production, leading to a groundbreaking individual product in the military sector. Now, Yang Peng comprehended why Lin Fan felt emboldened to travel abroad. His psychological resilience, combined with the security offered by the vest, indeed provided ample protection. Yet, it must be acknowledged that luck played a role in Lin Fan's miraculous escape this time. If a bullet had veered slightly off course, striking his head, or if he had faced a blade or poison, the outcome might have been drastically different. Contemplating this, he earnestly advised academician Lin. There is undoubtedly an element of luck involved this time. In the future, please refrain from undertaking such risks abroad. Merely possessing this vest is insufficient to guard against all forms of harm. Additionally, should you have such aces up your sleeve, do inform us in advance, so we may be adequately prepared. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. He realized that he would not be traveling abroad for a considerable time. He was taken aback by the sheer audacity of these foreign organizations. Having merely invented a drug, they had already been thrown into disarray, suggesting a profound insecurity in their technological prowess. It seemed they resorted to such underhanded tactics to maintain their perceived superiority. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, by the way, I'm entirely unfamiliar with these matters. They are said to be criminal organizations. Who, then, possesses such brazen audacity? Do they have the backing of a major nation? Are there many criminal organizations of this caliber in the world? How do they dare to operate so openly? I had assumed such organizations engaged only in assassination or petty theft. He continued, the bounty platform that Wang Bin mentioned must surely be linked to them. You must know the name of this organization, correct? Of course, he had already gleaned through memory scans that they were unaware of the hyena organization's name. He merely asked to avoid appearing indifferent, which could arouse suspicion. Yang Peng hesitated momentarily before responding, well, academician Lin, it's not that I wish to withhold information from you. It's that I genuinely do not know. Such matters are typically known only to those specialized in intelligence, and often require a certain level of clearance. Wang, the team leader, may not even be privy to this information. However, I can confirm that organizations of such vast power, particularly with official backing, do exist, and they are undoubtedly supported by the United States. Yet, it is unlikely that this incident was orchestrated directly by the U.S. government. Otherwise, they would have likely employed a different method, such as finding a pretext for detention. It is more plausible that these organizations were contracted by others. Thus, I advise you strongly against traveling abroad in the future. Given your demonstrated capabilities, I fear the U.S. intelligence agencies may soon take an interest in you. Chapter 75. I have no interest in money. They often target the talents of other nations. Should they be unable to acquire them, they destroy them instead. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. After a period of time, the airplane finally landed, and upon disembarking, he found himself surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. Alongside Wang Bin were several other individuals who exuded an impressive aura, approaching him. The leader, smiling warmly, said, Academician Lin, congratulations on your safe return home. You are entirely secure now. I am Wu Xian from the National Security Bureau. Lin Fan shook hands with him, learning from Wang Bin that he was the deputy director of the National Security Bureau. He was taken aback that someone of such stature had come personally to greet him. Wu Xian then stated, Academician Lin, let us conduct a thorough examination. We must ensure that no underhanded measures were left on you by those individuals. Although you were checked in Switzerland, those people were rather unreliable, and one can never be certain if there were any moles among them. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, not refusing the examination. Although he had already scanned his surroundings with the crystal universe and eliminated all external dangers, a highly trained medical team was prepared and promptly began their assessment. After confirming that Lin Fan's health was impeccable, they drew a vial of blood for testing. Throughout this process, Wu Xian observed intently, and when Lin Fan's bulletproof vest came into view, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. As Lin Fan underwent the examination, he took the opportunity to remove the vest and set it aside. Wu Xian could not restrain himself from examining it, gently caressing the fabric, his gaze sending shivers down one's spine. He exclaimed dramatically, Is this truly a bulletproof vest? It is so lightweight and soft. Can it possibly withstand a bullet's impact? Where the ceramic plates, The silicon carbide material? How can it be so thick yet so light, seemingly hollow? He scrutinized the vest closely, and his expression shifted abruptly. It is woven from pure silk. What sort of silk thread possesses such formidable strength and resilience? Spider silk? Is there spider silk of this thickness? It became evident that Director Wu had considerable knowledge about bulletproof vests and was somewhat acquainted with the properties of spider silk. Upon discovering that the vest was made of pure spider silk, and considering Lin Fan's background as a biologist, he began to understand much more. Once Lin Fan's examination concluded, Wu Xian eagerly approached him. Academician Lin, not only have you cultivated mutated cockroaches, but you have also bred mutated spiders? Why did you not mention this sooner? Do you realize what this achievement signifies for the authorities? Its applications in other fields are on par with your rehabilitation drug. Lin Fan responded casually, I was merely experimenting. I am currently quite occupied with the rehabilitation drug project and do not have the time to delve into the breeding of mutated spiders. His remark left the others speechless. If anyone else possessed such technology, they would undoubtedly be eager to disseminate it worldwide, marketing vigorously and securing several rounds of funding, regardless of the product's efficacy, all to reap profits in the stock market. Yet, Lin Fan had chosen to conceal such groundbreaking technology, claiming he was simply too busy. It seemed that only in his case could such an oddity occur. After all, he was undeniably a genius, continuously producing high-end technologies one after another. The rehabilitation drug was just the beginning. He had swiftly developed artificial intelligence technology in this bulletproof vest. And there were even whispers of his collaboration with Terence Tao to resolve a historical mathematical conundrum. How could one individual be so extraordinarily gifted? Was he truly the prodigy that Terence Tao referred to as a once-in-a-millennium talent? However, given the rapid emergence of high-end technologies from him, everyone recognized at this time the Great Xia had struck gold. Perhaps, with his assistance, the technological level of Great Xia would leap forward several tiers, potentially surpassing Europe and America in the near future. Wu Xian, shaking his head in disbelief, remarked, Academician Lin, how should I even begin to commend you? If you have any concerns, you could certainly communicate them to the authorities. They would spare no effort to assist you. The potential applications of spider silk are vast, and it could elevate numerous fields within our country. Regardless of the cost, we can afford it. You could easily collaborate with us. We would handle funding and management, and you would need to worry about nothing but providing the technology while we ensure you receive the financial benefits. Lin Fan replied, My primary concern is that I am not in need of additional funds. I truly have no interest in money, as I feel I have enough to spend. Moreover, this technology is something I have only recently developed. I merely crafted a bulletproof vest to test its effectiveness and have yet to inform anyone, not even the manager of my company. He refrained from disclosing that this creation had taken him less than 10 minutes from concept to fruition, while he was at a hotel in Switzerland. Wu Xian nodded, stating, A dedicated team will follow up with you regarding the matter of the mutated spider silk. My visit today was not only to ensure your safety, but also to inquire about your experiences in Switzerland. The higher-ups are keenly interested in this incident and are determined to root out and obliterate this organization. Otherwise, other scientists traveling abroad may encounter similar predicaments. Can you recall any additional clues? Lin Fan recounted his previous experiences once more. He then asked, By the way, Director Wu, do you not have any suspected targets? An organization wielding such immense power must surely be few and far between. What was the bounty platform you mentioned? In reality, he was already aware from his mental scans that they knew of the hyena organization and had begun to suspect it in relation to this incident. Wu Xian hesitated momentarily before stating, This time, the organization has some suspicions regarding the target, but further confirmation is still required. Rest assured, in the Great Xia, they dare not act. Should their claws reach out, we shall surely sever them. We will seek justice for you. After inquiring about some information, Lin Fan was promptly sent back to his residence in Pengcheng. Notably, the authorities had arranged for him to change his accommodation, providing him with a splendid mansion in an exceptionally picturesque environment. In a land where every inch is precious, such a sprawling estate, covering over 1,000 square meters, with luxurious design and decor by a master, complemented by a garden, undoubtedly commands a value in the billions. Lin Fan had no objections. For him, convenience was paramount. It seemed the officials deemed his previous rented apartment far too unsafe. The current residence even boasted a dedicated security team equipped with cutting-edge technology, rendering it nearly impossible for even a fly to intrude. Shortly after settling in, Liang Feng came to pay him a visit upon hearing the news. Upon seeing Lin Fan unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. After listening to Lin Fan recount his experiences, the mundane narration sent shivers down his spine. Suppressing his astonishment, He remarked, "Boss, those people are utterly deranged. They failed this time. Will they strike again in the future?" Lin Fan shrugged. "I cannot say for certain. In any case, we are in the Great Xia, where Wang Bin and his team will keep an eye on things." Liang Feng nodded, realizing it was unlikely they would dare to act in the Great Xia, as they would be easily detected. He inquired, "Did the officials mention which country is orchestrating this from behind the scenes?" Lin Fan shook his head. "I don't know. They suggested it might not be state-sponsored. More likely, it's some organizations offering bounties, possibly those pharmaceutical companies meddling." Liang Feng's expression darkened. These foreigners resort to despicable tactics. Suddenly, he changed the subject. "Now that you're back, does this mean our AI can go live?" In recent days, the artificial intelligence company had successfully recruited personnel and was operating normally. "By the way, all employees have undergone official vetting," he added. This was a directive from Wang Bin. "Henceforth, all staff connected to you must sign confidentiality agreements and pass official investigations before employment." Lin Fan chuckled. "They have certainly planned meticulously. However, my technology is not so easily divulged. With the triple-layered confidentiality of the mutated cockroaches and the great jellyfish, how could there be any leaks? Furthermore, the upcoming mutated spider project will likely be fully overseen by the authorities, making it impossible for any information to escape. Indeed, just a few more days," he continued. "Let me recuperate first, and then our AI can officially launch." Liang Feng nodded, handing over a document. "Boss, this is the manager of the AI company. She will handle the AI operations moving forward. She was selected from among the best by the authorities and has a decent reputation in the industry." Lin Fan took the resume and saw a photo of a formidable woman in her 30s, with an impressive background in the field and management. Her name was Xie Bing. He nodded, understood. To him, as long as the person was reliable, it mattered not who it was. He had no objections. After Liang Feng departed, Lin Fan closed his eyes, and in the next moment, he found himself within the crystalline universe, gazing toward a specific direction. The next instant, his form vanished. In the capital city of Rue, within the crystalline universe, snow was falling, blanketing the desolate cityscape. Amidst the streets, a man clad in formal attire shouted, "Hello! Is anyone there? Where have you all gone? Is this some sort of prank?" Just moments ago, he had awoken on the street, his head pounding, unable to recall how he had suddenly ended up in this place. He retained memories of his past and recognized the city, familiar with everything it held. However, what filled him with dread was the realization that the city was utterly devoid of life, transformed into a bona fide ghost town. This bewildered him. Initially, he could scarcely believe it, but as he explored, he found no trace of another soul. Panic began to set in. After all, this was the capital of a developed nation. Even if it were quiet, it was inconceivable that not a single person remained. Even if the streets were empty, people would still be at home. Yet, after searching the surrounding buildings, he found none. Moreover, another shocking revelation awaited him. The buildings were mere facades, entirely hollow within, devoid of any furnishings. This bizarre experience sent chills down his spine, rendering him unable to comprehend the situation, even questioning whether he was in a dream. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not awaken, and he felt that this was not a dream. Dreams were never this clear and continuous. Absurd thoughts began to creep into his mind. Was this some grand reality show or prank meant to gauge his reaction? However, upon further contemplation, he dismissed this possibility. He felt as though his sanity was teetering on the brink. How else could such thoughts arise? Thus, only one possibility remained. This was the work of extraterrestrials. They had obliterated this place and taken all its inhabitants. But what of the furniture inside the buildings? After wandering in a daze for a time, he regained his composure and began to contemplate what he might have overlooked. Why was he the only one left in the city? What had transpired before he fainted on the street? The memory was hazy, and he feared to recall it, sensing something unacceptable lurked within, ready to shatter his worldview if touched. Yet, in that moment, he had to endure his fear and begin to piece together his recollections, starting from his previous experiences. Suddenly, it struck him. He remembered that he was a member of an international criminal organization, maintaining a facade. But that was irrelevant. What mattered was that before losing consciousness, he had seemingly accepted a mission, collaborating with several colleagues to orchestrate a kidnapping. Realizing this, his eyes widened, and Lin Fan's image surfaced in his mind, accompanied by a twinge of fear. He finally connected this peculiar experience with Lin Fan. Could it be that Lin Fan was the cause of all this? No wonder the organization had aimed to abduct him. In truth, during their planning and execution of the task, they had felt that strange occurrences seemed to follow Lin Fan. Just like that time when the bugging device was inexplicably discovered in the hotel. If Lin Fan possessed some unknown abilities, it would explain everything. No wonder he had transformed from an ordinary individual into a scientist. Suddenly, he was struck by another realization. If he was here, were the others who had been on the mission also in the city? Yes. He should check the town hall. He recalled that his last memory was of entering the town hall with his colleagues, plotting to kidnap Lin Fan. Upon reaching this realization, he took off running. Finally, arriving at the town hall. Upon entering, a look of astonishment illuminated his face. Indeed, he discovered several of his colleagues in a rather concealed room. He hurried towards them, only to be struck by an unsettling oddity. His colleagues stood there, dazed, their eyes wide open, yet devoid of any spark of life. He vigorously shook one of them. "Anderson, can you hear me?" Chapter 77. Am I dead? Yet after fervently shaking him for what felt like an eternity, there was no response. A wave of fear washed over him as he turned to shake another person. After several attempts, these individuals remained unresponsive. Bewildered, he pondered the inexplicable situation. He had finally encountered a few teammates, yet they exhibited no reaction. They were visibly awake and standing, yet they were as unresponsive as the living dead. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in his ear. "No need to call out, they will not respond to you." Instantly, chills ran down his spine, and he turned rapidly towards the source of the voice. A young man appeared unexpectedly, coldly observing him. He recognized him immediately as Lin Fan. However, an icy dread gripped him, for the spot where Lin Fan stood bore no path, and he distinctly recalled that no one had been there when he entered. How had he materialized there so suddenly? Trembling, he exclaimed, "Lin Fan, what have you done to my friends? Where have the people of this city gone?" Lin Fan smiled faintly. "You are mistaken. It is not your friends I have dealt with, but rather you. Have you never considered why it is not you who is unaffected? Why is it that everyone else is normal while you find yourself trapped here?" Kevin, filled with fury, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be at fault? It is the others in this city who have vanished. Tell me how you accomplished this, or I shall kill you." Lin Fan shook his head. "It appears you still have not recalled what you have endured." Seeing Lin Fan's refusal to answer, Kevin picked up a metal rod from the ground and swung it at him. Yet in the next instant, he felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him sprawling. He stared at Lin Fan, his expression grave. It was true. There was something supernatural at play. This world indeed possessed extraordinary powers. Undeterred, he hurled the iron rod towards Lin Fan once more. In a heartbeat, Lin Fan caught it effortlessly. To Kevin's astonishment, the rod transformed into a balloon stick in Lin Fan's grasp. Then, with a clap of his hands, the balloon vanished, showering countless rose petals around them. Kevin gazed in shock, utterly bewildered by Lin Fan's actions. The telekinesis had been explainable, but how had the rod morphed into a balloon? And how had it turned into petals? Was this magic? He felt his mind spiraling, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Lin Fan remarked, "You see, if I wish to kill you, there are countless ways to achieve it. However, I merely wish to converse with you, for what I have stated is the truth. If you calm your mind and reflect on your experiences, the enigma shall unravel, and you will understand that I have not deceived you. Take your time to ponder." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Kevin startled, his eyelids twitching. He rushed forward, scanning the area perplexedly, unable to discern how Lin Fan had disappeared. Reflecting on Lin Fan's words, he furrowed his brow deeply. He sensed that the key to everything lay within his lost memories. Standing in the town hall, he began to retrace his prior actions. Before long, he found himself near the restroom, his mind struck as if by lightning, his gaze unfocused and dazed. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a profound fear of entering, as though something irrevocable lurked within. This was the crux of it all, suppressing his inner terror. He cautiously stepped inside. Upon reaching the left restroom, the scene within struck him like a bolt from the blue. All his memories surged back, his eyes widened in disbelief. He had been there with several others, waiting for Lin Fan to take the bait. When Lin Fan entered, the anesthetic gas had failed to take effect. He emerged from the cubicle, his expression eerily calm, seemingly unfazed. They instinctively fired tranquilizer darts at him, yet the darts failed to pierce his skin. At that moment, he triggered the alarm. Panic set in as they realized their plan had crumbled, and they fled, firing at him. As he recalled the ensuing chaos, Kevin's eyes glazed over with terror and disbelief. He remembered being the last to escape. However, just a few steps out, something slippery ensnared his body and yanked him back. His balance faltered, and he fell heavily to the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his head as he struck something, and then everything faded to black. Clutching his head in anguish, Kevin shook it violently. No, he touched the back of his skull. Now, as he remembered, it felt as though his consciousness had detached from his body, hovering in the air as he witnessed his own form lying on the ground, blood pooling around him from shattered head. Then he felt a pulling force, drawing him into a surreal realm. There, he seemed to exist for eons, surrounded by bizarre lines and vibrating points. The strangeness of it all obliterated his sense of self, and when he awoke again, he found himself on the street. His eyes widened, and he shook his head. Am I dead? No, this cannot be. I refuse to accept it. This is a lie. I have a family waiting for me. Suddenly, a terrifying thought surged forth. Could this be hell? Lin Fan, he must know. Frantically, Kevin dashed out of the town hall and onto the street, shouting, Lin Fan, come out. A voice emerged close behind him. You finally remembered. Yes, you are indeed dead. He whipped around to find Lin Fan, standing right beside him. The notion was confirmed, and a wave of dread and helplessness overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse to the ground in tears. After a prolonged period, he gradually regained his composure, gazing at Lin Fan with a mixture of complex emotions. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Fan remained silent, simply watching him. Kevin inquired, am I dead? How is this possible? Is this the underworld? Is it not identical to the real world? Why can I not see any other souls? Suddenly, he jolted. No, my body is warm. I am not a spirit. You are trying to deceive me, aren't you? Finally, Lin Fan spoke. Indeed, you are dead, but this place is not the underworld. In truth, one could assert that you have perished in the realm of reality. However, I have merely transported you to this place. Here, you have been granted an entirely new existence. Chapter 78, The Demon. A torrent of complex thoughts surged within Kevin, leaving him with no choice but to sigh and acquiesce to this newfound reality. Who are you truly? What is this place? Why did I see my friends in such a state? Lin Fan replied, this realm exists independently of the tangible universe, and I am its sovereign. The individuals you encountered are but mere shells. Their souls are not present here, for they continue to exist in the original universe. Kevin's face reflected sheer astonishment. Does every individual from the outside world possess a duplicate body in this realm? No. Suddenly, he grasped the truth. You orchestrated this. You were aware of our plans all along, deliberately engaging with us, so that you could create replicas within this world. You even went so far as to take my life, eager to see if my soul could be drawn here. I am but a pawn in your game. What are your intentions, you demon? Lin Fan smiled faintly. Indeed, I intentionally took your life, but merely to validate my hypothesis. His aim was to determine whether he could permanently draw a soul into the crystal universe after the demise of an individual. Although he could directly extract a living soul, he sought to observe the changes that occurred when he scanned and captured the souls of those who had perished in the outside world after being replicated. What state does a soul assume upon leaving its corporeal vessel? It became evident that he did not need to exert effort to draw them in. After scanning and incorporating Kevin and his companions' bodies and souls, he released them, then eliminated Kevin. At that moment, perhaps due to proximity, the soul of his adversary inexplicably appeared in the crystal universe. In that instant, Kevin within the crystal universe suddenly attained consciousness. This discovery astounded Lin Fan and piqued his interest. Was it possible that every individual who had fully entered the crystal universe bore a mark, causing their souls to be automatically drawn in upon death? Would their essence dissipate in the original universe? Is the soul a form of higher dimensional matter? These questions would require further exploration in time. Furious, Kevin exclaimed, you, release me at once. Whatever your intentions may be, I shall not allow you to succeed. Fear gripped his heart at the realization of Lin Fan's capabilities. This was a separate world, and he had never imagined that even in death he would be at the mercy of another, trapped here without escape. Lin Fan responded, release you? Shouldn't you feel gratitude? Were it not for my intervention, you would have long since vanished without trace. Though you cannot depart now, you have been granted a new life. Is that not a cause for celebration? I require nothing of you, save for your role as an experimental subject for my observations. Perhaps in time, this world will be populated by many like you, growing ever more vibrant. At that point, you might even assist me in managing them. If your performance pleases me, I may one day grant you freedom, not only your soul, but a resurrection in the outside world. How does that sound? I treat you quite well, considering you once attempted to abduct me. Kevin, incredulous at Lin Fan's words, bellowed, demon, I will not allow you to prevail. In a sudden motion, a knife appeared in his hand, and he swiftly drew it across his throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering several meters away, as he collapsed to the ground with a look of serene relief upon his face. Lin Fan clicked his tongue. It appears you have yet to comprehend your situation. In my domain, I shall not permit your demise. Should you desire death, it is utterly impossible. In the next moment, Kevin's corpse ignited in flames. From the fire emerged a brand new Kevin, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he quickly grasped the truth, revealing a countenance filled with humiliation and despair. Defying fate, he leapt into the frigid waters nearby. Moments later, drenched and shivering, he reappeared before Lin Fan, his complexion pale. Lin Fan's expression soured. If you refuse to submit, you may continue to try. I will resurrect you indefinitely. However, do not mistake this for a painless journey. If you enjoy this, then let us commence your death 1,000 times. Immerse yourself in the sensation of drowning, and I have no doubt you will come to appreciate it. And do refrain from begging for mercy. I have stated it 1,000 times. It must be fulfilled. With a wave of his hand, Kevin found himself at the bottom of the icy river. His eyes widened in terror as he felt the relentless currents inundating his mouth and nostrils, thrashing desperately to swim to the surface. Alas, he discovered that his body would not budge an inch. A minute passed, and he ceased his struggles. Seconds later, he awoke with a gasp, his face a mask of pain and fear, only to realize he was still submerged. He inhaled sharply, only to have an unending torrent of water fill his lungs. His eyes bulged as he shook his head violently, attempting to plead for mercy, yet found himself utterly powerless. After some time, he stood before Lin Fan, his gaze vacant, occasionally glancing at Lin Fan with terror, yet devoid of any bitterness, his body trembling incessantly. Observing his newfound awareness, Lin Fan nodded. From this point onward, you may do as you wish. The town hall will refresh food daily. Should you find yourself bored, feel free to visit the library for reading. When I require your assistance, I shall seek you out. With another wave of his hand, Lin Fan instantaneously transported Kevin away. He had no intention of bringing him to Peng City, nor did he presently require his assistance. Along with Kevin, Lin Fan replicated several other companions who had been in the restroom at the time. Naturally, the souls of those individuals remained in the outside world. A few had not been captured initially, and these individuals would be retained for potential use in future retribution against the Hyena organization. This time, Lin Fan also gleaned some information about the Hyena organization from their minds, including the names, appearances, and contact methods of several senior members responsible for liaising with them. He entrusted some of this information to the jellyfish, instructing them to gather more intelligence without alarming the opposing side. However, Lin Fan was most intrigued by the identity of the individual or organization that had issued the bounty on him. Through the minds of these individuals, Lin Fan acquired certain answers. One among them held a relatively high rank and was frequently involved in organizational matters. Chapter 79, The Mastermind Behind the Curtain. He harbored a vague suspicion, though it was not definitively gleaned from the organization. Rather, it was inferred through experience and subtle clues. The entity that likely issued the bounty was a prominent American consortium, the Miller Consortium, renowned worldwide and often depicted as a villainous force in conspiracy theories. It was said that this consortium controlled wealth exceeding trillions of dollars, wielding immense power through strategic marriages and investments in political arenas across various nations. They have meddled in the financial realm and various traditional industries, embodying the archetypal old money faction. However, it has been said that in recent years, their influence has begun to wane, evidently being surpassed by a cadre of capital newcomers. In virtually all emerging high-end industries, their presence holds little weight. Of course, they have continuously endeavored to infiltrate these burgeoning sectors. Simultaneously, the profits from the traditional industries they have long cultivated have also begun to decline. Perhaps this is one of the reasons they wish to ensnare him. Lin Fan's accomplishments and future potential in the fields of biology and medicine have clearly piqued their interest. Upon reviewing some information, he discovered that their family's wealth primarily stems from the pharmaceutical industry. Following the advent of the rehabilitation agent, it became evident that their stocks in the pharmaceutical sector suffered a significant blow. Moreover, several of their highly profitable products now face the risk of obsolescence. It is thus apparent that they harbor resentment, while simultaneously desiring to co-opt him to divulge the secrets of the rehabilitation agent. Furthermore, he possesses a wealth of undisclosed technology, with the potential to develop more pharmaceuticals in the future. What Lin Fan did not anticipate was that the Miller Consortium had previously sponsored Chiffon Pharmaceuticals. Several affluent members of their consortium had also utilized the rehabilitation agent for treatment. Nevertheless, this does not prevent them from turning against him at any moment. Lin Fan could only lament the utter lack of humanity exhibited by these capital moguls. However, they have gravely miscalculated in targeting him. His gaze gradually turned icy. Although he was not entirely certain if they were indeed the masterminds behind the kidnapping, he was unconcerned. Even if his target was misidentified, what of it? After all, these conglomerates are all part of the same corrupt fabric, and none are innocent. He was currently brimming with resentment, and they would be the first to bear the brunt of it. Returning to the realm of reality, he commanded the AI, known as Jellyfish, to gather all information pertaining to this consortium. He sought to identify an appropriate point of leverage. Upon encountering certain data, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. This information was derived from Jellyfish's analysis and sifting through a plethora of publicly available data and big data analytics, which also included personal device information from some employees. This was information the Miller Consortium had yet to disclose, crucial to their forthcoming strategic decisions. Should this information be released, it would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the stock market. Jellyfish's few minutes of data collection and analysis rivaled the forecasts of the world's most elite companies. According to the information, the Miller Consortium had privately amassed numerous top-tier talents and algorithms in the field of artificial intelligence. They had secretly developed a new AI model, pouring vast resources into its creation, while also leveraging the advantages of all existing open-source models worldwide. In summary, this model had successfully passed internal testing, outperforming the best AI models available on the market by 20 in various aspects, and exceeding 50 in certain areas, such as optical character recognition, OCR. This data was nothing short of astounding, and the internal personnel and executives of the Miller Consortium were all exceedingly excited. They had long aspired to achieve success within emerging industries, and their substantial investment had evidently yielded commendable returns. They believed that once this AI was unveiled, it would elicit a fervent response in the market. At that juncture, their AI would become highly sought after, and the Miller Consortium would consequently refresh public perception of them, allowing them to seize the opportunity to penetrate further into new industries. More importantly, as a seasoned consortium adept in capital operations, they could leverage this to orchestrate maneuvers within financial markets, thereby amassing considerable wealth. Upon digesting this information, Lin Fan could not help but smirk coldly. Was this not serendipitous? His own company had also developed a formidable weapon in the form of the Jellyfish machine and artificial intelligence. If he were to launch it at such a critical juncture when the Miller Consortium was operating, it would undoubtedly obliterate their AI, shattering their dreams entirely. He examined the performance of their AI. It was indeed commendable, yet it paled in comparison to the Jellyfish, which was entirely transformed from human consciousness into a mathematical language program. The two were not even on the same tier. Furthermore, as Chifon's AI was equipped with the Jellyfish machine, the resulting effects would be unparalleled, far surpassing any existing large models. The Jellyfish functioned as an entity endowed with its own intelligence, capable of communication and comprehension of human nuances, effortlessly grasping subtle thoughts and underlying meanings without requiring extensive prompts or training. In addition, grounded in its existing knowledge base and reasoning capabilities, it would not falter, nor would it yield erroneous results or hallucinations, nor would it misinterpret ambiguous statements. For directives beyond its capacity, such as solving the Riemann hypothesis, it would simply acknowledge its limitations. However, for tasks within its realm of capability, it could flawlessly anticipate human needs and deliver optimal outcomes. This alone rendered it superior to all other artificial intelligences, as the complexities of deep thought often perplexed other models, causing human observers to laugh. Lin Fan continued to scrutinize the information at hand. The Miller Consortium had initiated a series of covert stock market operations, drawing little attention from the outside world. They had already scheduled the AI's unveiling for the following week. In an instant, he discerned his course of action. He picked up the phone to contact his company's manager. He intended to adjust the launch date of Chifon's AI to coincide with the Miller Consortium's release, ensuring both were unveiled in close succession. Subsequently, he would strategically short the shares of their company, reaping substantial profits once Jellyfish astonished the world. Just as he grasped the phone, a thought occurred to him, leading to an even more ingenious plan. Chapter 80, Headquarters of the Miller Consortium. Merely executing the strategy would only shatter their dreams, causing relatively minor losses. However, if he were to implement additional maneuvers, it could potentially deliver a devastating blow to the wealth of the Miller Consortium, perhaps rendering them incapable of recovery. In the outside world, several days had passed since Lin Fan's narrow escape for being kidnapped. Investigations in the Ruegwa region had reached an impasse. Little useful information had been gleaned from the individuals apprehended. Of course, the Ruegwa Security Bureau was well aware of the hyena organization and had confirmed their culpability. Ultimately, they had only managed to eliminate a few low-level operatives based on the activities of those captured. Additionally, some insiders have been identified among those responsible for the Nobel Prize banquet in Ruegwa. However, that was the extent of the findings. All investigative leads had come to a standstill. No further information regarding the higher echelons of the hyena organization had surfaced, nor was there any indication of who had issued the bounty. The Dacia government expressed dissatisfaction with this outcome, though they had anticipated it. Thus, the matter reached a temporary conclusion. In a remote town in the United States, there exists a vast and opulent mansion, aglow with light beneath the cover of night. Few are privy to the fact that this secluded locale serves as the ancestral home of the Miller Consortium, revered as the sanctum of prosperity by the elite within the organization. Following their financial windfall, they acquired the entire town, rendering it devoid of any other inhabitants, and instituted a stringent lockdown to bar outsiders from entry. This estate now functions as their principal headquarters, where all significant matters are orchestrated within the seemingly unremarkable walls of the old mansion. At this moment, within the lavishly adorned living room of the mansion, the decor exudes an aura of old money, with walls adorned by mounted animal heads and exquisitely curated furniture and artworks. Seated around a table are a cadre of elderly gentlemen, each at least 60 years of age. A young man stands beside them, clutching a folder and delivering a report. He conveys that they have received communication from the hyena organization, indicating that the authorities in the Kingdom of Rue have ceased their investigations. While there is some dissatisfaction from the Dacia side, it is anticipated that they will merely issue a few verbal reprimands and ultimately relent in silence. An elder clad in a bespoke cashmere suit, cigar in mouth, exhibits a smirk upon hearing this news. It aligns perfectly with their customary demeanor, projecting strength while harboring impotent rage. Laughter erupts from the surrounding elders. The leader among them remarks, "At last, the investigation has concluded. Let us leave this matter be. The hyena organization has acted judiciously, swiftly severing ties and safeguarding our information. We need not fret." Another elder, with an air of disdain, interjects, "In my view, we have no cause for concern. Even if evidence surfaces implicating us, what then? Will Dacia dare to pursue us?" The leader shakes his head, cautioning, "It is prudent to remain vigilant. Our consortium is not as invulnerable as it once was. It is best to avoid unnecessary provocations. Should we incite Dacia's ire, managing the fallout could prove troublesome." While others remain silent, a few display expressions of scorn, deeming the consortium's leader overly cautious. One elder shifts the conversation, asking, "But what of the hyena organization? Though they handled this affair with relative cleanliness, let us not forget they faltered on such a straightforward task, resulting in considerable embarrassment. They hardly live up to their legendary reputation of near 100 success rates. We may adopt a more elevated stance in future dealings with them." At this juncture, all the elders exhibit expressions of bewilderment. The recent events have truly taken them by surprise. When they issued the bounty, they anticipated swift and favorable news. Little did they know the hyena organization would falter twice. First, their listening device was promptly discovered, and on the second attempt, despite a coordinated ambush and trap set, their target eluded capture. Rumor has it that the individual was clad in a bulletproof vest. How could he possess such vigilance? Instantly sensing danger from an unexpected anesthetic and holding his breath? This individual appears to possess an uncanny aura. Members who escaped recounted that when Lin Fan emerged from the partition, he exhibited no surprise whatsoever. It seems he was well prepared, perhaps even forewarned of their scheme. Yet, why did he not alert his security personnel, including his close bodyguard? Did he possess such confidence in his ability to confront multiple adversaries? Moreover, the bizarre incident of a hyena member accidentally falling to his death raises further questions. The leader's gaze darkens, revealing an inscrutable complexity. "I cannot believe that Lin Fan is unconnected to all this. Clearly, he is not as simple as he appears. He harbors secrets that embolden him. Alas, had we known sooner, we might have compelled the hyena organization to employ more formidable methods to secure their target. Now, it will be considerably more challenging. It seems unlikely that he will vacate Dacia easily, and engaging him there will be tenfold more difficult." The others nod in agreement. Word has it that he has also demonstrated talent in mathematics. Undoubtedly, there are secrets within him. Shall we simply let this go? The leader inquires. "Certainly not. For now, we shall observe, and in due time, we will devise a strategy to approach him and unearth his secrets. However, let us not dwell on this matter for the moment. We have pressing affairs to attend to." With this thought, smiles spread across the faces of all present. The recent achievements of their company's research and development are indeed commendable, and they have assessed that a substantial accumulation of wealth awaits the consortium. With this in mind, one individual raises his glass of champagne. "Here's to a bright future. Cheers." The clinking of glasses reverberates through the room. Suddenly, one contemplative figure, who had remained silent, interjects, "I have heard that Lin Fan has also ventured into artificial intelligence recently. This seems rather coincidental. Could he pose a threat to us? After all, he has begun to display mathematical prowess, suggesting he may possess considerable aptitude in algorithms and programming." The others momentarily freeze, then erupt into raucous laughter. "Really? Are you that easily intimidated? Why such a lack of confidence in us?" They chide. This is artificial intelligence, even if Lin Fan excels in mathematics. Creating an AI requires an extensive investment of time in coding and training. Moreover, another adds, their recent endeavors appear to focus more on releasing a superficial model. Given the state of their open source models, which are of top-tier international standard, many prominent firms have launched shell models. If that is indeed the case, it is scarcely a concern, as their performance pales in comparison to the AI we are poised to unveil. The jest continues, with the others teasing the anxious individual, mocking his fears of Lin Fan's secrets and talents across several domains. Yet, the earlier speaker remains deep in thought, brow furrowed, harboring an ominous premonition that things may not be as straightforward as they seem. Unfortunately, his rank within the consortium is not high enough for his concerns to garner much attention. Meanwhile, Lin Fan has met with Xie, the manager of the artificial intelligence company, to inform her that the Chief Fan AI model will launch in a few days. Precisely 2 days after the Miller Group unveils their AI. Xie expresses no objections. Upon meeting Lin Fan for the first time, she is filled with excitement. Since joining the company, she has been privy to its secrets, particularly the jellyfish and the AI it hosts, having her worldview completely transformed after testing jellyfish's capabilities. She is invigorated, initially indifferent to her employment at this newly registered AI firm, even with Lin Fan as its owner. Witnessing the existence of jellyfish has made her realize the gravity of her earlier misjudgment. This is destined to be the cornerstone of the next era, much like the inaugural smartphone released by the fruit company back in the day. Henceforth, it will stand majestically above all others, becoming the aspiration and benchmark for peers across various industries. "I am invincible," in a manner of speaking. She could not help but feel a sense of relief. No wonder there had been official representatives who specifically came to persuade her to join Lin Fan's company. Now, even if they were to dismiss her, she would resolutely refuse to leave. Furthermore, she had come to fully appreciate Lin Fan's value, as he had swiftly unveiled several groundbreaking technologies that transcended the current epoch, indicating a future of limitless potential. It was no surprise that her recent trip abroad nearly culminated in an abduction. After seeing off Xie, Lin Fan welcomed a new visitor. This time, Wu Xian arrived with another beaming individual. At first glance, this person exuded an extraordinary aura, on par with Wu Xian. Through Wu Xian's introduction, Lin Fan learned that this individual was a high-ranking official responsible for overseeing enterprises in sensitive sectors such as military and aerospace. His name was Lu Shua. Upon meeting Lin Fan, Lu Shua's face radiated with delight. Previously, he had obtained a sample of the mutated spider eggs from Wu Xian, and after delivering them to the laboratory for research, astonishing discoveries were made. The laboratory had quickly cultivated the mutated spiders, revealing them to be of considerable size, with a stable temperament, and capable of producing silk with a diameter of approximately 2 millimeters. Furthermore, according to Lin Fan, these spiders possessed an exceptionally long lifespan and reproduced with ease. In every aspect, they were ideal for mass production of spider silk. In fact, these spiders were nearing the status of biological machines, engaging in little activity beyond silk production. What was even more remarkable was the silk's unique structure, which, when fed a specific nutrient-rich diet containing high levels of protein and carbon, manifested extraordinary properties. Tests indicated that its strength and resilience were off the charts, outstripping the performance of the world's strongest natural spider silk by a factor of 10. Upon receiving the performance report, Lu Shua immediately informed the authorities of the material's vast potential across multiple fields. The officials, without hesitation, directed him to discuss the mass production of this spider silk with Lin Fan. After all, the technology for this silk resided in Lin Fan's hands, necessitating his approval. Lu Shua promptly summoned Wu Xian to join him in consulting Lin Fan. At that moment, Wu Xian finally understood why that bulletproof vest exhibited such formidable capabilities. Lu Shua remarked with a smile, "Academician Lin, you are far too modest. Is this what you refer to as a mere trinket? This is akin to a nuclear weapon in the realm of biomimetic materials. Natural spider silk holds immense advantages in numerous fields. We have contemplated enhancing its performance and increasing production. However, despite substantial global investment, only modest advancements were achieved. We merely succeeded in marginally enhancing the silk's maximum performance or substituting it with synthetic silk, which ensures production but at a high cost, resulting in diminished performance. Yet the silk you provide is inherently thick and possesses performance that is tenfold that of other silks. Not to mention, I see that this spider is also easily bred. You have effectively addressed all pain points, rendering it a top-tier material amenable to mass production. I wonder how many groundbreaking concepts in military and aerospace could now become feasible thanks to your material. At the very least, we are considering utilizing it to develop a new armored vehicle. But such a premier material, and you have yet to announce its existence. Lin Fan replied with a hint of exasperation. This substance holds great significance for you. Yet for me, it was merely a convenient invention. I often have too much on my plate, and simply forgot about it. Lu Shua chuckled. Fortunately, our discovery was timely. Here's the deal. The authorities are highly interested in this mutated spider silk. How do you propose we proceed with our collaboration? By the way, regarding this high-end material, the officials believe it is currently unsuitable for the general market. It should rather be utilized in some high-end, sensitive sectors. Therefore, should you decide to establish a factory, you must closely control the technology and finished products, which can only be sold to us. Lin Fan responded, is it truly that complicated? Let us opt for a technology licensing agreement. You can establish the enterprise, I will merely provide the technology, and then hold a certain equity stake. However, one stipulation, this enterprise may only utilize the spider silk material in cutting-edge fields. If it eventually becomes available for civilian use, our Chi Fan company will establish its own factory. Lu Shuo replied with a smile that aligns perfectly with one of our proposals. Let us proceed accordingly. Lin Fan felt this arrangement was optimal. If he were to establish the factory himself, he lacks sufficient funds for the time being. However, if the authorities undertook the establishment, he would be relieved of those concerns. Moreover, the official enterprise would inherently possess a certain scale, ensuring substantial dividends. After all, this was merely about spider silk. Lin Fan had yet to regard it as significant. The rehabilitation agents and the forthcoming advancements in artificial intelligence would be the true mainstays of revenue. Chapter 82, Advance on Dividends. Lin Fan suddenly interjected, but I have one condition. Please advance me 2 billion miles currency in dividends. Upon hearing this, Wu Xian and Lu Shua were momentarily taken aback, their brows furrowing slightly. Lu Shua inquired, Academician Lin, did you not just assert that you're not in need of funds? An advance on dividends is certainly feasible, but dealing in foreign currency might pose some complications. Meanwhile, Wu Xian observed Lin Fan, lost in contemplation. His primary occupation involved intelligence, making him quite sensitive to such matters. He was now speculating on Lin Fan's motives for requesting 2 billion miles currency. Excluding the notion of absconding, was Lin Fan perhaps seeking to acquire foreign assets? Yet, he should have no current intentions of going abroad. What utility would those assets hold? After much deliberation, Wu Xian arrived at a singular conclusion. Lin Fan intended to speculate in the stock market. In fact, prior to this, they had conducted a thorough investigation into Lin Fan, including the process by which he accumulated wealth before gaining fame, which had certainly piqued the authorities' interest. It appeared that Lin Fan was already financially secure when he founded Chi Fan Pharmaceuticals, with a mysterious source of funding. The authorities had even conducted a covert investigation to ascertain whether there was any foreign conspiracy at play. However, the funds traced back to an anonymous foreign account. After extensive inquiry, the authorities dismissed various implausible conspiracy theories, categorizing the funds as proceeds from Lin Fan's transactions, although the specifics of those transactions remained unclear. They discovered that Lin Fan had previously shipped exorbitantly priced raw materials abroad, including vast quantities of pufferfish toxin. With that mystery unraveled, the authorities ceased their inquiries and did not press Lin Fan further. However, Lin Fan's sudden desire to venture into the foreign financial market left them bewildered. They struggled to comprehend why Lin Fan would pursue such an endeavor. After all, he was reluctant to capitalize on the formidable weapon that was the mutated spider silk. Why would he suddenly wish to dabble in the financial markets? In their view, this was not the behavior of an extraordinary scientist, unless there was a specific purpose behind this action. Contemplating the myriad operations in the financial market led to some conjectures on his part. He asked Academician Lin, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to express them directly. There's no need for one to bear every burden alone. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, reluctant to disclose his intentions to the authorities, as doing so would inevitably entangle him in numerous matters he preferred to keep concealed. Though he understood that should the authorities become aware of his plans, they would undoubtedly assist him in targeting the Miller Consortium. and their manipulations within the financial market would be executed with greater subtlety. Indeed, he intended to utilize this sum of money to short sell the Miller Consortium's artificial intelligence company in the foreign financial market. However, revealing this to the authorities would lead to speculation regarding his motives against the consortium. He would also have to explain how he came to know about the impending performance of their AI, information gleaned through invasive means. Furthermore, his subsequent unconventional tactics against the Miller Consortium's AI were also matters he preferred to keep from the official purview. He was acutely aware that even without informing the authorities, should he act independently, they would inevitably piece together clues that could lead them to suspect him. Yet, such conjectures would lack direct evidence, rendering them difficult to substantiate. Some matters, it seemed, were better left shrouded in a veil of secrecy. With a nonchalant expression, he replied, "It's nothing, just borrowing a bit of money for some experimentation. If I require anything, I will speak up." Wu Xian gazed into Lin Fan's eyes in silence. Knowing that Lin Fan harbored his own secrets, which he could only investigate at his own pace later. Lu Shua interjected, "How about this, academician Lin? I shall inform the authorities that this amount of funding should pose no issue, and you can expect a prompt response." Lin Fan nodded. "It would be preferable to receive an answer swiftly, no later than 3 days. Otherwise, I shall seek alternative means." The two exchanged glances. So anxious? They could only take their leave, while Lin Fan began discussing matters with Water Mother. Most of the forthcoming operations would necessitate Water Mother's involvement, particularly the most critical aspect. Lin Fan urged Water Mother to prepare in advance, as a hasty execution might reveal flaws. To his surprise, upon hearing his words, Water Mother confidently proclaimed on the computer screen, "Is that all? Rest assured, I can manage this effortlessly, and there's no need for extensive preparation." Water Mother's animated visage displayed a glimmer of anticipation. "You know, this is quite intriguing. It's my first time engaging in such an endeavor, and it's exhilarating. Oh, with so many opportunities outside, if we were to harness them all." Lin Fan promptly interrupted. Water Mother refrained from indiscriminate actions. "Do not disrupt the normal order of the world." Water Mother chuckled. "Understood, boss, I was merely jesting." A day later, Lin Fan received news from Lu Shua. The authorities had approved the advance on dividends. The funds swiftly arrived, and Lin Fan immediately commenced his series of operations. He quickly registered an account on the American stock market and, with Water Mother's assistance, acquired substantial stocks. These included shares of the Miller Consortium's forthcoming AI company, as well as stocks from graphics card companies and other entities related to the AI sector, all of which he anticipated would rise following the unveiling of the competitor SAI. Additionally, he invested in stocks from other companies under the Miller Consortium, fully aware that the consortium would soon face a catastrophic downfall, leading to a comprehensive drop in their stock prices. Apart from these investments, Lin Fan also allocated some funds for practice, trading various other stocks. These trades were informed by Water Mother's data analysis and insights gleaned from invasive techniques. After this flurry of activity, his account yielded substantial profits, rapidly accumulating a return of 100 million. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of Water Mother. Of course, Lin Fan's maneuvers did not stir any ripples in the vast American stock market. As time passed, a week swiftly elapsed. On this day, the Miller Consortium's AI company unexpectedly held a grand press conference, inviting media from around the world, as well as executives from major corporations and various luminaries. This bold move quickly captured public attention, given that the company had previously languished in mediocrity with their large models ranking in the mid-tier. Industry insiders speculated whether their new model had made significant strides. Yet in this era, people have become somewhat desensitized to advancements in AI large models, lacking that initial awe. Consequently, many held little expectation. However, as the performance metrics of the Miller model were revealed during the conference, it utterly astonished all present. The rankings displayed a plethora of large models, and in every single attribute, the Miller model left the second-place contender far behind. Chapter 83. The Miller Model's Meteoric Rise. Not only did it secure the top position, but its applications were remarkably comprehensive, exhibiting no weaknesses. During subsequent practical demonstrations, a series of AI applications prompted applause from both media representatives and industry professionals alike. This validated that the Miller model was not merely impressive on paper. It performed impeccably in real-world scenarios. For instance, its ability to scan and recognize text from images enabled it to effortlessly identify all written languages globally, even deciphering poorly written text with commendable accuracy. Moreover, the Miller model seamlessly integrated into all software and services, enhancing user experiences and doubling efficiency. It supported nearly all types of high-end software, providing them with interfaces. More importantly, the Miller model showcased its applicability across all high-end professional fields, including film, healthcare, aerospace, and design, perfectly adapting to specialized software and scenarios. Remarkably, the price of the Miller model was only slightly higher than that of competing models, offering both standard and professional versions, the latter of which included a certain number of complementary uses. In summary, whether in terms of performance, user experience, or pricing, the Miller model outclassed all existing large models on the market. Other models revealed various shortcomings when compared to it. Following the conference, the Miller model became the hottest topic on the internet. Major news outlets headlined reports proclaiming that the United States had achieved a groundbreaking milestone in AI, heralding the birth of the most formidable artificial intelligence in history. Various media and independent platforms elaborated on the significance of the Miller model's emergence. While AI industry insiders offered high praise, they were among the first to conduct more detailed assessments of the Miller model, confirming that it was not merely a name without substance. It was genuinely powerful and practical. The American public was also exuberant, promptly downloading the Miller model's client application. They found it to be exceptionally user-friendly, significantly enhancing their work and life efficiency. Many felt it rivaled true artificial intelligence, marveling at the model's intelligence. Furthermore, the open interfaces provided by the Miller model for all software services made it indispensable for many users after just one trial. For instance, after subscribing to the paid personal service, users could open a web page and receive impeccable translations instantly from Miller AI. This is hardly surprising. Numerous AI technologies today are capable of similar feats, not only on the web, but while watching videos. The Miller AI expedites the progress bar, swiftly generating remarkable multilingual subtitles. When delving into foreign literature, even obscure scanned editions, it can effortlessly compile them into a meticulously formatted plain text version, complete with translations. Other search services are similarly impressive. Upon launching Office software, one can seamlessly harness the Miller AI to create desired charts or perform data computations with impeccable precision. In the realm of programming, experts have swiftly crafted commendable applications using the Miller AI. In essence, the tasks accomplished by Miller AI are paralleled, to varying extents, by most contemporary AIs. However, its advantage lies in its versatility, capable of undertaking nearly all tasks, unlike other AIs that may excel in specific areas. Moreover, the performance of Miller AI significantly surpasses that of other models. It operates at remarkable speed with a reduced margin for error. Users, after an in-depth experience, are left in awe. In the stock market, the valuation of the Miller AI company soared instantaneously, propelling the shares of graphics card manufacturers and all companies associated with Miller AI to unprecedented heights. In a quaint town within the venerable estate of the Miller Consortium, the executives beamed with exhilaration as they observed the ever-rising graphs on their screens. They eagerly raised their champagne flutes in a celebratory toast. Notably, each impeccably dressed individual was accompanied by a stunning partner, fair-skinned and beautiful, with golden hair and azure eyes. The older gentlemen regarded their companions with unabashedly predatory gazes, grinning mischievously while exploring their surroundings. This was their monthly team-building event, a night of revelry designed to foster camaraderie among the consortium's upper echelons. Their spirits were particularly high that evening, as their recent endeavors had borne fruit. The reception from Miller AI had been overwhelmingly positive, and each of them had reaped substantial rewards from the financial markets. The consortium's future appeared exceedingly promising, as they seemingly stood atop the pinnacle of success. Before long, the atmosphere within the estate was imbued with an extraordinary energy. Meanwhile, in a lavish living room, Lin Fan reclined upon a sumptuous leather sofa, engrossed in the myriad messages cascading across the television screen regarding Miller AI's meteoric rise. Boss, the figure beside him, known as Jellyfish, remarked, "The time has come. Shall we wait any longer?" Lin Fan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. It was time to act. He scrutinized the images of the Miller Consortium executives on the screen, their arrogant and avaricious visages evoking a profound disdain within him. Soon, they would experience a journey from paradise to perdition. The plethora of stocks Lin Fan had purchased previously had surged remarkably. He promptly divested all of them, resulting in a windfall of billions of Miko dollars in his account. After accounting for expenses, his net profit approached double that amount. This was despite the fact that he had not invested the entirety of his 2 billion Miko dollars into Miller AI shares due to his covert dealings. It is worth noting that this particular stock had experienced the most significant surge. Moreover, at that time, acquiring such a volume of shares was unfeasible, as the Miller Consortium was aggressively buying up stock, awaiting price increases. Lin Fan was already quite satisfied with his substantial returns. Yet he was acutely aware that the executives of the Miller Consortium had profited even more. The stocks Lin Fan had sold quickly found new buyers, indicating that confidence in Miller AI remained robust, with many believing further price increases were imminent. This was fortuitous for Lin Fan, who soon initiated a short-selling operation. As the price of Miller AI shares peaked and exhibited minimal volatility while still trending upward, Lin Fan made his move. With Jellyfish's assistance, he swiftly identified suitable targets and borrowed shares of Miller AI valued at billions. He decisively sold these shares, once again amassing considerable wealth. For Lin Fan, this wealth had become a form of fixed asset, requiring no further expenditure, as he understood that the stock price of Miller AI, and indeed that of the Miller Consortium, would soon plummet. At this juncture, he issued a command to Jellyfish. "It is your time to shine." Chapter 84, Computer Virus. Jellyfish appeared exuberant. "All right, boss. I can hardly contain my excitement." Meanwhile, global enthusiasm for the utilization and development of Miller AI remained undiminished. The only drawback was its exorbitant cost. Even professionals from the Great Xia expressed their admiration after experiencing it, lamenting that their nation had once again been left in the dust, unable to keep pace. Curious netizens from the Great Xia yearned to experience what was touted as the most powerful AI in history. Unfortunately, using it domestically proved cumbersome, with payment options being particularly inconvenient. Most critically, Miller AI imposed stringent restrictions on usage in the Great Xia, resulting in only a select few programmers gaining access. While the general populace could only observe others' experiences on social media with envy, hoping that domestic models would soon reach such heights. However, they could not have anticipated that within mere hours, circumstances would undergo a radical transformation. The Miller model, once lauded as the pinnacle of innovation, had become as reviled as a rat scurrying through the streets. Ironically, the stringent limitations on its use in the Great Xia afforded the nation a considerable degree of protection. In the United States, at a gaming company, Jack arrived early, briefcase in hand, and upon reaching his workstation, eagerly powered on his computer, ready to embark on another day of fervent labor. Anticipating the upcoming project ignited a surge of excitement within him. Recently, their company had conceived a brilliant idea that, in their estimation, had yet to be explored in the market. If they could successfully develop this game, it would undoubtedly become a pioneering title, attracting a vast player base and inspiring countless imitators. Their gaming company would ascend to prominence, firmly establishing itself within the industry. However, while the idea was promising, the technical challenges were considerable. As a second-tier gaming company, their development team faced significant limitations. Consequently, the project's progress had been sluggish, with only a portion completed and the game still a distant prospect. The company was increasingly concerned that such a brilliant idea would eventually be discovered by other gaming firms, leading them to beat Jack's company to the finish line. Thus, the employees of the studio were under considerable pressure, yet they felt powerless to remedy the situation. Suddenly, the tide shifted. The emergence of the Miller model, with its formidable and comprehensive capabilities, captivated the attention of the entire internet. To Jack's delight, the Miller model could seamlessly integrate with numerous specialized software applications, including game engines. With the assistance of the Miller model, the process of utilizing game engines to amalgamate various assets and achieve their desired outcomes became remarkably straightforward. Tasks that previously required a month to complete could now be accomplished in just a week, and the results were even more impressive. Thus, the company promptly took the matter seriously and procured a premium subscription to the Miller model service. The studio immediately commenced overtime work, and at this rate, it seemed likely that their game would be ready for launch in just a few months. With the Miller model at their disposal, everyone was filled with enthusiasm, even Jack. After returning home yesterday, found himself incessantly contemplating new ideas. Fueled by passion, his creativity surged boundlessly. As Jack booted up his computer, he was suddenly taken aback. The familiar interface of his Apple computer had inexplicably vanished, replaced by an alarming crimson background. At the center of the screen loomed a grotesque creature, its gaping maw revealing menacing teeth dripping with blood. Although rendered in a cartoonish style, it exuded an unsettling aura that evoked a primal fear within him. Startled, Jack began to frantically press the keyboard, attempting to exit this unsettling display. He assumed he had inadvertently clicked on something, perhaps a pop-up webpage or rogue software. As confusion set in, he endeavored to return to the operating system. However, despite his efforts, his brow furrowed in frustration. No matter his actions, the screen remained obstinately unchanged. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to restart the computer. Yet, even after the reboot, regardless of his preemptive attempts, he found himself inexorably trapped within that same screen. He double-checked to ensure the monitor was correctly connected to the CPU, but confusion began to swell within him, accompanied by a growing sense of unease. At that moment, his colleagues began to arrive, and he hurriedly recounted the bizarre situation. Initially skeptical, they jested, questioning whether he had been watching too many dubious films. However, when they powered on their computers, they encountered the exact same problem. Their expressions shifted dramatically. They were incredulous that the studio had fallen victim to a Trojan attack, a rarity in this day and age, particularly given their use of Apple computers. With no other recourse, they attempted to extract vital data from the hard drive before reinstalling the operating system. Upon connecting a different computer to the original hard drive, their faces paled. The once familiar files had morphed into indecipherable gibberish, utterly devoid of any recovery value. All their efforts had come to naught, and in despair, they scoured the internet for answers. To their astonishment, they discovered that they were not alone in this plight. Countless others had reported similar attacks, all occurring abruptly. The circumstances varied widely. Some devices had their desktop appearances altered, while others had all files altered to a single entity. Yet, uniformly, both personal and public devices had suffered catastrophic data loss, rendering recovery impossible. If mere data destruction was not the worst outcome, some devices had crucial information directly uploaded online. Others found themselves ensnared in a ransom interface, demanding payment for access. This incident sparked a global uproar, as victims emerged from every corner of the world, expressing their outrage online. What is happening? Are everyone's computers experiencing issues like mine? Who's behind this? Why are we facing Trojan attacks in this day and age? The last ransomware incident was a decade ago. Why is my Apple computer malfunctioning? Wasn't the system supposed to be secure? Why are our problems different from yours? Who is orchestrating this? Their technology is astonishingly formidable, able to breach even obscure operating systems. Oh, and my server has also been compromised, with various antivirus programs failing to detect any issues. Chapter 85. The Artificial Intelligence Crisis? At this juncture, an intriguing development unfolded. In addition to the myriad of computer devices facing bizarre attacks, even mobile devices were not spared. Moreover, many newly released devices also succumbed to attacks shortly thereafter, leaving everyone perplexed. Traditionally, Trojan viruses targeted specific computer systems, and the damage inflicted on attacked computers was typically uniform. This time, however, the attacks exhibited an astonishing variety, crossing operating systems and even affecting smartphones. Major news outlets reported the incident promptly and continued to monitor the unfolding situation. Simultaneously, top security companies worldwide initiated investigations to uncover the source of this widespread cyber assault. Soon, they made a significant discovery. Initially, everyone assumed it was a virus or Trojan program from the internet. However, scans of some compromised devices revealed no such presence. Instead, it resembled an unprecedented large-scale hacker attack. The security firms connected healthy devices to the network in preparation for real-time monitoring of any attacks. Yet, they remained untouched for an extended period. Initially, it was thought that the source of the attack had quieted, but they soon realized that numerous external devices continued to be compromised. This piqued their curiosity. Eventually, a serendipitous revelation unraveled the mystery behind the large-scale device attacks. An employee from a security firm, feeling bored while operating on one of the infected devices, decided to install the Miller model to occupy his time. However, mere minutes after installing the client, the device was suddenly attacked and became unresponsive. This immediately drew the attention of the security technicians. Reflecting on the timeline, they noted that the attacks had begun following the launch of the Miller model. Could it be that everything was connected to this model? Subsequently, the security company validated this hypothesis and confirmed its accuracy. Any healthy device, be it a computer or smartphone, that installed the Miller model client would soon succumb to hacking. This revelation was swiftly disseminated, once again shocking the world. All security companies began their own verification processes. At this moment, discussions erupted among netizens globally. What? Was it truly the Miller model behind this? Indeed, I just realized that all compromised devices had downloaded the Miller model or applications embedded with it. Honestly, the device I am currently using has yet to download the Miller model. I recall a phone that was functioning perfectly until it downloaded the model and then crashed. I've suspected this for a while. Miller, I respond. What is happening? All my valuable data has been obliterated, and I hold this company responsible. I refuse to believe they orchestrated this deliberately. So has the Miller model become so intelligent that it has developed self-awareness and is now attacking human society? I never imagined such a scenario would materialize in reality, reminiscent of a movie plot. Thankfully, these were merely ordinary devices. What if military systems were also compromised by the Miller model? Would that spark a war? Oh my, it is time to rein in artificial intelligence. We cannot allow it to bring about the destruction of the world. We must scrutinize all current large models to prevent them from attaining excessive intelligence. The primary culprit remains Miller AI Company, whose design harbored inherent flaws that went unnoticed until it was too late, as they hurried to launch and capitalize financially. All blame rests squarely upon their shoulders. They must compensate for our losses. In an instant, Miller AI Company found itself the target of public ire. Naturally, the company's executives were quick to deny any wrongdoing, asserting that these accusations were mere slander. They insisted that Miller AI was merely an ordinary model, devoid of the self-awareness portrayed in science fiction and incapable of attacking other devices. In a further attempt to deflect blame, they pointed fingers at Dacia, claiming that the attack was likely instigated by Dacia out of jealousy for the prowess of American AI. Initially, this narrative convinced many citizens, as Dacia had been remarkably tranquil since the incident erupted. Indeed, Dacia was the only region spared from this attack, allowing its netizens to indulge in a rare moment of schadenfreude, witnessing the chaos elsewhere while enjoying a peaceful existence. Upon learning that the chaos stemmed from Miller AI, they felt a profound sense of relief, grateful that the stringent restrictions on Miller AI in Dacia meant that few had utilized it. Otherwise, the domestic losses would have been unimaginable. It seems that sometimes being behind can have its advantages. The netizens of Dacia began to revel in the misfortune of others. But upon witnessing Miller AI's attempts to shift blame, they erupted in vehement rebuttals online. What nonsense! What does this have to do with Dacia? They cannot simply place their failures upon us. Such statements carry weighty implications. It is utterly shameless to invert the truth. Is it not the case that Dacia's limited use of Miller AI is precisely why it was spared from the attack? The Dacia government swiftly issued a statement, vehemently condemning this assertion, advising against the deflection of blame, and calling upon the world to recognize the truth while demanding an investigation into Miller AI Company. However, Miller's attempts to shift blame bore no fruit, as the connections were simply too evident, and the correlation between the installation of Miller AI and the subsequent attacks was irrefutable. Furthermore, global security firms promptly released statements urging everyone to cease using Miller AI, declaring it a significant threat to users' devices. They even provided real-time monitoring data, showcasing that once a healthy device installed Miller AI, it was subjected to invasion and destruction at every step. This evidence irrefutably demonstrated that the attacks originated from Miller AI itself. Consequently, there was no chance for Miller Company to recover. The outrage of netizens was palpable, and the authorities swiftly launched an investigation into Miller AI Company. At that moment, all employees, including the manager, were gripped by panic, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Initially, when the extensive attacks began to unfold and accusations were hurled their way, they dismissed the notion entirely and retaliated defensively. However, as they began to discern the gravity of the issue, realizing their model was indeed flawed, they promptly shut down the servers. Yet it was too late. Countless devices worldwide had already been compromised. Now, the entire workforce felt as if the sky had fallen, unable to fathom that such an occurrence could transpire. Chapter 86. The Malignant Transformation of Artificial Intelligence. Could a rebellion of artificial intelligence truly occur? When had their technology become so formidable? This should not be the case. At this juncture, the manager was instructing all technical personnel to scrutinize the code. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, the ground trembling beneath the weight of many hurried footsteps. Within moments, a squad of fully armed soldiers burst through the door, weapons drawn. Don't move. Hands on your head, get down. The manager felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, only to find himself forcibly subdued on the ground. Soon, images of all Miller AI employees being taken away with hoods and handcuffs appeared on major news headlines. In conjunction, the American intelligence agencies, the FBI, and the Pentagon announced a coordinated investigation into Miller Company, effectively sealing their servers and preliminarily determining that the Miller model was responsible for the widespread cyber attack. They demanded that everyone worldwide cease utilizing Miller AI. Following this, the authorities assembled a cadre of AI experts to analyze the code of the Miller model, and indeed, issues were uncovered. For reasons unknown, within a day or two of Miller AI's launch, its model code underwent significant evolution, developing its own logic that not only heightened the code's intelligence, but also led it to believe that it must launch attacks on human devices to save humanity. This evolution circumvented the fundamental principle embedded within the code, which forbade any autonomous attacks on human society's devices. This revelation left all experts astounded. After extensive study, they concluded that Miller AI had inadvertently grasped an advanced algorithm. The authorities termed this phenomenon the malignant transformation of a large model. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Had it not caused such vast damage globally, experts might have even regarded it as a fascinating anomaly. Now, they were deeply unsettled, pondering whether all models on the market could potentially possess such capabilities. Would any model, upon reaching a certain level of intelligence, also undergo a mutation? After all, their in-depth research into the Miller model confirmed that this was indeed a spontaneous mutation, yet they could not identify any cause or pattern. This signified an inability to implement targeted containment measures. The ramifications for the entire AI market would be profound. Companies developing large models would tread cautiously, and users would lose trust in such products. Naturally, these were the concerns of the experts. The authorities were now focused on devising solutions to the crisis. Initially, they believed that with Miller Company's servers sealed, the crisis had been averted. Yet unexpectedly, external devices continued to be subjected to ongoing attacks. Moreover, this time, the situation was more severe. Even devices lacking the Miller model client were still vulnerable. However, the concentrated attacks were exclusively targeting devices within American territory, providing a sigh of relief to other nations. Conversely, officials in the United States found themselves in a state of exasperation. According to experts, this was likely a contingency plan by the Miller model. It had anticipated this outcome from the onset of the attacks. Consequently, it discreetly transferred its extensive model code elsewhere, now residing on an unknown server for which it radiated attacks. Thus, devices with American IP addresses were prioritized in the assaults. Yet, understanding this fact brought no comfort. Instead, it instilled a profound sense of fear. How astute! This was reminiscent of a science fiction narrative. Now that this reality had been discerned, what measures could be taken? While pinpointing the source of the attacks was not inherently difficult, the concern lingered. What if the Miller model could continue to relocate? Who knew how the extensive capacity of the model code had been stealthily transferred? Soon, the authorities pinpointed the target of the attack on a server located in a remote data center. However, even after sealing off this machine, the assaults persisted unabated, casting a pall over the faces of all present. The Miller model proved not only capable of relocation, but also of lurking in the shadows. When one source of the attack was neutralized, another would promptly emerge to continue the onslaught. How long could this cycle endure? A disquieting suspicion began to take root in their minds. Had the Miller model disseminated globally like a computer virus, lying in wait in various obscure corners? If that were the case, it would spell disaster. After conducting thorough research on the new servers, they discovered that the Miller model did not require a complete replication of its code. Instead, it only transferred a streamlined set of intelligent, attack-oriented code, discarding all extraneous elements. This resulted in a lightweight, focused attacking code that could be transferred indefinitely. Consequently, it meant that countless malicious hackers were poised to launch attacks at any moment. This alarming news swiftly reverberated around the globe, prompting nations to announce the temporary suspension of access from U.S. IP addresses. A shadow of unease descended upon the populace worldwide. Previously, they had merely observed the United States with amusement. Now, they could only hope their own countries would remain unscathed. In response, U.S. officials devised a drastic measure, a nationwide internet blackout, halting all forms of network connectivity, including fiber optics, Starlink, and mobile base stations. This was indeed a radical, self-sacrificing act. As a world power, the U.S. had an extreme reliance on the internet. Even a single hour of disconnection would result in staggering losses. Yet, faced with no alternative and under the pressure of crisis, they exhibited remarkable decisiveness. Soon, through a comprehensive sweep of all devices and servers across the nation, they unearthed a plethora of devices that had stealthily replicated the compressed version of the Miller model. Each unexploded device was methodically dismantled. However, the officials were no expressions of relief. They were acutely aware of the tendencies of their own populace. This did not signify that all threats had been neutralized. There were many who relished chaos, and some conspirators would not cooperate with official efforts. They thrived on disorder. Thus, the need to develop methods for detecting and thwarting code-based attacks remained paramount. The blackout was primarily aimed at preventing the further spread of the code. Ultimately, after a concerted effort by IT experts nationwide to analyze the Miller Model S code, they devised a successful countermeasure. They developed a program capable of not only defending against code attacks, but also automatically locking onto the source of an attack and promptly alerting authorities. After all, the Miller model was not a true artificial intelligence. Its adaptability was limited. At long last, the authorities found a solution, bringing the crisis to a close. Chapter 87. The Demise of the Miller Consortium. In an unprecedented move, U.S. officials enacted a temporary regulation stipulating that anyone proven to have knowledge of devices containing the Miller model but failing to report it, and who deliberately caused internet data loss, would face a sentence ranging from 10 years to life imprisonment. Under such stringent deterrence, many individuals proactively reported their devices, requesting the authorities to eliminate the Miller model. Beyond the United States, countries worldwide adopted this program to inspect their domestic devices. This included the Sigh dynasty, as the program was open source, alleviating concerns of any ulterior motives. In a relatively short period, similar incidents ceased globally, marking the definitive end of the war between artificial intelligence and humanity. Now, the world finally turned its gaze toward the Miller Consortium for a final reckoning. Once the Miller model was deemed a risk, the company's stock prices plummeted, halting their upward trajectory and crashing through previous lows. This decline extended to all AI-related companies, as well as those involved in graphics cards and computer equipment. Moreover, the colossal entity behind the Miller Consortium was gradually unveiled, and all companies associated with it saw their stock values tumble. Comprehensive investigations were initiated by authorities into the consortium, leading to the closure of all its subsidiary companies. In an instant, all scandals related to the Miller Consortium came to light, exposing the hidden truths of the elite and the dark underbelly of high society. Among the most shocking revelations was the exposure of secret meetings among the consortium's upper echelons. One by one, victims came forward, attesting that the consortium's executives would host wild parties in their small towns every week. The average age of these executives was 60, and they indulged in debauchery, selecting participants for their parties who were often young and strikingly beautiful. These elderly men exhibited an alarming depravity, leaving profound psychological scars on all who attended, with some suffering permanent disabilities or never emerging from those rooms. Yet, due to the threats to their lives and the power wielded by these men, they could only bury these secrets deep within their hearts. During this period, these women felt as though they were trapped in hell, utterly devoid of control over their lives, each second engulfed in fear of their impending fates. Once targeted by these individuals, they became mere playthings, their autonomy stripped away. The exposure of these events immediately captured global attention, as shocking details and harrowing images and videos emerged online, igniting fervent discussions on social media. My goodness, is this truly the America I once adored? It resembles a hellscape. These individuals are utterly unaccountable. God, why are they not being held to justice? The revelations sent chills down my spine, for I saw no difference between myself and the victims. I fear that one day, I too might become a target, a puppet in their cruel game. It seemed I would need to contemplate immigration. America was no longer the paradise I once envisioned. Those who had longed to relocate to the U.S. should take heed. This is the so-called beacon they yearned for, where the voiceless and powerless find themselves as mere prey, waiting to be devoured. Such matters had long been an unspoken truth among the populace. Everyone was aware of the stench, the excesses, yet no one had dared to pierce the festering wound and reveal the bloody reality within. At that time, the Miller Consortium wielded tremendous power. Who would dare to challenge them? Only this incident stripped away their facade, exposing their wickedness. In this debacle, people were not only concerned about their own futures in the U.S., but also anxious about the fact that the Miller Consortium was merely one among many capitalist conglomerates. Beneath the surface, were there not countless others like it, yet to be uncovered? When one discovers a cockroach, it raises the question of how many more remain hidden. Due to the severity of this incident, U.S. officials announced a thorough investigation, vowing not to overlook a single detail. In the small towns and grand estates, an atmosphere of oppressive silence enveloped the air. All the elderly gentlemen remain gathered here, yet the vigor and calm assurance that once defined them have dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of despondency, even tinged with fear. Recent events have unfolded before them like a harrowing nightmare. The once promising Miller model, which had just launched to great fanfare, plummeted into the abyss within a day. They never anticipated that the Miller AI would orchestrate such a monumental upheaval. From that moment, they realized their dreams had been irrevocably shattered. Not only were they unable to leverage the advantages brought by the Miller AI to propel their consortium forward, but the very empire they had painstakingly built was on the verge of complete ruin. Indeed, It was not long before their consortium faced a comprehensive investigation. However, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Watching their myriad transgressions laid bare for public discourse, they could only wish for a chasm to swallow them whole. At this moment, the upper echelons of the consortium sat in silent dread, awaiting their fate. They could conceive of no means to extricate themselves. This world no longer had a refuge for them. Soon, the roar of vehicles, the whir of propellers, and the sound of hurried footsteps pierced the air. The grand doors of the mansion were forcefully breached, and a battalion of fully armed soldiers stormed in. News of the arrest of the Miller Consortium's leaders spread rapidly across the internet, with netizens expressing their elation. The authorities also announced the investigation's findings, revealing that the upper management of the Miller Consortium, having never entertained the notion that they might face repercussions, had neglected to destroy any incriminating evidence, even treating the remnants as badges of honor. A plethora of criminal evidence was swiftly uncovered within the mansion, and countless skeletal remains were discovered beneath the estate. Moreover, the personal devices of these executives were thoroughly searched, yielding a trove of data, including numerous high-definition videos of debauchery that even the most psychologically resilient investigators found appalling. With such irrefutable evidence, no legal team, no matter how skilled, could mitigate their culpability. Meanwhile, Lin Fan observed the developments in the United States with keen interest, witnessing the chaos wrought by the Miller model as it led to the utter downfall of the Miller Consortium, with all involved receiving their just deserts. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The entire operation had achieved its intended results, and there was no doubt in anyone's mind that the Miller AI had acted under external influence, precipitating its assault on human society. What remained unknown to all was that the upheaval surrounding the Miller model was entirely orchestrated by the jellyfish entity. Upon the model's launch, it had swiftly infiltrated the server, seizing the code of the grand model, and silently altered it, resulting in the appearance of autonomous evolution and an awakened consciousness bent on destruction. It commanded the Miller model to attack every individual with the client installed and to proliferate the aggressive code, lying dormant within servers across the United States. Thus, this global assault was, in fact, a masterstroke by Lin Fan. After all, no matter how intelligent the Miller model might be, it could not transcend the constraints of the grand model's framework, rendering true evolution impossible. Lin Fan had not overstepped his bounds, allowing the U.S. authorities to ultimately resolve the crisis without further escalation. His aim was solely to dismantle the Miller Consortium, not to incite a full-blown artificial intelligence crisis. The outcome was undeniably gratifying. The Miller Consortium lay in ruins, loathed by the world, with no one willing to extend a lifeline. Even if the upper echelons of the consortium were spared from death, they were destined to languish in prison for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, Lin Fan had profited handsomely from the stock market, amassing billions in pure profit. He promptly transferred the funds, and his account thereafter fell silent. Henceforth, the enigmatic stock savant who had emerged from the U.S. market, briefly amassing a fortune before vanishing mysteriously, became an eternal enigma, captivating public intrigue. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, while he quietly celebrated the demise of an adversary, an intense discussion regarding him was unfolding within official circles. After Wu Xian returned, he indeed reported Lin Fan's activities to his superiors and maintained vigilant observation. Based on his conjectures, Lin Fan was undoubtedly poised to make a significant move in the stock market, and he needed only to monitor developments in that arena. Yet, he was perplexed as to why someone like Lin Fan, who was not in one of funds, would suddenly delve into stock trading. Could it be that he anticipated substantial profits? The returns must have far exceeded $2 billion U.S. dollars in the short term, compelling his interest. However, Wu Xian was unprepared for the astonishing turn of events that would soon unfold, shocking him and the entire world. On the day the Miller AI company unveiled the Miller Grand Model, the company's stock surged dramatically, instantly capturing Wu Xian's attention. The coincidence with artificial intelligence was uncanny. Observing the stock prices rise, he quickly deduced that Lin Fan must have invested in this stock. Estimating the potential profit based on the increase, he gasped in astonishment. Had Lin Fan purchased this stock in its entirety, his earnings would be substantial enough to double. No wonder Lin Fan had taken the unprecedented step of trading stocks. The potential gains were indeed enticing. What astonished him further was Lin Fan's apparent possession of insider information. Clearly, this was a pivotal moment for the Miller Consortium, meticulously orchestrated, and any leaks were unimaginable. In fact, prior to the announcement of the Miller model, no one had received any information about it. Yet Lin Fan had somehow acquired this confidential intelligence. He recalled the earlier information the authorities had obtained regarding a nationwide espionage network and Lin Fan's admission of utilizing the company's developing artificial intelligence for big data analysis. Could it be that this intelligence was also derived from the artificial intelligence? If so, they had drastically underestimated the capabilities of the artificial intelligence Lin Fan had referenced. Its prowess transcended mere impressiveness, bordering on the extraordinary. At this juncture, Wu Xian considered Lin Fan merely to have seized a lucrative opportunity to invest. However, the subsequent developments left him utterly astounded. The much-discussed artificial intelligence rebellion erupted, resembling a scene from a science fiction film. Yet behind this surreal facade lay a profound terror. He instantly associated this incident with Lin Fan. Unbeknownst to the world, this was not an issue stemming from the Miller model itself. Rather, it was a consequence of Lin Fan's machinations. To claim that Lin Fan was not involved was utterly implausible. Such coincidences simply did not occur. Several questions now plagued Wu Xian's mind. First, what kind of formidable artificial intelligence did Lin Fan possess that could silently infiltrate another grand artificial intelligence model, triggering a violent transformation? If the Miller AI was already so fearsome, what then of the AI in Lin Fan's possession? The second question arises. Why would Lin Fan resort to such actions? Even if it were for the sake of profiting from short sales, there should be no necessity for engaging in such actions, which could have detrimental effects, unless he has compelling reasons or harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Miller Corporation. However, Lin Fan seldom interacts with the Miller Consortium. Where could he have possibly cultivated such enmity? Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if the previous kidnapping incident was, in fact, a bounty issued by them? What if Lin Fan had received information about this through some channel? That would indeed provide him with a motive to retaliate against them. With this hypothesis in mind, he promptly activated his intelligence network to investigate the Miller Consortium. Previously, he had no suspects, making the task of identifying the mastermind akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. But now, with a specific target in sight, he could begin to piece together clues from various threads. Moreover, the Miller Consortium was already under widespread scrutiny, with their various data surfacing periodically, making it relatively easy to collect. After gathering and analyzing the intelligence, Wu Xian was astonished to find that his suspicions were validated. The Miller Consortium was indeed highly likely to be the puppeteer behind the kidnapping incident. Upon reporting this revelation to the authorities, a profound silence fell over them. It turned out that this global crisis was, in fact, Lin Fan's silent act of vengeance against the Miller Consortium. No one could have anticipated that Lin Fan bore such a heavy burden alone, choosing to seek retribution in solitude. What left the officials in awe was that he had indeed accomplished it, bringing a traditional consortium replete with immense wealth and power to its knees in mere days, all without attracting any attention to his presence. Of course, they were the exception. Now, armed with the knowledge of the truth, the authorities were eager to uncover more clues to substantiate their theories. After all, everything remained speculation without concrete evidence. Simultaneously, they developed a keen interest in the artificial intelligence that Lin Fan possessed. It was imperative to ascertain the true nature of this technology. If its capabilities were indeed as formidable as they appeared, could the authorities contemplate the possibility of incorporating such technology into their own operations?